Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku and Aizawa Creates Hero Program. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya Izuku is no stranger to pain. He's taken plenty of hits in his 14 years. Has had plenty of harsh words thrown in his face. Yet, standing on a random rooftop in Mizudafu, he decides that nothing will ever hurt more than the words spoken to him just moments ago. No, nothing has ever come close to this pain. He isn't sure how he's still standing. Izuku can't ponder it much, not with the tingling feeling that's creeping its way up his legs and invading his mind. All sorts of thoughts are flying through his head, too many thoughts. Some of them are louder than others. Some of them are worse than others. It's too much. He's too aware of the roof he's standing on and the clouds above him. The street and people below him. He's far too aware of it all. At some point, he stiffly makes his way off the rooftop. He continues on his way home as his thoughts continue to rush through his head. You need to be realistic. Even as a third year, he still can't face reality. It's time to start thinking seriously about your future. Maybe Kaken was right all along. You're totally quirkless. You think you can compete with me? I'm sorry, Izuku. Am I really just a worthless Deku? If you desire to help people, being a police officer is always an option. You need to be realistic, kid. If you want to be a hero so bad dash. An abrupt explosion down the street next to him pulls his attention to a crowd nearby. As Izuku stares at the scene, almost ready to leave, something else catches his eye. Familiar wet, slimy tendrils flail in front of the crowd, and his blood freezes in his veins. He walks closer with shaky knees as a painful realization stops any and all other thoughts. It's my fault. He'd wasted All Might's time. There's no way the hero can transform now. Not only that, but he must have dropped the villain when Izuku latched onto him. His mistake cost both of them, and now an innocent person is in danger. His hands clasp over his mouth. For what reason he isn't sure. The only thing he can think of is silent prayers. Someone's bound to come help, right? That innocent person will be saved, won't they? Of course, the theme of the day seems to be, how much can the universe attack poor little Izuku? Because things are never that simple. Not when the panic-filled eyes of his childhood friend-turned-bully are staring back at him. Midoriya Izuku moves. A toss of his backpack. A passing thought of regret. In a second, his hands are clawing at the monster in front of him, desperate to reach the boy underneath. Kaken! At that moment, everything that he's heard, that's held him back, means nothing. There's only one tearful explanation he can give. You looked like you needed saving. Everything else goes by in a blur distorted by fear, awe, and harsh scoldings. At the end of it all, despite Kaken's animosity and his, arguably, insignificant rescue efforts, Izuku is proud. He's managed to at least make an effort to save someone and, at the end of the day, it's more than anyone ever thought he'd do. It's almost closure of some sort, he supposes. At least now, he can try to focus on a more realistic future and, I am here. He tries not to scream, but a startled yelp escapes anyway. All Might? Why are you here? He stutters. The man barely gets a sentence out before he deflates. I've come to thank you and revise what I said earlier. Also, I have a proposal. Without you, if I hadn't heard your story, I'd have been nothing but fake muscles and insincerity. So, thank you. It's such an abrupt turn of events that Izuku can't hold back his confusion from being painted all over his freckled face. All Might is thanking him? That can't be. He shakes his head. No. I mean, it was my fault from the start. I got in the way. And even though I'm quirkless, I dared to ask if dash. Exactly. All Might nods. Of all the people on the scene, it was you, timid and quirkless, who acted first. You brought me to action. Most of the top heroes show signs of greatness even as children. Many of them claimed that their bodies simply moved before they could even think. Izuku is rooted to the spot. For the last decade of his life, he's been pitted, hated, cast out, and forgotten. He's lost his friends. He's faced day after day of bullying and torment from students and teachers alike. For as much joy as heroes and quirk analysis bring him, in the back of his mind, it's always a reminder. These ideas, these dreams, are something he'll never truly know. They're simply unattainable, always out of reach. It's childish for him to dream of such things in the first place. Everyone thought so, at least. His own mother had expressed pity for him. All Might himself said it would never happen. Yet that very man, Japan's #1 hero and symbol of peace, had just been moved enough to thank him. Somehow, Izuku has made an impact. It's absolutely futile for him to attempt to hold back his tears. That's what happened to you back there, yes? All Might asks. Izuku hiccups. Yes. He can feel All Might's gaze bore into him. Young man, you can be a hero. Those words are enough to send him to the ground. All his life, that's all he's ever wanted to hear. From his mom, his peers, his teachers, that's all he's ever needed. Just someone to believe in him. Someone who will support him, who will look at all his obstacles and see them as only that, obstacles. Things he can and will overcome. All Might continues, I believe you are worthy of inheriting my power. That makes the middle schooler look up. Huh. What's the face for? The skinny man laughs. The real work begins here. Listen, my boy. I'm asking you if you want to try accepting my power. Izuku can only stare lamely at All Might. What does he mean by his power? He can't possibly be talking about. This concerns my quirk, kid. He explains that his quirk isn't exactly what the media thinks. It's much more complex than super strength or anything else the world has been led to believe. It's a wild concept for Izuku to wrap his head around. A quirk that can be passed down like some sort of heirloom or something. He supposes it makes some sense, but at the same time, it's so unbelievable. Even for someone like All Might. His quirk has always been such a mystery. People dedicate so much time trying to come up with a definitive answer for it. Yet, despite how long they've been around, there's still so much the world doesn't know or understand about quirks. They can be so specific, and there's always some new theory on how they work or why they vary so much from person to person. And you really doubt me that much? Nonsense. The hero coughs. Izuku never means to mumble, but it's always been a habit of his. All Might collects himself. I have many secrets, but I never lie. I have the ability to transfer power. That's the quirk I inherited. It's called One for All. One for All. The boy's voice wavers. All Might continues talking, but Izuku's mind is spinning. Well, technically, there's no reason it can't be possible. And this is All Might, after all. He isn't #1 just because, and he certainly has no real reason to lie about something like this, even if it is a secret. Still, Izuku can't help but think of their first conversation. Even if he's changed his mind, All Might truly believed at first that no one could be a hero without a quirk. Only now that he's been shown the opposite, has he changed his mind. Or has he? Because Midoriya Izuku is still being told that he cannot be a hero without a quirk. Even if he has shown the same qualities that all great heroes do, even if he wants that title for nothing more than helping others and acted in a way that moved even the symbol of peace, he is still quirkless. It isn't that All Might believes he can get into UA or even be a real hero on his own. He still sees a quirk as a necessary part of that process. Izuku as he is still isn't enough. I've been searching for a successor for a while now, and I believe that you are worthy. But of course, it depends on you. What do you say? He should be grateful, he knows. His idol is giving him an offer he can't possibly refuse, and yet that he can't bring himself to accept it. It's a strange feeling. All he has to do is say, yes, and he'll have everything he's ever wanted. At least, that's how it's supposed to sound. Izuku, for as much as he'd hoped and prayed that he'd finally develop a quirk, suddenly realizes that what he actually wants is acceptance. He wants acceptance and assurance. So what if he's quirkless? Why should that matter so much? If he wants to be a hero, then that's his choice. The hero world is risky for everyone, and plenty of heroes have quirks that aren't exactly meant for heroics, but they've found a way. Why should he be treated any different? Because he'd have to work harder? Because he might have to take more caution? So what? I'll be honest, kid, I sorta expected a quicker answer. All Might chuckles lightly before coughing into his fist. Izuku makes his choice. Thank you, All Might. The pro begins to grin. But I can't accept your offer. A much louder and bloodier cough echoes around them. Sorry, I don't think I heard you right. What did you say, my boy Dash? No thank you, Izuku says and rises from the ground. He wipes tears and snot from his face. But my boy Dash, I'm sorry, but I have to refuse. I know you said I couldn't be a hero without a quirk. That's why you're offering yours, isn't it? Still, I have to try. My whole life, I've been told having a quirk is everything. In turn, that makes others perceive me as nothing. I can't let that dictate my life anymore. So, from now on, Izuku looks All Might in the eyes. I'm going to do everything I can to become a hero. You said it yourself. If I could act even as a quirkless kid, where pros hesitated, then that still means something, right? So I'm going to do it. I'm going to become the world's first quirkless hero. All Might's mouth tightens into a thin line. A few different emotions pass over his face within a second, and then he opens his mouth again. Alright then. That's fair. I shouldn't have assumed you'd accept just like that. Still, my boy, understand that the dangers you'll face, that some of them even I have trouble overcoming. Are you truly prepared for that? Izuku clenches his fists, his nails digging into his palm. No, I'm not. Not yet. I know I have a long way to go. Even as a pro, I'll always be behind. That's why I'll just have to work harder. I'll have to be more cautious, but I have to try. Very well. In that case, I wish you luck, young man. But before I go, please understand the severity of what I've shared with you today. The boy's eyes widen slightly before he nods, a serious look on his face. I won't tell anyone. I promise. All Might meets him with a steely gaze before he nods as well, extending a bony hand out to the boy. Well then, so long, young Dash. Midoriya Izuku. The hero grins. It's small and a little tired. So long, young Midoriya. Izuku watches All Might retreat. Though, just before the man disappears behind the corner, he turns over his shoulder. I did mean it, by the way, he says. You truly did inspire me today, and I do believe you have the makings of a great hero. He puffs up into his muscle form and gives a thumbs up along with his signature smile before he jumps away. Izuku closes his eyes, inhaling and exhaling slowly for a moment as the setting sun gently warms his face. This is it, he thinks. I'm going to become a hero. 2 days after his run-ins with All Might, Izuku decides to make some changes. It starts on a Sunday. He spends the entire day reorganizing his room. Sure, it isn't much in the way of hero preparation, but it's something. He manages to get most of his All Might merch separated into 2 boxes, storage and donations. In another pile on his bed, he makes sure to keep all his collectibles in one place. It's not that he doesn't like All Might anymore. He still admires the man for his feats and all the good things he's done. It's just that if he wants to be serious about becoming his own hero, then what good does it do him to continue placing others on a pedestal? Of course, he isn't opposed to having and appreciating his role models. He's still just as obsessed with the many heroes he's looked up to for years and the new ones that pop up every so often. But what's the point in styling himself after them? It won't help him become a hero if he bases himself and his abilities on standards that can't pertain to him. He sighs as he stands from the donation box he's been crouched over. His room looks almost bare compared to what it was before. It's a lot less yellow and there's a distinct lack of clutter on just about every flat surface he has. A light knock on his door pulls him from his gazing as he turns toward his mother. She leans on her hands as they rest against his doorframe. Oh, Izuku, I didn't know this is what you've been doing in here all day, she says. Is everything okay, honey? His mouth curves into a gentle smile as he speaks. Yeah, I just thought it was time for a change. The plump woman stops leaning on the door and enters farther into the room. What brought this on? She crouches down and picks up an old All Might plush from the donation box. Mom, Izuku starts. Do you remember the day we came home from the doctor? When we found out I was quirkless? He sits on the clear side of his bed. Midoriya Izuku pauses over the box, back facing her son. Her shoulders tense. Yes. You wanted nothing else but to watch that video again. I put it on for you, and you just replayed it over and over again. Even while you cried, you recited the whole thing every time, except for when you asked me dash. If I could be a hero. Yeah, Izuku wrings his hands together as he stares out the window. The cool April breeze flutters his curtains as it enters through the cracked pane. There's something I never told you. That night, you said that you told me you were sorry after I asked you that. Mom, please don't take this the wrong way, but I wish you would have said something else. His eyes sting as tears threaten to breach them. I needed to hear you say I could do it. In a flash, his mother's arms are around him. I know, a watery sound sneaks past her lips. I think about it more than you know. I wasn't what you needed right then. I shouldn't have, Izuku. I never meant to hurt you. I was. Izuku clutches the back of her cardigan and his voice is muffled from where his head rests between her shoulder and neck. I don't blame you. You're the best mom I could ask for. He feels her hand on the back of his head. I should have been there for you. You didn't need pity, I know that now. If I could change what happened then, I would. But dash, she pulls away and her hands rest on either side of his face. I can't. She smiles at him, small and wavering. Izuku blinks a few more tears from his eyes. What I can do, though, is be here for you now. She wipes his tears with her thumbs. They both sit for a moment to collect themselves. They've always been big criers. It's just in their DNA. Izuku looks back at her face. What if I told you that I still want to be a hero? It's silent again for a moment. His hands clutch at his sweatpants as he waits for his mother's answer. What if she says no? He can't just go behind her back, not with something like this, but he wants it more than anything. Okay, she breathes out. Izuku stutters in his surprise. Really? Inko takes his hands into her own and stares at them. Izuku, if this is what you want, then I can't stop you. The hero world is dangerous, and I'm your mother. While it scares the lights out of me to think you'd ever be in a position where you'd place yourself in constant danger, I know that I need to let you be who you want to be. Besides, I can't say I ever believed you truly gave that up, she says softly. You're a good person, Izuku. You've always been that way, so devoted to helping others. I won't get in the way of your dreams. Even if it scares me, or I don't always like it, it's just in your nature to do something like that. He sniffles. Thanks, Mom. She smiles and wipes at her eyes. So, where do we start? He thinks for a minute. Where does he start? Well, getting himself in shape should probably be a priority. The UA entrance exams are in 10 months, but will that be enough time? And even with the money his dad sends in, will they have enough extra cash to pay for a long-term gym membership? Don't worry about money, dear. We'll figure something out. I'm sure I could find something we can work with. She ruffles his curls. After finishing up his sorting, having gone faster with the help of his mom, they tape up the 2 boxes and Izuku reorders his collectibles around his room. Inko kisses him on the temple and wanders off to the kitchen to make dinner. Luckily for him, she's decided to make katsudon. Over dinner, they brainstorm some more ways for Izuku to get started on his path to UA, as his mom deems it. They figure a good place to start his diet and some at-home workouts. The two take care of the dishes and prepared for bed soon after. Inko promises to do some research on diet plans and look into the local gym membership options while he's at school. That night, for the first time in a while, Izuku looks forward to tomorrow. Monday proves to be a lot more difficult than expected. Not only has Kaken been even more aggravated than usual, but he seems almost desperate to keep his power over Izuku. Throughout the day, he leaps at any chance he can to antagonize him. Izuku drops his pencil during break and the ash blonde threatens to blow it, and him, to smithereens. After that, during math, he accidentally mumbles. Kaken manages to get the whole class on his case for it. It only gets worse after lunch. The rowdy boy promises to teach him a real lesson after school when he accidentally makes eye contact from the table across. But the worst offense he commits happens during their break between English and history. One of their classmates strolls up to Kaken's desk, smartphone in hand. The boy, whose name Izuku isn't quite sure of, he asked once but was blown off, holds his phone up to Kakin and begins asking him about the article on the screen. Is it true you really met All Might? That question seems to garner the entire class's attention. Of course, they'd heard about the sludge villain incident. And it wasn't a secret that Kakin was involved directly. Apparently, he'd had 2 friends with him when it happened, and as middle schoolers do, the whole thing spread around like wildfire. After a weekend full of overactive group chats and social circles, just about the entire student body of Aldra Junior High knew about what happened on Friday. All they needed was for someone to rip off the Band-Aid and ask the blonde firsthand what transpired. Kakin, never one to shy away from positive attention, or negative but besides the point, flashes his familiar cocky grin and leans back in his chair. He rests his feet on his desk. You bet you lame buttes I did. What about it? A chorus of ohs and ahs dance around the classroom before a mess of questions bombard him from every direction. What was he like? Is he as cool as they say? Did he really change the weather? I heard he came out of nowhere. How did you get away from the villain? The ash blonde releases a small explosion from his palm toward the ceiling. Quiet down, you demon extras. I can't hear you if you're all talking over each other like a bunch of stupid kids. The room quiets as the students wait to see who dares to speak up first. A girl toward the front of the room stands from her seat. I heard Midoriya-kun tried to save you. Before All Might came, that is. Izuku wants nothing more than to shrink out of existence as 29 sets of eyes carve holes into him. That DMN nerd didn't save shit. If he was there, I didn't know about it. Besides, even if he was, I wouldn't need his help. I'd never need help from a worthless Deku. Kakin seethes. The conversation shifts back to All Might and the villain after that, but Izuku knows this isn't the end for him. He's played this game for a decade. He knows what comes next for him, and it never ends well. So, suffice to say, it isn't all that shocking when he finds himself running from Kakin and his lackeys after school. Of course, the other boy would be wound up after he dared to help him out from a vulnerable position. That's how it always goes. The difference this time is that said position is known by the entire school. Even the smallest implication by anyone of Izuku being involved, especially to help him, sets off the blonde's righteous fury. Izuku doesn't consider himself a casual runner, but all these years with his old friend on his tail almost lets him pass off that way. He isn't exactly a slowpoke. He dares to take a glance back, not seeing his attackers, but still hearing some familiar pops heading his way. Deciding to take another risk, he ducks into the first alleyway he sees. If anything, he can at least catch his breath for a second. But as always, things never seem to go his way. I see we've got an interruption. His head snaps to the gravelly voice just a few feet behind him. A large man, whose arms appear to be machetes starting just under his elbows, towers over a young woman with a purse clutched to her chest. In just 3 days, Midoriya Izuku finds himself face to face with yet another villain. There's gotta be something I can do. He looks around the alley and quickly notes 2 crates diagonal to him. However, they sit right between him and the guy. There's no way he can go for them without being obvious or left open. He needs something else and fast. The bladed villain walks toward him, arms prepared to strike. With a lingering sense of déjà vu, Izuku swings his backpack off his shoulders and straight at the man's face. Admittedly, it isn't the best idea. His trusty yellow bag hardly manages to avoid being sliced in half and instead loses its right strap and a good chunk off the top. He hopes his geometry textbook isn't damaged but utilizes the distraction and rushes straight for the empty crates. He chucks the first one at the man who narrowly avoids the hard plastic from colliding with his face. He yells out as he rushes Izuku. The middle schooler hopes the other crate will be enough to stop the incoming swipe. To his luck, it does manage to block the strike. However, it isn't enough to stop the boot that meets his chest and he falls to the ground, desperately gasping for air. He tries to get up but the guy has him pinned. From the corner of his eye, Izuku sees the woman run out of the alleyway. At least she's safe. The man presses down on Izuku's chest some more. His hands don't even budge the guy's foot. I'll tell you what, kid. You certainly put up a good fight. Too bad it's your last. Izuku can do nothing but watch as the man winds up his arm and prepares to deliver the lethal blow. He shuts his eyes and squeezes out tears he hadn't realized had gathered. This is it. After everything that I'm really going to die here. What's gonna happen to Mom? Will anyone even notice? Will they care? But before he can think of any last words, the weight on his chest disappears. The silence of the alley is quickly filled with pained grunts and heavy-sounding hits. Izuku gasps, finally able to take in the oxygen he so dearly missed, and opens his eyes. He searches for the cause of the commotion and turns his head to the left. There, he sees a man dressed in a black jumpsuit wielding some sort of scarf. Whatever it is, the villain, whose arms are now back to normal, is knocked out and wrapped up in it. Izuku sits up with a groan which alerts the black-clad stranger to his presence. "Ah, so you're still conscious. I was worried I'd have to drop you in front of the hospital," he says, voice gruff. The middle schooler can only stare at the guy. Hero? Probably. Whoever he is, he saved Izuku's life, and that's all he cares about at the moment. Dash. He coughs out the raspiness in his voice. "Who are you?" The hero cuts his scarf and finishes tying up the villain before he sheathes his knife and replies. "The name's Eraserhead. And you are?" Eraserhead. Why does that sound familiar? He'll have to look it up when he gets home. A few seconds pass before Izuku remembers the question posed to him. Midoriya Izuku, sir." Eraserhead picks something up off the ground. "Right. Well, if you're not seriously hurt, you should get going. You wouldn't want your parents to worry, would you?" His mother is probably worried sick. She was already so high-strung when he left the house this morning. She'd heard about Kaken's attack and, being the doting mother she is, couldn't help but worry about her son going out so soon after. Izuku hardly notices the shadow that looms over him with all his thinking. He looks up to see a hand reaching out to him. He takes it and accepts the help up. Eraserhead hands him his sliced-up bag. His mom will definitely freak out when she sees it. The boy thanks the pro as he slings the intact strap over his shoulder. "By the way," Eraserhead says, "you did a good job holding your own there. I almost didn't believe it when a frantic woman came up to me talking about some kid fighting a villain in the alleyway." But how did you see Dash?" "I had to wait for my opening. That wind-up left him wide open for an aerial attack. That's when I struck. An amateur like him would never account for that." "Oh," the kid says lamely. "All right, I've got to head out. The police are on their way to grab this guy, but I'd get out of here before they show up unless you want a million rounds of questioning. Don't get into any more trouble, kid." Eraserhead grabs his scarf and prepares to swing it to the roof in front of him. "Wait!" Izuku freezes and panics. He doesn't know why he called out to the man. They're done here. There's nothing else to do, so why ask him to wait? He can feel the little beads of sweat forming over his brows. Eraserhead sighs as he lowers his arm. "Look, kid, if you want an autograph or something, I'm not exactly the type." The boy stares dumbly before he flusters and begins to stumble out a response. "And no, it's not that. I thought that maybe. I really can't have you wasting my time here. Minute. Say something. Anything. Can I be a hero?" He blanches. "Anything but that. That's it." Eraser quirks his brow. "Sure. Just be smart about it, don't go relying on your quirk too much." "I'm quirkless," he blurts. I know that it probably sounds dumb, wanting to be a hero and all, but I've just always wanted to be one. And I know it's super dangerous, and even the best of the best get hurt, and it'll make my mom super worried, and I definitely could die, but I just really want to help people. I think saving people is one of the coolest things you can do, and I'm fully prepared to work a million times harder if it means I can get to UA and become a pro, and wow, I didn't mean to say all that, huh? You definitely didn't ask, and you probably don't care, but once I started I couldn't stop, and I just tend to ramble when I'm passionate about something or if I'm really nervous, and I'm honestly feeling both right now, so yeah. He takes a breath. Sometimes, Izuku wishes he did have a quirk. One specifically meant to override the absolute word vomit. He just loves to spill sometimes. Honestly, he doesn't think the afternoon can get any worse. After a very tense moment of silence, the pro hero speaks. "Midoriya, was it?" Izuku nods quickly. "I'll put it bluntly. Here it comes. I wonder if he'll say it the same as All Might. The world of heroics isn't easy," Eraserhead starts. It's not even just hard. If what you said is true, that you're genuinely willing to put in the work, then you better be prepared to fail. Because you will. Hard. Definitely not like All Might. This might actually be worse. If you truly believe you can even make it past the UA entrance exam, especially without a quirk, you've got another thing coming. Just because you held your own here, doesn't mean you're even remotely ready for something like that. Izuku's nails dig into his palms. You'll need to train. The way you are now, I could lift you up and throw you with one hand. Build up some muscle, get in shape. The pro turns away and tosses his scarf weapon thing up. Learn at least some basic self-defense and keep your grades up. Once you do that, maybe you'll manage to hold your own on those exam grounds for a few minutes. And with that, Eraserhead vanishes above the rooftops. Izuku stares after him, dumbfounded. Well, it definitely wasn't like All Might. It was better. 3 weeks. It's been 3 weeks since Izuku met Eraserhead and, after doing some research, he's taken everything he could find about the hero and transferred it right to his notebook. It's frustrating that he didn't really get to see him in action the day they met, but he'd at least seen the aftermath. With the information he found online, there's enough for him to fill in most of the blanks. His quirk, based on what Izuku finds, is some sort of quirk negation. It provides an explanation as to why the alleyway villain's arms had gone back to normal. It's hard to find any photos of the pro, but the descriptions he comes across match what he saw pretty perfectly. As for any texts, most are blog posts dedicated to underground hero sightings and the like. The most noteworthy facts, all of which are verified by public hero records and news reports, include his former school, UA, underground hero status, and a surprising result listing current UA staff members. At least Izuku knows he was serious about him training for the exam. Speaking of his training, his mom managed to get him a membership plan for a local gym. He's only been going for 2 weeks, but he can tell he's making progress already, even if it is small. At home, he's gathered a small collection of weights and starts a new running plan. His mom, ever the angel, makes sure to get him the foods he needs and keeps him on the right track whenever he slips up. One thing he has yet to figure out is Eraserhead's other suggestion, self-defense. Even with all his experience being Kaken's punching bag, he has no idea how to fight. Throwing stuff at attackers? Sure. Hand-to-hand combat? Absolutely not. He isn't all that eager to ask his mom to shell out more money for a separate trainer, and online resources only help so much. He's at a dead end here. He needs to figure something out soon. On Tuesday, Izuku goes for his morning run. His route starts at his apartment complex, passes by Takoba Beach Park, 2 other blocks in his neighborhood, and ends back home. It takes about 30 minutes to complete, but he doesn't mind. It's a great way to get energized before school, and it helps relieve some stress. He passes by Takoba Beach, his favorite part of the route. The sun is just starting to rise over the horizon, painting the dark waves in blues and purples. Streaks of orange reflect down the middle, paving a roadway of light. Izuku stops, taking the opportunity to catch his breath and sip at his water. He leans over the metal rail. It's a shame that the beach itself is covered in trash. Why the city allows people to continue to dump there, he's unsure of. They probably aren't supposed to, but it's gotten so out of hand that there's most likely no way to catch everyone who does. It shouldn't be much of a surprise at this point. What is a surprise, though, is the young blonde boy towing around an old fridge. He doesn't look to be much older than Izuku, who has straightened out from his lean. He watches for a few minutes as the boy finishes moving the fridge. It's an impressive sight, that's for sure. It doesn't look easy, and no one else seems to be around to help him. It's nice to see someone take initiative and help out the community, though. The thought of going down to lend a hand crosses Izuku's mind, but the time on his phone stops him from making a move. If he doesn't want to be late for school, he has to finish up and get home soon. He caps his water bottle, pockets his phone, and continues his run. Maybe he can help some other day. After a surprisingly tame day at school, Izuku heads to a local cafe to do some studying and analysis on the latest villain battles. He'd gotten a text from his mom not long before school let out that she'd be home late from her errands. The streets and sidewalks bustle around him. Students and professionals squeeze past each other, all eager to return home after another busy day. In the park across the street, Parents watch as their children zip around the playground. Muzudafu has always been a lively city. Of course, it's nowhere near the levels of Tokyo or Osaka, but that's fine. City life is already chaotic enough, and the heroes in the area already have their work cut out for them. Izuku comes out of his thoughts as he turns a corner onto a smaller street. The noise of the afternoon rush fades as he walks farther, finally stopping outside of a small cat cafe. Truthfully, it hardly qualifies as a cat cafe. There are only 2 cats, both belonging to the owner, Suzuki, and it's clearly just a ruse for the old woman to have her cats with her all the time. No one complains though. It provides a calm environment for its patrons and a sense of companionship with the animals that so many don't have at home. Plus, Machi and Miko love the attention. Izuku first discovered the cafe with his mom 2 years ago. He'd begged for a pet for months, but their apartment didn't allow animals unless they were service pets. So, to compromise, Inko started taking him to the cafe. They'd gone at least once a week until his desire for a pet settled down. He hasn't been there in about a year and figures it'll be nice to catch up with the older woman and her cats. The front of the store brandishes large windows with multiple signs displaying specialty menu items and business hours. The bell above the door chimes as he walks in. Immediately, he's greeted by familiar powder blue and bamboo paneled walls. The numerous hanging lamps cast the same warm yellow light he remembers. Izuku walks to the counter at the back of the sitting area. On the wall behind it hangs the chalkboard menus, all handwritten by Suzuki. Black track lights illuminate the boards as Viridian eyes wander over them. The quaint shop is almost empty aside from Izuku and 3 other patrons, some college students in a study group closer to the front. It makes sense for the time. Most people on the streets want to get home. Others are still at work or attending after-school programs. At the counter, a young girl pushes aside her notebook and looks up at Izuku with a smile. "Hello, welcome to Suzuki's Cat Cafe. What can I get for you?" He takes another second to glance over the menu and smiles back as he finds his favorite item. "I'll have a medium Hokkaido milk tea, please," he requests. The girl nods and enters his order into the register. Excuse me," he hands her his payment, "but is Suzuki-san in today?" She closes the register drawer. She's getting ready to feed the cats, but I'll let her know someone wants to speak with her. He nods and thanks her before he makes his way over to the order pickup area. It isn't a long wait for his tea, and soon enough he sits down at a 2-person table toward the middle of the cafe. At his table, he takes out his homework and connects his phone to the Wi-Fi. The cafe is one of the best places to study in his opinion. The street it's tucked away on hardly ever gets busy, and those inside respect the peaceful atmosphere. Most people speak in hushed tones and low-volume instrumentals play over the speakers. Even the cats are well-behaved. Most of the noise comes from the various beverage machines or the occasional clattering of trays coming in and out of the ovens in the back. Izuku finishes his homework quickly and starts on his newest analysis. It has to do with a villain fight that occurred across town earlier in the day, about an hour after school started. He puts his earbuds in as the recorded news footage plays on his phone. If he mumbles, either no one notices or it's too quiet to bother commenting on. He's so absorbed in his task that he doesn't notice the door chime. It's only when the cats, having finished eating, run to the new customer that Izuku glances up at them. He claps his hand over his mouth when he sees who it is. Eraserhead, dressed in civilian clothes with his hair tied up in a messy bun, kneels to pet the fluffy animals as they rub against him. Suzuki exits the back room and makes her way over to greet the man. The old lady hugs him as he stands, his arms awkwardly patting her back. "It's good to see you, Aizawa-kun." She pulls back. "You too, Suzuki-san. Though I was here just 2 days ago." She chuckles at his bluntness as they walk to the counter. Izuku can't help but stare, forgetting his analysis. He knows it's rude, but it isn't every day he sees a pro hero just out and about. The last 2 times he met one, he just narrowly escaped death. Maybe that's why seeing the underground hero standing in the middle of a cat cafe, conversing with a sweet elderly woman feels so wrong? Well, not wrong, but certainly out there. Build up some muscle, learn at least basic self-defense, and keep your grades up. Once you do that, maybe you'll manage to hold your own on those exam grounds for a few minutes. The words echo in his mind as his hand subconsciously grips his pencil. Eraserhead hadn't said no when Izuku asked if he could be a hero. He didn't exactly say yes either, but he'd told him he could try. On top of that, he didn't tell him he needed a quirk to do so. Eraserhead simply told Izuku that he could. Even if he didn't say it with the fervor or flair he'd hoped for, it was more than even All Might had done for him. And he hadn't gotten to say thanks. He watches as the girl at the counter, who he realizes looks a lot like Suzuki, says something to the old woman before pointing in his direction. He jumps slightly as the 3 pairs of eyes drift to him. The silver-haired woman gasps as she makes her way over. My. If it isn't little Aizu-chan. I see you've met my little Kiko. Look how you've grown. She smiles brightly as she pinches his freckled cheeks. Hello, Suzuki-san. It's good to see you. You look well, he greets. Sorry I haven't come by in so long. She wags her finger at him. Nonsense. I'm just glad to see that freckled face of yours again. Where's your mother, sweetheart? The two catch up for a bit, each explaining what life has been like since they last saw each other. Only when a group of middle school girls come in do they end their conversation. Suzuki and Kiko attended to the group, while Izuku's focus shifts back onto his analysis. He startles when Eraser walks up to the empty chair across from him. Mind if I take a seat? He asks, gesturing with his coffee. Izuku can only shake his head and watch as the man settles, his brain barely able to process the last 5 minutes. The two sit in awkward silence until Eraserhead tilts his head at him. For analysis, huh? I don't usually hear about kids your age being interested in that sort of thing. Izuku blinks. Well, I just think it's interesting. I mean, there are so many quirks out there and they're all so specific. It's amazing to see what people can do. I usually analyze heroes, but sometimes I just note people I've seen around. He pauses as the hero stares blankly at him. But that probably sounds super weird and creepy. Still no response from the other man. His hands start flying around him. I don't mean for it to be. It's just something I'm passionate about. There's still so much we don't know about this stuff, after all. Besides, with all the theories it's hard not to be interested in it all and dash. Relax, kid. You're gonna run out breath. He clamps his mouth shut and grips his tea. You're the quirkless kid from the alley. It isn't a question. For whatever reason, Izuku didn't think Eraserhead would remember him. He figures the man is probably busy between his hero work and his apparent job at UA. Who knows how many faces he sees in a day. Still, it's nice to know he hasn't been forgotten. Yeah. That's me, he gives a quiet, unsure laugh. The pro hums as he sips his coffee. I take it you still want to be a hero? Have you done anything to prepare? Izuku grins to himself. Yeah, actually. I started going to the gym and working out at home. I also go on runs. I've only been at it for about 2 weeks now, but I can tell I'm making progress. I researched some diet plans so I've been eating right too. It's a lot to do on my own, but if I want to get to UA then I'm willing to do whatever it takes. His grin slips. The only thing is, I don't know what to do when it comes to self-defense or any type of combat training. I don't want to ask my mom to pay for anything else. Plus, I don't know if I'll be able to pick up the skills I need for UA in just a few months. He stares into his milk tea. There has to be something else he's missing, some solution to his problem. If only he knew where to look. Tell me again. Why is it you want to be a hero? Izuku looks up. The dark-haired man is leaning forward ever so slightly. His hands still hold the coffee cup on the table and his dark eyes bore into him as if seeing right into his soul. For all the intensity he gives off, his face remains starkly neutral. It's been like that the entire conversation. Izuku isn't sure what the man is looking for exactly. It doesn't matter, though. He knows his answer. He meets Eraserhead's gaze with equal intensity, his eyes alight with determination. I want to save people. Not just from villains in large battles, but in the little ways too. I want to show people that no matter how powerless you think you are, you can always be a hero. Not just for others, but also for yourself. Quirk or not. If I can do that and keep people safe from harm, then that's all I need. The man leans back in his chair and crosses his arms over his chest. His face doesn't change. I'll tell you what, kid, I think you've got potential. Don't get a big head about it, though. It doesn't mean you'll make it on that and will alone. The skills required for heroics are gained gradually. It's not something anyone can just learn and master. Hell, most pros don't even have it all down. That's why we have schools like UA and Shiketsu. If you're serious about this, then you'll need as much help as you can get. On top of that, you're quirkless. I'm sure you're more aware of it than anyone else, but there's never been a quirkless hero before. Although, I suppose it'd be rather illogical to assume it can't be done. Plenty of pros have quirks that weren't exactly seen as strong or heroic, myself included. Your quirk, it's some type of negation, right? Izuku flips through his notebook and Eraserhead raises a brow. The boy hesitates for a moment before sliding it to the pro. When you rescued me, Izuku continues, I didn't see how, but you did something to temporarily take away the villain's quirk. The public hero database lists your quirk as erasure, but it doesn't explain how it works. I'm just guessing based on some articles I read, but I think you have to at least see your target. He accepts his notebook as the other slides it back to him. Eraserhead nods with a crease between his brows. You're close. I'm impressed you gathered all of that from a single encounter and some quick research. He rubs his jaw in thought for a moment, eyes searching the table for nothing in particular. My quirk allows me to temporarily nullify someone else's just by looking at them, even if they go outside my line of sight. However, I can only maintain it for as long as I can go without blinking, so my eyes tend to get dry. My hair stands up when I use it, which throws most hopes of subtlety out the window. Also, I can't do much against mutant-class quirks. That's why it's important for hero hopefuls not to rely on their quirks too much. Virtually every quirk has its drawbacks. For some, it could be as little as slight fatigue. For others, it could be life-threatening. In your case, you don't have the risk of any quirk drawbacks, but you don't have the benefit of having one to help you out either. That makes the way you'll need to maneuver through this world harder. You'll need to be 1,000 times more vigilant, skilled, and intelligent than anyone else. Are you ready for that, Midoriya? This isn't anything new. He's heard it all before and he's known it before anyone even had to tell him. Even so, he's ready for the challenge. He's come too far to stop now. Yes, he says. All right. Here, the man gestures for Izuku's notebook and pencil. He scribbles something down on his page and turns the book around so the kid can read it. Meet me at this location on Saturday. 8 a.m. sharp. Where's something you can work out in? Got it? Izuku drags the notebook back over to himself, and his eyes shine as he read the address. Thank you, Eraserhead. Call me Aizawa, kid. Yes, Aizawa-san. I'll be there, I promise. Aizawa simply nods and finished his coffee. Izuku's phone chimes from its place on the table as a message appears on the screen. Hi honey. I'll be home in about 20 minutes. Are you still out? He looks to Aizawa, who is invested in something on his own phone. Izuku types out a quick reply and tells her he's about to head home. Sorry, but I have to go. He collects his things and stands. The man nods in understanding. I'll see you Saturday then. Don't be late. Izuku nods back with a small smile. They each say their goodbyes to Suzuki and Kiko. They go their separate ways. After dinner, he tells his mom all about it. She'd been told about the incident with Eraserhead the same day it happened. He hadn't been able to come up with a believable story about his sliced-up backpack. She'd been grateful to the man once she'd calmed down enough and Izuku convinced her that he didn't need to stay locked up in the house for his safety. It didn't stop her from worrying. Now, knowing there was a good chance Aizawa wanted to teach him something, they can't help but be a little excited. Izuku is getting closer to his goal and there's no way he can pass up a chance like this. He can't wait for Saturday. Saturday arrives with an angel choir. The day starts for Izuku at 5:30 a.m. He practically springs out of bed and sprints through his usual morning routine. He usually takes Saturdays off from his run, so there's no need to schedule it in. Besides, he doesn't want to be exhausted before he meets up with Aizawa. That doesn't stop the chronic bundle of nerves that he is from running around the house like a maniac. He constantly double-checks himself, making sure he's fully prepared for the meeting. He makes sure to grab the jacket to his tracksuit, folds it neatly, and places it in his sewn-up backpack. Once he's ready, he gives his mom a quick hug goodbye and sets out toward his destination. Late spring is the most pleasant time of year in his opinion. The world changes and starts anew, just as it does every year. The days become longer, the plants bud and grow, and the weather is always perfect. Birds chirp from their nests and small children return to the parks in full swing. Students have finally settled into the new school year. Tourism has calmed down a bit following the end of the sakura blooming PRD and won't get too crazy again until mid-June. For a while, life will remain at a steady pace. In Izuku's own life, he's starting over too. He takes a deep, refreshing breath. After a 15-minute subway ride and a 10-minute walk, he finds himself standing outside what looks to be a modern studio warehouse. It reminds him of a dance studio or maybe a fitness center of sorts. It isn't huge, maybe 2 stories tall, and there are no signs outside or any indicators of what the building is used for. If he didn't know any better, he would assume it's never been used at all. The gray brick exterior is nothing to gawk at as he approaches. There are a few large paned windows at the front on the top floor, along with some small, slim ones on the bottom floor placed above eye level. They're all covered in some type of light frost effect. There's no way to see inside. The last obvious detail is a single black door to grant him entry. It's inconspicuous and exactly what he expected from the man who invited him there. He pushes open the door and makes his way in. For an abandoned building, it certainly looks well kept. Next to the door is a medium-sized shoe cabinet and 12 metal lockers. The walls, ceiling, and pillars are painted a pristine white. The floors are covered in a gray wood-like vinyl. Farther into the room, black floor mats rest on top of it. He looks up. Above him, slim fluorescent lights are embedded into the ceiling. They aren't on at the moment, but there isn't any real need for them as the sun steadily rises in the sky. The windows allow more than enough light in. The interior is set up as some type of dojo. Large mirrors take up part of the left wall, and on the right, there are a few punching bags along with shelves full of equipment. A staircase is located toward the back of the room that leads to the upper floor. Aizawa sits at the bottom, dressed in a white t-shirt and pink sweatpants. Unexpected but otherwise not an issue. His capture tape lays limply on his shoulders. "You're here." Aizawa checks his phone. And with 20 minutes to spare. Not bad. Izuku slips off his sneakers at the door and places them into the second space of the shoe cabinet, right next to the pair of old gray ones. He's pretty sure they're what most people would call dad shoes, and the thought almost makes him giggle. Aizawa suggests placing his bag in one of the lockers. Izuku does so, grabbing his water bottle before he closes it. He lets out a quiet "whoa" when Aizawa explains that he has to use his fingerprint to lock it. He plugs his phone and charger into a nearby outlet before taking another look around. "So, what exactly is this place?" he asks. The dark-haired man walks toward the middle of the room as he speaks. "This is a private off-campus training space for UA staff members." Izuku stares at him with stars in his eyes. "Alright, before we start, let me make something clear. What I'm willing to do over the next couple of months depends completely on your performance in these next few hours." Izuku goes stiff as a board. "This is the deal. I'm willing to train you enough to give you a fighting chance at UA's entrance exam. As you know, I'm one of the teachers involved in the hero course there, but that doesn't mean I'm going to give you the blueprint for getting in or anything. If you think that's what I called you here for, then you can leave now." He doesn't move. Aizawa continues, "What you learn here won't matter unless you continue to apply it on your own time and in the actual exam. If I don't think you're taking this seriously enough, then I end it immediately. Understand?" Izuku nods. "Yes, sir. Another thing, from here on out, you can refer to me as Sensei. I'm going to be teaching you after all, and I won't be hearing it much outside of this anyways." Aizawa presses a button on a nearby pillar that slowly lowers a punching bag down from the ceiling. "Wait, what do you mean you won't be hearing it much?" Izuku watches as it continues its descent. The bag finally stops and hovers just off the ground. Aizawa turns to him with his usual nonchalance. "I expelled my entire homeroom this year." "What? Why entire? But why dash?" The pro turns back around and unloops his capture tape from his neck. "I gave them the same conditions as you. They decided not to take the hero course seriously and allowed their arrogance to overshadow any potential they might have had. He tosses the weapon aside. UA is the most prestigious hero school in the country. Thousands of students apply each year, and only a few hundred manage to get in. On top of that, about 20% transfer out for one reason or another. You'll notice that most UA alumni, regardless of what course they took, tend to go on to bigger things. That is the standard and reputation UA has held since its CNCPTN. It's been elevated exponentially by All Might's presence during and after his time there. That's why, he sits, I plan on making the next 9 months of your life the most grueling you've ever had. You told me how badly you want to be a hero, but now it's time to show it. Show me why you deserve to go to UA, show me that you'll be able to handle it. Izuku, who also sits, stares at his lap. His hands clench the aquamarine fabric. It isn't that he thought Aizawa would take training lightly. He just didn't realize the extent of severity with which he'd do it. Now that he knows, there's no way he can afford to lose the opportunity. As difficult as it will be, Izuku fully believes Aizawa will make sure he's ready for whatever the entrance exam may throw at him. He'll lay the foundation needed for life at UA. He'll dedicate the next 9 months of his life to a quirkless kid he barely knows, and for nothing in return. He won't have his time wasted. Izuku will make sure of that. He looks the older man in the eyes. I will. Aizawa holds the contact for another beat before he blinks and stretches, cracking his back. Good. Let's start with some stretches. It's been a few months since that day, and Izuku has done well to prove himself in that time. Aizawa, just as he promised, works non-stop at making his training as tiresome and demanding as possible. Soon after their talk on day 1, they'd stretched and gone over the basic concepts of hand-to-hand combat. They worked out a proper schedule. Izuku would train with him after school on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. He'd also keep up with his morning runs on Tuesdays and Thursdays. He had rest days on Wednesdays and Sundays so he wouldn't fall behind on schoolwork and to prevent injuries. They exchanged contact information and Aizawa pointed out the importance of open communication. He gave Izuku permission to share his number with his mother. It was nice to know the man wanted her to be included in the process. She definitely appreciated it. He'd gone home that evening content with the way the afternoon had gone. Inko asked him all about it and cried once he finished. Izuku comforted her as she shed happy tears. He didn't blame her for the intense reaction, clearly relieved to know someone else was looking out for him. He felt the same way. Aizawa spent the entire first week schooling him on proper posture and technique in weight training and hand-to-hand combat. He'd pointed out any and every error he saw and corrected him. During the combat training, he often did so by sending him to the floor one way or another. He explained what led him to that outcome, and while it often left Izuku sore and frustrated to tears, he understood the necessity. Without a quirk to rely on for backup, his hand-to-hand skills had to be impeccable. He could never allow himself to be defeated so easily if he wanted to make it far. With weight training, Aizawa always made sure he was doing things properly, even going so far as to work out with him. They carried on like that for weeks. Every bruise, scrape, and sore muscle was a sign of progress for Izuku, never in the same spot twice or quite the same shape. It was proof. Proof that he was learning. Proof that he was doing his absolute best. Proof that he was on the right track. And while his new mentor had constantly lectured him on the importance of keeping injuries to a minimum, they both knew it was an inevitable part of the process. By the end of the second month, he showed proficiency in 3 different strikes, 2 takedown styles, and a proper hold. He even had some new muscle to show off. He learned another 7 moves over the summer break. On July 15th, Aizawa had surprised him by adding sparring sessions to their routine. Think of it as your gift, he'd said. It was exciting, but Izuku was honestly more honored by the fact that the man remembered his birthday. It took a few weeks to get used to it, but once they'd done it enough, his mentor had challenged him further by using his capture scarf against him. Each session often left both of them with a silent sense of pride. Outside of his time at the warehouse, he works with just as much vigor. Aizawa makes sure to hammer in the importance of maintaining good grades and health at every opportunity, which Izuku makes sure to keep up with. He cancelled his gym membership after the first week of training with Aizawa, grateful for the financial relief it provided his mom. She wouldn't ever say it, but he knows she's more than happy to use the money elsewhere. He keeps up his diet which, after some of Aizawa's suggested adjustments, has also finally started showing results. His stamina has increased a ton from his runs. All these changes in his life have given him new hope. He faces every day with his head held high and his heart set on the future. Even the people and world around him seem different in one way or another. His mother, despite her usual concerns, has a lighter air about her. She meets each day with just as much enthusiasm as her son. Kaken, despite his continued general aggression, hasn't been as invested in terrorizing Izuku since that day back in April. Instead, he works to solidify his spot at the top of the class. He also wants to get into UA after all. Their classmates have been equally focused on high school admissions and the like. Takoba Beach gets cleaner every week. Izuku sees the same blonde-haired kid hauling trash around on his morning runs. He still thinks about stopping by to help if he ever finds the time. Once autumn rolls around, Izuku is almost unrecognizable from the scrawny boy he was in the spring. His training has amped up a lot more since then. But it isn't just his body that's improved. Aizawa had also stressed the necessity of matching his intellectual abilities with his physical. The best heroes are always those who can think on their feet and properly assess any situation. The job requires them to be expert strategists and tacticians. Izuku had agreed without hesitation the first time Aizawa requested to see more of his quirk analyses. He had brought his 5 most recent notebooks and the man had read through each one in silence. When he closes the last one, Hero Analysis for My Future Number 13, he scratches at his stubble in thought. He hands the damaged book back to Izuku. These are all incredibly well done, especially coming from a middle school kid. I knew you had skill when you showed me my page, but this is a bit more than I expected. I've met people who do this type of thing professionally. If I didn't know any better, I'd probably think you were one of them. Really? Izuku rubs his thumb over the charred cover. He nods. Your observational and analytical skills are impressive, to put it mildly. Everything I've taught you, you've managed to pick up almost instantly. You're a natural learner. Plus, your mother keeps me updated on your grades. You're a very intelligent kid, Midoriya. You just need to learn how to apply that directly to heroics. So they work on doing just that. Every training session forces Izuku to work out his mind just as hard, if not harder, than his body. From coming up with effective strategies on his feet to figuring out how to apply his analytical skills directly to takedowns or hypothetical rescues, he throws every last piece of himself into his training. Even when he shows up to school exhausted or lays in bed sore all night, he manages to keep up his grades and practice what he learns at the warehouse in any way he can. Between Inko's constant support and Aizawa's guidance, he grows more and more confident that he'll make it into UA. He's grateful for his support system. It doesn't matter as much if the kids at school and Kaken still pick on him. It doesn't matter what All Might had said earlier in the year. It doesn't matter that there has never been a quirkless hero. He already has all the support he needs. December is an interesting time, to put it simply. Despite all the changes he's noticed throughout the year, some things manage to stay the same through most of it. For instance, much of the mystery shrouding Aizawa Shoyuta has yet to be solved. While Izuku has learned a lot about him in their time together, he's more often than not done so without the others saying anything outright. From the way he hides smirks behind his capture scarf to the way his voice gets a little bit softer when Izuku truly gets upset with himself or his self-confidence plummets. There's the way he casually asks if his mom is doing well and how school has been. The occasional post-training text message that's nothing more than a thumbs-up emoji. Those little things here and there show the kind-hearted man who hides under the guise of apathy and cold reservation. Yet, there's still so much Izuku doesn't know. But that too will change. It's one of life's many inevitabilities. Another thing that takes longer to change is the many unknowns that surrounded the boy at the beach. Izuku still hasn't gotten around to asking if he needs help. He wants to, but school and training take up so much time. He spends his rest days studying or improving his strategy and analysis. Even his school breaks are spent with his mom and Aizawa. It's only by chance one chilly Saturday morning that he finally gets the opportunity. Training is cancelled due to some hero duties that demand his mentor's presence. It's understandable, and Izuku supposes the extra day off could be nice. Still, he's grown so accustomed to his busy schedule that he can't just sit around. So instead, he changes into his tracksuit, slips on his sneakers, and heads out for a run. The weather is usually mild for the first month of winter, and it's a relief to have the brisk winds pass by as he jogs. The gray skies might not be as nice to look at, but it's better than the beating sun. The summer heat made the task more difficult and exhaustive, not to mention the abysmal feeling that came with sweating on humid days. The crisp air is welcome. Izuku looks out over the beach as he passes by and scans for the mystery boy. It doesn't take long to find him. There isn't nearly as much trash to block his view. The teen is sitting on some old tires while he munches on a granola bar. Izuku changes his course and makes his way down the concrete steps. He slows his pace as he reaches the sand, not too eager to get the grainy substance in his shoes. It'd be pure torture to try and get it all out. He places his hands in his pockets as he calls out, "Hey, do you need any help?" The boy turns to him. His eyes are small and bright blue. His blonde hair is styled into a mullet of sorts. He looks a bit older than Izuku, and he's more physically defined. Something about him is familiar, but Izuku isn't sure why. The teen finishes chewing his food before he smiles. "Oh hey, I think I've seen you before," he says as he pockets his wrapper. Izuku tilts his head slightly. "You have?" The older boy stands and makes his way over. "Yeah. You're the kid that jogs by here every week. You usually come around on Tuesdays and Thursdays, right? You always look like you're working hard. Good job, by the way." Thanks. You look like you're working hard too." Izuku rubs the back of his neck. "I've been meaning to ask for a while now, but I wanted to know if you'd mind having some help. I've been really busy, so I couldn't ask before. I don't have anything going on today, though, so if it's alright with you, I just think it's great that you're cleaning up the beach since no one's been able to use it for so long." A breeze blows past them, sending a shiver up Izuku's spine. The sunflower blonde doesn't answer right away and instead asks a question of his own. "What's your name?" "Midoriya Izuku." The younger boy shakes the hand that stretches out to him. "I'm Tagata Mirio. It's nice to finally meet you." They release each other's hands. "You're right that I've been cleaning up the beach, but I have to admit that it's not purely volunteer work." He sets his hands on his hips and beams. "I'm also training." "Really? That's so cool." Izuku perks up. "I've been running as part of my own training." Tagata leans in and studies him for a second. His eyes narrow slightly and his bright smile softens. Izuku feels his face heat up at the sudden scrutinization. The taller boy straightens after a moment, satisfied with whatever discovery he's made. "Let me guess. You want to go to UA, right?" "Yeah." "How did you know?" Tagata gestures for him to follow as he walks over to an old stove. He places himself behind it and Izuku does the same. They push the stove in silence toward a more organized pile of trash. Izuku opens his mouth to ask his question again, but the other boy speaks first. "Most people don't train without something important to do it for. Plus, you came down here just to help someone you didn't know move a bunch of junk around. I'm totally guessing here, and I could be completely wrong, but you seem to be a genuinely good guy. If that's the case, it makes a lot of sense that you'd be getting ready for something like you." He pumps his fists up and down as he finishes, the movements full of charm and energy. Izuku laughs lightly at the other's antics. "Don't worry, I doubt I could be proper villain material even if I tried. Saving people is what I'm all about." "Well, that's good to hear. As long as you keep that up, I'm sure you'll make it in." Maybe it's the sincerity behind his words or the friendly, cheerful energy he radiates. Perhaps it's something else entirely, but for some reason, Tagata Mirio sticks out in Izuku's mind. He stays around a while longer. He and the blonde manage to move more of the larger objects together as they chat. When he learns that Tagata is approaching the end of his second year at UA, something clicks in Izuku's brain. He recognized the boy from the sports festival that year. Tagata chuckles as he unintentionally vocalizes his discovery. He apologizes, but the other tells him not to worry about it, instead opting to tell him about his quirk and why he showed off a little more than he meant to. They talk about their dreams of being heroes and point out the various similarities in their goals. Somehow, it comes up that they have the same birthday and they share a good laugh about it. Tagada makes a joke about how it must be fate, and Izuku can't help but agree just a little. The more they talk, the more Izuku respects the older boy. Tagada encourages him to keep working toward his dream despite never once asking about his quirk, and even tells him he'll be the first to welcome him into the school come April. The younger boy thanks him for his kindness and simply receives a smile in return. After about an hour and a half, the two say their goodbyes, and Tagada gives Izuku his number in case he wants to come to help out again or just chat. The freckled boy thanks him again and bids him farewell, fairly certain he's made his first new friend in a long time. On Sunday, he meets up with his mentor again. They stretch, go over the typical stuff, spar, and finish up the same as always. Their post-workout stretches give Aizawa the opportunity to mention any final tips and suggestions, as well as give an idea of what they'll do next time. In turn, Izuku asks him any questions he has about it. Today, though, there's a specific question on his mind. It's been there since day one, but he's never dared to ask before today. His meeting with Tagada and seeing the hard work he's done has Izuku reflecting on his own growth. He couldn't have done it all without Aizawa, and for that, he'll be eternally grateful. But why had the man helped him in the first place? It couldn't have been as simple as seeing his potential. Something else sparked him to offer his guidance, but what? Sensei, can I ask you something? Aizawa hums for him to go ahead as he continues to stretch. It takes a second for Izuku to settle on his words. Why did you decide to train me? No answer. He keeps going. It's just you're not exactly known for, how should he put this? He sighs before starting over. You're an underground hero and I'm sure you have your reasons for that. Either way, you aren't looking for any major recognition. Not in the same way as most limelight heroes at least. Also, and I mean this as respectfully as possible, you aren't exactly selling yourself as the charismatic and easily approachable type. You're reserved and more of a loner by nature. The sudden analysis gets a light chuckle out of the older man, but Izuku is more absorbed in his thoughts. He pauses from his stretches and pinches his bottom lip as he attempts to logic his way towards some sort of answer. So why train me? Why take the time out of your busy schedule to help out some random, idealistic kid? Before he can go full mumble mode, Aizawa decides to finally speak. If I'm being honest, I didn't plan on it. Not the first time we met. While I was impressed that you lasted against that thief, I wouldn't exactly call it hero-worthy. But you said that you could try. I know. At that time, you were a scared kid who'd just been saved from certain death. You needed to be comforted. That's what I did. It's part of the job. Izuku knows Aizawa is never one to shy away from saying what he thinks. He also knows that, despite his stern, no-nonsense attitude, he genuinely wants his pupil to succeed. That much is obvious based on everything he's done so far. But that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt a little to hear that the man hadn't thought he'd be much of a real hero at their first meeting. That being said, I wasn't lying. I did mean what I said to you. Anyone can try to be a hero. Doesn't matter what quirk you have or lack thereof. At the end of the day, people are going to do what they want, regardless of whether they should. If you decide to take big risks and act recklessly, then no one can stop you from making that choice. Once you do act on it, that's a different story. The bottom line is, it's all up to you. Then what changed your mind? Izuku leans forward a little. You weren't deterred by what I had to say when you asked why I wanted to be a hero, but even before that you chose to sit down next to me at the cafe. You chose to talk. You made the offer to meet up. Why? Aizawa sighs a heavy thing. He stops stretching. You remind me of myself. Well, that wasn't the answer Izuku was expecting. Had he honestly had that sort of effect on the man? Izuku admired Aizawa. How couldn't he after everything? But had his presence really impacted the other in such a profound way as well? He doesn't think they're all that alike. Sure, Izuku tends to be a bit more reserved at times and they're both serious about heroics, but he can't think of much else. Back when I was a student in Udare, I felt pretty powerless. especially in my second year. My quirk was never much to admire for most. It didn't help me out much with combat or rescue, it wasn't very flashy, and I wasn't very popular for it. I didn't think I was hero material at all, and plenty of other people thought the same thing. So I understand you to a certain degree. It's not exactly the same, but I think it's pretty close. Between that and a general lack of future plans, I had no idea who I was for a while. Then what changed? Izuku's voice softens. Aizawa doesn't answer for a moment. He stares out one of the windows toward the front of the building. The soft yellow light embraces them as they sit and small particles dance around them. The frost on the high windows allows just enough warmth to come through with the light. It doesn't matter that they can't see out of them. They know what the clouds looked like behind them. For Aizawa, it's a familiar sight. Maybe that's why he doesn't particularly care to see them. I had some help. He goes back to stretching in silence after that. Izuku doesn't ask anything else. February carries on the cold, dry winds of winter and the occasional snowfall. For most third-year middle schoolers, it's the pinnacle of exam hell. Months, even years, of planning and studying to get into the best high school would finally pay off. That's the ideal at least. But for many, it will be a crushing defeat. Izuku prays he'll be excluded from that group. Aizawa asks to meet at Suzuki's one day, just 2 weeks before the exam. It's later in the morning, the light gray clouds blanket the sun as it continues to rise. The streets are quiet after the morning rush and only a few cars pass by every so often. Parents with young children or elderly people relish the quiet hour as they go about their business. An icy breeze ruffles hairs and flutters scarves as it flies by. Izuku zips his coat a little higher. He'd texted his mentor just a few minutes earlier, the older man asking for his order along with his estimated arrival. It isn't long after that when he walks into the small cafe. There are a few more customers than the last time he was there. Most people are drawn to the warm atmosphere and beverages during the winter months. He sits down across from Aizawa and thanks him for getting his tea. One of the cats, Machi, jumps into the booth as he takes off his coat. The man waits for him to finish settling in before he speaks. "All right, you've got 2 weeks before the entrance exam," he begins. "While there isn't much else I can offer you training-wise, I can give you some knowledge about what the school has planned. Obviously, I can't tell you anything outside of what's already public knowledge, but I can explain that much in more detail if you want." Izuku looks up from Machi, who paws at his hand. "Wait, there's public information about the exam?" he asks, his eyebrows creasing. "For legal reasons, we have to disclose certain parts of it. It's not advertised or anything, but it's out there. You just need to know where to look." Aizawa pauses to sip his coffee. "You'll be fighting combat robots." "Robots?" Izuku says a little louder than intended. He flusters slightly at his outburst as Machi shifts on his lap. "But isn't that a little biased?" I can't say I'm all too pleased with this format myself. It's no surprise that kids with quirks better suited toward combat make up a majority of the hero course these days. The main goal is to rack up as many points as you can in the allotted time by destroying the bots. They'll be worth a specific amount of points, ranging from 1 to it's not exactly an easy task for a bunch of teens, let alone one in a position such as yourself. Regardless, you should be able to make a decent effort. Izuku's eyes widen and glimmer as his mentor relaxes further into the booth. "You really think so? I guess it's not impossible, right?" His hand comes up to his face and fingers pinch his bottom lip. "They're just robots, so they have to have some weak spot that I can find. Still, I'd have to figure out exactly how to go about destroying the bots once I do. Then, there's the risk of not getting enough points before the timer runs out. Not to mention dash." Aizawa brings his hand up. "Midoriya? Regardless of the format, I believe you'll get in. It would be wise to aim for the top 10, but don't get discouraged if you don't make it there. Just get as many points as you can. Besides, should you not pass, there's still the written exam which can get you into general studies. You're a smart kid. With the knowledge you've got on quirks and heroes just from years of your own observation and research, you should be fine. And knowing you, I'm sure you'll study yourself to death if your mother and I don't intervene." He pauses again to finish his coffee. "Worst case scenario, should you end up in the Gen Ed course, there's still a chance for you to transfer from there. Wait, transfer? How? Izuku asks. His hand halts over Machi's head, who vocalizes her displeasure over the loss of contact. Through the UA Sports Festival. Viridian eyes practically shine as the boy leans over the table. Really? Machi jumps off his lap. He lowers his voice. Of course. That makes sense. The sports festival is the one time of year that every student gets to show off their quirks and skills. Thousands of people watch it each year, and a lot of pro heroes use it to scout out potential future sidekicks. Tagada's face flashes in his mind. Aizawa nods and adjusts himself for the cat that's now resting on him. If that's the path you end up having to take, and you make a big enough impact, you could very well have a case to transfer. But thinking that far ahead right now is rather illogical, especially given that it's only our worst-case scenario. For now, just stick to completing the entrance exam. Who knows? He hides a smirk behind his wool scarf. You might even end up in my class. The morning of the exam is a stark contrast to the laid-back atmosphere just 2 weeks before. Having woken up 15 minutes before his alarm, Izuku can't get out of bed fast enough. He finishes going through most of his morning routine in just 10 minutes. Inko, who is just as excited and nervous as him, is up early as well. She makes both of them a nice breakfast and does her best to quell their anxieties. The sun is just starting to rise as she washes and dries the dishes. Izuku brushes his teeth and finishes packing up his new backpack. Inko hums as she stares out the window. The clear sky is bathed in purple, pink, orange, and blue. Around the city, hundreds of other kids are scurrying around their own homes, all hoping to return confident that they'll be attending their dream schools in just 2 months. At the door, Izuku ties his shoes, slips on his bag, and makes his way out the door. Correction, he tries to make his way out the door. It takes a good 5 minutes before his mom stops smothering him with all the love and luck she can muster. She keeps going on about how proud she is of her little baby. He grumbles about it, but such was the nature of a 15-year-old boy. He can't just tell her that it makes him feel better, that's just absurd. Plus, he's sure that goes against some kind of teenager law or something. After escaping his mother's loving clutches and a 40-minute ride on the cramped subway, he arrives at the large gates of UA students swarm the campus grounds, all wearing their current middle school's uniforms. This is it. Izuku stares at the giant building. The large windows reflect the crystalline blue sky above. His hands clutch at the black straps that rest upon his shoulders. All his hopes and dreams sit just behind those large glass panes. It's as intimidating as it is awe-inspiring. What's more intimidating, however, is the gruff voice that comes from behind him. Move aside, Deku. Bakugo Katsuki, Kaken, saunters up the path, hands in his pockets. The crease between his brows deepens and his red eyes gleam viciously. Get out of my way or you're dead, he says, quieter this time but with just as much venom. Izuku flinches hard and his hands flail around him. Morning, Kaken. Let's both do our best. The other teen doesn't spare him so much as a glance as he walks past. Izuku supposes it could have gone worse and makes a note to himself to put an end to his jumpiness around the ash blonde as soon as possible. He straightens himself out. He'd spent the last 10 months working tirelessly for this very moment. He won't let something as trivial as his old friends stop him now. He takes a deep breath before continuing up the path. At least that's what he intends to do. Instead, he immediately finds himself in a rapid nose dive toward the red brick below him. Well, this is it. Figures this is how things end. Not from the villains he met all those months ago, or by some tragic but heroic end in the future, but by the crushing weight of embarrassment. If the sudden acquaintance of his face and the ground doesn't take him out, the judgmental stares and howling laughter around him will certainly do the trick. He has no doubt Kaken will be the one to deliver the news and everyone will laugh. He'll surely make up some grandiose tale about how he watched the whole miserable event go down. His mother will be devastated, of course, and the things people will say about poor Midoriya Izuku's pitiful son. But the worst part will be the look on his dear mentor's face. He can't bear to even think about it. With the overdramatic doomsday spiel going on in his head, He hardly realizes the way his body now hovers just a few centimeters or so off the ground. It takes a second to process his new predicament, but once he does, it sparks a mini freakout. A stranger's voice calls out to him, "Are you okay?" Izuku's red sneakers settle on solid ground once more. "Sorry for using my quirk on you, but it probably wouldn't have been a good omen if you tripped and fell," the random girl continues. Izuku stares at her. Her brown hair is cut into a bob with 2 longer sections in the front, framing her face. Her cheeks are tinted pink, which seems an appropriate fit for the bubbly energy she's radiating. Her eyes are round and just a few shades darker than her hair. Her lips remain in a friendly smile as she speaks to him. "This sure is nerve-wracking, huh?" she prompts sweetly. "Well, good luck to both of us." She waves as she continues toward the enormous building. Izuku is rooted to his spot as he watches her go. Maybe he's a little flustered by the interaction. And what about it? It isn't every day he gets to talk to a girl, aside from his mom. He makes his way up the steps and into the school along with some of the other stragglers. Once he finds and settles into the large lecture hall with everyone else, he can't help but get excited over the elegant space. Not to mention that the present mic, is the one explaining the guidelines of the examination process. Kaken, who occupies the seat to Izuku's right, comments on everyone receiving special ID numbers to prevent students who attend the same school from working together. He somehow, in his own especially abrasive way, turns it into an ominous threat toward the green-haired boy. It doesn't matter much, as Izuku is still too caught up in his fanboying over the pro hero on stage. Present Mike finishes telling them about the different enemies they'll face when a student a few rows back stands up and raises a stiff hand. "Excuse me, may I ask a question?" He doesn't wait for a response before he continues to point out some errors on their papers. Izuku isn't all that concerned until the kid points straight at him. "And you with the curly hair. You've been muttering this whole time and it is very distracting. If this is just some sort of game to you, then please leave immediately." Izuku slaps his hands over his mouth after muttering a quick apology. His face is on fire. A few students giggle as Present Mike answers the original question, mentioning the zero-pointer. He explains it like a character from Super Mario Bros., stating how it's more of an obstacle. That seems to satisfy the boy, and he apologizes for the interruption before he sits back down. The hero finishes up his speech with the school's motto and sends them on their way to prepare for the practical exam. After he changes into his green tracksuit, Izuku follows the others to the exam grounds. Various murmurs spread through the crowd as they look on at the area. It's like a small city, but the size alone isn't what spikes his nerves. The examinees around him seem so confident despite their awe. Many of them are sporting gear centered around their quirks. His eyes continue to roam around them until he spots a familiar brown bob. The same girl from the gate stands a meter or so away from everyone, lightly patting at her chest as she breathes steadily. Her eyes are shut as she continues her silent ritual. She'd been so kind to him earlier. Izuku has to give her his proper thanks. Unfortunately for him, he only manages to take a few steps before the blue-haired stickler from earlier stops him. "What do you think you're doing? Going to interfere with that girl's meditation?" He crosses his arms. The kids around him laugh once again, while some even comment on his behavior at the gate. Had they really seen all that? Someone states that they don't believe he's any competition. Well, Izuku supposed he hasn't done much to convince them otherwise. They're all so caught up in the buzzing atmosphere surrounding them that they almost don't realize the exam has started. Present Mick's voice rings out as he sends them off. In a blur of quirks, kicked up dust, and confusion, the examinees take off toward the mini-city. Just like that, Izuku is already falling behind. It takes off after them. Left and right, students are racking up points. Pieces of metal are flying all over the place as his chances of success slip through his fingers with each passing second. It's hard to see through all the chaos, but once the dust clears a little, the sight that greets him is discouraging, to say the least. Almost every bot in the area has been destroyed already. Then, either like a blessing or curse, a one-pointer crashes down in front of him and immediately locks onto its target. Izuku doesn't even get a chance to think before a bright blue laser beam comes whizzing past him. A blonde-haired boy with a large belt over his waist makes a passing remark thanking him for the assist and how he doubts they'll meet again. He can't even take a second to be offended as an announcement echoes around the grounds, warning of the dwindling timer. He has to act and fast. He can hear more destruction in the distance. Soon enough, there won't be anything left for him to get. That can't happen, not after all the help he's received. Not after all his hard work. Aizawa is counting on him. Everything he's ever wanted is at risk. Izuku has to finish this exam and with enough points to pass. Don't panic, just calm down. You can do this. This is what you've been training for. Remember what Aizawa-sensei taught you. He squeezes his eyes shut for a second and attempts to picture himself back in the warehouse. You're too stiff when you maneuver and your stance is often unbalanced. Your punches and attacks are too tense and you overexert your energy. On top of that, you struggle with keeping a cool and level head. Izuku sits up and wipes the tears that form in his eyes. All those reasons are why I was able to take you down so effortlessly. You need to remain calm and keep your body and relaxed. By doing so, you'll move more fluidly and be able to react with no resistance. Once you can do that, you'll be able to assess any situation and figure out how to take control of it. It'll become second nature and you'll do it without thinking, just as I did to you. As long as you get those basics down, you'll be able to face up to any challenge that comes your way. He opens his eyes. Keep your cool. Relax your body. Take control. An inhale. An exhale. He speeds up his pace. He will find his way through this. Inhale. Exhale. Relax and take control. He charges forward and grabs one of the dismembered claws that are strewn about, placing the piece under his arm. Luckily for him, the metal is surprisingly lightweight. He takes off toward a one-pointer a good distance away. He has to think, where's the weak point? Most of the bots have been destroyed from head-on, but they're probably designed with that in mind. The metal is thin and broken apart pretty easily by most of the quirks he's seen, even those that lacked excessive force. If power isn't the issue, then the real key to beating them has to be in their mobility. As long as he gets them stationary and stays away from the arms, then all he has to do is bust the thing up. Okay, he can work with that. As he approaches the bot, he notices another examinee heading his way. He has to act fast. The metal beast locks onto him and rolls forward. Izuku throws the claw behind it, the piece scraping against the ground a little before it stops. He dogs a swinging arm and ducks around the side of the bot. He wastes no time and stands, grabbing his makeshift weapon. The bot now locks onto the other kid that's heading his way. Perfect. He runs at the back of the machine and lifts the metal piece over his head. He slams it into a crevice between the bot's large wheel with all his strength. That seems to do the trick as it stops and an awful whirring sound fills the air. The bot struggles for a second more before it falls to the ground. Izuku looks around again, this time spotting a large chunk of concrete. That should do it. He grabs it and tries his best not to drop the heavy solid. He takes a big breath as he hoists the rock up and throws it back down, effectively crushing the head of the bot. He finally has 1 point. The other kid, now caught up to him, struggles to catch his breath. How did you do that? The boy has indigo hair and dark purple eyes that looked as tired as Izuku feels. He doesn't get a chance to answer, though, as the entire area rumbles and shakes. They stumble on the tremoring ground as they search for the cause. Some buildings a few blocks away start to crumble and break apart. Alarmed shouts fill the air along with dust and debris. A giant shadow casts over the grounds and the source of the damage makes itself known. The final bot, the zero-pointer, moves toward the examinees. Its numerous red eyes glow dangerously as it scans the area. The two boys look at each other briefly as the others run past them. Izuku snaps out of his paralyzed state first, not hesitating to grab the other boy's wrist. He takes off with him as they follow the others. This is bad. I only have 1 point and there's no way I'll be able to get any more now. Even if he has another option for getting into the hero course, he doesn't want to risk losing this one. Once the new school year starts, Aizawa will most likely go back to his day job and Izuku will have to go back to training on his own time. That'll be exponentially more difficult to do in high school. He'll have a much larger workload and little free time. At least in the hero course, it'll be designed to focus on things like hero training along with a general curriculum. How could he manage to do something like that on his own? He doesn't get to mourn his chances much longer, though. A small whimper comes from behind him, almost quiet enough to miss. He turns his head and his heart drops at the sight. On the ground, leg trapped under a pile of rubble, lays the brown-haired girl. To make matters worse, the zero-pointer is closing in. The indigo-haired boy, whose wrist is still in Izuku's hand, has also gone tense at the sight. Remember this, Midoriya. No matter how dire the situation seems, it's a hero's job to save those that need it the most. Even when all seems lost or you have nothing to gain, the ability to confront and take charge of any situation is the key to being a true hero. "Hey, what's your name?" he asks, eyes wide and calculating. "S. Shinsu Hitoshi." The ground shakes again. The minute he has to hurry. "Shinso, what's your quirk?" The other boy hesitates and looks away before he answers. "I don't mind control, but don't see how it could be useful here." It wasn't a great matchup. That much was true. Then again, neither is Izuku, but they're the only ones that have noticed or care about the situation at hand. They have to do something. It's now or never. "My name is Midoriya Izuku. I'm Quirkless." Shinsu's eyes almost popped out of his head. Right now, that girl over there needs our help. Do you understand the situation? Yeah, but how are we supposed to dash? Izuku stops him with a look, one he's seen many times before. You want to be a hero, right? Shinso nods. He lets go of his wrist and continues, it's a hero's job to save those who need it the most. What's the plan? The tired boy asks after a sigh. Follow my lead. Izuku shouts over his shoulder as he takes off. It isn't the best way to go about it, but he has a knack for that sort of thing. That's not a very good plan. Shinso yells back with his eyebrows raised. There's still time. The bot is slower due to its size and the buildings in its way, but that's no reason to sit around. Izuku hears Shinsu's footfall behind him as he skids to a stop next to the girl. Are you hurt? She looks up at him with wide, wet eyes. I think so. My leg is stuck. There doesn't seem to be any blood around her and she hadn't mentioned any loss of feeling, so that's good at least. But the concrete pieces are large and will take time to move even with Shinsu's help. He can't ask the girl, as he doesn't know the specifics of her or if she can even use it at the moment. They need something or someone else. He gets an idea. Shinso, do you think you could grab someone from the crowd? He asks as he struggles to lift a larger piece of concrete. Shinso struggles too before he answers with his own question. Won't it take too long to run over there and back? No, not if you use your quirk. Silence. Please, we're running out of time. The teen squeezes his eyes shut and his face scrunches up, his internal debate visible. His fists clench at his sides and he opens his eyes and turns to the retreating crowd. Some of them have paused to watch the three. Izuku takes note of the laser quirk kid from earlier. That could work. Shinso spots him too and cups his hands over his mouth to shout at him. Hey, what's your name? The kid starts to respond but stops almost as soon as his mouth opens. Shinso tells him to hurry over, which he does. Izuku would freak out over how cool it is if things were different. The zero-pointer is closing in. Shinso orders the boy to blast some of the rocks away and help them move the rest. Even the girl uses her quirk. The three boys drag her out and rush off as she leans her weight on Izuku and Shinso. The giant villain bot runs over the spot, not a minute later. They've just barely met up with the rest of the crowd when the timer goes off. A collective sigh passes over all of them as they release all the stress and tension they've been holding in all day. Izuku could cry. He almost does, actually. It isn't completely uncalled for. He only managed to get a single point. There's no way he can pass with that. Plus, even the written portion won't be enough to get him into the hero course. Well, there's nothing he can do about it now. It's over. All that's left to do is complete that and then wait. Aizawa Shoyuta sits in silence as the room around him fills with the voices of his fellow observation officials. His arms are crossed over his chest and his right leg over his left. Slowly, the student scores are tallied up on the large screen at the front of the room. So, that's the little listener you've been overseeing? Yamada Hisashi, also known as Present Mike, has always been good at speaking when it isn't always preferred. He's been that way since their school days and never grew out of it. It isn't as bad as Shoyuta makes it out to be. Had that been the case, he never would have stuck around for as long or as closely as he has. That doesn't mean it doesn't bother him now and then, though. He levels Hisashi with his signature blank stare. Don't be that way. He did great. Maybe not the most eye-catching of the kids, but he definitely stole the show at the end. He was so serious during it too. I can see why you like him, he says as he pats his shoulder. Instead of dignifying the statement with a response, he looks back to the live feed in the corner of the screen. Recovery Girl and her medbots attend to anyone who needs her, and those who don't are directed off the grounds. Midoriya sits with the kid who helped with his daring rescue. They talk about something and shake hands before heading their separate ways. He can tell his pupil is disappointed. It's a logical reaction on his part, but Shoyuta fully expected something like this. He's continuously asked for the school to adopt a different method for the exam, something similar to what they had back in his time at the school. A less biased system. But he can only do so much. The Hero Public Safety Commission always gets the last word with these types of things. Light footsteps pad over to him and Shoyuta prepares himself for the incoming vexation. Aizawa, what do you think of the bunch this year? Principal Nizu asks as he hops up into the empty seat to his left. The creature smiles at him with a mischievous glint in his beady eyes. They're enthusiastic, I'll give them that. Nizu just keeps smiling as he matches the man's line of sight. And what do you think of that one? Examinee 7009, Midoriya Izuku. He's caught your attention, has he not? Shoyuta will never understand why the Chimera enjoys playing these sorts of mind games. Sure, he isn't opposed to a few logical ruses here and there, but Nizu always takes things further than that. It's a nuisance, but he's learned that it's always easier to just play along. He raises his brow. So what if he has? Well, I think that would be splendid. You did train him after all. He claps his paws together. Of course, he knows about that. Nothing slips by Nizu. He is far too intelligent for it, always hyper-aware of things like body language, word choice, tone, subtext. It's a real thorn in Shuta's side as someone who prides himself on being more difficult to read. In all honesty, it isn't that hard once you spend some time with him, but to each their own. Most people don't dare to call him out on it anyway. Is that all you came over here to say? He grumbles, uncrossing his legs. While I'm not sure of the exact circumstances that brought you two together, I do not doubt that it will lead to big things in the future. The principal hops off his seat and folds his paws. Behind his back. He turns his back to the man, the small smile never leaving his face, and I can't wait to see just what they are. Shoyuta stares at the cryptic little animal as he retreats. Whatever he means, he's sure it's some kind of code for the biggest headache of his life. Well, he's dealt with a few of those before, and he can't say they've all been completely unwelcome. He looks over to Hisashi, who is conversing with a few of the other faculty members. Back on the screen, the official top 10 scores have been displayed. He reads over each one, taking note of the names. He can handle another headache, he decides. Izuku stares at the letter in his hands, scared that it might disappear if he dares to put it down. He's waited all week for this moment. Hell, he's waited his whole life for it. So why doesn't he feel ready for it at all? The envelope is plain white and made from thick paper. It's covered with a flat, grainy texture, and over the flap is a red wax seal in which the school's emblem has been pressed. It's a bit heavier than expected of a folded piece of paper, but that's precisely the sort of elegance one should expect from such a prestigious institution. It arrived after dinner with the last of the day's deliveries. His mom had rushed over in a frenzy when it came, tripping over her slippers. He took it gingerly, a tremor in his hands. He'd gone to his room after. Inko had respected his privacy. She'll learn the outcome regardless of whether she sees it herself or not. It doesn't stop her from pacing around the apartment in the meantime. Izuku sits at his desk, the darkness of the room surrounding him. The only source of light comes from the overhead lamp built into the large furnishing. He doesn't know how long he's been sitting there in a silent debate with himself. All he has to do is open the DMN thing, but he can't bring himself to do it. There's a bittersweet comfort in the ignorance of the verdict lying within. Even so, he knows the answer. He failed the practical. There's no way 1 point is enough to even be considered. Still, seeing the official confirmation would be too real, too painful. It already hurts enough that he hasn't heard from Aizawa the entire week. Surely he's aware of Izuku's pathetic effort. There is no way he isn't furious. All that time spent on him had gone to waste, just as he feared it would. Oh well, there's nothing Izuku can do about it now. He grips the envelope. There's no use in putting it off any longer. It is always better to rip off the band-aid, right? Suddenly, the doorbell rings. Izuku peeks his head out of his room, letter still in hand. His mother's distant voice sends out sweet greetings to an unknown visitor. Two voices, one gruff and the other more nasally, respond with their own. Izuku steps into the hallway, the wooden floorboards creaking slightly as he walks over them. The muffled conversation becomes clearer as he continues. I apologize for inviting you on such short notice. I just thought he might feel better if he could see you. A sigh. He won't tell me anything about what happened, but it's clear that he's not confident on how he did. He's been so stressed out all week, and I can tell he's worried about what you might say, Inko says as Izuku reaches the end of the hall. Aizawa stands in their living room dressed in civilian clothes. Behind him, another man slips off his shoes. He has long blonde hair in a half-up half-down style. His wide, green eyes are shielded by the red-rimmed eyeglasses that sit on his nose. He's wearing a black leather jacket over a simple dark red shirt and plain blue jeans. It takes Izuku a second before he realizes he's staring at Present Mike. It wasn't an easy test by any means. He hasn't opened his letter yet, I take it? Aizawa asks. Inko nods as she faces the floor. Her hands slide around each other. I figured he might be more willing if you were here with him. No matter what the result is, as long as he knows we're here for him, then hopefully it'll be easier to take the news. Present Mike walks up to Aizawa and places an arm around his shoulder. I think it's a great idea. From what Shuta's told me, he sounds like a great kid and is very dedicated to what he's doing. Izuku steps farther into the room, the groaning floorboards easily alerting the others. He stands there, dressed in his house clothes and green Hanton. He's been so anxious over what his mentor might say, but if he's come, despite whatever else he could be doing, then that has to mean something, right? The letter still feels heavy in his hand. Aizawa-sensei? Present Mike? What are you two doing here? He asks, feigning innocence. Aizawa opens his mouth to speak, but Present Mike beats him to it. Your mother invited us, of course. We wouldn't miss a chance to see you open up your one-way ticket to you today. Besides, it's about time I finally meet Shuta's little prodigy. Mike does a small nod at the boy as Inko finishes welcoming them in. Izuku stands at the end of the hall in utter confusion. How did his mom get Present Mike's number? It's cool that he's there, but he isn't sure why. And how did he know Aizawa trained him? Said man, sensing the boy's internal dialogue, leans closer to him. Yamada Hizashi, or Present Mike as you know him, is my husband. He can be a bit much, but after a while, you learn how to tune him out. Aizawa steps to the side near his husband and Izuku blinks. They certainly make an interesting pair. They'll have to get the story on that someday. Inko guides the couple to the living room, and she continues into the kitchen. They sit and Yamada starts to speak. So, Midoriya, how was it training with Mr. Grouch? He smiles as he rests his arm on the couch behind the other man. His husband sighs and Izuku can't help the light chuckle that slips from his lips. It was great. I don't think I'll ever be able to thank him for his kindness. Really? I can't say I hear that a lot. Usually, his students are more than happy to be done with his teachings when I see them. He certainly knows how to put you all through the ringer. Yeah, but I think it's just what I needed. I never would have been able to make it this far without him. Izuku smiles to himself. Aizawa sinks farther into the couch. That's nice and all, but could you both stop talking about him, as if he's not in the room? The other two share a brief look before they burst into giggles. Aizawa will deny it as long as he lives, but the red tint in his cheeks is unmistakable. It's a rare sight on the man, and that means it won't ever be forgotten by those who witnessed it. They sit in each other's company for a little longer until Inko comes back with tea for everyone. I really do want to thank you for everything you've done for Izuku. I wish there was some way I could repay you for it. There's no need. Though I suppose if you feel it's necessary, it'd be nice to see what that letter says, Aizawa says. Izuku looks at the envelope in his hands, his fingers brush over the wax seal. Inko shifts beside him and places a delicate hand on his shoulder. He looks around the room again. There's no use ignoring it anymore. It's time to find out the final verdict. He tears open the envelope over the coffee table and holds his breath. He isn't expecting the small device that falls out, immediately lighting up with a hologram. I am here. As a projection. All Might's image shines above the disc and Izuku feels his mother's hands tighten around his arm. This year I will be joining the Hero Course staff at UA. My first act as an educator is to give you your entrance exam results. All Might is going to be teaching at U.A? Isn't that great, Izuku? Inko shakes his arms slightly in her excitement. He doesn't reply and instead chooses to focus on All Might's words. Young Midoriya Izuku, on your written exam you managed to score an impressive 93 out of very well done. You gained some of the top marks in this section. However, on your practical exam, you only managed to gain 1 point. Unfortunately, this alone is not enough to gain a passing grade. Izuku's grip on his pants tightens. Neither Aizawa nor Yamada make a sound from where they're sitting just diagonal from him. His mother rubs small circles on his back and he tries as hard as he can to not let the rapidly forming tears leak out from his eyes. But that is not the end of the story. Allow me to direct your attention to the screen behind me. 2 pairs of green eyes snap up to the hologram once more, focusing on the brown-haired girl who's taken All Might's place. Izuku gasps as she speaks to someone off-screen. She came to us right after the test. Why yes? Stay tuned and observe. The kind girl speaks, that curly-haired boy with the freckles. I'm sure you know the one. He's a bit plain-looking. Inko mumbles something under her breath about him, being very handsome, not plain, but Izuku doesn't bother to comment on it, too awestruck at the scene in front of him. Could you give him some of my points? I heard him as we all left talking to another kid. He said he only got 1 point. If he didn't help me, I'm sure he would have gotten more. So, please, give him mine. At least however many he lost saving me. The recording pauses as All Might re-enters the frame. Despite your lack of a quirk, you manage to move others with your actions. He lets the rest of the video play out. That boy saved my life. You see, we weren't just watching for villain-based points in this exam. On the screen, Yamada explains that they can't transfer her points, but it's unnecessary anyway as All Might continues. A hero course that rejects those who do the right thing is no hero course at all. Think this is all for the cameras and glory? Think again. In this job, you risk your life and put your money where your mouth is. Fat tears roll down Izuku's face. He doesn't risk trying to wipe them away, scared that even the slightest movement might shatter the illusion he's surely stuck in. Rescue points were also a factor in this exam, another way for UA to evaluate you. Your daring save earned you 60 rescue points. However, your quick thinking also allowed Uraraka Achiko and Shinso Hitoshi to gain 45 rescue points as well. All Might moves his hand toward the camera, so congratulations, you're in. Midoriya Izuku, this is your Hero Academy. Welcome to U.A. The projection ends abruptly and the device powers down. The Midoriya residence is silent enough to hear a pin drop. He isn't sure when it happened, but Izuku is standing straight up, his eyes fixated on the metal disc. No one attempts to move during the P-Arginin pause. He really made it in. Everything he's worked for in the last 10 months has fully paid off. What once felt like a distant dream is becoming his new reality. Izuku has done it. The feeling of a soft hand in his has him turning to his mother. Her eyes, a perfect reflection of his own, are the brightest he's ever seen them. Her tears sparkle as they slide down her round cheeks and her lips form a soft, quivering smile. She doesn't need to say anything, it's all written on her face. It's an apology for all those years ago. Izuku accepts it, of course. He did so the first time she expressed her guilt over that fateful night. But there are other messages written there too. Pride, relief, fear, nostalgia, and he understands it all. He pulls her into a tight embrace. Yamada pads over after a moment and places a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Congrats, little listener, you earned this." He opens his mouth to say more, but Inko snatches his arm and pulls him into the hug. She peeks over at Aizawa and swipes her hand. He sighs, walking over to the group. He tries to keep his distance, but there's no escaping the firm grip of the woman. The four of them stay like that for just a minute more before Izuku pulls away. He grabs the envelope from the coffee table and retrieves the papers still folded inside. "Those are your official enrollment forms along with a few extra things the school requires. You'll be able to send in the information for your uniform and your hero costume as well," Aizawa says. Izuku blinks. "My hero costume?" He searches for the form and plucks it from the pile. "I don't really have anything to hand in yet." It doesn't have to be too spectacular right now. You can always add or change things while you're at UA. Even pros constantly modify their costumes, so it's no big deal for the time being. Just make sure you've got something that fills your basic needs and take it from there. Yamada gives a thumbs up. Inko's eyes skim over the enrollment forms as she speaks. "What about the sketch you showed me a while ago? I thought it was nice." Izuku bites the inside of his cheek. It was the best design he'd come up with, but it was a bit too fanboyish. He'd made it almost a year ago with full intent on paying homage to his then idol All Might. Thinking back on it now, it's a little embarrassing. The thing had hairs, for crying out loud. Yeah, he definitely needs something new. I guess I could revamp it a little and see how it goes. Still, I'm not sure if it'll be enough for actual training. He pinches his lip. "Hang on, let me see." He vanishes to his room for a second before re-entering the living room, notebook in hand. He flips to the last page, finding his costume draft. The three adults peek over his shoulder as he erases some of the older designs. "Bunny ears?" Aizawa questions. Izuku's cheeks darken as he continues to erase. He sets his pencil down and brushes off the rubber shreds and starts to brainstorm. "Alright, I know I want to keep it as a jumpsuit and that I want this design and belt." Yamada scoots closer. "Okay, so what else can we think of that you'd need? Based on what I saw in the exam, I think you'd benefit greatly from using support devices." Yes. Unfortunately, intellect and hand-to-hand skills can only get you so far. That's why I have my capture scarf. Even those with powerful quirks use them too. Take Hisashi's speaker for example. Is there anything in particular you think would benefit you like that? Izuku thinks for a moment. A few safety features might be good. They aren't necessarily support items, but he sketches out some knee and elbow pads. Maybe he could get some snug, thick gloves too, something to act like hand wrapping. Hand and wrist injuries will not fly if he wants to succeed. That brings him to his next issue. What if he has an opponent that's stronger than him? Not just quirk-wise but in the normal physical sense. It's unavoidable if he's thinking realistically. He should think about another way to maneuver as well. If he can find a way to get past his physical limitations, then he's getting overwhelmed. Stick to the basics. He can figure out the finer details later. He has no idea what lengths UA will go for training, so he might as well wait and see. He puts down his pencil and sighs. "I think that's a great start, honey," Inko says, rubbing his shoulders. Yamada ruffles his curls. "Yeah. As I said, you'll figure it out as you go. I didn't think of my capture scarf until almost a full semester of school, then it took me 6 years to master it. Don't be discouraged if you don't have it all figured out right away. That's the point of the hero course, to teach you how to navigate these things," Aizawa adds. Izuku nods and closes his notebook. He'll have to make a copy to send in and hope the designers can take it from there. In the meantime, he and his mother have some paperwork to fill out. Another hour passes before Aizawa and Yamada leave. They thank Inko for the tea and wish Izuku luck on getting everything in. Inko makes sure they know they're always welcome at the Midoriya residence, and never immune to her bone-crushing hugs. By the time the mother and son finish finalizing their end of the enrollment, the moon is hanging comfortably high with the stars. They place everything into the return envelope and seal it up. Inko pins it on the fridge before she kisses her son on the forehead and retreats to her room for the night. Izuku returns to his room, desk lights still on. The cozy apartment is still, but Izuku's mind is racing. He really made it. If it weren't for the grounding presence of his support system earlier, he's sure this all could be a dream. Midoriya Izuku, the 15-year-old Quirkless middle school third year, has finally taken the first big step toward becoming a hero. There is no turning back now. Monday, April 5th, finds Izuku rushing out the door yet again. At least he's trying to. Inko trails him around the apartment, constantly asking if he has everything he needs. He knows it's just his mom looking out for him, but he can't help his annoyance at her endless questioning. Still, he doesn't hold back a smile when she tells him how nice he looks in his uniform. He's grateful for the school's understanding of certain extraneous circumstances. The uniform and health sheets they filled out had been more inclusive than expected. He figures as much as necessary given the uniqueness of quirks, but it's still appreciated. His former middle school had given him and his mother a fair amount of trouble when they explained Izuku's situation. They'd been hesitant to provide him with the appropriate uniform for his gender identity. It seemed like such a trivial issue to the small family. It was just a uniform. Besides, so many pre-quirk issues had been buried so far under those of the new era that it was easy to forget they were ever issues at all. It's not like they're very common either. After all, Aizawa hadn't had any issue with it when Izuku explained. Even Kaken, for all his damage, has never looked at him any different for it. But some people have carried those feelings over from those times and, even if they aren't as loud about it, they still think they're big enough to hold on to. It's stupid in Izuku's opinion. Why be so concerned with how someone else lives? As if it isn't enough that he had to struggle with his quirklessness, now he has to put up with this? UA is different though, and for that he can finally relax a little. People will always be prejudiced, but at least the school won't stand for it. At least not in that regard. Breaking out of his thoughts, he waves to his mom as he descends the stairs. She waves back before going inside. She's proud of him, he knows. After everything, they're finally moving forward. Izuku makes his way to the train station. Spring has come again and in full swing. Just as they did the year before, the sakuras have reached full bloom in the area, lining the streets and parks with their beauty. Baby birds chirp from their branches as they await their first meal. Insects fly around again to many people's displeasure. Bumblebees pollinate the fresh new flowers. Once again, Izuku has reached a new chapter in his life. The train station bustles with the morning rush. Businessmen and women are already sending important emails and texts on their phones. Parents with small children lead them along for their first day of school. Elderly folks wait with their small carts, ready to take advantage of the quiet store hours. Other students speak animatedly with their friends, each dressed in their various uniforms. The bubble of noise quiets a little once the train pulls up to the dock. Passengers squeeze by each other as they board. The ride to UA takes the same stuffy 45 minutes as it did on exam day. This time, however, Izuku takes it in stride. The walk to the school itself isn't long and the giant gates, once as terrifying as they were awe-inspiring, now offer a warm welcome. Izuku strolls along the path, feet firmly on the ground this time. He isn't the same unsure kid he was 6 weeks before. He's earned his spot here. Of course, that isn't to say there are no first-day jitters. His hands are clutching the straps of his, totally not Eraserhead-inspired, backpack. At least he knows where to go this time. Class 1A. That's what his paper says. As long as he can find that room, he'll be all right for the time being. And find it he does. The giant door is impossible to miss with the class number printed on the front. It has to be accessible to everyone so the size makes sense. Izuku takes a deep breath. As long as it's just the other elites from the exam, I should be all right. Hopefully, the scarier ones are in the other class. Images of Kaken and the blue-haired boy pop into his brain as he slides the door open. Of course, to his ever-so-wonderful luck, they happen to be the first two people he sees upon entering. Not only that, but they're already engaged in a heated discussion. Izuku catches the taller boy's name at least. Ida Tenya, a former student from semi-private academy. It explains his prim and proper behavior. There's something else about his name that strikes Izuku, but Kaken's brash words cut through the air before he can dwell on it too much. Well, The ash blonde has never been one for being told what to do. Somehow, in another cruel twist of fate, Ida is now aware of the new presence at the door. Hello. I'm Ida Tenya from Semi-Private Academy. Izuku waves his hands in front of him. Yeah, I heard you before. I'm Midoriya Izuku. A pleasure to meet you, Ida. The large boy stares at him for a second, his blue eyes hard behind his glasses. Izuku suddenly misses when he wasn't actively becoming a puddle of nerves. Midoriya, Ida says, you were the one who saw through to the truth of the practical exam. I apologize for misjudging you. You were clearly the superior candidate. He bows deeply with his arms stuck stiffly to his sides. But I didn't really dash. Hey, I know that curly hair. You're the plain-looking boy. Izuku nearly jumps out of his skin. It's the girl from the exam, Uraraka, was it? She waves at him, an amiable smile on her face. You got in just like Present Mike said you would. It makes sense, you were really heroic after all. He hides his face in his hands. He had fully expected to get to class, find his seat, and sit quietly. Old habits die hard, especially when they were essential to your survival throughout all of middle school. Then again, UA is a different ballpark altogether. He can only stutter out a clumsy thank you to her for all her kindness. From his seat a few feet away, Kaken is fuming. If Izuku wasn't so caught up with Uraraka, he'd probably be shaking out of fear instead of nerves. The day the rowdy blonde found out they both made it into UA, he'd cornered Izuku right after school. Between the rough surface of the wall and the boy's grip, he was sure he'd need a new uniform after it. He should have known their old school would announce it. Kaken had been so dead set on being the only one from Aldra to make it in. Of course he lost it over Izuku's success. But something between them shifted that day. It still isn't clear to either of them if it was good or bad, but whatever it was, it gave Izuku enough confidence to stand up to him, if only for a moment, while pushed up against that rough wall. It made Kaken loosen his grip and march off with only a threatening explosion thrown his way. Uraraka is still talking, excited about the planned welcome ceremony and their potential teacher. Izuku himself has wondered who it'll be. His mind immediately wanders to Aizawa, but he doesn't want to get his hopes up. What can he say? He admires his mentor and won't mind finally having a teacher he can trust. His past experiences with educators have been less than optimal. It would be nice to have something different, something good. A yellow sleeping bag inches in front of the door. If you're here to socialize, then get out. A slurping sound and then the unmistakable emptying of a juice pouch comes from the form below. This is the hero course. Izuku watches as the dark-haired man stands and sheds his sleeping bag. It took 8 seconds for you all to quiet down, he says once he steps out of the thick fabric. I'm Aizawa Shoyuda. I'll be your homeroom teacher for the year. Red eyes zero in on green ones. It takes an embarrassing amount of effort for Izuku not to jump for joy. His classmates on the other hand seem rather intimidated. That's Aizawa Shoyuda for you. The teacher grabs a folded shirt from his desk and holds it up to the class. Now go get changed into your gym uniforms and head out to the grounds. Quickly. In about 15 minutes, Class 1A is standing outside of the gym dressed and confused. In all honesty, Izuku isn't sure what to expect. Despite the few familiar faces, this is entirely new territory. Even with all the public grandeur surrounding it, UA is fairly reserved in terms of how it operates. There's enough information for parents and students to feel comfortable with, but that's all. Still, it shouldn't be such a shock to find out they are taking a quirk apprehension test. Aizawa explains UA's freestyle education system along with the basics of their assessment. He picks Kaken out of the group, using him as an example for the distance throw. Izuku isn't shocked in the slightest by his result. 705.2 meters. It's important to know your limits. That's the first rational step to figuring out what type of hero you'll be. Aizawa brandishes the distance tracker. The class breaks out in chatter, most of them expressing excitement at using their quirks. Someone even says it'll be fun. Izuku knows it's a mistake on their part. Things are about to get much more difficult. Fun. Aizawa lowers his brows. You have 3 years to become proper heroes and you think it's all going to be fun and games? All right then. The person with the lowest score across all events will be deemed unworthy and expelled. Welcome to UA. Your fate is in our hands. He gives his Cheshire smile and moves his hair from his face. Izuku shouldn't be so nervous about it, but this is the same man who admitted so casually to expelling his entire class the previous year. And even though Izuku knows the man re-enrolled them all, it does little to make the pit in his stomach disappear. There is no way he can gain top marks here. But Aizawa already knows that. It doesn't make sense for him to go about this while ignoring that fact. He has to have some sort of plan for Izuku, but what? The class explodes with discontent. Aizawa simply reiterates his point. UA is notorious for turning out the best of the best, and they don't do that by just sitting around. With the demonstration over, it's time to start the real test. Izuku notes his peers' quirks. They're a powerful bunch for sure. Ida can move at incredible speeds and Uraraka has her gravitational quirk. Another girl, Yarozu, he hears, can make any non-living thing from her body. There's a boy, Kirishima, whose skin can harden to a rock-like state, and the kid from the exam, Aoyama, who shoots lasers from his stomach. All of them excel on the quiz. Even the few whose quirks aren't combat-focused manage to get by with relative ease. All of their scores are higher than Izuku's regardless of how close the margin. He tries not to freak out too much. Aizawa obviously knew this would happen, so why add such harsh terms? When it comes time for the final event, the softball toss, Izuku is exhausted. He's tried his absolute best but doubt sets in. Getting into UA was just the start. Staying here is the real challenge. Can he manage that? Even if he continues to give it everything he has, even if he goes full plus ultra, will that be enough? Aizawa calls his name, the last to go. His nails dig into his palms at his sides. He has to be enough. He will be enough, even if he comes in last, gets expelled, and readmitted. If he has to fight tooth and nail to get out of general studies first, he will get through the hero course. He winds up his arm and takes a deep breath. He can do this. He has to. He throws the ball. 46 meters, Aizawa calls. The rest of the class murmurs in confusion. A short boy with purple hair calls out, "What's the deal with this guy? He's gone the whole test without using his quirk." Yes, seriously, what's the damage, dude? A pink girl, Ashido, he remembers, questions. The electricity quirk kid, Kaminari, speaks up too. Maybe he's just that shy? He's a quirkless runt. Of course, he's not going to do anything. Aizawa glares at the class, quirk activated. Quiet. He looks to Izuku, wordlessly asking for permission. Izuku's brows crease before the silent question dawns on him. His eyes widen before he closes them and nods, granting the man permission to tell. Midoriya has not used his quirk for one simple reason. He does not have one. In all honesty, he expects some sort of uproar. Perhaps an angry mob of sorts. It would have been better, he thinks, than the empty silence that meets him instead. No one makes a sound except for Kaken, who lets out a quick "tsich." But Ida starts, hands chopping the air in front of him. There has never been a quirkless hero student in UA's history. How did you even pass the entrance exam if you don't have a quirk? A purple-haired girl with auxiliary cords on her ears asks. Jiru, was it? Midoriya passed the exam just as the rest of you did, through his own effort. On top of that, he managed to gain points in a section most of you did not. He gained enough rescue points to put him in the top 10 scores of his group. Aizawa scans over his students. As I already stated, this assessment was meant for you to find your limits so you could overcome them. Midoriya, despite the large gap between himself and the rest of you, has already chosen not to allow his limits to define him. He blinks and deactivates his quirk. Now listen and listen well. There will be no harassment of Midoriya due to his quirklessness from anyone in this class. If I so much as catch a murmur of it, you'll be lucky if you aren't expelled immediately. Do I make myself clear? A light chorus of "Yes, Sensei" sings back at him. Some elect to silently nod. Good. Midoriya, you may rejoin the group. He pauses for the team to walk back over. Now, for your scores, I'm only giving you the grand total. It'd be a waste of time to break everything down. Also, I'm not expelling anyone. It was a logical ruse to bring out the best in you. So that's what it was. Figures. The class, minus Yaoyorozu, agonizes as the man departs, stating nothing else but to head back to the classroom. Izuku sighs, relieved for the time being. As glad as he is to learn under his mentor again, he knows life at UA is going to be far from a walk in the park. Well, plus ultra, right? Once everyone has made it back to the classroom, they get to introduce themselves. There are about 10 minutes before their next class, and there's no way a bunch of high schoolers won't take the opportunity to chat. Izuku, however, sits quietly at his desk. He actively avoids the constant glares Kaken sends from the seat in front of him. No one has approached him since the test. It's excruciating, not knowing how anyone truly feels about him. It's not that he misses it, he'd never ask for his old class dynamics back, but at least they didn't pretend to like him. They never tried to skirt around him. Not like this. He knew everyone hated him, or at the very least didn't care for him. As awful as it was, it offered a twisted sense of comfort. There was no one to impress, no one to try to save face around. Life was simple for him then. Now, it's so much more complicated. It's not like he can just waltz up to the nearest person and strike up a conversation. Years of torment and rejection have long since filed any social confidence down. Also, he still has Kaken to worry about. He finishes labeling his new notebook. Hero analysis for my future hashtag. He stares at the first page. For the first time, he has no idea what to put there. He doesn't want to risk making things worse by entering one of his new classmates, but he is eager to write down all their amazing quirks. He sighs and closes the notebook. Demon it, Deku. What's your problem? Izuku hates how hard he flinches. He really wants to get over that. And nothing, Kaken. I'm just thinking too hard is all. Whatever avoidance spell that had been cast over the class is apparently broken by the ash blonde's acknowledgement of the green-haired boy. 19 pairs of eyes glance his way, but no one dares to approach him. No one but Kaminari. He strolls over to Izuku's desk and leans his hands on the edge. Hey, I'm Kaminari Denki. Sweet kicks by the way, he greets. Izuku forces himself to untense as he responds, Midoriya Izuku. It's nice to meet you, Kaminari. Your quirk is some sort of electrification, right? That's pretty cool. Kaminari beams at him. Yeah, you're pretty awesome yourself. I don't think I've ever met another quirkless person. Aside from my grandma. Dude, Kirishima chides. Huh. The honey blonde looks to the redhead before his golden eyes shift back to Izuku, realization slowly dawning on his face. Wait, sorry, I didn't mean to dash. Izuku chuckles nervously. It's okay, I get it. He turns to the other boy. Your quirk is really impressive too. Honestly, the whole class had me in awe. Everyone did a really good job today. Said class has been not so subtly eavesdropping on the conversation. Izuku is fully aware of this, all previous conversations having halted once Kaminari came over. They don't get the chance to respond, though, as Yamada walks into the room. Everyone returns to their seats as the pro introduces himself and the general curriculum of the English class. Izuku pulls out his school notebook as the man speaks. Slowly, his nerves fade. Maybe things won't be so bad after all. Izuku walks along the brick path, shoulders slumped. His first day at UA was relatively good. There were a few hiccups here and there, but overall things had gone well. He's glad. He startles as a large hand suddenly rests on his shoulder. Midoriya. I wanted to apologize if I came off as insensitive earlier today. Ida explains. Izuku blinks and tilts his head before he processes the other's words. Oh no, that's okay. I'm sure it was surprising to find out that a quirkless person managed to get in here, so it's alright. You didn't say anything bad anyway. Ida chops the air. Still, I should have been more aware of your feelings. I promise to do better in the future. It would be unbecoming of me as a hero hopeful to be inconsiderate of others. Izuku smiles up at him. Are you heading to the station? He nods and the short boy stares at his shoes and continues. I meant what I said this morning. Everyone's quirks are really cool. Yours is really practical. Is it exhausting running that fast? Not necessarily. Ida continues to chop the air as he speaks. Engine, as the name suggests, is not super speed but instead are actual engines within my calves. I can run at incredible speeds as well as produce powerful kicks. That's amazing, Ida-kun. Thank you. The effort you put into the assessment was also quite admirable, even despite Aizawa-sensei's fib. He had me thinking, this is how it is at the top, but for him to only be deceiving us after all. Izuku watches the ground below him as Ida continues to speak. He honestly didn't think the taller teen was more than a stickler, but it turns out he's just more serious than his peers. He supposes it makes sense. The guy has come from a prestigious private school. Hey, are you two heading to the station? Wait for me. Uraraka calls out. The boys turn as she closes in. I'm Uraraka Achiko. She formally introduces herself. You're Ida Tenya and Midoriya? Dekuya? Izuku lets out a nervous laugh. My name is actually Izuku. Deku is just what Kaken calls me to tease. Oh, I'm sorry. I had no idea. She rubs the back of her head. But I kind of like it. I thought it was like Dikairu, as in you can do it. Plus, it'd make a cool hero name. Well then, Deku's fine. He flusters. The three chat as they walk to the station. The sun is slowly setting on the horizon. Warm pink and orange tones settle into the fading blue sky. Izuku's chest tightens, but it isn't the same discomfort that comes before tears. It isn't the squeeze of anxiety or the weight of impending panic. This tightness is warm. It wraps around him like a hug, and Izuku wants to hug back. He looks to Ida and Uraraka, who walk just a little ways ahead of him. They're engaged in some conversation that he isn't fully paying attention to. A breeze blows by ruffling Uraraka's hair as she laughs, and it flutters the bottom of Ida's jacket. Izuku stops. The world around him is spinning, but he's rooted to the spot. It feels like he's just been flipped on his head. The two teens in front of him turn back. Deku, are you coming? A small, delicate, honest grin pulls at his lips. Yeah. No matter what trials come next for him at U today, he has a feeling he won't go through them alone. Not anymore. I am. All Might leans on the doorframe, coming through the door like a normal person. The class's chattering quiets as the muscular man approaches the front of the room. Even Kaken perks up a bit. Izuku relaxes into his seat once more. Welcome to Hero Basic Training. This class will put you through all sorts of special training to prepare you for a life of heroics. That being said, there's no time to waste. Today's activity is battle training, and for that, you'll need these. Izuku straightens up. Battle training? All Might presses a button on a small remote. Thin panels along the wall extend outwards, revealing multiple numbered cases behind individual glass doors. In accordance with the quirk registry and the special request forms you filled out, here are your costumes. Half the class finishes for him. Izuku leans over his desk. He's finally going to see how his suit came out. His mom had insisted on making it for him, but, after some convincing on his part, had ultimately allowed the school to handle it. He had no doubt she could make it, but he'd finished adjusting the design right before they turned everything in. His mom was an exceptional woman and would do anything for him, but this was something they both decided to leave to the professionals. He grabs his case, number 18, from the shelves and follows the rest of the class to the changing rooms. Izuku sets the case down on the bench behind him. He's glad to have found a private corner to himself. There are some questions that he just isn't ready to answer yet. He flips up the clips that keep the case closed. The metal is surprisingly light despite the clunkier design. He opens it up, eyes immediately catching on dark teal material. He picks up the suit, the fabric unfolding as it rises. The material is lightweight but not terribly thin. He tugs on the jumpsuit. Single black stripes run from both sides of his neck down to his ankles. On his torso were two inverted designs that extended from the lines. On his upper arms, right in the middle of his shoulder and elbow, another black line circles around it. There are stirrups at the bottom to keep the pants of the suit from hiking up. He clips on a red belt that holds 4 pouches for first aid items and whatever else he may need to carry in them. He slips on the black knee and elbow pads along with a pair of thick white gloves and his red sneakers. The changing room empties as he finishes. Tying his laces. With one last look in the mirror, he exits. The class has regrouped outside, everyone sporting their new costumes. It all looks so professional. It shouldn't matter much, but Izuku feels a little self-conscious. Each of his classmates' costumes appears to cater perfectly to their quirks. All he has is some safety gear and that's it. It doesn't have to be too spectacular yet. You can always add or change things while you're at UA. Even pros are constantly modifying their costumes, so it's no big deal right away. Just make sure you've got something that fits your most basic needs and take it from there. But there's always the option to improve it later. He just has to figure it out as he goes. Uraraka calls out to him as she walks over, "Hey Deku! Cool costume. It looks really practical." She removes her helmet. "I wish I'd been more specific with my request form. This costume is a bit tighter than I thought it'd be. It looks great. The helmet is smart too. I wish I'd thought of something like that," he says. All Might speaks again as he takes note of his students' attendance. While they are using the area from the entrance exam, the battles will take place indoors this time. The number 1 hero explains that more serious villains share a pattern of indoor attacks. The plan is to split all 20 of them up into teams of 2. From there, they'll be labeled as Hero Team and Villain Team, and then face off against each other. So no basic training? A frog-like girl, who Izuku remembers as Azui, questions. All Might doesn't falter as he answers, "Practical experience teaches you the basics. The distinction here is that you won't be fighting simple robots." The students' questions stack over each other and All Might hurries to quiet them down. He pulls out some sort of note and recites the exercise outline. Izuku touches a knuckle to his chin, the gears already turning in his head. Their goal is to either capture the opposing team's members or secure the weapon. The villain team has to protect it. The whole thing sounds rather simple, which means the hard part is in the matchups. It makes perfect sense considering this is a battle simulation, but at least the environment poses no severe issues. Aside from the fact that they're fighting indoors, that is. The teams are decided by drawing lots. Izuku scans over his peers. It's only the second day of classes, so he can't say he knows enough about anyone to figure out how to navigate their personalities. He still isn't 100% on the finer details of their quirks either. But if he can't rely on his knowledge about them, then he'll just have to focus on himself. His quirklessness puts him in a unique position. Against a powerful quirk, he'll have no choice but to stay on defense. That means his teammate will have to be their main offense. While risky, it isn't a pure disadvantage. There's a good chance their opponents will write him off and instead try to take out the more powerful of the two. Using that logic to his advantage, he may be able to sneak his way through to the weapon. If he manages to get that far, all he'll have to do then is convince the remaining enemy that there's a chance fighting with their quirk might sabotage themselves. Alright, he can work with this. All Might shakes the 2 lot boxes labeled Hero and Villain. Izuku has no qualms about working with anyone in all honesty. Well, hey, scratch that. He has no qualms about working with or against almost anyone. The worst thing that could happen to him today would be getting paired with or against Kaken. He just has to pray to whoever or whatever is listening that it won't happen. All Might starts calling out the teams. Team A, to Izuku's surprise, is him and Uraraka. That isn't bad at all. In fact, that's the best case scenario. Izuku makes sure to pay attention to the rest of the groupings, but he pays extra attention to Kaken's team. He's been paired with Ida to make up Team D. If they have to go head-to-head, Izuku is sure it'll be a complete disaster. There is absolutely no way the other team would let him win in that scenario. Not without turning their lesson into a deathmatch. The team drawings finish and All Might moves on to the face-off lot. Izuku crosses his gloved fingers as discreetly as he can. If the universe gives him nothing else, at least let him complete the exercise without having to do so much as breathe in Kaken's direction. First up, Hero Team A against Villain Team D. Well, sheet. Remind him to never ask the universe for anything ever again. It's pathetic, he thinks, how just the simple declaration has his hands and knees shaking already. He should be over this. He wants to be over this. It's just Kaken after all. Izuku knows him like the back of his hand. They used to be best friends. This is the same kid who used to beg for sleepovers and playdates. The same kid who promised they'd become heroes together. The same kid who turned his back on him. Why does life have to be so unfair? Aizawa has told him as much in the past, but it doesn't make it feel any better. He knows this is going to go south and fast. He forces himself to listen to All Might's explanation. The villain team will go in first, and they each have 5 minutes to come up with a plan. Izuku walks numbly to the building with Uraraka in tow. We better memorize the building's blueprints, huh? There's no punishment like with Aizawa-sensei, so at least we won't have to worry too much this time. She jokes. When Izuku doesn't respond, she turns to look at him. The paper shakes in his hand as he stares at it. Her smile fades at the sight. She inches closer to him. Hey, is everything okay? You look really stressed out. Izuku loosens his grip on the paper. It's just we're up against Kaken. And Ida too. Uraraka's face shifts as her brows tip up. She places a gentle hand on his shoulder. But Kugu's the one that bullies you, right? She asks. Izuku starts to nod but stops. He drops his hand to his side. I shouldn't let it bother me so much. I've known him my whole life. He's always been stronger than me, from his drive to his confidence and his quirk. She squeezes his shoulder just a little. Is that why he treats you so bad? Because you're quirkless? Izuku opens his mouth to respond, but the words get stuck in his throat. It is, isn't it? So why can't he say that? It's the truth and one he's known for a decade now. Yet, for some reason, he can't say it out loud. I don't want to lose to him, he says instead. Big brown eyes analyze him in silence. Izuku can feel the beads of sweat forming above his brows. Has he said something wrong? He didn't answer her question, so he guesses the scrutiny is somewhat deserved. Suddenly, she perks back up and pats his shoulder. The serious tone she had just seconds before has dissipated completely. Well, we're a team now. Whatever happens, I've got your back. She beams. A buzzer sounds from an unseen speaker and the two stare up at the building. Izuku shakes his head to clear it and instead focuses on the fake mission at hand. The sun glares off a cracked window about 3 floors up and an idea is already forming in his mind. He turns to his partner. Uraraka, do you think you could float us up to that window? The girl gives a quick nod and taps his shoulder before touching the pads of her fingers together. You might want to hang on to me. Just like the day of the entrance exam, Izuku becomes weightless as they float off the ground. They reach the window in no time and he makes quick work of pushing it open. He grips the edge with his free hand and lets go of Uraraka's arm with the other. He pulls himself through and shifts to make sure his feet are facing the ground before Uraraka releases him. She floats through the window and returns her own gravity as well. Successful infiltration. She whispers. Izuku is already surveying the area around him. He takes in the layout and can hear Aizawa's voice in the back of his head pointing out each and every glaring obstacle and potential hazard. There's a lot of blind corners, so we should be on high alert at all times, he says after a moment. Uraraka throws a quick thumbs up and the two traverse the floor. After a few minutes, Izuku turns to her over his shoulder. I should let you know now, but I'm certain that whenever he attacks, Kaken will come for me first. That being said, I think it's best to let him chase after me. Her eyes widen, but I can't just leave you to deal with him alone. He sighs. I know it sounds crazy, but think about it. Right now, all we have to work with is your quirk and my hand-to-hand skills. It might not sound like much, but, considering our situation, it's more beneficial. Neither of us has a destructive quirk, and that makes fighting indoors easier on our end. We can't cause direct damage, which makes it a lot harder to lose points for. Kaken and Ida, on the other hand, both have powerful quirks that aren't immediately beneficial in an indoor fight. Uraraka is looking at the ground as she processes his words. Her brows are furrowed. With all these halls and bind spots, Ida has to be much more deliberate with his movements, which are already limited exponentially. It wouldn't be wise for him to chase after us. That only leaves Kaken as the main assailant. Even so, he'd have to be just as careful with his explosions if he wants to do well, Izuku clarifies. Yeah, that makes sense, the girl says. But what's the plan when he does show up? Aside from letting him take chase, that is. Izuku stops and fully turns to her. I'm going to lure him out of the way. I'll act as a distraction. Once we're out of your way, You'll be able to float around and find out where the weapon is from the outside. I'm sure Ida will be guarding it, but we can use it against him. If the weapon gets destroyed, both teams lose. He knows that, so he'll probably exercise extreme caution in battle. Your main priority is to evade capture and reach the bomb. He watches Uraraka place a finger to her chin, mulling his words over. I know it's easier said than done. Plus, it's a lot of pressure on you, and for that I'm sorry. But so far it's our best course of action and dash. She puts a hand up to stop him and meets his eyes with full determination. You can count on me, Deku. We'll win this for sure. He gapes at her before smiling. Yeah. All right. Then suddenly, Kaken jumps out in front of them. Izuku reacts immediately, grabbing Uraraka and ducking away from the large explosion. He tries to ignore the familiar sting on his cheek as he stands. Uraraka, are you all right? He worries. She sits up. I'm okay, thanks. He came out of nowhere. Kaken stands from the cover of smoke. Nice dodging, Deku. It's just as I said, he came straight for me. Izuku turns to his teammate. Stick to the plan. She gives a sharp nod. Kaken winds up to release his next explosion, but Izuku jumps up and rushes his arm. He wraps around the large bracer and tosses the ash blonde over his shoulder. The other teen growls from the floor. Izuku catches his breath. You always lead with a right hook. I've seen it more than enough to know that by now. My notebooks are full of quirks and heroes I think are awesome. The same type of notebook you threw out the window. He doesn't know where the sudden outburst is coming from. Perhaps everything he's kept inside for years is starting to reach a boiling point. Whatever it is, there's no stopping it now. I'm not gonna be your punching bag forever, Kaken. From now on, he clenches his trembling fists, I'm the Deku who always does his best. Uraraka can only stare at him as her own words echo back at her. Kaken grows angrier with each defiant word. You can spout all the bullshit you want, but you're still scared out of your mind. He crouches, it sees me off. Before he can attack again, he pauses and lifts a finger to his earpiece. Whatever Ida says doesn't seem to concern Kaken in the least. He rudely disregards his teammate and returns to the offensive. Izuku yells as the explosive teen pounces yet again. Run, Uraraka. Find the weapon and win. She does as he says, bounding down the hallway. He grabs a roll of capture tape from his belt and snags Kaken's leg. Again and again, Izuku dodges each blow until he finds a brief window of escape. He turns the nearest corner and runs. He can still hear the blonde screaming at him. You think you can compete with me now just because you're in U.A? You're still the same quirkless Deku you've always been. Try all you want, I'll still crush you BNHA. He runs for what feels like hours before he finds a place to catch his breath. So far, everything is going according to plan. Uraraka should be close to locating the weapon and Ida by now. He has to check in with her while he has the chance. He presses a finger to his earpiece. Uraraka? Uraraka, can you hear me? Soft static comes through first and then her hushed voice. Deku. The weapon's on the 5th floor, right in the center. I snuck through the window like you said. Ida's in. You too. I haven't engaged yet. Do you want me to wait for you? He thinks for a second. He doubts he'll be able to evade Kaken for that long, and even if he can, the other boy will follow him up there. It's only a floor above them, but it's still too risky. If Izuku does manage to get up there, he has no gauge on Uraraka's close combat skills. From what he remembers, the entire 5th floor is one room, which means Ida's movements would be less limited. On top of that, Kaken seems more concerned about beating him than succeeding in the exercise. There was no way he'll be able to defend himself and Uraraka while also trying to take down the other team or secure the weapon. No, don't worry about me, he says. Do your best against Ida for the time being. I'll try to make it to you if I can. Sorry. The static comes again. It's alright. Honestly, I'm glad you're keeping Bakuga busy. Good luck. You too. He sighs. He hates putting so much pressure on her to succeed for both of them, but there's nothing else he can do. This is their best chance at winning and time is running out. The distinct sound of water sloshing around inside a container alerts Izuku to the end of the hall. Kakin stands with his arm aiming straight at him. I'm loaded up, he grins viciously. Kakin. The other ignores him. I guess you already figured it out from all your stalking, but the glands on my palms secret something like nitroglycerin. That's how I make my explosions. If they honored my design requests, this gauntlet's been filling up this entire time. Izuku is rooted to the spot. This he wouldn't? Would he? There has to be some line. If Kakin hits him with a blast like that, All Might's voice crackles through their comms. Bakugu, stop now. A blast like that could kill anyone, especially someone quirkless. Kakin grins maniacally. He won't die if he dodges. He pulls the pin. The entire building shakes. Dust and debris falls aimlessly. Izuku's ears are ringing and his eyes burn. He coughs as the dust and ash sneak down his throat and into his lungs. He has to calm down, has to stop hyperventilating. The panic attack is the last thing he needs right now. Everything is blurry, whether from tears, smoke, or fear he doesn't know. Stand up. Stand up. He's still coming. His arm hurts. It tingles and burns. Come on, Vedette. Show me what you showed the judges for the entrance exam. Show me how you made it in. I want to crush you at your strongest. Izuku sits up silently. Bakugu continues, What's wrong, Deku? If you're not dead, you're not done fighting. Izuku crosses his good arm over his chest and reaches up to his ear. The blast took out part of the wall and most of the windows. He has to check up on his teammate. Uraraka, what's happening up there? A click echoes through the air. Ignoring me, huh? The ash blonde's smirk slips from his face before he cries out in frustration while Izuku receives his teammate's message. Kakin lunges for him again. Izuku tries to block, but the other boy maneuvers with a smaller explosion in midair and flips behind him. Heat bursts onto Izuku's back and he can't stop the choked sounds that escape from him. There's no time to even think as a gauntlet smashes into his side, crushing his arm. A gloved hand grabs his uncovered elbow, still throbbing, and slams him to the ground. He can't breathe. Everything hurts. Kakin looms over him like a monster at the end of a child's bed. Stand, he demands. Izuku can't do that right now even if he wants to. Instead, he scurries over to the closest intact wall. Kakin continues to close in. Fight me, man it. Show me what you can really do. Are you mocking me or something? You always have, even when we were kids, huh? Even though you're just a worthless runt, I know you're looking down on me. Izuku lifts his head to meet his gaze. You're wrong. Huh? You're wrong. His head is pounding. Ever since we were kids, I thought you were awesome. You had everything I didn't. A powerful quirk, tons of friends. Everyone saw you as a hero. Even me. That's why I want to beat you. Izuku rushes him. His whole body is protesting the movement but he can't stop. He has to do this. Kakin gears up for his own attack. This is it. All or nothing. He can hardly hear All Might's voice through the blood rushing in his ears. Alright, that's enough. Stop this dash. Now, Uraraka. Izuku shouts as loud as he can. He grabs Kakin's gauntlet at the last second. Most of the blast travels straight upwards, but there's no avoiding all of it. Pieces of the ceiling rain down on them. He hears Uraraka and Ida's muffled shouts from above. How did you have been mocking me. Even from the start. You planned this. Kakin screams. The side of Izuku's face is warm, too warm. The world is getting darker. All Might is saying something but it's too far away. It doesn't matter. He just hopes his team won. If you asked Izuku how the rest of the class did, he wouldn't be able to tell you, much to his disappointment. He opens his eyes to see a white ceiling and pale seafoam walls. A hushed conversation is happening near him. It becomes clearer as he eases into consciousness. Should never have put him at risk like that. What were you thinking? Were you even thinking at all? I didn't mean for him to get so hurt, but I thought it might be good for him to dash. Good for him? I ought to whack you upside the head. Chio, please. Izuku tries to sit up, but his body immediately resists. Small footsteps hurry over to his bedside. Don't try it. I've done all I can with my quirk, but your energy is too low right now. I'm sure you're feeling fatigued, yes? Izuku goes to speak but his voice is hoarse. He coughs a little and recovery girl hands him a cup of water along with some candies. He accepts the drink, downing it eagerly. She places the candies in his uncast hand and takes the IV drip from his arm. "Those will help you regain some energy," she says. "Unfortunately, the rest of your healing will have to be done on your own. If you're feeling up for it, you could stop by tomorrow morning and I'll see if there's anything else I can do for you, dear." Izuku nods, "Thank you." "Young Midoriya, I'm glad to see you're awake," All Might says, now in his true form. Before Izuku can say anything, Aizawa bursts into the room. "Where is he?" 3 sets of eyes snap to the door. There's no time to question who he's referring to as he locks onto All Might, quirk activated, and marches right up to the taller man. His face, usually shrouded in nonchalance, is twisted in fury. Izuku has never seen him so upset. It's unnerving. All Might looks so uncomfortable that he almost feels bad for him. "Give me one good reason not to tie you up and dangle you from the roof upside down." Aizawa's voice is low and dangerous, creating a severe edge to his words. All Might sighs, "Aizawa, I understand that this looks bad but dash." He scoffs, "Looks bad? One of my students is lying in bed exhausted with a broken arm and multiple burns while his peers are sitting in the classroom unscathed. Not only that, but from what I've heard, you are one of the 2 reasons he's in this situation right now. What the hell happened during your lesson?" He turns off his quirk and waits for his colleague's answer. All Might explains the battle training and what happened during the first match. While Izuku remembers most of it, things are a bit fuzzy toward the end. It's strange hearing someone else recount his experiences, filling in the missing pieces for him. Once All Might finishes, both Aizawa and recovery girl look like they're about to commit a murder. Izuku would be lying if he didn't say the pro's reasoning for continuing the match doesn't irk him either. All Might claims he thought it would be good for Izuku to see firsthand just how dangerous heroics can be. Even though he's glad the boy has made history by getting into the hero course while quirkless, he has his concerns about whether or not he'll be able to handle it. He seems pleased enough with the strategy the boy thought up, which Uraraka apparently explained afterward. He doesn't deny that Kaken had been too brutal for a simple exercise, nor does he feel Izuku did not do well to hold his own. It's a matter of whether or not he understands that this path is difficult for everyone, but especially someone like him. It's annoying. Izuku knows this already and he's getting really tired of people shoving it down his throat again and again. It doesn't matter how well concealed it is under the guise of health and safety concerns. It never comes off that way because to him, it means that no one thinks he can do it. It means that he is still perceived as nothing more than a pity case who doesn't understand what he's getting into. He knows it's dangerous. He knows it won't be easy. He knows what could happen. But it's what he wants and he will never allow anyone to take that from him, no matter how well-meaning they are. "You don't have to coddle me," he says quietly. The 3 adults turn to him. Aizawa walks over to his bedside. "Midoriya, how are you feeling?" Izuku doesn't answer. His eyes remain focused on the electric blue ones across the room. "I'm not some child with his head in the clouds. I know this is dangerous. I know the risks are higher for me than anyone else here. It's not that I don't care, but I can't let that stop me, not now. If you don't want me to be here, just say that. It's better than pretending it's all about my safety," he says, voice firm. All Might actually looks a little distraught. "My boy, I don't think that at all. I am genuinely concerned for you. I've faced evils that many of my peers pray they never will. I don't want to see you or any of my students butt heads with them. I'm glad you've thought through the pros and cons of the job, but sometimes seeing truly is believing. I've seen things too, you know," the boy insists. Maybe it wasn't supervillains hyper-focused on destroying the world, but there are other ways people can be evil. Izuku pauses and allows his words to settle as he stares at his blanketed lap. No one says anything, so he continues. "I guess it's harder these days to separate yourself from your title. Heroes are a lot like celebrities in a sense now. Millions of people admire you. They know your name, your face, and anything else they can find about you. After a while, it gets hard to separate the hero persona from the ordinary human underneath. But at the end of the day, it's still a suit you can take off, it's just a job. It's easier for some than others, but you can still go out and live like everyone else. All those evils you face go away for at least a little while, and you're just an average citizen. And if you weren't a hero, you'd never worry about it at all. It's not that simple for me, his brows furrow. At first glance, there's nothing unusual, sure. But as soon as people find out that I'm different from them, even if it shouldn't matter, I'm no longer just another face in the crowd. I'm wrong, unwanted, worthless. Especially nowadays. I'm cast aside and written off. Something to be ignored. And that's the better scenario. My whole life, people have taken what makes me different and made it all there is to me. I'm hated just for existing, and it's not something I can just take off when I get tired of it. They think I'm less than, and that means they can do whatever they want to me. To them, I'll always just be quirkless. Nothing else. And they've made sure I won't ever forget it. The room goes terribly still, the tension almost suffocating. Izuku sits up, ignoring the way it makes his head spin. He opens one of the candies and pops it into his mouth. Recovery Girl is the first one to regain her composure. All right, you two, I think that's enough excitement for one day. Out, she orders the two men. Aizawa pats Izuku's shoulder and gives a look that says, we'll talk more later. He doesn't look at all might as he walks out. The other hero never looked away from Izuku as he spoke. His face fell more and more at his words, and he still hasn't moved a muscle. Recovery Girl prods him with her cane to unfreeze him. He leaves wordlessly. The older woman grabs something from one of her supply closets as he swings his legs over the bed. She approaches him, holding a sling in her hand. She puts it on him and he moves as necessary. She finished clipping it on and offers her hand to help him as he stands. It's funny, Izuku thinks. She's so much smaller than him but still assists. She walks back over to her desk once she's sure the boy won't fall over. He watches as she writes up a permission slip for the next morning. He takes it gently and utters his thanks. She places her hand over his, stopping him from leaving. This isn't the first time Bakuga's hurt you, I take it? She says. It's not exactly a question. He freezes. His face must show his discontent because the older woman's lips form a tight line. You should speak to Aizawa-kun. This type of behavior cannot continue from Bakugo. It's not healthy, Midoriya. For either of you, she advises and removes her hand. He doesn't know why he's protecting the other boy. Well, that's not quite right. He gave himself an excuse for it a long time ago. He knows Kaken has what it takes to be a great hero. In Izuku's mind, the safety and comfort of others takes priority over his own. He's always been that way, for better or worse. He knows it's faulty reasoning, but he holds on to it regardless. Maybe somewhere along the line, it had been something to comfort himself. If it explains why his friendship with the boy has fallen into ruin, then it has to hold some water in his mind. He can take the ugly words and rough treatment if it means his old friend can become a hero for others. I know, he says. Does he? The walk back to class feels hollow. The hallways are empty. Most students have since gone home or are still hanging out in their classrooms and other parts of the school. In Izuku's head, Recovery Girl's words echo. He knows he shouldn't have to take Kaken's abuse, but every effort to stop it thus far has been in vain. No one has ever stepped in to end the onslaught against him. Until now, it seemed every teacher and classmate shared his sentiment of preserving the other's future. They couldn't have cared less about Izuku's well-being. That's how things worked for so long. He'd suffer, Kaken would succeed, and no one would step in. He hates to say it, but he's a little scared of that changing. He's so used to that system that it's become routine. It's a strange paradox. He's become comfortable with his discomfort. Yet he hates it. He doesn't want this, not really. He hates the shaky, stuttering mess he becomes whenever Kaken is around. He hates how everything he's built himself up with over the past year comes crumbling down at the mere sight of him. He's tired of living like this, stuck under an explosive thumb. Will he really find help if he speaks up? If Recovery Girl noticed there's a problem, then maybe it is time for a change, no matter how daunting. And he has Aizawa. They haven't spoken much recently. After the exam and the night he opened his letter, they only met up to train for another week until the man had to focus all his time on his hero work and the new school year. Izuku himself had been busy finishing up his middle school career and making the final preparations for high school. He had 2 consultations over spring break about starting herm therapy, which Aizawa had congratulated him on over a text. That was the last time they talked before classes started. Even so, Izuku knows the man still cares just as much as he did before. He's never had a teacher like Aizawa. He'll go as far as to say that he's never met another adult, aside from his mom, that cares about him so much. Aizawa doesn't show it with grand displays of affection or overly emotional talks like his mom. That isn't him, and Izuku is fine with that. He spent 10 months with the man one-on-one. It was more than enough time to learn plenty of the different ways Aizawa shows he cares. Perhaps it is worth a shot to talk to him, he supposes. They might even come to a mutually agreeable solution. Yeah, that could work. Though, maybe he could try it on his own first. Izuku takes a steadying breath as he approaches the door to 1. Kirishima's voice calls out as he slides the door open. Oh good, Midoriya's back. Welcome back, man. A few of his classmates overwhelm him as they animatedly discuss his match and reintroduce themselves. He can't give any answers as the questions come in rapid fire. He hadn't expected them to stay after for him. It's nice. Uraraka breaks through the small crowd, face full of concern. Deku, your arm. Did you get it healed up? The corners of his mouth tip up slightly, sort of, I didn't have enough energy so it couldn't be healed completely. He looks over her head and around the room. He's looking for someone specific. He gazes back at Uraraka and apologizes for cutting their conversation short. She accepts despite her visible confusion. Izuku walks back through the door and into the empty halls. It doesn't take more than a few minutes to find who he's looking for. Kaken walks down the brick path, his bag over his shoulder and hands in his pockets. Kaken. The other boy glances over his shoulder. The shorter boy clamps his lips together as he carefully picks out his words. I wasn't mocking you. I really was doing my best. He stares at the ground below. I don't know if you care, but I didn't get into you at all on my own. I had someone that helped me. He tries to swallow the lump in his throat. I still 100% sure what it was, but he saw something in me. He's the reason why I managed to get this far. Kaken doesn't say anything. He supported me when no one else did. It's because of him that I could even hold my own today. And it's because of him and my own goals that I tried to beat you. I can't let him or myself down, so I'm going to overcome you. He finishes. The other team turns to fully face him. Neither of them speaks as Izuku's words sink in. Once they do, Kaken lets out a low growl. What the hell are you on about? Talking about some magic mentor or some sheet? You determined to make a fool out of me or something? He tenses up. I lost to you today. And then that demon IC yesterday. There's no way I can measure up to him. Even that ponytail girl said it. Demon it. Izuku just watches as his old friend frays at the edges. It feels wrong. Is this actually the same kid who sauntered around with infinite confidence throughout their youth? The same kid who swears with ease that he'll be better than even All Might someday? It can't be, not with those tearful red eyes. Not when he's so openly admitting to doubting his abilities like this. You too, Deku. From here on I'm gonna beat you all. He stutters. He turns around abruptly and wipes at his eyes. Enjoy your win. It'll never happen again, demon it. Izuku lets out the breath he's been holding. What just happened? He can't process the ordeal for a second more as All Might comes speeding past in his muscle form. He races up to the retreading boy and places his large hands on the other's shoulders. Izuku can't hear the conversation, not clearly. It isn't his business anyway. He walks back toward the school. It's getting late and he still has to change and collect his things. The classroom is empty when he returns. His tattered costume has been tucked into its case. It was a pain to get it off with his injuries. A note is folded at his. Leave your costume under my desk. I'll hand it over to the support department to take a look at it. If they can't fix it, they'll send it back to the company that made it. You should get it back in a few days. Aizawa. He follows the instructions and places it under the furnishing. He glances up at the clock on the wall. The last train of the hour will be arriving soon. He has to leave now if he wants to get home before dark. He sighs as he readjusts his bag, only able to use one strap to keep it in place. The walk to the station is a stark contrast to the day before. He doesn't mind it so much. He doubts he would have been able to keep up with Ida and Uraraka's energy. Exhaustion settles into his bones at full force. Any adrenaline from his previous confrontations has finally drained away. He groans at the idea of falling asleep on the ride home. The sun continues its descent in the sky. Despite all the hardship the day brought, he can't say he isn't ready for tomorrow. He thinks over everything that happened. Maybe things are already changing between him and Kaken. Izuku managed to hold his own against him in spite of all his fear, not just in the battle, but in their conversation too. He picks his head up. He can handle this change. It won't be easy, but he'll overcome it just as he promised. Wednesday starts off strange. It's an omen of sorts in hindsight. Izuku arrives at school as per usual, but the large crowd of reporters surrounding the gate is anything but. He does his best to squeeze by unnoticed, but he gets caught just before he can cross the threshold. A microphone is unceremoniously moved into his face as he's asked about having All Might as a teacher. He gives a subversive reply about needing to head to the nurse's office. It's true, he does need to get going. Plus, he isn't feeling up to talking about the man in question. Yesterday had been rough and it is way too early to dwell on it too much. He rushes the rest of the way into the school, silently hoping his classmates will be spared from the random questioning. The walk to Recovery Girl's room doesn't take very long at all. He greets her with a small bow which she waves off casually. The older woman instructs him to take a seat on the bed and he silently complies. He waits patiently for her to finish grabbing what she needs, his hands kneading the blanket underneath him. A quick kiss and a pocket full of candies later, he's on his way. The process hadn't taken more than 10 minutes. The removal of his cast and lightly dressing the last of the injury took up the most time. He thanks her for her help and sets off for the classroom, snacking on the candies as he walks along. He makes it to the classroom about 5 minutes before the bell. Ida doesn't scold him, spotting the permission slip in his now uncast hand. He takes his seat and pulls out his analysis notebook. The first page still has yet to be filled out. A shadow looms over his desk shortly after, forcing him to look up at its source. Uraraka greets him with her usual kindness. "Morning, Deku. It looks like your arm is doing better." He grins. "Recovery Girl asked me to come this morning after I got some rest. She didn't want to tire me out too much before classes, so there's still a few scratches and some bruising, but I'm alright otherwise." "I'm glad. I was really worried after the battle yesterday. It was scary when you just passed out," she admits. "Yeah, about that, I'm sorry for not thanking you properly. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have one. So thank you." He rubs the back of his neck. "I know it's only been a few days, but I'm sure you'll make a great hero someday." She flushes and averts her gaze from his. Her eyes land on his empty notebook and she quickly changes the subject. What's this for?" She reads the cover aloud. Izuku perks up at the question. "Oh, this is my analysis journal. I like to take notes on interesting quirks and heroes I find. It's just a hobby. I've done it since I was a kid." Uraraka gently opens the cover. The blank page inside caused her to raise a brow. "I haven't written anything yet. I doubt some people find it creepy when I write about them. I swear I don't mean for it to be. It's just because I think they're cool. Still, I don't want to upset anyone by putting them in," he explains. The girl's head pops up as a metaphorical light bulb shines above her head. "You can put me in it. I'd be honored to be your first entry. I can tell you about my quirk and everything if you'd like." Izuku can't help but stare at her in awe. No one ever offers to be in his notebooks. If he wasn't been in class, he'd probably cry at her seemingly infinite kindness. Really?" He gapes. She beams. "Of course. What are friends for?" "Friends?" She considers him a friend? He hadn't been sure over the last 2 days if he could call their relationship as such. He'd been too anxious to ask, worried that she'd say no. To hear her confirm it so casually, okay, maybe he will cry after all. Today is already shaping up to be 1,000,000,000 times better than yesterday. The large door to the room slides open as Aizawa makes his way in. Uraraka promises to share information with him when they have free time and wanders back to her seat. The class quickly settles down as they wait for their teacher to start homeroom. Aizawa pulls out a stack of papers from a drawer in his desk and sets them on top. Good work with yesterday's battle training. I've looked over your grades and evaluations. He lifts the first paper from the pile. Bakugu, grow up already and stop wasting your talent. Kaken utters a strained, got it? And Aizawa continues. Midoriya, you managed well with your strategy and quick thinking. However, you shouldn't be afraid to engage in combat when the situation calls for it, he critiques. He moves on to the rest of the class and each student walks up to retrieve their official grades. Izuku notes the names and faces he still isn't sure of. A sense of pride washes over him as Uraraka and Ida receive their grades. Ida has been deemed the MVP of their match and Uraraka gains high praise for her cooperation skills. She receives some critique on her final attack, but she takes it in stride as if she's heard it before. It's nice to see his friends do well. The most eye-catching students in terms of their scores are Kirishima, Siro, Yaoyorozu, Azui, Tokoyami, Jairu, and Todoroki. They've received the most praise with little to no negative critique. Izuku goes through the names in his head, trying to recall each of their quirks. From the first day. He wishes he could have seen them all in action, but there's nothing he can do about that. His train of thought circles back to Yaoyorozu and Todoroki, the top recommended students. He doesn't know much about them personally, but their prestige has been obvious from the start. Yaoyorozu Momo, with the ability to create any non-living thing from her body, is destined for greatness. It comes with the quirk, sure, but Izuku can tell just by the way she carries herself that she's exceptional. Incredibly perceptive and a true intellectual, the #1 recommendation student is no one to scoff at. Todoroki Shuto, despite his place just below Yaoyorozu, excels with just his name alone. It's no secret that his father is the #2 hero, Endeavor. Izuku can't say he's all too interested in the man. He comes off as abrasive at best and downright a-hole-ish at worst. The head of his PR team is a little more well-known than most heroes would prefer for themselves. Still, there's a reason he's been at the top of the hero chart for so long. His son, on the other hand, is quiet. Izuku isn't sure he's heard the two-toned boy utter a word in the 3 days they've been in school. His quietness is different from what Izuku is used to. Unlike himself, the boy doesn't seem to lack confidence. He walks with purpose and nonchalance. His face portrays steady stoicism. Even so, it isn't quite the same as their other classmate, Azui, or even Aizawa. It's colder, more rigid and uninviting. It's the perfect fit for his icy quirk. But there's something else about him, something that sits just below the surface. What exactly, Izuku doesn't know. His reputation precedes him. A powerful quirk. An even more powerful father. He too would be renowned one day, no doubt about it. Aizawa stands from his seat, the last of the grades assigned. Now on to homeroom business. Sorry for the sudden announcement, but today the class holds their breath. You'll be picking the class representatives. Audible relief washes over the room. It isn't entirely unfounded. The first 3 days of school had been exciting, to say the least. The possibility of such mundane activities has slipped from their minds. Whether that's a good or bad notion, well, they'll cross that bridge when they get to it. An overwhelming amount of hands shoot into the air. The eagerness is expected. While usually responsible for typical high school tasks, things at UA, as has become increasingly obvious, are nowhere near typical. The duty of class representative follows in that unconventional way. The title is a way to show one's skills in leadership and situational adaptability, especially to heroes looking for future sidekicks. Leading the many entails a heavy responsibility. Ambition does not equate to ability. Ida says up from his seat. This sacred office demands the trust of its constituents. If this is to be a true democracy, then I put forward the notion that our true leader be chosen by fair election. That's one way to quell the chaos, Izuku supposes. A few of the others speak with Ida, who insists the voting process is the best way to ease their concerns. That sort of devotion to formality is to be expected of the straight-laced teen. Aizawa approves of the method and writes each of their names on the board. Next to each name is enough room to place the vote counts. As soon as he drops the chalk, he cocoons himself in his sleeping bag and curls up under his desk. Izuku has to admit the man seems more tired now that his UA duties have returned full swing. He works hard though, so he might as well have this. Ida leads the class through the vote, suggesting they should write the name of the individual they deem best suited for the job on a small piece of paper. They then fold their anonymous ballots and hand them to the team to collect and take count. By the end of it all, Izuku and Yaoyorozu have the most votes. He can't hide his shock at the results, nor could Kaken. Some brief conversation breaks out among the bunch until Aizawa interrupts and finalizes the votes. The elects stand next to each other at the front of the class. Izuku can't believe it. How has he won? He didn't even vote for himself. The rest of their morning classes pass by as normal until lunch. Izuku sits with Uraraka and Ida, the three eating in comfortable silence as he contemplates his new position. As honored as he is, he worries. Will he be able to serve as a proper class representative? Will he be able to handle all the responsibilities? He doesn't realize he's been mumbling until his two friends affirm him. Midoriya, your grit and decisiveness in a pinch make you perfectly suited to lead us all. That's why I voted for you, Ida says casually. Izuku jolts at the admission as Uraraka inquires about the taller teen's intentions. Ida finishes sipping his orange juice and answers, again, ambition and suitability are different matters. I humbly made the choice I felt was correct. The way you talk makes me wonder, are you a rich kid, Ida? Uraraka suddenly asks. Izuku gapes at her bluntness, but Ida doesn't take offense. I don't like for people to know, so I try to hide it, but yes. Mine is a renowned hero family and I am the second son. The other two teens stare in awe. Ida continues, do you know of the turbo hero, Ingenium? Izuku leans eagerly over the table, of course. He employs 65 sidekicks at his agency in Tokyo. So you're his brother? That's amazing. I've never met anyone from a hero family. He continues for a bit more, missing Ida's astoundment at his extensive knowledge. Yes, he is my brother. Izuku and Uraraka sit excitedly as Ida explains, pride overflowing from him. He leads the people with his unwavering adherence to rules and regulations. A truly beloved hero. It's my admiration for my brother that's inspired my own desire to become a hero. He sits back down, though I realize I'm not yet ready to lead anyone. As the superior candidate, it was right that the role of class representative should go to you, Midoriya. The other two pause at the sudden change of tone. Uraraka saves the atmosphere by mentioning Ida's smile and the two engage in conversation once more. Izuku smiles into his katsudon. Looks like Ida also has a great hero to look up to. I'm glad. He almost drops his bowl as the school's alarm system blares throughout the cafeteria. Security level 3 has been broken. All students please evacuate in an orderly fashion. The three first years look around as other students run to the exit. What the heck is security level 3? It has to be severe if they need to evacuate, but why? Ida asks a passing student for clarity. It means someone's infiltrated the building. Hasn't happened in my 3 years here. We've got to hurry up and get out of here. The guy answers and runs off. The three quickly join the fleeing student body, but their escape efforts are only delayed as everyone attempts to force their way through the crowd. Elbows, knees, and hands push against each other in the frenzy. Izuku knows he'll have some new bruises by the end of this. Someone shoves into him, effectively separating the trio. Uraraka and Ida call out to him, but it's too late. He tries to stay upright, but a kick to his heel has him stumbling. He reaches out on instinct, grabbing another student's arm. Luckily for them both, the girl doesn't go down with him. She turns to him with a questioning glance before she comprehends the situation and helps him up with ease. Try not to fall, it wouldn't be good if you got trampled. You're rather small and plain-looking. I'm sure you'd be crushed in an instant, she smiles. Izuku is taken aback by her cheerful bluntness. But she did just save his life, so he simply nods. Thanks. She looks ahead again and he tries to remain aware of those around him. The girl is calm amidst the chaos as people continue to push against one another like rough tides in a storm. Izuku wonders how the girl's long periwinkle hair hasn't been pulled yet. He scans the crowd as best he can given his height. No sign of Ida or Uraraka. Hopefully, They haven't fallen. What caused all of this? How much danger are they in? Where are the teachers? Suddenly, like a shooting star, Ida soars above the crowd and slams into the wall above the door, feet resting on the large exit sign. Everyone, everything is fine. It's just the press, he says. Slowly, the mass hysteria quells. There's nothing to panic about. We're fine. This is U.A. Behave in a way that is befitting of this institution. Izuku marvels at the sight. He must have gotten Uraraka's help to float above everyone once he realized what was going on. The students calm themselves and continue through the doors with ease. Izuku has an idea. Once the situation has been handled and all students have reported back to their classes, he finds himself at the front of 1A with Yaoyorozu. 18 pairs of eyes stare at him as he stands anxiously. Now or never. Go ahead, class representative, Yaoyorozu encourages. Alright. I believe that Ida is better suited to be class representative. The class blinks up at him and he continues, you all saw how well he led everyone in the cafeteria. I think he's the true candidate for the job. Some of his classmates voice their agreement. From the floor, Aizawa grumbles for them to speed things up. Ida stands from his seat with his hand raised high. Well then, I accept the job. I promise to carry out my duties as class representative to the best of my abilities. Izuku smiles at him and Ida nods firmly. The class sends out words of encouragement and Izuku returns to his seat confident in his choice. The next day, after lunch, Aizawa reveals their hero costumes from the wall. Alright, for today's basic hero training All Might, myself, and one other will be supervising you. Shiro raises his hand and asks what exactly they'll be doing. Aizawa grabs something from the podium. The goal of today's class is to prepare you for disaster relief. This will range from fires to floods. He holds out a card with the word, rescue, printed in a bold font. So it's rescue training, huh? The class chats around him as he thinks. Looking at things rationally, Izuku expects he'll be more suited for rescue work in the future considering his lack of a quirk. He most likely won't be the first to call for an intense battle, but that's fine. Despite his large ambitions, he isn't a fool. Not on purpose anyway. I'm not finished, Aizawa quiets the class. You all can decide whether or not you wear your costumes as some of them may be ill-suited to this sort of activity. That's right, Izuku remembers, his costume isn't there. He'd woken up with a text from Aizawa stating it was with the school's support department. Gym clothes it is then. At least his safety gear and belt are still available. He'll have to make do. The homeroom teacher continues, the training site is a bit remote so we'll be taking a bus. That's all. Now go get ready. They change and regroup outside. Uraraka asks Izuku about his costume to which he explains the situation. Ida, already attending to his class republic duties, attempts to maintain order as they file into the bus. Unfortunately for him, the inside of the vehicle doesn't quite match his plan. The others try to cheer him up as they roll away from the school. Izuku is seating next to Azui. They haven't spoken to each other yet, but he regards her amiably. Though, it does give him a slight start when her voice sounds out. I generally speak what's on my mind, Midoriya, she rasps. Izuku wills the heat in his cheeks away. Oh? What is it, Azui? Call me Tsu, Karo, she croaks and turns her head toward him. How did you get through the entrance exam? Their section of the bus quiets, but Izuku doesn't take offense to the question. It doesn't seem malicious and Tsu doesn't seem to be the type anyway. He doesn't know her too well but gets her general vibe. It wasn't easy, he admits. Once I found out it was robots we were facing, I admittedly didn't do so well. Everyone in my group had powerful and practical quirks. I only managed to get one villain point. Kirishima leans away from his seat to look at him. Really? Then how'd you pass? Midoriya managed to see through the surface level of the exam and gained rescue points. Ida interjects. Uraraka, who's sitting in a separate seat in front of them, twists to face them. Yeah. He saved me from the zero-pointer when I got stuck under some rubble. It was really cool. The others vocalize their fascination. More of the students toward the back of the bus tune in. It was nothing, honestly. He shakes his hands in front of him. I didn't even know about the rescue points. I just did what I thought was right. Ashido clasps her hands together. Ah, so humble. I feel I must apologize to you, Midoriya. Aoyama speaks up. I underestimated you at the exam. I wish I'd known your whole situation before brushing you off. Especially considering how well you pulled off your daring rescue. Ooh, tell us about it. The pink girl places her hand on Aoyama's armored shoulder. Everyone stares at Izuku with rapt attention. He rubs the back of his neck. Well, it's like Uraraka said, he states. She was stuck under some fallen rubble. I didn't notice her right away, not until I heard her make a noise. But once I did, I knew I couldn't just stand there. So I didn't. Indigo hair pops into his mind. Oh, but it wasn't only me. There was actually another examinee, this guy Shinso. I only met him right before, but he was the main reason Uraraka got free. Oh yeah, his quirk was super impressive too. Uraraka adds. Izuku nods. Yeah, he can use mind control, so I asked him if he could get us another pair of hands. We got some of the concrete off of the pile, but the last pieces were too heavy for either of us. His eyes drift over to Aoyama. Thanks, by the way. The blonde just continues to smile and stare. For what? Does he not remember? Unless, well, it makes sense considering the nature of Shinsu's quirk. Aoyama hadn't done or said anything through the entirety of the rescue unless Shinso asked. By the time he was released from the quirk's effects, they'd all joined the rest of the examinees. You helped us out. Shinso used his quirk on you. He touches his chin. You really don't remember? The blonde shakes his head. I suppose that's why I didn't gain any rescue points. Uraraka speaks up again. Do you know what happened to Shinso? Unfortunately, he doesn't. They weren't allowed to have their phones on them during the exam, so they couldn't exchange contact information. Izuku thinks back to his acceptance letter. He can't recall the boy mentioning any combat points, but All Might had stated that Shinso received rescue points for his effort. It sounded like enough to get him into the hero course at the time, but he couldn't be sure. It'd be a shame if he hadn't. No, I don't. Hopefully he got in. I haven't met anyone from 1B yet, though. Maybe he's there, he says. I hope so. His quirk would be great for heroics. Uraraka relaxes back into her seat. The conversation lulls for a moment. The bus shakes as it hit a bump. How'd everyone else do on the exam? Kaminari asks. Kirishima raises his arm, showing off his hardening. My letter said I came in second place on the exam. My quirk's pretty good in a fight, so the bots weren't too bad. I was still kinda worried about it though. Why, Karo? It's not flashy or anything. I guess it sounds silly to say it out loud, but I thought I might be too boring for hero work. He rests his arm. Izuku jolts as he gapes. No way. Your quirk's super cool, Kirishima. It's more than enough if you want to go pro. The redhead flusters. You think so? It's important for heroes to have popular appeal though. I'm sure you'll be fine. You're plenty charismatic and nice to be around, Izuku assures. Kirishima looks ready to combust and laughter bursts out of Ashido. She leans on Aoyama for support. The boy rests his face between his hands. My naval laser has enough power and sparkle to go pro. The pink girl next to him wipes at her eyes. As long as you don't blow up your own stomach. Kaminari crosses his legs, his hands cushioning the back of his head as he rests against the window. If we're talking strong and cool, then that's all Bakugo and Todoroki. Tsu points subtly to the explosive blonde in the seat in front of their section, but Bakugo's so unhinged he'd never be popular. What did you say, Frogface? He shouts, leaning over the back of the seat. See? Kaminari continues to poke fun at the other teen and Izuku can't believe his eyes. Kakin is getting teased. Ahead of them, Uraraka laughs from her seat. He never thought he'd see the day. UA is really something. He relaxes, the rumbling of the bus providing ample background noise as he looks out the window behind him. The way things are going, it seems anything is possible these days. Whatever happens next, he's sure he'll never forget it. We're here. Look sharp, comes Aizawa's voice. The class gives a swift, yes, sensei, as he walks out. Ida heads to the front of the bus and organizes their departure from the vehicle. Outside, a large dome-shaped building stands tall. The students marvel at the structure as they make their way inside. Entering the dome, it's impossible not to gape at the layout. The space hosts numerous areas, each representing a different type of disaster. Is this Universal Studios Japan? Kaminari shouts. Izuku seconds the idea. It's easy to equate the place to an amusement park of sorts. If he didn't know any better, he could have made the same conclusion. Footsteps pad at the front of the class. There's the flood zone, landslide zone, conflagration zone, etc. Every disaster and accident you can imagine. I built this facility myself. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, Space Hero, 13 explains. Izuku and Uraraka enthuse as Aizawa greets the young pro. The class chatters amongst themselves, many gazing on, still incredulous of the building they stand in. The instructors turn back to them, ready to start the exercise. Izuku listens eagerly. Before we begin, I have a few points. As I'm sure many of you are aware, my quirk is called Black Hole. It can SCK in and tear apart anything. 13 begins. Izuku chimes in, and you've used it to save people in all sorts of disasters. Uraraka nods eagerly beside him. Indeed, they confirm. However, my power could kill easily. The class stills at the change of tone. It is true. A quirk like that can go from helpful to harmful in a matter of seconds. In fact, that's true for many types of quirks. I have no doubt there are some amongst you with similar abilities. In our superpowered world, many societies heavily restrict and monitor the use of quirks. It may seem that this system is a stable one, but we must never forget that it only takes one wrong move with an uncontrollable quirk for people to die. 13 pauses to allow the severity of their words to wash over the young students. During Aizawa-senpai's physical fitness test, you came to learn your hidden potential. With All Might's battle training, you experienced the danger that your respective quirks can pose to others. Today's class will show you a new perspective. They gestured to the area in front of them. You will learn how to utilize your quirks to save lives. Your powers are not meant to cause harm. I hope you leave here today with the understanding that you're meant to help others. The class grows excited once more as the hero bows. Ida claps ferociously at the speech, and Izuku practically has stars in his eyes. Even if 13's words aren't entirely applicable to him, he still takes them to heart. Quirk or not, he's still just as capable of causing harm as he was providing help. One wrong decision or misjudgment could mean life or death in a real emergency. His choices and the consideration of them are just as important as the cautions his classmates have to take with their quirks. In a fight, he has to know when to step in and back out. Every move they make when it comes to heroics needs deliberation. That's their lesson for the day. Great. First off, Aizawa starts, but a strange fluctuation in the middle of the building stops him. It looks like part of 13's quirk, but there's no way they're using it right now. The hero stares at it apprehensively. Aizawa tenses, the rigidness of his form immediately alerting Izuku. His mentor isn't a tense person, not like this. Something is wrong. Huddle up and don't move. 13, protect the students. He orders. Izuku watches helplessly as the man dons his yellow goggles. From the black mist, along with the dozens of villains, comes a large creature. What the heck is that? Someone says. More battle robots like in the entrance exam? A more uncertain voice calls. The rest of the class hasn't caught on. This is bad. Don't move. Those are villains. Their teacher urges. The villains just keep coming. How are they supposed to stop them? With 13 protecting them, Aizawa is the only one available to actively engage, but he's only one person. Even with the skills he has, there's no way he'll win a fight like this. Izuku's hands are shaking, he realizes. One of the villains, a man with disembodied hands attached to him, is speaking to no one in particular. He's looking for All Might. All Might who isn't there. I wonder if some dead kids will bring him out, he threatens. Izuku pales. His classmates are still speaking, asking questions as they attempt to deduce the situation. Aizawa answers as best as he can while he works out a game plan. 13, begin evacuation and try calling the school. One of these villains must be jamming the sensors. There's a good chance one of their electric types is causing interference. He starts unlooping his capture tape. Kaminari, try using your quirk to signal for help. Kaminari obliges. Izuku ball up his fists. Sensei, you can't fight them all alone. Aizawa spares him a glance, quick and intense. No good hero is a one-trick pony. He faces forward once more. 13, take care of them. There's nothing anyone can do as he jumps into the fray. Villains cry out in surprise as he descends. It's terrifying but incredible the way Aizawa instantly takes control. His movements are swift. Every kick, punch, and wrapping of his tape flows from him with practiced ease. Izuku stares, mouth agape. This is the man he remembers from those 10 months but now at full throttle. This is a seasoned professional. He's holding his own, even when outnumbered, he voices to himself. One of their lessons had focused on that. When outnumbered, there's no use in panicking. If you do, you've already set yourself up for defeat. You have to keep a level head. You'll need to analyze your opponents, adapt to the situation, and think of a strategy in a matter of seconds. That's all you get. Izuku nods. In that situation, it's not about being the strongest or throwing the fastest punches. It's about being the smartest. As long as you can think quickly and rationally on your feet, you can stand a chance against almost anything. Remember that, Midoriya. Midoriya. He whips around to face Ida, who's ushering the class to the door. We've got to get going. Aizawa-sensei will be fine, but we must leave now if we don't want to be a distraction. He wants to argue but Ida is right. He jogs toward the rest of his class, but the black fog from before suddenly blocks the door. My apologies, but I cannot allow that, it says. No one moves, unsure of what to do next. It continues, greetings. We are the League of Villains. Forgive our audacity, but today, we've come here to you, a bastion of heroism, to end the life of All Might. The symbol of peace. We were under the impression that he'd be here today, but it seems his schedule was revised. Yes? No matter, my role remains unchanged. In the blink of an eye, Kaken and Kirishima are hurtling toward the villain, quirks activated. 13 uncaps a finger, ready to defend them. The villain avoids the teen's attacks and the pro urges them to stand back, but it's too late. Izuku and his classmates are seeking into the villain's warp. It's dark. So dark. And then all too bright. He's falling, he realizes. He hardly has time to take a breath before he plunges into the lukewarm water of the flood zone. Those villains are looking to kill All Might? Is that even possible? Yes, he thinks grimly. It's entirely possible. Izuku remembers the large scar the man had shown him all those months ago. Even the long-standing #1 hero was not invincible. His skinny frame and limited time for heroics are somber proof of that. Even so, it won't be easy. Those villains would have to have one hell of an ace up their sleeve if they want to get the job done. There's movement in the corner of Izuku's eye. Something is coming toward him. A man with some sort of shark mutation torpedoes toward him, his large jaw unhinged. The boy yelps unintentionally, releasing very precious air. There's no way he can swim faster than the villain. Luckily, he doesn't have to. Tsu's tongue wraps around his torso before he even sees her. She stomps on the villain's face, using him as a platform to launch them upwards. Izuku struggles to not take in any more water as they speed through the artificial lake and break through the surface. Tsu drops him as gently as she can onto a boat, and he relishes the abundance of oxygen that surrounds him once more. He barely sits up before Mineta is thrown at his feet harshly. Tsu climbs over the railing with ease as she joins them. Thanks, Azui, Izuku says. She shakes off some water. Call me Tsu, but we seem to be in some trouble here. He nods, looking back to the entrance. The warp villain mentioned All Might's absence was not shown in the schedule. So this was planned from the start. But how? The only thing he can think of is the media's presence yesterday. Todoroki had said something just before they got separated about how they must have been preparing an attack like this for some time. Minute. But there's no way they could kill All Might. Mineta cries out. He'll pound them to a pulp once he gets here. Mineta, they must have figured out a way to kill him. Why would they come here otherwise if they expected to get beaten? Tsu retorts. Izuku doesn't rule it out. I wouldn't put it past them. That one guy promised to kill us too, after all. Who says we can hold out until All Might gets here? Even when he does show up, who says he won't be killed? Tsu continued. Mineta is only getting more frightened as he tugs on the taller boy's arm and points back to the water. The shark villain is circling the boat with a few others. Izuku holds a gloved hand over his mouth as he analyzes the situation. They must have a way to kill All Might, but what? And why kill him in the first place? Because he's against villains and evil? Because he's the symbol of peace? Then again, it could be argued that most villains are susceptible to that sort of motivation. Still, that can't be all. There has to be some specific reason, but what? He searches his brain for anything he has concerning the man. Nothing stands out aside from his childhood idolization, which has nothing useful to offer as a solution. Wait, that isn't right. There is something. An orange sky and tear-stained asphalt jump to the forefront of his mind. You can be a hero. One for all. If there's a chance the villains know about that then sheet. That would be disastrous. If they get a hold of it, then there's no telling what havoc they could wreak. His fingers tap softly against his chin repeatedly. His other hand twitches at his side. He has to stop overthinking. There's no use getting worked up like this. He has to stay calm. The more time they waste panicking, the lower their chances of coming out alive get. If there's even a chance they could beat All Might, then we have to stop them. He looks around after another moment. In every part of the USJ, his classmates and teachers are engaging with the unsolicited guests. We have to fight. Silence. And then, how can we possibly fight, you dumb? These guys might even be strong enough to kill All Might. You're contradicting yourself, Midoriya. Our only option is to hide somewhere until the UA heroes come for us. Izuku, with extraordinary patience, points toward the water. Mineta, take a look at those villains. They're clearly suited to aquatic combat, right? So the ringleader must have recruited them knowing about USJ's different environments, Tsu concludes. He nods. Exactly. Their intel told them that much, at least. Yet, even with all their planning, there's still an odd point that sticks out. He turns to the girl next to him. They sent you to the flood zone, Azui Tsu. She blinks her wide eyes at him, empty face unchanging. Do they not get it? Even Mineta is quiet, though that can be considered more of a blessing than anything else. Take your time then, Tsu says, breaking the silence. Mineta is less subtle. What's your point already? Okay then. What I'm saying is that they probably don't know about our quirks. Tsu presses a finger to her chin. That's true. If they knew about me having frog powers, they'd have dumped me into that fire area. It's exactly because they don't know our quirks that their strategy was to scatter and overwhelm us with numbers, Izuku clarifies. They've got us beat in terms of that and experience, so there's only one way to win. We have to exploit the fact that they don't know our quirks. Still, something is bothering him. The villains have yet to make a move to board the ship. While it is good for the three teens, it also means they aren't being underestimated. He turns back to his classmates. All right, what can you tell me about your quirks? Tsu answers right away. I can jump really high and stick to walls. My tongue can stretch to a maximum of 20 meters. Also, I can spit up my own stomach to clean it and secrete a poisonous fluid. I say, poisonous, but it really just stings a little. Those last two aren't that useful though, so don't mind them. Mineta weirdly utters something about secretion, which the other two elect to ignore. Wow. You're really strong. I think I may have underestimated you. Sorry, Izuku admits. Tsu tells him not to worry about it and he continues. As you know, I'm quirkless but I've trained a lot in hand-to-hand combat and strategy. It's not much, but I'll do everything I can. He turns to the tiny boy. What about you? Mineta pops a ball of hair off his head. My hairballs grow back as fast as I can rip them off, but if I use too many, my head starts to bleed. They're really sticky but they bounce off my own body. How long they stick depends on how good I'm feeling. If I'm in a really good mood, they'll stick all day. Nobody says anything for a moment, which causes Mineta to freak out yet again. Izuku tries his best to console the other boy, but one of the villains strikes the boat, splitting it in half. They have to hurry. Suddenly, Mineta is throwing his sticky ball into the water, also effectively throwing a wrench in whatever plan Izuku is trying to form. He has to think of something else and fast. Mineta continues to cry and Tsu is trying her best to wait patiently. The situation is starting to overwhelm him. His hands and knees continue to shake despite his best efforts to stop them. Stay calm. Just think. There's gotta be some way out of this. The villains are being just as cautious as we are. We have to use it to our advantage while we still can. At some point, someone has to start taking risks. We need to make the first move. Stay calm. What would Aizawa-sensei do? What about All Might? A light bulb goes off in his head. The moment the enemy thinks they've won represents our best chance. His fingers dig into his palms. The white fabric of his gloves clenches between them. All Might said that once in a documentary interview. This is the only way we can win. Tsu comes up beside him. So what's the plan, Karo? The boat is sinking fast. He turns to her. I'll be a diversion. We'll fake the villains out by thinking they've got me. If all goes right, they'll convene in the same spot to grab me. When they do, Mineta's sticky ball will catch onto them and keep them together. He glances back at him. Try throwing some more once I jump. Make sure they land on those guys. He looks back to Tsu. When that happens, you'll grab him and myself and we'll make our way over to shore. That sounds risky. What if something goes wrong? He grips the railing tighter as gravity threatens to pull them down. Then you two just focus on getting off the boat. Huh. But you'll die down there. Mineta says, incredulous. Izuku won't deny it, he's scared. Terrified, actually. But there's no other choice. It's him or everyone, and he'll be dead if he allows anyone to die knowing there's a chance he can prevent it. On my count. Ready? Tsu stares at his back as he climbs over the rail. Midoriya, are you sure? 1. Izuku gears up to jump. Mineta latches onto the Tsu's leg. You're crazy. 2. This is it. 3. He holds his breath. Aizawa Shoyuda has been through plenty of fights, seen countless villains, big and small. This feels different. This isn't the first time he's been outnumbered. He considers it something he's good at by this point in his career. So long as he plays his cards right, it's pretty easy to take down a group of thugs. Yakuza members, classic villain gangs, even petty criminals who just so happen to be in the same place. Shoyuda has seen it all. Yet, there is something off about this. It is far too organized despite the outward chaos of the situation. He knows there are far too many individuals to keep track of. Soon enough his eyes will dry out or the connection between his hair and quirk will be made. He'll run out of lower-grade enemies to fight eventually, leaving only the big dogs. All these variables have him running through every possible strategy he can think of. He finishes taking down one of the larger grunts, using the brief pause to observe his surroundings. It isn't good. His students, all of which had stood together at the entrance when he left them, are now scattered about the various disaster zones. He'd been too slow to stop the warp villain. Now, his students are being forced to fight for their lives. He curses under his breath. The trip should have been canceled the moment they noticed something was wrong at the school. Especially without All Might here for backup. What foolishness. Don't get him wrong, he doesn't hate the man. Not exactly. There are things about him that Shoyuda doesn't like, but there are plenty of people with flaws he'd rather not deal with. Even he isn't immune to them. It's all part of the human experience. However, there are things Yagi Toshinori does and says that doesn't win him any favor with Shoyuda. He is a loud and overzealous man. At times, his extreme optimism can be mistaken for arrogance or makes him seem foolish. Still, the public never wavers in their support for him. He is the pillar of modern heroics. The symbol of peace as he's been deemed. It's obnoxious. Shoyuda knows Yagi doesn't deserve all the blame, though. The media has kept tabs on him since his days at UA. He was a young star who shined in his first sports festival and held the spotlight ever since. The standards he set for the heroes to come after are as commendable as they are unobtainable. No one has ever come close to matching his feats. Even the number 2 hero, Endeavor stands hidden in the other man's shadow. The Hero Public Safety Commission changed drastically throughout the rise of All Might. In some cases, the changes seem to serve him more than any other hero or even the public. Limelight heroes shifted from public servants to celebrities with each era, and underground heroes remained underappreciated and, for some, underpaid. So yes, Shoyuta has his gripes with All Might. Not to mention there seems to be some sort of history between him and a certain green-haired student. Shoyuta hasn't said anything yet, but he tucked the strained interaction from the day before into the back of his mind. Still, it isn't right to pin all his grievances on All Might. At the end of the day, the man gets the job done and he gets it done well. Shoyuta just wishes he would have prioritized this job a little more at the moment. Another villain, the one covered in hands, moves into Shuta's line of sight. He knows a ringleader when he sees one. This guy has managed to avoid most of the fight so far and is instead taking the back seat while his cronies do the dirty work. Now though, he's ready to step in. "So you're the boss," Shoyuta says. The guy doesn't answer and instead continues some strange count. Shoyuta dodges another grunt as the hand villain grabs his capture tape. Wrong move. The pro pulls the piece toward him and slams his fist into the guy. It's hard to tell when you're scampering around, but there are moments when your hair falls in front of your eyes, the villain says, voice hoarse. Shoyuta knew someone would figure it out eventually. It doesn't matter, he has to keep going. Every time you finish a given move, your max duration gets shorter and shorter. The villain grabs his elbow. "Don't overdo it, Eraserhead." Searing pain rips through Shuta's elbow, spreading down to his wrist and up to his shoulder. It starts as if he's simply banged it on something, a tingling numbness. But the sudden jump in intensity tells him otherwise. It burns almost like fire and stings like road rash all at once. But there's no time to waste by getting caught up in the pain. He sends another firm punch to the other man's covered face. He observes his elbow as he shifts back into a steady stance. The skin on his arm has essentially disintegrated, blood now trailing down his forearm. Red muscle throbs as the air hits it. It'll certainly be a nasty scar. In an instant, two more goons are on him. The hand villain speaks as he rises from the floor. He was right. As good as Shoyuta is, this sort of heavy-duty, long-game fight is a bad match for his quirk. Not only that, but it's starting to wear him down. This type of action is akin to that of a limelight hero. It isn't his forte, and that is becoming increasingly clear to his enemies. He hadn't had a choice when he jumped in. He needed to keep the kids safe. So cool. By the way, hero, I'm not the main boss here. Heavy footsteps shake the ground. Shoyuta has to admit, he is completely unprepared for the sight, the thing, that greets him. He can only describe it as a monster. The large creature is, frankly, hideous. Its brain sits atop its head, fully exposed. Its eyes, beady and dead, bulge from its skull. Its mouth is beakish and full of razor-sharp teeth. There is no avoiding the large hand as it grabs him. It isn't supposed to be like this. Izuku's plan had worked. He, Tsu, and Mineta had made it off the boat in the nick of time. No one rushed to take the next step as they caught their breath in the shallow water near the shoreline. It isn't until after they've evened out their breathing that Tsu asks him what to do next. Their next best move, he explains, is to call for help and avoid the conflict in the plaza. But, like most things in his life, nothing is ever that simple. Not when Tsu points out the large crowd closing in on Aizawa. Izuku knows he's attempting the impossible. No matter how confident he'd sounded when the villains first appeared, Izuku knows his mentor is out of his element. He'd told the team during one of their sessions how it was important to know when to pick a fight and when to retreat. This is a fight Aizawa can't win. They both know it. He needs help. I'm not saying we should dive into the fight, but we should watch for an opening. If we can do something to lighten his load, then we dash. A deafening crack rips through the air. The three teens freeze in place. Meet the anti-symbol of peace. The bioengineered Nomu, the villain from earlier, the one covered in hands, says. The ink-colored beast is crouching over Aizawa, its large hand crushing his arm with a sickening crunch. The man underneath is trying to reach out, but it's a fruitless endeavor. Another giant hand snaps his free arm back and the man cries out in pain. The villain is still saying something, but Izuku can't hear all of it. The monster snatches Aizawa by the head and bashes it into the concrete. Over and over and over. Blood is pooling on the damaged ground. Izuku wants to scream. He wants to cry. He wants to run to his sensei, his dear mentor. He feels sick. Mineta is speaking to him, he realizes. It's distant, but he can hear it. Even so, he can't tear his eyes away from the scene in front of him as he forces himself to listen to his peer. This is bad, Midoriya. And maybe it's time for a change of plans? The warp villain appears again. Shigaraki. Kurogyri, is 13 dead? Shigaraki asks. Kurogyri forms into a humanoid figure. They're incapacitated, but there were some students I couldn't warp away. One of them escaped. Shigaraki grows upset and mumbles to himself, most of it unintelligible to the three teens. Suddenly, he stands up straight and ceases his rabid scratching. We're leaving. Mineta looks rapidly between the scene and his classmates. Leaving? Did he just say they're leaving? I think so, Tsu provides. It doesn't make sense. All of that effort just to call it quits like that? They've come to kill All Might, haven't they? Besides, if they escape now, then the school could be in more danger. And that monster, what is going on? That can't be the end of their plan. There has to be something else. There has to be. But before that, let's put a dent in All Might's pride. I'm sure a few dead kids will do the trick. There it is. These things are never resolved so easily. It happens fast. Too fast. One moment, Shigaraki's back is turned to them, and the next, his hand is hovering inches from Tsu's face. The same hand that removed layers of skin from Aizawa's elbow in seconds. Izuku watches on in horror as all 5 fingers meet her face. And nothing happens. You really are cool, Eraserhead. Izuku moves. It's an impulse, but he's already been set in motion. Get off of her. Time slows. His fist continues its course toward Shigaraki. The villain calls for his Nomu. Pain shoots up his arm, and when his eyes refocus, he is no longer staring at a hand-covered face. The beast is towering over Izuku. He feels Tsu's tongue graze across his side as the Nomu yanks him up by the arm. Its grip is uncontrolled. Like an infant just learning to use motor skills, it has no concept of its strength. It hurts worse than anything he's ever felt. His bones are creaking and his shoulder screams in its socket. An awful crunch comes from under the Nomu's hand, and there is no holding back the scream that ripples through the air from Izuku's mouth. It's short-lived, though, as the creature swings its arm and tosses him across the plaza like a rag doll. He rolls and bounces as he hit the ground, finally stopping after what feels like hours. His chest and back hurt and he can't breathe. He prays he'd only gotten the wind knocked out of him. Something warm is dripping down his face. Red droplets splatter against the concrete as he struggles to pick himself up. His right arm is shot, there's no denying it. Rumbling footsteps are closing in on him as he drops back down. Well now, what's going to happen to his classmates? To Aizawa? Is he even still alive? Tears build up along his waterline. Bam! The doors to the USJ slam open. Izuku barely manages to lift his head to search for the cause. Fear not. All Might. He made it. The Nomu stops just above Izuku, reaching for him once more. I am here. There is no smile on All Might's face. For the first time, Izuku realizes just how intimidating the hero is. The shadow of the monster's hand shades Izuku's face as it closes in. The last thing he sees before it envelopes his head is All Might looking his way. He'll get everyone out of there. Izuku is sure of it. Yagi Toshinori made a promise. One he's always intended to keep. No matter what trials he confronts as a hero, he'll do it all with a smile on his face. That's what Nana had done, and so he does the same. No matter how scared or defeated he may be, he'll keep that smile for those who truly need it. His signature expression, bright and consistent, is a beacon for the people of Japan. It doesn't matter what the danger is or how hopeless the situation seems. All Might will arrive just as he always does, with that iridescent smile plastered on his face. It is the answer to their prayers in times of trouble when evil threatens to destroy all they hold dear. Through anything and everything, he will smile. All Might does not smile as he bursts through the doors of the USJ. When Ida Tenya arrived at Udata begging for help, all of the available staff had switched into hero mode. Toshinori had already been on his way out, having ended a conversation with the principal sooner than anticipated. After 3 decades of dealing with some of the worst evils imaginable, he's become quite good at sniffing it out. It's like a sixth sense of sorts, built up after years and years of having it hammered into him. He felt it as he sat on the couch in the private conference room. He felt it as Ida rushed onto the school grounds. He felt it as he forced his slowing body to make it to the dome building. He's seen many tragedies, provided aid in hundreds of disasters. But nothing has ever struck him quite like the scene he's rushed into this time. Teary-eyed students stand helplessly at the entrance, unsure of what to do with themselves. 13 is on the ground, the entire backside of their costume ripped open. The young hero does not move at all. Around the dome, the rest of the class is defending themselves against numerous threats. It's startling to see. They're all so young, so unprepared for a situation like this. But the worst sight, Toshinori believes, is in the plaza. Aizawa lays face down on the hard concrete, also unresponsive. The cracks in the ground underneath him and the fresh blood that sits atop it tell a gruesome story. He'd fought with everything he had for these kids. The most heart-stopping scene, though, is just a short way from the unconscious man. A large, inky beast stands tall and firm. In its clutches is Midoriya, his green curls just barely peeking through gigantic fingers. The boy is struggling against his captor, a gloved hand clawing and pounding at it as the other rests limply at his side. His feet are kicking desperately below him, red sneakers moving back and forth in his desperation for air. This has to end. Toshinori rips off his tie and leaps above the staircase. He takes down a few lesser villains with practiced ease and grabs Aizawa. His face and arms are a pitiful sight. He slings his coworker over a broad shoulder and sets his sights on his next target. Another burst of wind and Midoriya is resting over his other shoulder. The boy is still conscious but injured. Toshinori picks up 2 more students who'd been standing in the water area off to the side. He drops the 4 gently near the bottom of the stairway. Get to the entrance. Take Aizawa. He's unconscious, so you must hurry, he says. He trusts the students to take care of each other and their teacher. They're heroes in training after all. In the meantime, he has a job to do. A villain, covered in hands, picks up another from the floor. Throwing punches to save people, he laughs. That's our state-sanctioned violence. You're fast. Too fast to keep up with, but not as fast as expected. Toshinori's grimace only deepens. Could it really be true that you're getting weaker? All Might, that monster, the Nomu, is strong. I think it's supposed to be able to withstand your attacks. Of course. Even now, Midoriya is still looking to save others. He's truly something else. Toshinori musters the will to smile as he turns toward the children over his shoulder. Fear not. You'll all be safe soon, he says, offering a peace sign. Without another second to waste, he takes off toward the creature. It's fast, but he manages to dodge the arms that swipe at him. He winds up for a Carolina smash. It's a direct hit, yet the Nomu has no reaction. No effect because he's got shock absorption. If you want to really damage Nomu, you'd be better off ripping him apart, piece by piece. Not that he'll give you the chance, the villain says, almost bragging. Fine. It was useful information at least. Toshinori suplexes the thing into the ground. Izuku hates this. He hates feeling so powerless. It's his own fault, he supposed. He allowed himself to get too comfortable with his new skills and enrollment at UA. Watching the scene in front of him, the pit in his stomach only deepens. The feelings that swell inside him are all too familiar. I'm not the same Deku I was before. I'm not. Things are different now. It's not the same. It's not the same. His arm throbs and his chest hurts. He ignores it the best he can as he tries to hoist Aizawa over his shoulder. Sue helps as well by taking hold of his other arm. Mineta grabs his feet. He furrows his brows as he looks back at All Might. The dried blood on his face tugs at his skin and hairs. That Nomu might be able to kill the #1 hero. and all they can do was watch and hope that doesn't happen. If they step in, they'll just be slowing him down. Izuku has to trust that things will turn out all right. But he knows it isn't enough. He checked the news every morning on the way to school. It makes sense why All Might had been late. He'd spent the entire morning saving people and stopping criminals. The boy had seen 13 raise their fingers when they'd spoken to Aizawa earlier. All Might has reached his limit. A large scar flashes in his mind once again. A startling realization washes over Izuku. He is the only one that knows the truth. He knows the greatest kept secret of the symbol of peace. In all honesty, he hasn't thought about it much since that fateful day. It popped up earlier on the shipwreck, but he hadn't thought about it past the quirk itself. It's a good thing that he forgot, he supposes. Less risk of it getting out. But now, it's all he can think about. Midoriya, we need to go, Tsu says. He tears his eyes away from the struggle, right? The growing wetness on his shoulder sends a tremor through him, followed by shame. Aizawa needs help and Izuku is still just standing there. He's getting overwhelmed and it's rendering him useless. He has to pull it together. He has to. The three teens start for the stairs, but they only make it a few steps before All Might's pained grunt comes from behind. The suplex didn't work. It's hard to see at first, the dust from the sheer force of the move blocking their view. But quickly, everything comes into view. All Might is locked around the Nomu, which appears to be in half thanks to the illusion of Kurogiri's quirk. Its hand is gripping through the hero's shirt and right into his old injury. Blood is dripping from between All Might's teeth as he remains stuck in the uncomfortable position. Izuku goes cold. Tsu. She faces him. What is it, Midoriya? It's a terrible idea, no doubt about it. And he is in no shape to follow through with it. It doesn't matter. He's the only one who knows the truth, the only one left to protect the secret. Take Aizawa-sensei for me. Make sure he gets help as soon as possible. She takes on the rest of the man's weight. Sure, but what are you dash? Without looking back, Izuku runs into the fray. All Might. He's so close. He doesn't know what he'll do when he reaches him, but it's too late to stop now. A flash, then a bang. The familiar smell of smoke wafts through the air. Kaken grabs Kurogiri. Get the hell out of here. He yells as he pins the villain down. Todoroki's low voice comes from the left. So I heard you came here to kill All Might. From the right, Kirishima lets out a battle cry as he rushes Shigaraki. The three stand determinedly ahead of Izuku. The ice Todoroki released has frozen the Nomu just enough to loosen its grip on All Might, who dashes away. The rest of the warp portal dissipates as the creature sinks into it. You've pinned down our way out. Well, this is a problem, Shigaraki says. Kaken smirks at him, crouching on Kurogiri. You slipped up, you beat us, and it's just as I thought. He looks down. The parts you can turn into the foggy warp gate are limited. And you're using that misty stuff to hide your real body, yeah? Am I right? Izuku recalls the earlier attack at the entrance. The villain had expressed relief that the hit hadn't landed. Don't move. If I decide you're doing anything fishy, I'll blow you to kingdom come. Kirishima flashes a sharp-toothed grin at him. Whoa, that doesn't sound very heroic. Not only have you beaten our level, but most of you are still at full health. Today's kids really are something. Our league of villains should be ashamed. Shigaraki scratches lightly as his neck. Level? Is this nothing but a game to him? Toying with their lives, bringing their teachers to the brink of death, is it just for some sick fun? Nomu, take out that explosive brat. We need our escape route back. The Nomu rises from the foggy portal. The frozen parts of its body crumble away, but it keeps moving. Even worse, it starts to regenerate while Shigaraki is explaining its durability. It swings at All Might, but the muscular man is faster. The Nomu changes its course, now heading for Kaken and Kurogiri. Izuku calls out a warning to the boy, but a large gust of wind passes by, almost sending him, Todoroki, and Kirishima to the ground. When they recuperate, the ash blonde is standing right next to them. All Might stands a distance away, his arms still in position from his block. He coughs up some blood as his eyes pierce through Shigaraki. The hand over his face makes it harder to see, but the villain stares back. You took that hit. Anything to save a comrade, right? Just like earlier when that one dash, he points to Izuku, that plain-looking one came at me. But violence in the name of saving others is admirable, isn't it, hero? You know what, All Might, he stretches his arms out wide, that sees me off. Heroes and villains both thrive off of violence, but we're still categorized. You're good. I'm evil. That's how it is. Some symbol of peace you are. In the end, you're just a tool for violence, made to keep us down. Well, guess what? Violence only breeds more violence. I'll show the whole world that by killing you. All Might takes a more offensive stance. What nonsense. Idealistic criminals have a different sort of fire in their eyes. You're just enjoying yourself, you liar. The edges of the villain's face pull under the hand as he sneers. You got me. Saw right through. The monologuing ceases for the time being. The next round of brawling is about to begin. The four boys prepare to take action. It's 3-on-5, Todoroki states. True, but it would be easier if they focused on the missed villain. Kaken has already revealed its weak spots. Izuku voices the thought, but Kirishima pushes through. As long as they support All Might, they can find a way to push back against their assailants. All Might disagrees. No. Get out of here. Todoroki voices his disdain. Had it not been for their interference, he claims, things would have been much worse. Izuku stares at the man's wounded side. You're hurt. And you can't go on for much longer dash. The hero brushes him off and instead focuses on the dual-haired boy. Right you are, Todoroki. Thanks for it. But fear not. Sit back and watch a pro get serious. Shigaraki orders the Nomu and Kurogiri to take care of All Might. He would go for the students. He pounces toward them, but the hero cuts off his trajectory. The boys block dust and small pieces of concrete as All Might throws punch after punch at the Nomu. Even though his time is running out and he is getting weaker with each transformation, the man is giving it everything he has and then some. It's incredible. Such unfathomable power from a single man. The Noma stands no chance as the rapid onslaught pushes it back more and more. All Might winds up for one final hit. The extreme uppercut lands with enough force to send the monster flying through the domed ceiling of the USJ. The four teens are stunned into silence as they wait for the dust to clear more. Shigaraki is scratching at himself again, and All Might is waiting for him to make the next move. Something is off though. The dust is taking too long to fall. All Might isn't moving anymore. Doesn't it make more sense to grab the villain while he's distracted? Izuku is minutely aware of the throbbing in his arm and the discomfort in his chest as it rises and falls. All Might is bluffing. He's hardly retaining his muscle form. Izuku had already known the man was running on fumes when he arrived, but now he hardly has that. The dust has cleared away almost entirely, he realizes, which means the visual obstruction is all steam. All Might is wounded and exhausted. Even Kurogiri is starting to see through it. The villains speak amongst themselves as All Might stands. Kaken, Kirishima, and Todoroki choose to retreat, placing all their faith in the pro. Come a minute. You're pretty banged up, Kirishima says, clearly concerned. Izuku can't leave. He knows better than them. The villains rush forward and so does he. He's running on pure adrenaline. Once he stops pushing himself, the pain of his injuries is sure to take over. Kurogiri creates a large warp and Izuku wills himself to sprint faster. It hurts like hell, but he does what he has to. His curls flutter as the portal seeks in dust and steam. He's almost there. Shigaraki steps halfway into the mist. They can't get away. They'll only come back later. Izuku has to make it. He had to stop this now. He steps in between the pro and the receding villains. Shigaraki reaches for him as All Might exclaims his name in surprise. A shot rings out. Then another and more after that. Surprised shouts from his classmates are coming from all angles as he searches for the interruption. Multiple UA staff members stand at the entrance with Ida and a few others. It's over. The villains retreat, but not without injury. It's a bit excessive in Izuku's opinion, but he isn't the one calling the literal shots. Shigaraki, bloody and crazed, promises vengeance before he disappears into the black mist. Izuku falls to his hands and knees. They got away. He was too slow. I couldn't do anything, he chokes out. That's not true. He looks up. He's caught in the steam with All Might, who is standing. Half transformed. If you hadn't bought me those few seconds, I'd be dead. You saved me. Tears dribble down his face. Those from his left eye mix with blood. Kirishima calls out to him, Midoriya, are you okay? He goes to respond, but a large concrete wall rises from the ground before he can. All Might isn't in any shape to be seen by the others. Cementos comes around and the other pro thanks him for the cover. They converse briefly, but Izuku isn't paying attention. Just as he expected, the extent of his injuries is finally setting in. His forearm is an awful purple color and the throbbing is reaching its peak. His chest burns with every breath. Cementos helps him up and guides him to the door with the others. Back with the class, he takes note of Aizawa, who is floating above Tsu while she holds him in place. He looks terrible. He's out cold, face caked in blood. Yamada is at his side in an instant with the EMTs. Uraraka assists them by keeping her quirk on him until they get him in place on the stretcher. Izuku doesn't realize he's been guided out as well until a woman addresses him. She asks a few basic questions that he answers easily. All right, let's get you patched up then, she says, leading him to an ambulance. He sits between the open doors as she cleans and dresses the cut on his forehead. They tend to bleed regardless of depth, but it's still a pretty rough gash. That's what she tells him after she checks for a concussion. Miraculously, he doesn't have one. With that out of the way, she focused on his arm and asked about the pain in his chest. Izuku continued to give her short, concise answers, even as they get him situated on the stretcher. Across from him in another ambulance, they're loading Aizawa. Yamada is speaking with them quietly. His face is clearly pained. That Nomu had brutalized his husband so easily. It hammered his head into the hard ground over and over again. It hadn't hesitated to crush his arms like a child breaking a few twigs. All while Izuku just watched. He doesn't know when the ambulance left the grounds. He doesn't remember getting to UA. The world's fuzzy as his head buzzes, even as Recovery Girl checks over him with a sigh. She kisses his injuries away as best as she can. His arm gets wrapped up once again and his chest will remain a little sore for a few days. In the back of his mind, he realizes he won't be able to bind for a few days if he wants to. It's not that big of a deal, he supposes. He doesn't usually wear one during school. He's pretty lucky genetically in the sense that his chest is easier to hide even without it. His hero costume helps too, with the slight compression in the front. But actively choosing not to dwell on that too long, he switches back to the other crisis at hand. Will Aizawa be okay? Should he have tried harder to stop him from jumping in? What if he'd been faster or stronger? Would he have been able to save him? Maybe if he hadn't frozen up, he could have gotten Tsu out of the way. If he hadn't been so blinded by his emotions, he could have figured out a real plan to help All Might. If he'd just been better, more useful, but he wasn't. He wasn't, and now good people are suffering for it. He'd still rushed into things at the end, even after Aizawa had taught him better than that. He'd still frozen up when he shouldn't have. He'd still been a stupid Deku. Cut that out. Recovery Girl's voice breaks his train of thought. He turns his head to face her, but she does not do the same. You're overthinking and it's making you spiral. I can hear your breathing picking up. She twists her chair finally. You did what you could today and you came out of it alive. That's all that matters. He huffs, but Aizawa-sensei is hurt and dash. Midoriya, that is not your fault. Shoyuta did what he had to do. Unfortunately, these types of outcomes are inevitable at times. It's all part of the job. She sighs. I know he's your mentor and that you two are quite close. I also know that he's taught you valuable lessons and I'm sure you feel you've failed him. Don't. Knowing him, he's proud of you. Though I'm sure he'll be less than pleased to see you've gotten yourself injured by rushing in. Izuku looks back up at the ceiling. All Might coughs next to him. I think I've shortened my time limit again. I'll be lucky if I still get an hour a day. He sits up abruptly. Well, what can you do? Bad things happen. A man dressed in a business trench coat knocks on the partially open door gently and strolls in. Pardon me. Long time no see, All Might. The skinny man smiles. Tsukachi. I didn't know you were here. Izuku's eyes shift between them worriedly. All Might, is this okay? You're still Dash. He understands the implication. Yeah, it's fine. This is my good friend, Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. The detective smiled at them both, chuckling lightly for a moment. Not to rush you, but I'd like to ask some questions about those villains. All Might holds up a hand. Sure, but first, are the students all right? And Aizawa, first her head, and 13. Tsukachi sighs gently. Besides the young man over there, the students have nothing to worry about aside from a few bumps and bruises. The two teachers are out of danger for now. If you three heroes hadn't put your lives on the line, the students wouldn't have made it out unscathed. I see, but you've got one thing wrong, Tsukachi, the blonde man says. In this fight, the students put their lives on the line too. Izuku perks up at this. It is true, but it's also not like they had much of a choice. All Might continues, to be thrown into a real battle so young and survive. Now, these first years know how scary the big bad world can be. Have you ever heard of such a class? Those villains picked the wrong fight because the members of 1A are going to be mighty heroes indeed. He turns to Izuku. I'm going to make sure of it. Classes are cancelled the day after the USJ attack. Yuta has done a great job at damage control. The most the media has reported on it is that there was some sort of disturbance at one of the school's training grounds which had been handled by the heroes and police. There was an ongoing investigation into the villain group, but things are currently under control. That's what they reported to the people of Japan. It isn't what had disclosed with the parents of 1A, who'd gotten the full account. Inko is not taking the incident lightly, to say the least. She'd been a bit worse for wear when Izuku had walked through the door to their apartment the day before. Her hair had been frizzed, most likely from constantly running her hands through it. Her eyes were puffy and red and her face blotched. She'd rushed over to him before he was fully through the door but stopped short at his injuries. She instead ran her fingers through his hair and led him over to the couch as soon as he removed his sneakers. There was no way to avoid telling her what happened. She'd gotten the phone call about the incident from Nizu himself. All she needed was Izuku's first-hand account. He tried to water it down as best he could. He didn't want to worry her any more than she already was, lest she decides Yuta is too dangerous for him to attend. She's still jittery as she sips her tea at the dining table and reads the news. Izuku understands her fear. He's her only child, the only family she has left. His grandparents passed away years ago and she has no siblings. His father he hasn't seen him since before he could walk. It's just the two of them. That's how it's always been. He can't blame her for being afraid to lose that. The idea terrifies him too. But she's always been a little overprotective. It comes with his condition. People have become comfortable with quirks, treating them like a security blanket of sorts. You can't use it in public without a license or special circumstance, but it's something most can rely on in a pinch. He doesn't have that for himself, so his mother tries to be it for him. It's not something he particularly enjoys. It's part of the reason he never told her about Kaken and the other kids' treatment of him. It wasn't always easy to hide the marks they'd leave, but he managed to chalk it up to playful roughhousing during their free PRDS. She always looked like she wanted to question it but never did. Izuku doubts he would have told her anyway. He hates making her worry. She does so much for him while he only gives her gray hairs in return. Not anymore. He refuses. So, last night, he'd given her the very basics of his story. Aizawa jumping in to save them, getting himself and his classmates off the boat while the villains were distracted, Tsu getting saved by Aizawa, and the rest of the heroes arriving. His injuries were harder to understate. He told her half-truths about that too. The Nomo had grabbed him after Aizawa saved Tsu. He didn't mention how that came to be, nor did he mention being tossed away and grabbed a second time. He claimed the cut on his forehead was due to a stray piece of concrete that had popped up from the ground in the commotion. It seemed to do the trick. She'd been exhausted from the high emotions of the day after it. They'd ordered takeout and gone to bed an hour after. Izuku had been exhausted too and had no issues getting to bed that night. Now, like the moon in the morning, the exhaustion has faded away. In place of the quiet white noise of the night before is the rambunctious buzzing of his thoughts. He's been quiet since he woke up, which alerts Inko to his growing distress. She keeps prodding him as gently as she could, but he's remaining firm in his disposition to suffer in silence. It's only through his accidental mumbling that his main stressor gets revealed. He's worried sick about Aizawa. After another hour passes of the two brooding in silence, Inko has had enough. She stands from the dining table and rests a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Neither of them wants to think too hard on the way he flinches away from her at first. "Let's go see him," she says. A crease forms in his brow until he realizes what she means. As much as he wants to jump at the idea, he hesitates. Would it be all right for him to visit? It's not like he knows what hospital his mentor is in. Though, he supposes his mom could ask Yamada. They had exchanged numbers the night Izuku opened his letter. That's probably what she's doing on her phone anyway. But would Aizawa even want to see him, if he could see him at all? Izuku chews on his lip. 5 minutes later, Inko confirms that Yamada has sent her the hospital and room number. Looks like they're doing this. Izuku gets dressed as quickly as he can while Inko grabs her purse and a light overcoat. On their way to the train station, they stop at a small flower shop. Inko insists that it's the least she could do. Izuku agreed. The train isn't too crowded, which is good news for the bouquet. They still have an hour before noon, so the midday rush has yet to hit. Everyone is still at work or in school. The only passengers on the train are parents with toddlers or the elderly. The flowers won't be crushed in the still, quiet environment. Izuku is grateful for it, yet he can't help but feel a bit bitter at the piece. It's childish, but he doesn't care. How can anyone sit contently while Aizawa is hurt and stuck away in the hospital? How can they indulge in hushed conversations, smiling light and carefree, while he can only think about the horrors of the day before? How can the world keep spinning? They get off the train after about a half hour. Inko hands him the bouquet. "I hope Aizawa-san likes hydrangeas. They bloom so nicely this time of year. What do you think, Izuku?" His mother has always liked flowers. She used to tell him about the days she'd play in her mother's garden. She'd help pluck them with her quirk, and her mom would pot and sell them around their hometown. Izuku used to flip through her books about all sorts of flowering plants and their meanings. He liked the pretty pictures and learning new things about the world around him. Plus, it gave him something else to focus on outside of quirks and heroes. The ones in his hands are a soft pink that gets deeper toward the ends of the petals. They have a nice jasmine-like scent, but it isn't overwhelming. He knows what they mean: apologies and gratitude. "Yeah," he says softly. The doors of the hospital slide open as they walk through. The high ceilings and large windows fill the quiet lobby with plenty of natural light. The man at the front desk greets them kindly. "Hello, welcome to Fujita General. Are you admitting or visiting?" Inko smiles softly. "We're here to visit Aizawa Shoyuda. Room 118. He taps on his keyboard for a bit and turns back to her. "Ah, you must be the Midoriyas. Yamada-san told us you'd be visiting." He prints 2 visitor passes and slides them over the counter. "Here you are." Inko bows curtly as she thanks him, and Izuku does the same. They stick the passes onto their shirts and take the elevator to the second floor. Izuku forces himself not to fidget with the wrapping around the flowers as they. The doors opened again with a chime, and the two traverse the pristine halls. It doesn't take long before they're standing outside of room. Izuku stares at the patient file on the wall as Inko knocks on the door. Yamada smiles at the duo and invites them in. They wash their hands at the sink and make their way over to the visitors' chairs. Izuku stops short. If it wasn't for Yamada being there or the long black hair resting on the pillow, he wouldn't know who is lying in the bed. Aizawa's whole face, save for the bottom of his nose, is wrapped in white gauze. The top of his bed is lifted so he can sit up. His cast arms are resting across his chest. "Oh, flowers. I'm sure Sho will appreciate them," Yamada says as he stands. "I think there's an empty vase somewhere around here." Inko calls to her son as she helps look through the cabinets. "Izuku, why don't you place those on the bedside table for now?" He hesitates before he walks closer to the bed. He steps as quietly as he can to the table just beside his mentor. The man hasn't moved an inch as Izuku places the bouquet down. He must be resting. He huffs softly and turns to the visitor chairs. "Midoriya." Izuku faces the bed again with wide eyes. Sensei, are you dash? I'm glad you're all right. It's a little hard to hear, the bandages muffling his words, but Izuku understands him. Tears well up and he bites his lip. Yamada rushes over, Inko close behind with a vase in her hands. Izuku moves closer to the man. I'm sorry, he says. Aizawa turns his head as best he can. I know. I rushed into things when I shouldn't have. I know you told me how important it is to stay calm, but that monster had you. And it just kept hurting you. I couldn't move and then Shigaraki came for Tsu and I just stood there. What kind of a hero does that? Just stands there while people get hurt? And All Might had to fight so hard and then I jumped in again like an idiot. I'm sorry for disappointing you. I didn't mean to get hurt, but they were so strong and everything happened so fast. Izuku clutches the bed rail. You jumped in to save us, even though you knew you couldn't win alone. 13 got hurt too. Even All Might struggled, but you all risked everything to save us and all I could do was watch. His chest heaves. You could have died. And I almost let it happen. The last part comes out as a whisper. Large tears continue to hit the resin-covered floor. They glimmer as the sun hits them through the large windows on the outer wall. Izuku leans his head on the rail. Inko takes a step, ready to comfort her son, but Yamada stops her. He places a gentle hand on her outstretched arm as his eyes meet hers, full of understanding. She obliges silently. Midoriya, this is not your fault, Aizawa starts. Izuku peeks up at the man, but dash. No. This is not something to be argued. It was not your fault. I'll admit, I'm not pleased that you threw yourself into danger so recklessly. That's something we'll have to work on some more. However, I'm not upset that you had everyone's best interests in mind. He pauses to collect the rest of his words. Understandably, you're frustrated with yourself. This was your first time in a situation like that. You were unprepared and far too young to deal with a real emergency. It's all right. It happens to us pros too sometimes, no matter how prepared we think we are. Even so, you managed to motivate yourself to help. I just wish you hadn't felt the need to. Yamada places the flowers in the vase on the table beside them. Aizawa continues. 13 and I acted as we did because the safety of our students took priority over everything. I don't regret what happened to me for a second. I won't try to speak for 13 or All Might, but I do know that they agreed to risk their lives for others as well. I'm not disappointed in you, Midoriya. I was worried but never disappointed. Izuku is sobbing openly now and Inko finally steps over to him. Yamada hasn't left the bedside either and is running his fingers through his husband's hair. They stay like that until Izuku calms down. It's to be expected. He's an emotional kid already and what he's gone through is more than enough to constitute such a reaction. On top of that, it is growing increasingly obvious that the boy tends to place the weight of the world on his shoulders. A nurse comes in soon after to check on Aizawa. The other three sit in their chairs and talk amongst themselves while she works. Yamada tells stories about their days at UA. Izuku and Inko laugh along as he tells the fabulous tales of the rooftop trio and midnight. Aizawa grumbles at the retelling of his youthful antics but never stops his husband from sharing them. It cheers Izuku up, even if he is confused about the constant mentioning of someone named Oboro. His mom even shares some of her school stories. It's nice, he thinks. Maybe he's still being emotional, but the word family pops into his mind as they sit in that sterile hospital room. It should probably be a bigger deal to him. Instead, it settles into his mind with ease. It's comfortable and he can't think of any reason to object to the idea. This is his family and he is more than happy with that. Friday comes faster than preferable. Then again, sitting at home with nothing to do but brood isn't all that great either. Besides, he missed his friends in their short time away from school. Even though he knows they're physically fine, he's been worried about them. Being attacked by a gaggle of bloodthirsty villains isn't easy for anyone, especially a bunch of high school first years. Izuku is surprised to see most of the class has already arrived by the time he steps through the door. A dozen sets of eyes land on him in an instant and a sense of déjà vu overcomes him as they crowd around. Midoriya, you're okay? Kirishima shouts. Tsu steps closer to him. Did Recovery Girl heal you up again, Karo? Deku, Tsu told me about what you did. That must have been so scary, Uraraka says. He flashes a small smile. Yeah. I'm just glad you're all okay though. He turns to Kirishima. Thanks for your help, by the way. You, Kaken, and Todoroki really came through at the end. I don't know what would have happened if you guys didn't show up when you did. No problem, man. We've got to look out for each other, you know? He holds out his fist. Izuku bumps it with his own and Kaminari pats him on the back. They stand around and talk for a little while longer until Tsu suggests that they get to their seats. Ida makes his way to the front of the class. To announce it as well, but it's ultimately unnecessary. They wait patiently for their substitute to arrive, which means it's all the more shocking when Aizawa slides the door open, face still wrapped up. His eyes peek through a slit in his bandages. Izuku's classmates cry out in disbelief, and he too sits dumbfounded. Less than 24 hours ago, the man had been lying in a hospital bed with an IV in his hand and nurses tending to him every so often. Is he insane? And here Izuku thought he behaved at the height of irrationality. Glad to see you're doing well, sensei. Ida says with his hand raised high. Aizawa takes his seat. My welfare isn't important. Izuku begs to differ. Because your fight is far from over, the teacher continues. Kaken questions the choice of terminology, and Izuku can't help but wonder if it has something to do with the villains. Mineta voices a similar sentiment. Aizawa ignores them. The Yudata Sports Festival is coming up in a few weeks. Alright, at least it's something normal. Come on, we just had that villain attack. Is it really alright to do that? Mineta disputes. Izuku will admit it doesn't seem like the best idea. Yudata Sports Festival is a nationally televised event, though the decision to televise it had only been made in the last decade or so. It's necessary to demonstrate that Yudata's crisis protocols are sound. That's the thinking behind it, anyway. So, Aizawa doesn't quite agree with the decision either. It's comforting at the very least. Izuku, for as much as he's loved watching the event in the past, shares his classmates' reservations. He's thought more than once that televising the quirks of aspiring heroes might not be great in the long run. Every year, the Hero Corps students of UA have their quirks and possible weaknesses broadcast to the entirety of Japan. There's no way to regulate who exactly watches and what their intentions may be. Knowing those villains are still on the loose isn't helping the matter either. Compared to past years, there will be 5 times more security. Anyhow, our sports festival is the greatest opportunity you'll get to display your abilities. Therefore, it's been decided that it is not something that can be cancelled over a few villains. It's one of the nation's biggest events. You could argue that it's taken the place of the Olympics here since the appearance of quirks. Yaoyorozu raises her hand. The nation's top heroes will be watching, right? They'll be acting as scouts. They'll be looking to hire us as sidekicks after we graduate, Kaminari says. Jairu turns to him, and a lot of those sidekicks never manage to go solo. They're sidekicks forever. That'll be you, Kaminari, you dunce. Aizawa clears his throat to refocus the class's attention. Naturally, you'll gain valuable experience and popularity if you're picked up by a big-name pro. But your time is limited. Show the pros what you're made of here, and you'll make futures for yourselves. This happens once a year, so you'll get 3 chances. If you're hoping to become a hero, this is an event you can't miss. The rest of the morning classes go by as usual until lunch. The class unleashes all the excitement they've been holding in about the sports festival. Even Ida expresses his eagerness, albeit a bit more tensely than most. Uraraka, on the other hand, is fully determined to win. It's the most intimidating anyone has seen her. They walk to the cafeteria in their respective groups and pairings. Izuku follows happily alongside Ida and Uraraka, a question on his lips. Hey, Uraraka, what made you want to be a hero? She hesitates to answer. Money. Well, it's certainly unexpected of such a kind-hearted person. You really want to be a hero for the money? He tilts his head. She rubs the back of her head. Ultimately, sorry, I know it seems shallow and embarrassing considering your motivations. Not at all. Ida's hands whiz through the air. There's nothing wrong with seeking a more comfortable lifestyle. Izuku dodges a stray hand. It's just a little unexpected is all. Uraraka continues musing up her hair as she explains her reasoning. Her family owns a small construction business that hasn't been doing so well and they're struggling terribly with money. Her parents refuse to let her use her quirk to help out, instead urging her to pursue her dreams. It's sweet. She wants to make enough money to allow them to live comfortably as thanks for all they've done. It isn't like Izuku or Ida. She hasn't admired heroes her whole life. Her goals stem from practicality. Sure, it's not the noblest of causes, but it's heroic in its own way. It isn't selfish or shallow. Ah, young Midoriya, I found you. All Might pops out from around the corner. Would you mind joining me for lunch? Izuku turns to his friends who encourage him to go along silently. It's not every day the symbol of peace invites you to lunch. The freckled boy still has some reservations about talking one-on-one after the last few times, but he agrees. He follows the pro to a break room a short walk away. All Might slides the door open, revealing a couch toward the middle. In front of it are a small coffee table and an extra stool. A tea serving set rests on top. There's a coffee station on a long counter running along the wall and some other things one might find in a break room. All Might transforms and sits at the end of the couch closest to the door. Izuku is surprised to see Aizawa at the opposite end and Principal Nizu in the middle. He sits down on the extra stool as Nizu pours him a cup of tea. He accepts it politely. Midoriya Izuku, it's a pleasure to meet you in person. I'm sure you're curious as to why we've summoned you today, yes? The principal begins. Izuku nods. Aizawa sits up from his relaxed position. It's about the sports festival. The sports festival? The boy parrots. Is something wrong? Nizu clasps his paws together. Not necessarily. We simply would like to know what your plan is. His smile never leaves his face and Izuku has no clue what he means. His plan? His plan is to participate with the rest of the students. What we mean is, how would you prefer to reveal your quirklessness? All Might clarifies. But that's the whole point of the festival, to show off your quirk. Izuku has been so excited at the idea of just getting to participate that he hasn't thought that far ahead. Now that he's confronting it, the magnitude of his participation is being moved upon him at full force. UA had been the first hero school not to bar Quirkless students from enrolling. It isn't encouraged, per se, but it isn't prohibited either. Even so, none had ever made it in. As far as he knows, Izuku is the first and only Quirkless student to walk the halls of UA, and in the hero course nonetheless. Soon he'll have to reveal that to the entire country. There's no way such a historic event will be brushed off. It is sure to make waves across the nation, maybe even the world. I'm not sure, he admits. Well, no worries. That's precisely what we're here to help you with. As I'm sure you've deduced, this will be quite an unprecedented event. That being said, it would be wise for us to assist you in traversing it. An announcement like this is sure to garner an overwhelming amount of attention, positive and negative, Nizu says. All Might leans his arms on his lap. About that, I'd like to formally apologize to you, Midoriya. Izuku and Aizawa turn to him at that. It was never my intention to disenfranchise you. I should have considered my words more carefully when we first met. Likewise, I severely misjudged you during the battle trial. I should not have underestimated you. I deeply regret making you feel as though you were not welcome here. Izuku places his cup down gently. I understand. I'm not what comes to mind when people think of heroes. That's fine. And you weren't entirely wrong. He sighed. I wasn't prepared for USJ. None of us were. IT was terrifying. But I meant what I said in Recovery Girl's office. I can't let that stop me. Still, I appreciate that you apologized. Thank you. All Might's shoulders slack at his acceptance and he smiles lightly. Aizawa's voice is muffled under his bandages. All right, now that that's out of the way, how should we go about this? The group sits in silence as they each take a few minutes to think. Izuku holds his chin and stares into his tea as he contemplates. Regardless of how far he gets, he'll eventually be outed as quirkless. The first years have the stage for the entire first day. For something so severe to happen right away, there's no telling the reaction from the spectators and other students. But exactly how soon that happens depends on what type of events they'll be doing. There are always one-on-one matches for the final part of the day, but before that, there is a random mix of preliminary competitions. If he can somehow get through them without using a quirk, then the reveal can wait until the matchups. That would be great. It would be the perfect opportunity for him to try and gain some appeal. He'll have to rely on his strategy and tactical skills to get there, but that's nothing new. The matches will be harder to get through. If he manages to make it that far, there's a good chance he'll be paired up with someone whose quirk is incredibly strong. If I make it that far, he wants to. If he does well in the festival, then he might be scouted by a pro who's ready and willing to take him on. That would be incredible. If someone had told him when he was 4 that he'd have a chance like this, he'd probably cry till he passed out. He, a quirkless little kid with nobody in his corner, who could only dream of participating in such a grand event. How many other kids like that are out there? Izuku used to hope and pray that someone would do the impossible, that someone like him would be there to show the world that they could be just as great as anyone else. His hand drops from his chin and he looks out the window. This is his chance to make a difference. This is his chance to be the one person he always needed. This is his chance to show countless others like him that they could dream big, that they could do it, that they aren't wrong or worthless. This is his chance to give them that hope. He takes a deep breath as he faces the 3 men again. I want to wait for the matches. If I postpone it, that gives me more time to garner support from the crowd. I need to make it as far as possible before they know. Really? I would have expected you to take a more upfront approach, but I can understand delaying it. What brought you to that conclusion? All Might asks. Nizu hops off the couch and wanders to the window. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it would seem you have realized that this goes beyond your individual success. Yeah. I was just glad to participate before, but now I'm gonna try and win. The 3 stare at him and he flusters, and not that I wasn't going to try my best before. It's just that there's bound to be other kids like me watching, so I want to show them that they aren't alone. They shouldn't be afraid to follow their dreams or do things just because no one like them has before. If I can give them that hope, then I'm going to. I need to make it as far as I can so they can go farther someday. Besides, if I do well, it'll show the rest of the world that we're not a lost cause. We can do the same things as anyone else. That's all. All Might smiles at him and Aizawa closes his eyes. Well, you've got the drive to do it. Yes. There's a slight difference between those who aim for the top and those who don't. It'll come to matter in a big way once you students emerge into society. Don't forget that drive, All Might adds. Nizu places his hands behind him and walks back over. All right. This seems like a great starting point. We can figure out the finer details after school if you're available. In the meantime, it would be a shame if you missed the entire lunch PRD. Izuku looks to the clock on the wall. He still has 20 minutes. The other 2 teachers stand as the meeting concludes, and so does he. Nizu and All Might part first and Izuku goes to follow. Midoriya Izuku stops him. I understand your intentions, but don't pressure yourself too much. I know I encourage you and your classmates to act at your full potential, but you don't have to carry everyone's burdens. Just do your best. He doesn't get to respond as the man slips through the door. After the meeting, the day continues its otherwise uneventful course. Until after the last PRD, that is. Half the classes in their hall have congregated outside of one. Izuku has never seen any of them before, except maybe in passing. It's odd. There's no way out. What are they here for? Mineta asks. Kaken swings his bag over his shoulder as he passes by, scoping out the competition. Small fry. We're the kids who survived a villain attack. Makes sense they'd want a look before the sports festival. He stands right in front of the gathering. No point though. Move aside, extras. Please do not refer to those we don't know as extras. Ida scolds. Indigo hair moves through the sea of students. It's true, we came to get a look, but you sure are modest. Are all the 1A kids like this? Izuku and Uraraka gasp as the boy reaches the front. Gotta say, I'm a little disillusioned if this is what my sibling class has to offer. Besides, there's plenty of others who didn't make the hero course that got stuck in general studies or other tracks. Depending on the results of the festival, they might consider transferring to the hero course. The reverse is possible for those of us already in it. I'd recommend changing your attitude. For us in 1B and those in general studies, this will be the perfect chance to knock you off your pedestal. Consider this a declaration of war. Shinso finishes. Hey, I'm from 1B too. A silver-haired boy calls out. Heard you guys fought some villains. Wanted to find out more, but all I'm seeing is this arrogant BSRD. You better not make fools out of the rest of the hero course at this thing. 1A waits with bated breath as Kaken sends a leveled look at the congregation. Izuku hopes he wouldn't say anything else. He knows an apology on the boy's behalf is asking too much. He gets his wish, though the way the ash blonde shoved through the crowd isn't exactly favorable. Kirishima tries to reason with him, but Kaken doesn't care. He claims it doesn't matter since he's aiming for the top regardless. He's never been one to let the risk of making enemies stop him from reaching his goals. Either way, it gets the crowd to break up. Shinso doesn't move from his spot. His eyes bore into Izuku. You made it in. Yeah. I'm glad to see you're in too, he admits. Kirishima looks between them. Wait, you guys know each other? Ida and a few of the others appear just as curious. Shinso places his hands in his pockets. We met at the entrance exam. I guess I should thank you. If it hadn't been for you, I probably wouldn't be just next door. Sorry about Bakugu. He's pretty abrasive, but I swear we're not all like that, Uraraka interjects. Izuku seconds her statement. Kaken's always been that way. Shinso rubs the back of his neck. I guess I shouldn't have assumed so quickly. Then again, I only know the two of you, so it's not like I have any other insight. Though my sentiment still stands. Take it as a healthy rivalry. May the best student win. And with that, he walks away. The weeks leading up to the festival pass by in a whirl of training and studying. Before they know it, the sports festival arrives for the students of UA. Just as promised, security is at an all-time high. With the attack and the amount of backlash the festival has been facing on some online forums, the press also remains a steady presence in and around the stadium. Luckily for the first years, each class has been designated a private prep room. 1A shares their pre-festival jitters amongst each other in their respective room. With only minutes until call, the space is practically buzzing with energy. And it has nothing to do with Kaminari. Ida informs them of the dwindling time and encourages everyone to make sure they're prepared. The chatter continues as randomly Todoroki approaches Izuku. Oh, Todoroki, what is it? The freckled boy says once he notices the other. The taller boy stares down at him, expression neutral. Objectively speaking, I'm stronger than you, more capable in every way. What? Izuku wasn't sure what to expect from the boy, but it certainly isn't that. As far as he's concerned, he and Todoroki are polite acquaintances. Has he misjudged? Does the taller boy not like him? And what he said, does he have a problem with Izuku's quirklessness? If he's so, this is a weird time to bring it up. All Might, Aizawa, and the other teachers have their eyes on you, don't they? I'm not about to pry as to why that is, but I will beat you. Okay, so maybe it isn't about his lack of a quirk. Still, the random declaration has Izuku fumbling to think of a reply. Kaminari quips about it awkwardly while Kirishima criticizes the sudden brashness. Todoroki doesn't care and states as much. He isn't here to make friends, so he claims. Izuku can understand fierce competitiveness. That's been Kaken's whole shtick ever since they were kids. And Shinsu's proclamation had been more of a friendly rivalry, at least for him personally. This is not that. Todoroki is deadly serious. For whatever reason, he feels Izuku holds the attention of their teachers, and so that's cause to topple him. Strange. Izuku can understand that he may have drawn a connection between him and Aizawa. But he doesn't think the man treats him any differently than the rest of the class. And as for All Might, Izuku has no idea where that's coming from. Regardless, is it really so necessary to declare such a serious rivalry? He balls his fists as he stares at the ground. Todoroki, I'm not sure why you felt the need to tell me you'll beat me. You're clearly stronger and I can't measure up to most of the others here in power or skill. Objectively speaking. Kirishima tries to cut in, encouraging him not to think so negatively. Izuku pushes on. but everyone is aiming for the top. And well, let me put it this way. I'm not gonna fall behind. He looks Todoroki dead in the eyes. I'm going for it too with everything I've got. Yamada's voice crackles through the loudspeakers as he calls for the students to head to the stadium floor. It's showtime. Hisashi managed to rope me into announcing with him at the festival. Izuku wears a lopsided grin and quirks his brow. Really? How'd that happen? Aizawa narrowed his eyes, though the effect is subdued by the bandages obstructing his face. I don't like that look. He's rubbing off on you already, I can see it. Izuku laughs lightly. I think you're being paranoid. I've only seen him outside of school twice. He has more than enough time in class to turn you against me. Izuku rolls his eyes and holds his head up with his hand. Fine, fine. But really, what made you agree? He wants me to announce your match. Izuku's arm almost slips off his desk in his surprise. Really? Aizawa hums. That, and he wants to keep an eye on me. Apparently, I've been overexerting myself and prolonging my recovery. He can't do it since his hands are cast, but Izuku knows he would have made air quotes if he could. It's funny. He enjoyed these little moments when his strict and stern teacher acts more like his students. It only happens around him and Yamada, which makes him cherish them even more. Still, Izuku has to agree with his English teacher on that one. Well, you are. You know, for someone who's always telling me not to be irrational, you aren't taking your own advice. If it wasn't such a big risk to activate his quirk, Aizawa's eyes would have been glowing. You're starting to become a real thorn in my side, kid. Izuku laughs as his teacher pouts. He really does love these moments. He takes a quiet breath to quell his amusement. In all seriousness, I'm glad it's going to be you. I didn't want to say anything last week with Principal Nizu and All Might, but I'm pretty nervous about telling everyone. Aizawa leans back in his chair. Hisashi and I figured as much. Well, no matter what, you've got the two of us rooting for you. I know your mother will be cheering you on too. This is your chance to show the world what you're made of. Izuku smiles down at his desk. Thanks. But shouldn't you be a little more impartial if you're going to be announcing? The man huffs through his nose. We'll keep it between us. Now get out of here before your mother starts calling me for holding you up so late. You've got a big day on Monday, problem child. Problem child? Izuku asks, grabbing his bag. Aizawa levels him with a look and Izuku raises his hands in front of him as he chuckles. Alright, I get it. Have a good weekend, sensei. Izuku walks with the rest of his classmates out to the field. Show them what I'm made of. Got it, sensei, he mutters to himself. The classes continue their trek toward the center field as Yamada's voice echoes through the stadium. Hello and welcome. It's U.A's Sports Festival. The one time each year when our fledgling heroes compete in a ruthless grand battle. First up, you know who I'm talking about. It's the miraculous rising stars who brandished off a villain attack with their steely willpower the first years of the hero course. It's Class A. The crowd roars at their arrival. Thousands of people gaze upon them. Izuku's heart pounds in his chest. What a crowd. And we're expected to put on the best performance we can in front of so many spectators. Ida says, I suppose this is merely one more necessary skill if we hope to become heroes. Kirishima looks around rapidly at the cheering crowd. They're really giving us too much credit, but we won't let it shake us. Right, Bakugu? Nope. Just gets me pumped up, he replies with a smirk. Yamada continues to call out the rest of the first-year classes as Midnight stands tall on a platform at the center. Now it's time for the athlete's oath. She announces. Some murmurs pass through the students regarding her assignment as the first year's referee. She cracks her mini-whip to quiet them. Pipe down. Your student representative is from Class A, Bakugu Katsuki. Said class collectively freaks at that. Why him of all people? Sero offers an explanation, stating that it must be due to him placing first in the entrance exam. A girl from General Studies stresses that it's only the hero course entrance exam he aced. Izuku hears more of the rather discontented mumblings of the other course students as they stand together. It's understandable. Had he not gotten so lucky, he supposes he might be grumbling along with them. Even the crowd reactions had been more biased toward the hero course as they arrived. It's no wonder why the other students are more than a little dissatisfied with the event. Kakin steps up on the platform and stands at the single microphone. A hush falls over the stadium as they await the oath. The athlete's oath, make no mistake about it. I'm gonna take first place. The student body boos, but Kakin didn't stop there. You'll all make great stepping stones. Izuku and the rest of his class are just as unhappy at the choice of words, yet somehow manage to get grouped in with Ashblonde's ideology. The silver-haired kid from Class B calls out, overconfident J. I'll be the one to crush him. As much as Izuku is inclined to agree, he's known the boy for too long to take the bait. Kakin hadn't smirked at all as he spoke. That would have been overconfidence. No, he's pushing himself, telling himself he can't lose. Although, taking the rest of the class down with him seems about right. Midnight wastes no time announcing the first event, an obstacle course race. It doesn't sound too bad. It's a race between every member of all 11 classes. The course is a 4-kilometer lap around the stadium itself. Our school preaches freedom in all things, so, as long as you don't go off the course, anything is fair game. Racers, to your positions. The students make their way to the back exit. Izuku starts strategizing. Realistically, there's no way he can win with physicality alone. Likewise, this isn't something he can just smart his way through either. For him to stand a chance, he has to blend both tactics perfectly. He can't rely on one more than the other. Whatever obstacles are in store for them are most likely built with quirk use in mind. He needs to stand out amongst the crowd but not negatively. It's an arduous balancing act, but one he has to pull off. The starting light above the archway lights up as a buzzer sounds and Yamada yells for them to start. Immediately, the large cluster of students manages to trap themselves in the gateway. Izuku starts to think of a way out, but the shocked shouts of his peers alert him to the sight of Todoroki racing away. He's using his ice to slide away from the group, effectively launching himself into first place and stunting dozens of others. This isn't going to be easy by any means. Not ones to be outdone, however, more members of 1A break away soon after. Kakin is hot on the icy teen's tail. Izuku feels something wrap around him and looks down to find Mineta attached to his torso. An idea forms. Mineta-kun, do you think you could use your quirk on me? Yes. The boy looks up at him. Huh. With your quirk, I can climb out of here. The smaller boy's face twists. Really? Take me with you, please? Well, it's just to get out of here. Sure, but hold on tight. Also, would you be able to remove them once we're out? Mineta nods and Izuku helps him into a piggyback position. Mineta places a hairball in each of his palms and Izuku struggles to reach the wall. He mutters out quick apologies to various students as he tries not to kick or step on them. He's glad Mineta is light as he scales the wall. Some students gape up at them as they make their way out. Mineta takes the ball off of Izuku's hands and tosses them aside. He hops off his back and sets off on his own course of action, but the purple-haired boy doesn't get very far before a metal claw crashes into him. Izuku stops short with the rest of his peers as the bots from the exam descend upon them. Up ahead, multiple zero-pointers are blocking off the rest of their path. Suddenly, the large bots are covered in ice. Someone cheers at the new development, but Todoroki informs them that the bots are now unstable. He runs through the gap just before they come crashing down. He's keen on sabotaging the competition, it seems. Well, that's the game. Izuku isn't going to let it stop him. Hey, there's people pinned under there. I didn't know we could die during this. Someone shouts. As if on cue, Kirishima bursts through the metal heap. Geez. Todoroki's pretty nuts timing their fall like that. I'd be dead if I wasn't me. Banging comes from the left of him as the kid from 1B bursts through as well. Class A's just full of jerks. I'd be dead if I wasn't me. It's hard to hear, but Izuku manages to catch his name and quirk as it's announced. Tetsu 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 Tetsu. His quirk, Steel. It's similar to Kirishima's hardening, just that his skin becomes, as the name implies, steel. Izuku sighs in relief seeing they're the only ones that had been trapped. The rest of the students start making up various game plans to get past the wreckage. Kakin blasts through with his quirk, propelling himself ahead and taking out another bot. Shiro and Tokoyami catch up to him as more members of 1A take charge. Izuku ducks as a large metal plate falls from the sky. He runs straight for it, a familiar idea jumping to the front of his mind. He grabs the piece. Another robot is hot on his tail. He spins around abruptly and slams the armored plate into the thing. The metal claw severs and the machine sputters. He uses the plate as a shield as he runs through, protecting him from falling debris. He runs as fast as he can until he gets to the next obstacle. The fall, as it's been announced, is a ravine-like landform with various natural pillars connected by thick ropes. Right away, multiple students start making their way across. Tsu takes to it easily, creeping along the tightropes on all fours. Another girl wearing multiple pieces of equipment launches some sort of grappling device to the other end of the gap. She's from the support course and they're allowed to use any items and costumes they created. This is their chance to show off their inventiveness and creativity to future employers and investors. Fair enough. Todoroki, Kaken, and Ida speed across with ease. Izuku tries his best to continue along the rope, but the metal piece on his back is messing with his balance. If he goes any faster, he risks falling. The drop isn't horribly deep in actuality. It's about 7 meters and a net is in place. Still, it isn't something he wants to experience. It takes a little under 7 minutes, but he makes it across. Over the speaker system, Yamada announces Todoroki's approach to the final barrier. The other two have to be close behind. Izuku has to hurry. He runs as fast as he can. Kaken's advancement into first place rings out and Izuku begs his body to keep pushing forward. His lungs burn, but even so, all the running he's done over the last year has finally paid off. By the time he reaches the minefield, the two leads are almost at the end. They keep switching positions on the leaderboard. Their struggle against each other for the top slot is self-sabotaging. They are slowing each other down. It gives Izuku a few precious seconds to think. The minefield is wide and there is no way to tell where the devices are buried. The explosions are non-lethal, of course, but they aren't to be underestimated. A blast from one can set anyone back a good distance, physically and competitively. But maybe they can push him ahead, just like Bingo. Izuku rushes to get the armor plate from his back. He starts digging as carefully as he can, ignoring the questions of his peers as they pass by. Once he amasses a decent enough pile, he grips the thick wires on the sides of the metal piece and takes a deep breath. If he could, he'd thank Kaken for the inspiration. Izuku takes a few steps back before he rushes forward, jumping up at the last second. He braces himself as he hits the ground. He barely touches it before a giant explosion launches him through the air. He sails above everyone with ease, even passing Todoroki and Bakugo. It would be epic if he wasn't immediately facing his next challenge, landing. Deku! Get the hell back here. Izuku has to focus. He's losing momentum. He has another plan, but it's risky. The timing has to be just right. If it isn't, then there's no way he'll get ahead of them again. He keeps his grip on the wires firm as he allows himself to flip upside down. He meets Todoroki's heterochromatic eyes as he flips. Kaken stares angrily and time seems to move in slow motion as Izuku forces the metal plate to the ground. It works. Multiple explosions set off as the plate skids across the ground. Todoroki and Kaken have no time to dodge and the force pushes Izuku forward once more. It's still a rough landing, but he manages to use a tumbling technique he'd learned with Aizawa to keep himself safe. He doesn't risk looking back once he gets up and rushes off in a dead sprint. Before long, he reaches the light at the end of the literal tunnel. The audience is howling as he re-enters the stadium. It takes way more effort than he'd like to admit to stay upright. His lungs can't get enough air and his bangs have started to stick to his forehead. His knees are shaking and weak, but he made it. Izuku has won the first event of the sports festival. He rushes to wipe his eyes as more students rush in. Uraraka and Ida meet up with him as they enter. Deku, that was awesome. She pants. Ida stares down at his hands. To lose a race of all things with my quirk, that it's clear I still have progress to make. First place though. Man, I'm jealous. Izuku covers his head with his arms as his face darkens at the attention. He'd gotten lucky, that's all. It was by pure chance that his strategies had worked. Not to say he isn't grateful for finishing as he has, he's simply aware of the fact that things will only get more difficult from here on out. Getting first place is just the beginning. Staying here is the real battle. Midnight announces the top 42 competitors from the race. He is first, followed by Todoroki and Kakin in second and third respectively. She moves on to the next event, which is a cavalry battle. They are to form teams of 2 or 4 in a horse and rider formation. The rules are simple, each team has to snag the headbands of their opponents while guarding their own. The catch is that they have each been assigned points based on what place they finished the race. The total point value of each team depends on the individuals that made it up. It goes by 5, so the 42nd place student is worth that many. The 41st is worth 10 and so forth. To Izuku's horror, having finished first, he is worth a whopping 10 million points. As if he needs a bigger target on his back. This is anyone's game, the ultimate chance for redemption. For a moment, he feels small as all eyes set on him. Just for a fleeting second, he's back in his middle school class. That isn't right. Things are different now. These aren't the judgmental glares of kids who feel he's inferior to them. This is the burning desire to win. This is fierce competition between him and those who see him as equal to some capacity. They turn to him, not with the intent to crush him but to rise above. Still, it is a lot of pressure. Midnight continues explaining the details of the game. Each rider will wear a headband with the team's value printed on it. They have until the end of the match to grab points while maintaining their own. The headbands have to be worn from the neck up. There is no elimination while the event takes place unless they act with malicious intent. Other than that, it only ends when the timer does. She sends them off with 15 minutes to form their teams. Izuku has to think. In his case, his teammates' points don't matter that much. Everyone has made it obvious that they plan to go after him, so he'll need a good defense. But it'd also be wise to gain a good offense too. Maybe someone with a lot of speed. By the time he looks up, most people have already started forming and finalizing their teams. He panics a little. No one has looked his way so far. Even as he struggles to ask, no one dares to glance at him. No one but Uraraka Achiko. The angel, the goddess, a true being of divinity, offers Izuku to team up. She doesn't even finish the question before he starts crying in relief. You really mean it? Everyone's probably gonna come after for my 10 million dash. She pumps her fists in the air. Yeah, but you'll win if you can just run away from everyone. I think you're overestimating me, Uraraka, he says. That's fine. Who cares? Teaming up with a friend seems like the right thing to do. She must have 2 quirks. 0 gravity and infinite kindness. She radiates it and Izuku swears he has to squint as he looks at her. I actually wanted to team up with you too, so thanks. Partnering with someone you get along with is definitely the best option. He shifts back into strategist mode. Now that we've got your quirk, Uraraka, we just need him. I've got the perfect plan. He does. Between Uraraka's anti-gravity and Ida's speed, they should be set. All they need after is someone suited for offense as the rider. However, Ida declines. He explains that he feels he's been falling behind Izuku since the entrance exam. It's a shame, Izuku thinks, that he's been so affected by that day. Ida is incredibly talented and a wonderful friend, but Izuku understands. Ida too has joined in on the ever-growing rivalry against him. Team Midoriya is down to 2 yet again. It isn't like they can't compete that way. It would just make things harder. Luckily, someone else is willing to fill in. Team up with me, Mr. First Place? The girl with the support gear from earlier shakes his shoulders as she asked. Izuku had no idea who she is, which he mentions. I'm Hatsum Mei from the support course. I don't know you, but I could be useful to someone in your position. She moves her goggles away from her golden eyes. Joining with you means I'll inevitably be right in the spotlight. And then my super cute babies will be seen by the industry big shots. They'll have to take notice of me and my babies. Her babies? What? Uraraka tries to get the pink-haired girl to clarify, but she isn't paying attention. She is determined to sell her idea to Izuku. But wait, there's more. This could also be advantageous for you. In the support course, we develop equipment to make heroes' quirks easier to use. I've got plenty of my babies with me and I'm sure you'll find one or two that suit you. She pulls a backpack-like object off of herself and brandishes it to the boy. Perhaps this one's to your liking? It's modeled on a certain hero's backpack with a few modifications of my own. Izuku perks up. Huh? Wait, could it be Buster Hero Air Jet's pack? I love that guy. His agency used to be in my neighborhood. They chat for another minute or so before he manages to break out of his fanboying. They only need one more person. He looks around and his eyes land on his target. Tokoyami meets his gaze. It doesn't take too much convincing for the other boy to join. Just in time. Midnight calls for the teams to line up and get into formation. After a brief deliberation, it's decided that Izuku will be the rider. He isn't sure about it at first, but Uraraka and Tokoyami make a good point about being better suited for defense and offense. Hatsum won't be able to show off her babies as well if she's the rider. So, Izuku it is. They stand amongst the other teams and he ties the headband on. Tokoyami calls Dark Shadow out. The match is about to begin. He checks in on his teammates one last time. Uraraka. Ready, she replies. Hatsum. The girl chuckles mischievously. Tokoyami. Yeah, ready. Midnight starts the countdown. At the very least, they just have to maintain the 10 million. Outrun and outlast. They can do this. Midnight and Yamada yell out. The cavalry battle begins. The cavalry starts at Yamada and Midnight's call. Right away, Team Midoriya is ambushed by two other teams. Izuku directs his teammates to run away, but the ground becomes a sort of quicksand due to another student's quirk. He calls for Uraraka and Hatsum, who activate the hover boots the pink-haired girl invented. He warns them to turn away for a second so he can use the jetpack. Dark Shadow blocks an attack from Gyre. Tokoyami asks it to cover their blind spots and the sentient quirk obliges. Izuku thanks Tokoyami as Uraraka informs them of their incoming landing. How do you like my babies? Cute, aren't they? That's how I made them. Izuku smiles down at her. They're making us totally mobile with Uraraka's quirk. Your babies are great, Hatsum. Shoji comes at them next, though he appears to be alone. Izuku's team tries to run, but Uraraka gets caught on something. One of Mineta's hairballs is keeping her foot firmly in place. The small boy must be hiding under Shoji's arms. Tsu's tongue shoots out at them and Izuku narrowly avoids the attack. He kicks the jetpack into high gear and they take off. Unfortunately, it costs them the function of a hover boot. Kaken nearly snatches their headband as they pass by, but Izuku's quick thinking has Tokoyami calling for Dark Shadow once more. A few more minutes pass until the current scores are posted. Team Midoriya is doing well to keep their lead, but most of 1A has lost their points. Aside from his and Todoroki's groups, Class 1B has taken the rest of the top slots. Not even Kaken has points. So, that's their strategy? The other class has been playing the long game since the beginning. Izuku has a feeling they're stronger than they seem. Shinso himself had stated they'd be fighting to end one, as apparent reign over the rest of their grade. That being said, Izuku assumes it's safe to say they aren't necessarily dead set on targeting him. He can work with that. Guys, I think it won't be too hard to evade dash. A gust of wind blows by. Todoroki and his team are in front of them in a flash. Izuku sighs, or maybe it won't be that easy. We're coming for you, Todoroki threatens. Behind them, Mineta's team approaches again. Looks like this won't end without a fight. They're really gunning for you, Midoriya, Tokoyami says. Izuku won't let it intimidate him. We're halfway through, so we've got to keep moving. But there's dash. Todoroki's team advances as he gave out orders. Multiple teams incoming. Kaminari's electricity lights up the area behind him, and his teammates hide under a protective blanket Yaoyorozu has made. The other teams are paralyzed as the shock hits them. Todoroki is quick to freeze them in place. He snatches as many headbands as he can before focusing back on Izuku and Ko. The jetpack sputters and stalls. They're losing options for mobility fast. Uraraka warns of the opposing team's strength while Tokoyami offers to create a distraction. Dark Shadow descends upon them, but Yaoyorozu manages to block it with an object she creates. Kaminari is the real problem when it comes to defeating Dark Shadow, though. The light from his electricity will make it too weak and docile. Tokoyami had explained the setbacks of his quirk earlier. Too much light or darkness makes it difficult to control. So you have less offensive power now, but they don't know that, right? Izuku asks. Probably not. The only one I ever told about my weakness was Koda back at USJ, but he doesn't talk much. Izuku locks onto Todoroki's left arm. As long as they don't know, we can fake them out. We'll be fine and the 10 million points will stay with us. They manage to avoid the opposing team for a good 5 minutes. However, they still have a minute left of the match. If they can keep up their tactic of staying to the left of Todoroki and letting Dark Shadow block off Kaminari's electricity, they can win just by outlasting the others. They aren't prepared for Ida to dash forward, creating the perfect opportunity for Todoroki to grab Izuku's headband. It's a secret special move of Ida's and it manages to deliver on his earlier promise of challenging the green-haired boy. All their points are gone in a matter of seconds. Izuku urges his team to charge, but Tokoyami suggests they go after other teams. Izuku remains firm in his stance and the rest follow along. We're getting it back, Deku. No doubt. Uraraka calls. But this isn't just important to him. Everyone has their reasons for winning. His team has put all their faith in him. Even more than that, he has to instill faith in millions of others. At this moment, he's carrying all their hopes. He reaches out toward Todoroki's arm, which briefly emits wispy flames. Izuku doesn't go for a hit and instead completes his fake-out with a swipe. His other hand snatches a headband from around the boy's neck. The bands are flipped around to hide the values, but the 10 million should have been the last one on top. I got it. His team races away to the other side of the icy ring. Their glee quickly fades, however, as Izuku inspects the band. Instead of the 10 million points, he only managed to grab Todoroki, must have switched them around as a precaution. It's an incredibly smart move on his part. Yamada starts to count down to the end of the game. They only have 10 seconds to try again. Kaken bursts through the ring with his team. There are 5 seconds to spare. In those few seconds, the match is anyone's game for the 3 teams. Too bad they run out of time. Damn it. They were so close. The top teams are announced to the stadium. First is, obviously, Todoroki's team. Kaken and his team take second place and, surprisingly, Shinso takes third. Deku, Uraraka starts. Izuku turns to her and hats him with watery eyes. I'm so sorry, really. The girls don't say anything and instead point to Tokoyami. The raven-headed boy speaks. Todoroki was clearly shaken by your first attack. I did my best to nab the 10 million, but I came up short. But I did manage to get another one. Dark Shadow holds a headband worth 615 points in its beak. I grabbed the one from his head when he dropped his guard. Midoriya, that last-ditch effort of yours left Todoroki open. Yamada continues his announcement. In fourth, Team Midoriya. These 4 teams will proceed to the final event. Izuku's tears are to be expected at this point. The competition is put on pause for an hour-long lunch break. The students make their way to the dining hall while some of the audience clears out and heads for the food vendors outside the stadium. Izuku walks with the crowd of students but halts as Todoroki approaches him, asking him to follow. He obliges curiously. The other boy leads him to an empty exit hall and stands against the wall opposite of him. Despite inviting him to talk, Todoroki says nothing. You wanted to talk? No response. The dining hall will be packed if we don't hurry. Todoroki continues to glare at him. It's cold and intimidating. It makes Izuku's skin crawl. You overwhelmed me. So much so that I broke my own pledge, he starts. He removes his left hand from his pocket as Izuku watches. It's odd how the bicolored boy has rarely used that side throughout the first 2 events. It would have helped him out greatly, yet he's holding himself back. Todoroki stares at his hand. Ida, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Tokoyami. None of them felt it. In that last instant, I was the only one feeling that pressure. Pressure? To use his quirk? But he implied that his pledge must have been not to use his fire. He did say he intended to win earlier, and being the son of Endeavor must be a big motivator. Yeah, that must be it. That's probably the pressure he's feeling. Such high expectations are bound to make anyone feel that way. So, what you're saying, Dash? Todoroki cuts him off. I felt that same pressure coming from you. So tell me, Midoriya, are you a secret love child or something? Izuku blinks, taken aback. All Might and the other teachers have their eyes on you, don't they? Am I? What? No way. I mean, I'd probably say that even if I was, so it's not very convincing, but that's not it. What gave you that idea? That's not it. Todoroki questions. Interesting way to phrase it. There's definitely something you're hiding, I'm sure of it. He sighs. As you know, my father is Endeavor, the second greatest hero of all time. So if you're somehow connected to All Might or one of the other heroes, then that's all the more reason for me to crush you. My father is a powerful BSTRD who only thinks of becoming stronger. He's gone all out to make a name for himself as a hero, but he's always seen All Might as a roadblock and an eyesore. My father could never beat him on his own, so he came up with another plan. Izuku waves his hands out in front of him. Wait. What's this about, Todoroki? Why tell me all this? Quirk marriages. You've heard of them, yeah? The taller boy continues. They started becoming a problem during the second or third generation after quirks appeared. Strong individuals would choose a partner and force them into marriage for the sole purpose of passing on a strengthened version of their own quirk. Those earlier generations were lacking in ethics. With his wealth and fame, my father made my mother's family agree to the marriage. All to get his hands on her quirk. Izuku can't believe what he's hearing. Quirk marriages? He's heard of them, but it isn't an issue that usually sees the spotlight. Raising me as a hero who could exceed All Might just to fulfill his own ambitions. I hate it. He holds the left side of his face. Being no more than a tool for that human garbage. As I remember it, Mom was always crying. I can't stand to see that left side of yours, she said. That was right before she threw scalding water in my face. A violent chill racks through Izuku's body and strikes him at his core. Todoroki had to deal with all that? And endeavored at how can a father be so cruel? In short, not using my left side on you was my revenge against him. Never using my father's rotten quirk, no, by rising to the top without it, I'll have denied him everything, Todoroki finishes. This is not what Izuku expected when the boy asked to speak with him. How can he possibly respond to all that? They live in two entirely different worlds. They're both aiming high but for such different reasons. Izuku doesn't know what to do, even as Todoroki starts to walk away. Wait, his mouth moves without a plan. You've got it wrong. I'm not some secret love child, or anything, but I did have help getting here. In fact, I've only come this far because I had help. I'm quirkless, you know that. But as it stands right now, you and the rest of the class are the only ones in this competition who know that. The teachers all know too, but that's it. I know you can't relate to it, but at least understand that I've got reasons to fight too. I am weaker than you. I am more limited. And maybe I won't reach the top, but I have to try anyway. Too many people have helped me get here to lose now and even more need me to succeed. So, let me return your declaration of war with my own. He clenches his fist. I'm gonna beat you. When Izuku returns to the field, his mind is still preoccupied with Todoroki's story. They are opposites. Or maybe they're parallels. They're similar in some ways yet different in others. At the base level, both boys have suffered for things they can't control. Both of their lives have been dictated by quirks and the boxes the world has placed them in. Yet, Todoroki has been born with everything Izuku used to pray he could have been. Both of them are fighting for their freedom, but where Todoroki's is personal, Izuku's extends beyond that. They both stand in the shadow of someone who chases after success, regardless of who they step on to get there. They both have reasons to win. Neither of them can afford to lose. Yes, at the base level they are the same. But there are nuances to their respective situations that cannot be ignored. The finer details of their lives separate them, prevent them from moving on as equals. But do they both not deserve to succeed? Do they both not deserve to break free from the confines others placed on them? Those thoughts bounce around in Izuku's head and begin to stick. Pieces of a puzzle are starting to connect in his mind, whether he knows it right now or not. The bigger picture is starting to form. He zones back into the current situation at hand. Midnight has just finished presenting the final event, the tournament. Their matchups will be decided by drawing lots. Only the students that formed the 4 winning cavalry teams qualify for it. Once they're drawn, there will be a brief break for festivities before the actual matches. Unexpectedly, Audrey raises his hand to drop out of the final event. He claims he can't remember anything from the cavalry battle, most likely due to one of his teammates' quirks. He doesn't think he deserves to participate if he hasn't done anything on his own accord to win. Some of their classmates disagree, but he doesn't let up. It boils down to a matter of pride. Another kid from Audrey's team, Shota Nirenjiki from 1B, asks to drop out for the same reason. Midnight agrees and they are to be replaced by 2 members of Team Kendo, who'd placed 5th. They disagree, instead suggesting members from Team Tetsu because Kendo's team were immobile for most of the competition. Tetsu and Shizuki Ibara will instead enter the tournament, bumping it back up to 16 competitors. Izuku has to hand it to his sibling class, they have some pretty thick bonds already. 1A had a shared experience that made them closer, sure. Still, that bond had been formed out of necessity. They're naturally getting closer over time and Izuku is grateful for their camaraderie. But he has to admit 1B has accomplished that faster and better than them. What they lack in battle experience, they make up for with teamwork and cooperation skills. Izuku is glad for them. Hopefully, his class will follow their example. Studying the tournament brackets, Izuku finds his first opponent, Shinso. In all honesty, it is the best thing that can happen to him at this point. He knows Shinso's quirk. He understands it to some degree and he's seen it in action. Now that he thinks about it, that's probably why Audrey and Shota withdrew. They'd been on Shinso's team, he recalls, and couldn't remember the cavalry because of his quirk. Just like Aoyama, the effects of mind control must have put them into an unconscious state. They became walking corpses in a sense. He'll have to make sure to avoid it. If his memory is correct, Shinso takes control by receiving some sort of vocal response. Looks like it's you and me up first. Think you'll manage? Izuku turns to him but Audrey's tail covers his mouth. Don't answer him, Midoriya. Alright. Audrey hadn't heard about his and Shinso's acquaintance. He'll have to clear that up. Good thing the break will allow him to do just that. Still, it's Audrey who insists on speaking to him alone. The tailed boy leads Izuku back to the prep room and sits down. The reason why I stopped you before was because that kid, Shinso, has a mind control quirk. He gets you by answering his questions. Izuku nods. I know. I've actually met him before. He helped me out during the entrance exam. Really? Well, I'm sorry for acting so rashly. I guess I overreacted. I know this festival probably means a lot to you, so I thought I'd give you a heads up. Thanks. Izuku smiles. It does. If I make it far, then I might be able to make a real difference. Audrey grins back. I hope so. I know we've never really talked but I think it's awesome that you're here. Even though I've got a quirk, mutant types aren't always treated kindly. It's just a part of life, I guess. But I think you could do a lot of good if people see that it's not just about having a strong quirk or being the most flashy. Anyone can make it if they put their minds to it. He jolts slightly in his seat. Oh yeah, there's something else I wanted to say about Shinso. You might already know, but it seems to be that physical contact can break his mind control. Toward the end of the battle, when Shinso had us run past to nab Tetsu's headband, I think I must have bumped into their formation. That's when I snapped out of it. Really? I didn't know that, Izuku admits. Audrey leans back in the chair. That said, I have no idea how strong the contact has to be. And in a one-on-one match, of course, you can't expect any outside help. He stands. Anyway, that's all I can tell you. Izuku stands too. No, that's awesome. Thanks. The other teen turns to leave but stops suddenly. Forgive me if I'm out of line but dash. He taps Izuku's shoulder with his fist. Win this one for me. Audrey leaves him alone in the prep room. He thinks over the advice as he waits for the tournament to start. He's up first so it makes sense to use the time to think up a strategy. Truthfully, Izuku doesn't know Shinso that well. He knows his name, quirk, class, and age, but he didn't know him. Their interactions so far have been relatively amicable, but they aren't necessarily friends. He has to keep in mind that this is a competition and they both have reasons to win. While he doesn't know Shinsu's motivations, he has to take into account that his drive might be just as strong as his own. If Shinsu is truly determined to win, then he'll surely go all out. With his quirk, he has to have a silver tongue, has to be a master at getting others to talk one way or another. In that case, Izuku will have to keep his mouth shut. He can't afford to slip up and lose. The stakes are too high. No matter what Shinsu says, he can't take the bait. Before he knows it, it's time to get back to the field. He traverses the halls silently, an ever-growing determination clashing with the buzz of anxiety in his head. Hey, Fearns. All Might, did Aizawa-sensei send you? No, he chuckles lightly. I wanted to check in with you myself. How are you doing, my boy? You've done a great job so far. I'm impressed. Izuku shifts his gaze to the floor. I don't know. I'm still uneasy. I've gotten lucky so far. If I manage to win this match and the one after, I could help out millions of people. I don't mean to sound egotistical, but once everyone finds out I'm quirkless, it's going to make waves. I just hope I don't blow it and make things worse. Right? Well, while luck may have been on your side in some capacity, you always do your best. Do not deny yourself that pride. As for the pressure you're feeling, I can't say that will ever go away. Not entirely. It comes with the job. He places a hand on Izuku's head. However, I will say this. There will be times where it will feel like the entire world rests upon your shoulders. The thing is, you cannot think about the entire world all the time. Sometimes, you have to focus on just one person, even if that person is you. He gives a thumbs up as he inflates into his muscle form, so go out there and do your best. Never forget that there are people ready to cheer you on. The two depart and Izuku continues to the tournament stage as Yamada announces his and Shinsu's names with the rules. The goal is to knock your opponent out of the ring, immobilize them, or get them to say they give up. Recovery Girl is on standby and each student is allowed to play dirty, but they can't go in for the kill. Izuku is admittedly confused. Aizawa had said he'd be the one announcing his match. Oh well, no time to think about it much. He and Shinsu stand a short distance away from each other at the center of the concrete court. I give up, huh? Get it, Midoriya? This battle's going to test your strength of will. If you've got any sort of vision for the future, there's no sense in worrying about how you get there. Yamada hypes up the crowd. Shinsu keeps his eyes on Izuku, like that monkey, babbling about his stupid pride. Ready? Start. Shinsu doesn't move. What kind of dumbest throws away a chance like this? He wants to speak up. He knows in the back of his mind that this is just for the competition, but Izuku wants to defend Ajiru from the harsh words. No matter what, you've got the two of us rooting for you. I know your mother will be cheering you on too. This is your chance to show the world what you're made of. He has to win this. No matter what Shinsu says or how he tries to rile him up, Izuku will not speak. He holds his tongue and dashes forward. Shinsu is still talking but Izuku doesn't listen. He tackles the boy and they tumble to the ground. I should have known you'd remember how my quirk works. I'm sure your tattletale friend let you in on it too. Shinsu rolls them over and pins Izuku. Now you're quiet as a mouse. Hard to believe you're the same kid from the entrance exam. Then again, you've done pretty well so far. Too bad I'm taking this one. Yamada's voice rings out again. Looks like Shinsu's run into a bit of trouble. His quirk, brainwashing, seems to require an activation cue from his opponent. Midoriya must have figured it out already. Talk about a brainy battle. Shinsu is a bit stronger than he looks, but it's clear that he hasn't had the same training as Izuku. He rips his hand from Shinsu's grip, scraping it against the concrete, and punches him in the cheek. Shinsu reels while Izuku sits up and pushes the other teen off. Well. Midoriya takes the lead in this fight. A classic hand-to-hand battle. No fancy quirks so far. But will it be enough to get one of these boys the winning title? Shinsu rubs the side of his face as he stands. You sure pack a punch. Still got nothing to say for yourself? Izuku takes a more defensive stance and waits for the next opening. Shinso starts walking a circle around him and he rotates in place, eyes never leaving each other. I guess thanking you wasn't enough, right? Should I grovel at your feet? If it wasn't for you, I never would have passed the exam. Thanks to the nature of my quirk, there was nothing I could do against those stupid bots. But you? Somehow, you've managed to do the impossible. I guess some people are just naturally blessed like that. Fate is always on their side. His sly smile vanishes. When you're born with that luck, you get to follow all your dreams. It's ironic. Izuku used to think the same things. Why was it that so many people had been blessed with natural gifts and futures destined to be bright? Why was it that, when so many had been granted everything, he had nothing? Those questions used to haunt him. Life could be so cruel. Why had he not been blessed like everyone else? He doesn't like to think like that anymore. He can't. Not when he is blessed. Even if his blessings don't come in the form of a powerful quirk, that doesn't mean they haven't come at all. His blessings come as people. Aizawa Shoyuta has been nothing short of a blessing in his life. Reconciling with his mother has been a blessing. Getting into you today and making friends has been a blessing. Yes, Midoriya Izuku is blessed by the people in his life. As he runs at Shinso, a somber thought crosses his mind. Does the other boy not have anyone in his life like that? He stares into tired eyes. Is that it? Loneliness is a wretched thing. Izuku is well aware of that. Loneliness kills. It chokes the life out of your dreams and crushes you until there is nothing left. He hated it. He'd fought against it for years, begged his dreams to keep breathing. He'd held the weight up with shaking arms and creaking knees. It's torture. He'll do whatever it takes to make sure no one else has to feel that way. That's what the people, his blessings, have done for him. Now he has to pay it forward. He'll pay it forward for the rest of his life if he has to. Starting with the boy in front of him. Say something already. Shinso lands a nasty punch. Izuku feels blood dripping down his nose. He holds onto Shinsu's shoulder and pushes against his chest with his other arm. The other boy catches onto the plan fast. Trying to push me out? Not gonna happen. He stumbles out of Izuku's hold and clumsily shoves at his face, not concerned about the blood he gets on his hand. Izuku grabs his arm and suplexes him over his shoulder. He lands hard and Midnight calls the match. Shinsu's foot has gone just out of bounds. Izuku wins. Yamada gives some commentary to the crowd as Izuku offers his hand to the defeated boy on the ground. The other takes it hesitantly and stands. They move back to the center and bow to one another. Shinso turned to leave. Shinsu-kun, why do you want to be a hero? Izuku asks before the other can get too far. He doesn't look back to him. We don't get to choose the things we naturally admire. You should know that well, right? As he walks back to the archway, the students of 1B and some from general studies call down to him. To both boys' surprise, the students cheer him on. Some of the pros spectating mumble amongst themselves. I won't say we're the same. We're not. But my whole life people have been wary of me. Treated me like I was. He clenches his fists. This was my chance to prove them wrong. Maybe I failed this time, but I'm not giving up. I'll make sure everyone knows I can be a hero, and I'll become a greater one than all of you. Izuku nods before he realizes the other kid can't see it. Right. His brain fills with fuzz as if half asleep. Shinso chuckles. People who respond to me tend to stiffen up like that. It'd be easy to mess everything up for you now. He turns over his shoulder toward Izuku and releases his quirk. So just promise me you won't lose in a sorry way out there. You've got assholes to prove wrong too, don't you? Yeah, I do. The fuzz returns for a second before it vanishes. Izuku smiled as Shinso disappears into the dim hall. After a quick visit to Recovery Girl, Izuku joins the rest of 1A in the stands. Todoroki and Shiro's match is about to begin and the anticipation is palpable. Both of them are incredibly skilled with their quirks and he has no doubt this will be an intense match. The wait is over. Moving on, there they are. The cream of the crop. Yet this guy's still as plain as they come. It's Shiro Hanta of the hero course. Shiro cracks his knuckles. Versus the best of the best, the strongest of the strong. Todoroki Shudo, also of the hero course. Start. Shiro rolls his neck and shoulders casually as he says something unintelligible to Todoroki. Then, without warning, he shoots out his tape and wraps up the other boy. It's amazing. He hasn't stepped a foot out of place yet things are already kicking off. He gives a hearty tug as he tries to fling Todoroki out of bounds. He's trying to push him out with a surprise attack. It's probably the best strategy for him. Shiro's giving it his all. Yamada shouts. Suddenly, half the stadium is covered in gleaming. Large spikes tower over the roof and the temperature is dropping rapidly inside. Izuku and Ida lean back in their seats, their faces just a meter or so from the frozen structure. Poor Shiro is sticking out at the bottom, completely unable to move. As Shiro is immobilized, Todoroki advances to the next round. Midnight's teeth chat as she calls the match. The stadium breaks out in a chorus of, "Don't worry about it," to Shiro. Todoroki walks over his frozen opponent and starts thawing him. It'll take a while for all the ice to melt. Izuku watches on in silence. Todoroki's words echo in his mind as the sad-looking boy stands on the field below. Maybe, just maybe, it's time to medal. Once the ice cleared, the rest of the first-round matches continued. Kaminari goes up against Shizuki Ibra. She's a faithful girl from 1B whose hair is made up of vines. She controls said plants with an impressive level of skill that, ultimately, Kaminari is not prepared for. Their match also ends quickly. Izuku is scribbling his observations down in his notebook, unaware of his endless muttering. Your match only ended a little while ago, but you're already thinking ahead, strategy-wise? He jumps in his seat and slaps a hand over his mouth at Uraraka's inquisition. He's been working on his notes over the last 2 weeks after school. He's gotten used to thinking out loud again in that time. He usually works on it in his room and his mom has been used to it for years. He flips the book around to show the girl, "Oh yeah, I've also got everything you'd need to know about our class here. I also added new stuff to your zero gravity." Uraraka gives a closed-eyed smile. "Deku, I've thought you were amazing since the day we met, but the sports festival brought you to a whole other level." She chuckles. Ida's match is up next against Hatsum. The sturdy-looking boy arrives on the battlefield decked out in all sorts of equipment. Apparently, Hatsum offered Ida some gear since she's also wearing hers. Aizawa allows it so long as both parties have agreed to it. Izuku's pencil pauses on the page. Hatsum doesn't seem like the type to make an offer like that for no reason. She hadn't during the cavalry after all. He doesn't think ill of her for it, but he's seen her eccentric personality firsthand. She reminds him a bit of himself. Her passions are clear and she is ready and willing to fight tooth and nail to reach her dreams. He could imagine being the same if his fanboying and analysis were kicked up to. In that being said, there is absolutely something else going on. Yamada yells for them to start and right away Hatsum begins giving her own commentary. Ida runs straight for her but she dodges with some extendable belt. For 10 minutes, Hatsum sells invention after invention to the audience while Ida unintentionally demonstrates each and every one. Only after everything has been expertly pitched does Hatsum step out of bounds, glowing with pride. Uraraka says something next to Izuku but when he turns to her, she's already walking away. Strange. He has to investigate. He exits the stands once Aoyama and Ishido's match ends. The pink girl had turned out victorious. He wanders through the halls until he finds the right prep room. He can hear Uraraka's voice as he turns the knob. "Uraraka!" She and Ida face him with a start. "Deku? Wait, shouldn't you be watching the other matches? The last 2 ended pretty quickly. Now it's Kirishima and Tetsu from Class B. Tokoyami didn't give Yaoyorozu the chance to use anything she made and pushed her out. Ishido managed to damage Aoyama's belt and knocked him out. So," she grips her arm, "I'm up soon. I'm sure you'll do great. Kaken's tough, but he's not invincible." Izuku encourages. Ida's hands move, but I can't imagine that Bakugo would give it his explosive all against a female opponent. "No, he will," Izuku states. "Everyone's competing here with the dream of becoming number 1. No one's holding back, least of all Kaken." He reaches behind his back and grabs his notebook. You've helped me so much already, Uraraka. So, I thought I might return the favor. You need a counter-strategy for Kaken, one that uses your quirk. I came up with this one on the fly, but it might work. How fortunate for you, Uraraka. Ida says. The girl bows her head. Thanks, Deku. She looks up, but that's okay. The two boys stare at her incredulously. You're amazing, Deku. She bows again. You do amazing things all the time. During the cavalry battle, I thought the easiest strategy would be to team up with friends. But when I think about it, I was actually just putting my faith in you. She rises from her chair. That's why Ida said, I challenge you, and all that. That left me feeling a little embarrassed about myself. That's why, she walks between her two friends. Thanks, but no thanks. Izuku watches her go. She throws up a quick thumbs up as she exits through the door. See you in the finals. Izuku and Ida return to the stands. Kirishima and Tetsutetsu's match hasn't ended by the time Izuku and Ida find their seats again. It isn't until they manage to knock each other out that Midnight can call it. They'll have to revisit it later to settle the stalemate. For now, the tournament moves on. The heroes in the crowd are speaking amongst themselves as the next competitors find their way to center stage. Tsu taps a finger to her chin. In some ways, I'm most worried about this next one. Honestly, I don't want to watch, Jiru says. There's some merit to their concern. Bakugo has shown time and time again that he won't go easy on anyone. There's no clearer showing of that than the class's first battle training exercise. For the last matchup of the first round, Yamada announces, a celebrity since his middle school days, with only a face a mother could love. It's Bakugo Katsuki of the hero course. Versus my personal pick, Uraraka Achiko, also of the hero course. Ida leans over slightly. You said you thought of a counter-strategy for her against Bakugo. What was it? Izuku keeps his eyes on the field. Nothing special really. Kaken is strong. He's got virtually no weaknesses in close-range combat. His quirk's stronger the more mobile he is. He can maneuver in midair, but if she can get him floating, she'll have the advantage. Start. Uraraka charges Bakugo, who stands firm. Just as Izuku expected, the explosive teen confronts her head-on. He releases an explosion as she reaches him, much to the displeasure of those spectating. It's hard to see with all the smoke, but Yamada relays Uraraka's move of creating a diversion with her jacket. It's a great tactic, but Bakugo's reaction time is no match for the surprise attack. He blasts her back with another explosion. She charges again, but she isn't nearly as fast as the ash blonde. Another explosion. It is admittedly hard to watch as the vicious cycle repeats. Uraraka continues charging relentlessly. Bakugo reacts with ease. They're both determined to win. Nothing will change that. Almost the entire stadium expresses their discomfort with the battle in front of them. Even Yamada is starting to lose faith. Izuku bites his tongue. He knew Kaken would do this. But he knows Uraraka too. Someone in the crowd suggests the referees stop the match, and that sets the rest of the audience off. What were hushed, tense conversations is now a loud, collective demand for the boy below to ease up. They've started booing, and some guy yells for the Kaken to stop toying with the poor girl. Yamada states hesitantly that he's inclined to agree. Aizawa does not. Was the one who said he's toying with her a pro? How many years of active duty? The crowd silences. If that's what you're taking away from this, then you can leave. No point in watching. Go home and start looking at job hunting sites. The field is covered in smoke. Nothing happens as Aizawa continues to speak. She's come this far and he knows her strength. His caution shows that he recognizes her as a worthy opponent. It's exactly because he wants to win so badly that there's no room for carelessness or holding back. Uraraka must say something once the smoke clears. Whatever it is, Bakugo gives a rare look of confusion. In the section beside 1A, Monoma points up to the sky. Maybe Bakugo didn't notice because he's so close, but the pros in the stands should be ashamed. By charging in low every time, she kept Bakugo's attacks and attention focused on the ground. All to set up her weapons. In the open air above the stadium, dozens of rocks floated. With the constant attacks and vision-obscuring smokescreens, he never realized. Uraraka yells as she releases the large rocks. Like a meteor shower, they rain down on the two. Izuku stands from his seat in surprise. However, the match isn't over yet. Kaken sends a large explosion, the largest he can make without his gauntlets, into the sky. The falling concrete gets blown back and eviscerated as a blast wave and heat wash over the stadium. Kaken is ready for more, but Uraraka has nothing left. She falls over, exhausted. She passed her weight capacity with that last move. She tries to reach out, but it's a fruitless endeavor. Midnight calls the match. Kaken has won. The medbots carry the unconscious girl to Recovery Girl's room, and Cementos gets to work repairing the court. There's a brief break before the second round. Izuku leaves the stands quietly. He understands Uraraka now. The way she felt as she waited for her match, the tense unease. Izuku has to face Todoroki once again, but this time, the boy will go all out. He defeated Siro in seconds. While he may have lost control there, it's obvious that he's practically mastered his ice from the previous two events. Izuku knows his left side is a weakness, but Todoroki is determined not to lose. He has a good reason for it after all. So does Izuku. Traversing the now familiar halls, he notices Kaken coming up a set of stairs. "What do you want?" "Looking to die, scum?" the other says. Izuku tenses. "No, I mean, I'm up next, so I'm heading to the prep room." "Congrats on your win." The other teen narrows his eyes. Izuku squirms. "Well, see ya." He tries to escape. "You suggested that, didn't you?" "That freaking self-sacrificing scheme of hers," Kaken growls. "You caused me a lot of trouble out there." "No way. Uraraka came up with that all on her own. Izuku won't allow anyone to take that credit from her." "I didn't. All of it. Uraraka came up with everything just to beat you. So, if it really was a lot of trouble, then that was her messing with you. Speaking of, he should probably check up on the girl." Quickly, Izuku walks off without another word to the feisty boy. It doesn't take long to find Uraraka in one of the rooms. He isn't fully through the doorway yet when she turns to him in her chair. "Guess I lost." She smiles. Maybe it's a good thing that she's holding up well. She looked so defeated at the end of the match. She continues, "I just got carried away at the end when I thought I could actually win." "Uraraka, are you hurt?" he says. "I'm good. I'm healing bit by bit so my stamina doesn't get drained." She points to a bandage on her cheek, just these little scratches left. She shakes her fist, "But darn it. Bakugu's just too strong. I couldn't put a scratch on him. Guess I just gotta try harder next time." Okay, maybe she isn't holding up well. Izuku's pretended to be fine far too many times to not notice it on his friend. "Are you sure you're okay?" He prods. "Yeah, somehow I am," she dismisses. Her phone buzzes in her hand. "I mean, you're always looking ahead to the next challenge, Deku. I lost, but I don't want to lose again." He wants to say something else, but Yamada's commentary of Kirishima and Tetsutetsu's rematch broadcasts over the speakers. Kirishima has won their arm wrestling match, and it's time to move on to the second round. He has to go. His nerves are catching back up to him and fast. Uraraka apologizes for keeping him so long and wishes him luck. He hesitates to leave but ultimately can't waste any time. Her muffled sobs sneak under the door as he walks down the hall. It's not surprising that she's broken up about her loss. Maybe he should have pushed harder to help her. But that wouldn't have done any good, would it? He knows this is something she had to do for herself, even though the outcome hadn't been favorable. Besides, there's no use moping about it. Even in her despair, she'd wished him luck. The least he can do now is take it and let it push him forward. Intense heat and large, orange flames tear Izuku from his thoughts as Endeavor steps out in front of him. "Ah, there you are," his voice rumbles. Izuku cranes his neck to meet turquoise eyes. "Endeavor, why are you back here?" The man is intimidating up close. He isn't larger than All Might, in muscle form of course, but he doesn't give off a smidge of the other's comforting vibe. "I saw what you did out there. You fight vigorously against your opponents." He points right in Izuku's face. "However, it doesn't seem that you've used a quirk this entire time. It hasn't been mentioned at all." Izuku wants nothing more than to escape the man, What are you getting at? I have to get going. Does he know? Had Endeavor found out about his quirklessness? Based on everything Todoroki has told him, it doesn't seem like the pro would take the news very well. Is this some intimidation tactic or something? If you've got some immense power, then show it. My boy, Shudo, has a duty to surpass All Might. His match against you will prove a valuable test. Whatever grand quirk you've been hiding, give it your all. Put up a good fight against him. Is he being serious? He isn't even trying to hide the fact that he's using Todoroki to achieve his own failed dreams. And even if Izuku did have some all-might ESC power, why would he ignore his dream to help Endeavor? A man who only sees his son as something to command. Large footsteps wander off in the opposite direction. Izuku's blood boils. I'm not all might, he says lowly. Endeavor turns over his broad shoulder. Well, of course not Dash. Right? Of course I'm not. Izuku does the same and meets a turquoise eye, and Todoroki isn't you. He speeds off right after that. Once he makes it out of the halls, the crowd is already cheering for the upcoming match. Todoroki walks with a quiet edge to the center of the court. Yamada begins his commentary as Izuku takes his place. Todoroki levels him with an icy glare. Alright folks, this next battle's bound to be exhilarating. Both of these competitors have won top marks in this festival so far, but there's only room for one of these greats in the ring. It's Todoroki versus Midoriya. Izuku has to stay on his toes. Chances are that Todoroki will come at him right away with his ice. He has to avoid it at all costs. As soon as the match starts, he'll have to dodge. Start. Fush. Large spikes race toward him as he jumps out of the way. Alright, good start. Just don't lose focus. Another blast, then another. Izuku's feet are barely touching the concrete as he leaps around the stage. He's immensely grateful that Aizawa had gone over different leaps and jumps during their training months. Though, he is honestly jealous of Kaken's impeccable reaction time. For now, he just has to hold out until he can get an opening. All quirks have drawbacks and Todoroki was no exception. Izuku had noticed the light layers of frost that covered the other boy's right side after his match with Zero. If he can just exhaust him enough, he might just be able to gain some leeway. Another blast of ice catches his foot and he yelps in surprise. Todoroki timed it just as Izuku landed from the last one. Oh, looks like Midoriya's been caught. Will he be able to break free or is this match over? He kicks as hard as he could with his other foot. After 3 tries, the ice starts to crack. Todoroki doesn't move, face still blank. Izuku is still kicking as Midnight raises a hand in the air. Midoriya, can you move? He doesn't answer, continuing his method. Midnight's eyes flash with pity. Midoriya is I'm Dash. The ice shatters as he frees his foot. Todoroki's eyes widen ever so slightly. What's this? Midoriya has broken free from the ice. Just as he suspected. Todoroki's getting worn out already. Either that, or he's getting lazy. That ice hadn't been as strong as the first blasts. He can do this. He runs toward the dual-toned boy, who immediately makes a small wall of ice. Izuku turns sharp and slides to the side of it. He winds up his arm as Todoroki changes his footing. His hand makes contact with another wall of ice, hard. He doesn't need to look to know his knuckles are bleeding. Judging by the pain, it's safe to bet he's just broken his hand. He hisses as it starts throbbing and takes a few steps back. He has to keep going. Yuch! That's gotta hurt. But it doesn't look like Midoriya plans on stopping anytime soon. He's getting somewhere. He can't give up. Todoroki's fights end in a flash so, aside from the drawback, Izuku hasn't learned much from watching them. He has to learn while fighting. Observe. Calculate. Find an opening. More spikes burst through the walls and Izuku dodges yet again. The ice is coming just a little slower now. It's still fast, but it's getting easier to avoid. So you're trying to stretch the match out? Todoroki asks. Not happening. I'll end this quickly. The boy sprints at him before he's stopping to send more ice. Izuku tries to leap out of the way but a spike grazes his thigh. Todoroki, undaunted by Midoriya's efforts, moves in to close the gap. The boy sails overhead on a chunk of ice and Izuku scrambles to stand up. He's too close. He slips on an ice trail and instinctually throws his bad hand out to catch himself. It hurts like a beach, but Todoroki isn't letting up. The audience is mumbling above them. What's he doing? Why won't he use his quirk? Shouldn't he fight back? Maybe Todoroki is just too strong. Izuku stands and tries to gain some distance. His hand is killing him and he's getting tired. Todoroki narrows his eyes. Trying to keep your distance? It's too late for that. He's too good. Judgment, execution, mobility. Todoroki is good at it all. Only defending and dodging is taking a toll on you. The green-haired boy breathes laboriously. The crowd's chatter is growing louder, a mix of praise for Todoroki and questions surrounding Izuku. Sorry for all this. I appreciate it though, Midoriya. Thanks to you, Dash. He glances to Endeavor. He doesn't look too happy. Todoroki's earlier words echo in Izuku's head yet again. His whole storied IT hasn't left his mind the entire time. Not really. The boy keeps talking. You're injured and worn out. You can't fight anymore. Let's end this. Nice. Yamada's voice grows louder with his obvious excitement. Todoroki continues his relentless assault. Could this next ice attack win it all? Izuku refuses. Who says I'm done? He retorts. He jumps to the side and runs as fast as he can toward his opponent. Todoroki hesitates but raises his right hand, ready to strike. Izuku stops just a meter in front of him, to everyone's confusion. It's time to get serious. Todoroki, you're shivering. Quirks are still just physical abilities. You have a limit to how much cold you can bear. But then, you could always use your left side to thaw yourself, right? Izuku clenches his broken hand. Everyone's giving it their all. To win. To achieve their dreams. To make it to the top. And you're gonna win with only half your power? Bullshit. The other teen stares wordlessly. Izuku continues, give me everything you've got. What are you planning? Everything I've got? Did my BSTRD of a father pay you off or something? You can't beat me anyway. Todoroki shifts his stance. You're pissing me off. He dashes forward with his ice, but Izuku is ready. He slams his good fist into the boy's stomach. The impact hits harder due to the speed at which he came. The ice backfires on Todoroki as he slides backward on the ground. Whoa, what a hit. Things are really heating up. Yamada shouts. The crowd is on the edge of their seats. He managed to get a hit on Todoroki. But he still hasn't shown his quirk. Why is he fighting without his quirk? Midoriya looks like he's barely staying upright. While his hand had been a nuisance at first, the adrenaline pumping through him has diluted the pain. But the once tan skin has started to swell and is turning a nasty purple. Todoroki rises. So now you're on the offensive? He pushes more ice Izuku's way. It's a shell of what it was at the beginning of the match. They are barely a meter high and start cracking before he finishes sending it out. Izuku dodges with ease. More frost covers Todoroki's leg. It's not just you that's slowing down. Your ice has been getting weaker too. He dashes forward again and Todoroki makes another ice wall. A crack sounds from his other hand and the wall. Izuku continues to punch through despite his bleeding knuckles. A hole is starting to form. Outside of the main stage, Cementos is debating ending the match prematurely with Midnight. Izuku has sustained some severe injuries. He's going all out despite putting his own health at risk. Aizawa's voice sounds from all angles. The playing field is evening out. It doesn't look like it, but Midoriya is not blindly going wild out there. In order to win, this is his best strategy. More questions bubble up from the audience. Like a broken record, they keep asking about his quirk. Where is it? What is it? When will he use it? I can't make a fist with my right hand anymore, he says to himself. Todoroki leaps over him from a pillar of ice. Why are you going this far? I've got expectations to exceed. He sprints forward, useless. Boring. Unwanted. I won't be that anymore. I'm gonna be a hero. Izuku slams into the other boy. That's why I'm giving it everything. For everyone. Todoroki tumbles backward. Your experiences, your determination, I can't even begin to imagine what all that's like. But if you become number one without giving it your all, then I don't really think you're serious about denying him everything. Shut up, Todoroki growls. Izuku continues to advance. No. I've got freedoms to fight for too. Not just for me but countless others too. That's why I have to win. He punches Todoroki with everything he has. I have to surpass you. Todoroki coughs as he struggles to stand. Everything I ever wanted. You have it. Your life isn't perfect, I know. But that doesn't mean you get to half but anything. We've both had to fight, so why am I the only one giving it everything I've got? Why me when I don't even have half of what you do? The other teen is holding his stomach and shivering. I have to show my father dash. It's yours. Izuku's throat is starting to hurt. It's your power, isn't it? Like a match to gasoline, Todoroki ignites. An explosion. But it's nothing like Kaken's. No, Todoroki Shudo erupts into a brilliant inferno. Yamada shouts at the development. The crowd watches in awe. I thought you wanted to win? So why are you trying to inspire me? Which one of us isn't taking this seriously now? But that I want to be a hero too. Todoroki is grinning, unsure and awkward. Izuku's is the same. Endeavor is calling out from the stands but the boys aren't listening. Todoroki's grin fades as soon as he remembers where he is but something within him has shifted. Izuku can see it in his eyes. What are you smiling about? He schools his expression. With those wounds and in this situation that you must be crazy. It's not my problem what happens to you now. Izuku fixes his face as well. If anyone were to ask him what's going through his head, he doubts he'd be able to give them an answer. He's running on pure adrenaline. Is he going to use his quirk now that Todoroki's going all out? He must have been waiting for this. Maybe he has a fire negation quirk. Aizawa's voice cuts through the stadium once again. You can all quit the guessing game. Midoriya has not used his quirk because he does not have one. Midoriya Izuku is quirkless. The boys on the field are rushing each other one final time as the announcement echoes out. It's pretty dumb on Izuku's part. He can't do anything against Todoroki's flames. He's no match for the boy but he's known that from the start. There is no winning this fight. That's fine. He's won his personal battle for the time being. Now, he can help Todoroki win his. Midnight. Cementos shouts. She rips open her sleeve. It's too late. The wall is barely up when Todoroki breaks through it. The shockwave sends him and Izuku flying. Dust, debris, smoke, and steam fill the air as the audience stares on in silent awe. Yamada quietly asks if the match has been decided. A single red sneaker peeks through the gray down below. Izuku wobbles against the wall before he falls over. Midoriya is out of bounds. Midnight calls. Todoroki moves onto the next round. The audience comes to life once more. From every angle, there are cheers and questions being thrown around. That Midoriya that he's quirkless? Was he just provoking Todoroki without a plan to back it up? They let a quirkless kid into the hero course? No way. He had to know he couldn't win. Especially if he's quirkless. A quirkless really made it into U.A? Did he even want to win or was he trying to lose? I can't believe a quirkless made it this far. Either way, that was some impressive skill. Isn't this a little dangerous for him? He's got moxie, that's for sure. I don't know about this one. At least he put on a good show. Izuku wakes up in a hospital bed. His friends burst unceremoniously through the door as he's regaining consciousness. All Might, in his true form, is standing next to his bed. The others greet him with quick politeness, unaware of who he is before they turn their attention back to Izuku. He wonders out loud about the matches, worried that his friends are missing them for his sake. The arena was mostly destroyed, so there's a break for repairs, Ida informs. That was scary as hell, Midoriya. Even without being quirkless, no pro's gonna want to hire you. Mineta says. Sue slaps him with her tongue. Can't say I like your rubbing salt in the wound style. Pipe down. Recovery girl interrupts. It's fine to worry, but he's about to have surgery. Surgery? The students cry out. With practiced ease, Recovery girl shoves them out of the room while Izuku lays in the bed, face scrunched. Now that the adrenaline has worn off, the pain in his hands is almost unbearable. He can't move them and the throbbing is extending to his arms now. "I'm sorry," he whispers. Maybe it's the leftover dregs of sleep or the pain, but a sudden, overwhelming melancholy falls over him. All Might turns to him, confused. Izuku continues, "I know I was supposed to show everyone what I could do. I was supposed to win and make things better. Maybe if I'd just shut up, but I had to say what I did to Todoroki. You two did do a lot of talking in the second half of your match. Also, I managed to catch up with Endeavor beforehand. I imagine it had something to do with him." Izuku bites back a groan. Todoroki.it was just so sad. I thought I should mind my own business at first, but that I had to because, at that point, I couldn't take it anymore. It was so frustrating. Things had been so unfair. I settled for what I could get. I lost myself. I'm sorry. He slips back into unconsciousness. A good half hour and a smooch later, Izuku awakens once again. Recovery girl scolds him this time for making his injuries worse than necessary. His left hand has been healed up save for some slight bruises, but she did have to do extra work on his right. He managed to get 3 boxer's fractures on his metacarpals in that one alone. 2 thick raised scars run over the back of his hand. His pinky knuckle looks a little lower than it was before. Let that right hand of yours serve as a reminder. I won't be treating such foolish injuries anymore. I understand if it's out of your control or unintended, but this was of your own stubbornness. You're starting to remind me of Shoyuta. She points an accusatory finger at All Might. This one too. Don't do it again. She sends them off without another word. Izuku wobbles down the hallway with All Might in tow. All Might, you originally came to TLDR to find a successor, right? He asks suddenly. Everyone's fighting with all they've got here. They're unrelenting spirits. I can feel how strong they are. So, I have to wonder, have you found anyone yet? The hero doesn't answer for a moment. It's true. The students here are all exemplary heroes in the making. One for all is a lattice of power. If someone with a pre-existing quirk, like Todoroki, were to inherit it, he would become an undeniable hero with super strength on top of his fire and ice powers. Right? So wouldn't it make sense to dash? But I too was born quirkless. Izuku stops dead in his tracks. He whips his head around so fast the older man fears it might fall off. His sunken eyes widen briefly before the surprise wears off. Back in my day, being quirkless was also rare. Though not as rare as it is now. My master, that is my predecessor, possessed a quirk, but she still believed in me. She took me under her wing just as I will do to another young hero. You were quirkless too? But, he looks down. Why say what you did the day we met? Why do what you did during the battle trial? Izuku has started to move on from those days. All Might is doing his best to patch things up with him and Izuku has mostly accepted it. But the confession has bitterness settling on his tongue. He tries to choke it down and give the pro a chance to explain. All Might doesn't do things without reason most of the time. He's already said in the past that he'd been concerned about the boy's safety. The pro sighs heavily. You reminded me a lot of myself at first. That's what made me choose you that day. When you refused, I wasn't sure what to think of it. I was basing your experiences on my own. Everything I experienced before and after receiving One for All, I unintentionally projected onto you. I shouldn't have done that. I did not have faith in myself back when I was just a quirkless young boy, but that was due to my own weak will. You have remained firm in your convictions. Your will is quite inspiring. I'm sure young Todoroki would agree. Izuku flushes as All Might continues. You've already exceeded my expectations more times than I can count. In my heart of hearts, I believe there is something special in you and you alone. That being said, you set the bar pretty high for my search. Though, I think I found a good contender. He smiles. Izuku stares up at him with wide eyes. Anyway, the tournament's still not over. You should get back and watch with the others. I'll let Aizawa know you're alright, the tall man finishes. Izuku nods. The parts ways and the teen wanders back to the stands. When he arrives, Kirishima and Kaken's battle is happening down below. He missed Ida against Shizuki and Ishido against Tokoyami. Ida appears behind him, as if aware of his train of thought. Midoriya, I'm glad to see your surgery was a success. The taller teen fills him in on what he missed. Shizuki had been pushed out of bounds almost as soon as the match started. Ida knew the girl's vines would be a hindrance to his mobility, so he used his reciproburst to get her out. He informs him that the matches will all be available on video after the sports festival concludes. So now I'm in the final four. Your match against Todoroki was quite informative for me. He straightens up suddenly. Alright, I want to let you know that I am excited for you. It takes a lot of guts to announce your quirklessness during an already intense time. Oh, that's right. It's been announced. From this point on, everyone will know that Midoriya Izuku is quirkless. He almost missed it when Aizawa revealed it, his fight with Todoroki taking up all his focus. Maybe that's why All Might told him his story. He doesn't feel any different at the moment. Nothing seems out of the ordinary so far. From the way things look, people are taking it well enough. Then again, the fast-paced nature of the sports festival doesn't really give them the chance to dwell on it much. There are still 2 days left of the event. But once it's over, will the shoe finally drop? Choosing to avoid that topic entirely, for the time being, Izuku turns to his friend. Do you know if your brother has been watching you? He called me earlier, but he was busy with work. I'm actually glad though. Even after coming this far, I still can't say I'm number one yet. Ida smiles. The two are startled out of their conversation as Yamada cries out. Kaken delivers a winning onslaught against Kirishima. He will advance to the third round. The 4 semifinalists are now decided. Ida closes his eyes and adjusts his glasses as he turns away. Right? Here I go. Izuku watched him leave silently. His match is up first against Todoroki. It's sure to be another quick battle. The boys look so small from where Izuku stands. He could have sat with the rest of his class, but he isn't quite ready for the stares he'll surely receive as he walks through the other spectators. So, he stays up on the walkway. As expected, the 2 competitors engage right as Yamada calls for them to start. Todoroki sends out spikes of ice that Ida jumps over with ease. The speedy teen maneuvers in midair with a reciproburst and kicks Todoroki to the ground. He grabs him by the back of his shirt and races to the boundary lines. However, he suddenly stalls, which gives Todoroki the perfect opportunity to freeze him up. Ida is immobilized and therefore loses. The entire match took less than 2 minutes. Ishido passes by, stopping as she spots Izuku. Oh, Midoriya. You're back from Recovery Girl's room. Coming back to hang with us? Yeah. I want to, but... He looks over the cheering audience. I don't know about the crowd. Oh. She places a hand on her hip. Yeah. That makes sense. I'm sure people have questions for you. Tell you what. I'll be your personal bodyguard to our seats. And trust me, none of us are gonna let anyone hassle you. We've got your back. He smiles. Thanks. They make it to their seats without issue. Tokoyami and Kaken's match starts as they get settled. Right away, the ash blonde throws a flurry of explosions at Dark Shadow. Tokoyami can't get close if he wants to. It's brutal. Ishido and Yaoyorozu stand as they cheer on Tokoyami. The light from those explosions is keeping him at bay. It's a bad matchup for him, Uraraka states. A crease forms between Izuku's brows as he observes. He could still turn this around if Kaken doesn't figure out his weakness. Uraraka's brows turn up as she faces him. Yeah? Are you sure you're okay? HM? Yeah. Recovery Girl did a good job. I look worse than I feel. It's true. While his hands are still a bit sore, the wrapping and sling make it look worse than it is. The cut on his leg has been healed up to just a scrape, and all he has left were a few bruises here and there from some particularly hard tumbles. Okay, Uraraka still seems concerned, if you're sure. The match continues for a little longer until Kaken hits Tokoyami with an attack from behind. The match is called in his favor, and thus the final one is confirmed. Todoroki and Kaken will go head-to-head. Izuku has no idea who will come out on top. The audience erupts in chatter and predictions. The next match will be a true test of strength and endurance. Ida suggests they observe closely to learn anything they can, that way they'll be ready next year. Ironically, he has to step away for a phone call. He doesn't return by the time the final match begins. The entire stadium goes silent as Yamada calls for the final battle to start. Similar to his match with Zero, Todoroki unleashes an incredible amount of ice. This time, however, he aims it carefully. He's trying to avoid close combat with Kaken. On the other side of the ice, said the teen has blocked the attack with an explosion. He melts his way through with his sizzling palms. He flips himself around with another blast and grabs Todoroki, throwing him toward the boundary line. The ice user blocks himself off from the edge. Kaken sends another explosion to the left of Todoroki, who grabs his opponent's arm. Izuku holds his breath, but it's for nothing. Todoroki does not use his fire. Kaken gets tossed to the side. They both stand just a few meters apart. The blonde starts yelling loud enough for at least his class's section to hear. "You'll regret making a fool out of me. I'll freaking kill you. I want an indisputable first place. There's no point in winning against some half-butted punk, no point if I can't do better than Deku. So if you're not trying to win, get the hell out of my face. Why are you even here, you bastard?" He continues to maneuver himself in the air. The audience quiets and holds their breath. Todoroki doesn't budge. Is he really going to let it end like this? He can't. There's no way. Izuku stands from his seat without thought. His voice projects loud and clear. "Come on, Todoroki-kun. Don't give up. Do your best." For a second, the bicolored boy remains still. Then, Todoroki erupts with flames once again. He doesn't look particularly happy about it. Kaken lands his howitzer impact. Smoke and chunks of ice fill the air. Despite the brief showing, Todoroki didn't use his fire. He lays unconscious in the rubble of ice outside of the boundary line. Izuku's heart sinks at the sight and then abruptly leaps to his throat as Kaken clutches the boy's shirt and screams at him to get up. Midnight has to use her quirk to knock him out before she calls the match in his favor. The first year's sports festival ends. The award ceremony is something. Tokoyami and Ida share third place. Despite this, Ida is not in attendance. He'd come back sometime before the ceremony to inform his friends that he had to leave. His brother had been attacked by a villain. Izuku hopes he's alright. In second place is Todoroki. He stands on the podium with his head tilted low. Despite his lacking facial expression, his internal conflict is obvious from the way he holds himself. Izuku hopes he'll be alright too. First place, the winner of the festival, was Kaken. Kaken, who is chained and muzzled on his podium. He writhes and growls, looking more like a feral animal than a teenager in celebration. It's an uncomfortable sight, at least for 1A. Even Izuku finds it hard to look at. Sure, Bakugo Katsuki is aggressive. He tends to take things too far and treats certain situations with less delicacy than they require, but he's still human. He's a teenage boy born with incredible power who's been praised for it his whole life. While it doesn't excuse his antagonistic, often violent, and bullying behavior, it doesn't mean he doesn't deserve some sympathy. It's a very poor choice on the school's part to allow their student to be chained up and presented to the world as he is. All Might hands the three their medals. He gives Tokoyami and Todoroki a hug as they accept the awards. Kaken isn't quite as easy to slip it on. All Might removes the muzzle to place the medal around his neck easier, but the teen won't accept it. Eventually, they settle on placing it between his teeth. The pro gives a closing speech and the first day of the festival comes to a close. The first-year students are to report back to their classrooms after they change into their school uniforms. Class 1A reconvenes and Aizawa explains that they'll have the next 2 days off. Unless they want to see the second and third years in person, they aren't obligated to come to the school. When they return, their scouting requests will be in. He dismisses the students after that. "Midoriya, stay for a bit," he calls. Izuku sits back down as the rest of the class filters out. Todoroki pauses at the door when he leaves and turns to Izuku over his shoulder. It looks like he might say something, but he leaves after a second. Izuku stares after him. Once everyone is gone, Aizawa sits in Kaken's seat. He sits backward to face his student. "You did well today. I'm sure your mother is proud." Izuku ducks his head, "But I didn't win." This was my chance to show the world what I was made of. And you did. I'm sure you're aware, but I did announce that you're quirkless. Maybe it's not as favorable as a standing ovation, but no one said anything against it. For today at the least, you showed them what you and others like you can do. You should be proud of yourself, Midoriya. He looks up at his teacher. Yeah, I guess you're right. I tend to be, the man says. Izuku huffs through his nose in amusement. Of course. Neither of them speaks for a moment, just taking in the day's events. A question sits just behind their teeth, but only Izuku can ask it. So, what happens now? Aizawa doesn't answer right away. He stands from the small desk and his student follows. They walk to the door in silence. The man flicks off the lights and slides the door closed once they're in the hallway. He looks beside him at Izuku. Now that we just wait and see. Izuku wakes up to sunlight filtering through the cracks of his curtains. The warmth caresses his face as he turns over. On his desk, his phone is vibrating almost non-stop. He groans as he stretches. His hands feel a lot better than the day before. His left is still bruised around the knuckles but otherwise fine. His right rests in its sling, which made sleeping a bit strange. He walks over to his desk and unlocks his phone. The screen shows over a dozen notifications and missed calls. The first one's over an hour old. He taps the first text from Eureka. From Uraraka. Did you see the 6 a.m. news? You are all over it. Really? He taps on a message from Kirishima. From Kirishima-kun. Looks like you made it to the news. Crazy. More and more messages come in from other members of one. Ida hasn't sent anything. He must be caught up with his brother. Izuku sends him a quick text wishing him a fast recovery before he taps the last message. It's from Tagada. The two haven't spoken since before the school year started. Their last conversation was in the middle of March. The third year had said something about some issue his mentor was dealing with and wished him luck on his entrance exam results. Izuku had thanked him and said he hoped his mentor's issue would resolve soon. It felt like so long ago that he honestly hadn't thought of the other boy much. The new message seems out of the blue, but then again, most of the country watched the sports festival. From Tagada-senpai. Sweet performance yesterday. You were really awesome out there, especially for a first year. I had no idea you were quirkless. That's epic, dude. Keep up the good work. Izuku types out a quick thanks and pockets his phone. He can't really be all over the news, can he? He pads down the hall to the living area, stepping over a familiar creaky floorboard. Inko whips her head around from the couch. A flurry of emotions passes over her face. Izuku, you're all over the news. All right then. He walks over to the back of the couch and leans his hand over the top. The 8 o'clock news started just a few minutes beforehand. Clips from the sports festival are playing as the anchors discuss the events in the background. Suddenly, his match against Todoroki pops up. Perhaps the most show-stopping event yesterday came from this ferocious match. First year's Todoroki Shudo, son of the number 2 hero Endeavor, and Midoriya Izuku went head-to-head in what seemed like an unlikely matchup. The audio to the clip plays briefly. Yamada's voice comes through the TV as Todoroki ignites on the screen. The video mutes and minimizes to the left-hand corner as one of the anchors continue reporting. While it is great to see the young Todoroki following in his father's footsteps, the most spectacular moment came at the announcement of Midoriya's quirk. Aizawa's voice comes through as he announces Izuku is quirkless. The clip ends and his headshot from the festival replaces it. The anchors toss the rest of the segment over to an on-scene correspondent. The woman, whose dark hair is styled into a neat ponytail, is standing near the stadium entrance. This historical moment has caused quite the uproar overnight. Millions across the nation have taken to social media to share their thoughts on the matter. UA's decision to allow a quirkless student into its prestigious hero course is a divisive one. We asked a few spectators how they feel about it. The pre-recorded interviews have the Midoriya household biting their nails. One man expresses that he thinks the decision is outrageous. He believes Izuku's spot should have gone to someone more deserving and that his enrollment is some sort of PR ploy. A woman says something similar, albeit much gentler, and sans the ploy. A student says she doesn't care either way. Another says he thinks it was neat but otherwise implies that he doesn't expect much to come out of it. The last interview they show, however, is the one that really strikes Izuku. A woman stands with her young son attached to her leg. He can't be older than 5 or 6 and he peers at the camera with large, shy eyes. The reporter asks the woman what she thinks and Izuku fidgets with the bottom of his shirt. I think it's wonderful. My son, Daichi, is quirkless. We got the diagnosis a little over a year ago. My husband was quirkless as well. Once he found out that our son inherited it was too much for him. I've seen how quirkless people fare in our society. I worry about my son and mourn for my husband every day. She picks up the little boy. But this boy, Midoriya Izuku, he's already given us so much hope for the future. Isn't that right, Daichi lights up. Yeah. One day, I'm gonna grow up big and strong just like Midoriya-san. Izuku doesn't catch the rest of the segment. His blood is rushing in his ears as he grips the back of the couch. Inko turns around, her knees digging into the cushions as she speaks to him. He can't hear it well. His mind has completely stopped. She wiped the tears from his face, ignoring her own, as she speaks softly to him with a watery smile. You're doing it, honey. You're changing the world just like you wanted to. Once he comes back to Earth, his mother insists on making a celebratory breakfast. It isn't much in actuality, just miso shiru and tamago cake gohan, but it's prepared with the love only a mother can give. Across the city, another boy wonders just what that means. He's gone without it for so long it has lost its meaning. He thought he'd never find it again. Today, he hopes that will change. Shudo left the house with nothing more than a few short words to Fuyumi, who watched with confusion and concern. That was fine. He didn't need her to understand. Today, he would see his mother for the first time in almost 10 years. Fuyumi must have thought it odd. But why wait so long just to go out of the blue like this? But it was his own fears that had kept him away all those years. The day she left, the day he got his scar, had placed the thought in his mind that it was his fault. He made her scared. He made her tip the kettle. He made her sick. He sent her away. And even though he knows now that it isn't true, he can't get it out of his head. Not even the burning hatred he feels toward the man he calls father, the true reason his mother went away, could erase the thought. But today he's going to visit her. The train ride takes about 50 minutes and he gets recognized about 10 times during it. People congratulate him on his matches and taking second place before they continue to watch the second years on their phones. Thankfully, the walk to Fujitani Hospital doesn't take too long. He passes by an electronics store along the way which airs the sports festival on the TV window display. His phone vibrates in his pocket with a news notification. Midoriya's name is in the headline and Shudo clicks it, indulging in his curiosity. The article starts with a brief recount of their match before it shifts to focus on Midoriya and his historic title as Udate's first quirkless hero student. The announcement has caused quite the debate amongst the populace. Endeavor had been uptight about it too. Shudo doesn't understand all the discontent toward his classmates' enrollment. He's proven himself capable, hadn't he? Sure, Shudo thought it was surprising at first, but it doesn't have anything to do with him. Why be so concerned with how someone else lives their life? If Midoriya wants to be a hero, then how is that any different than him or the rest of their classmates? There has never been a quirkless hero, but Shudo can't recall anyone with a quirk quite like his either. What's the difference? In all honesty, the obsession with quirks in their society is starting to get on his nerves. It certainly hasn't done him or his family any good. Besides, from what he's seen so far, Midoriya has what it takes to be a decent hero regardless. He definitely needs some support items if he's serious about going far, though. Midoriya stays on his mind until he walks through the doors of the hospital. He gives his name and who he's visiting and the secretaries let him through with no issue. One even congratulates him on getting second place. He has a feeling he'll be hearing that a lot over the next few days. He makes his way to the elevator as thoughts of his mother and father return to the forefront of his mind. What does his mother look like now? Does she still have the same kind face she had before? Will she look at him like she did that night? Will she greet him lovingly in the way mothers only do? Will she smile again? Will she be happy? For so long, she had been a prisoner to his father. Not anymore. Today, Shudo will start to remove her shackles. He is going to be her hero. He opens the door to her room with a shaking hand. Across the plain room, Todoroki Rei is sitting in a chair gazing out the window. She looks just as he remembers her, but so much emptier. Yes, Shudo thinks he is going to save her. No matter what. The second day out of school comes and goes. The news and sports festival once again have the Midoriyas glued to the TV. Izuku's face still shows up from national news to gossip talk shows and social media. It's nerve-wracking and exhausting. It seems like the entirety of Japan has something to say about him. The opinions vary on a scale that starts and ends on two extremes. At the very least, no one has anything negative to say that he hasn't heard before. He just wishes his mom didn't have to hear it. She's gone through 10 tissue boxes in the last 48 hours, and if her face isn't covered in tears, it's red with fury. On the bright side, there are more positive attitudes toward him than expected. The rest range somewhere in between. At this point, he's just glad there isn't a crowd of reporters outside his house. He and Inko both agreed not to leave until he has to go back to school. Once the final day of the festival airs, all eyes are on the third years. The most notable students, dubbed the Big Three by Yamada, hold a few familiar faces. Izuku watches as Tagata dominates the events. His quirk, permeation, allows him to slip through any surface and makes him quite difficult to defeat. Heido Nijire is just as skilled and tactile with her quirk, wave motion. Izuku recognizes her as the girl that helped him out that day in the cafeteria. The third member of the trio is Amajiki Tamaki. Just as powerful as the last two, he finishes his fights with little difficulty. His quirk, Manifest, was as useful as it was diverse. He seems camera-shy despite his prowess. When it comes time for the final match, Tagata v. Amajiki, Izuku watches with rapt attention. The third years are impressive, to say the least. In just 3 years, they've gone from inexperienced freshmen to being on par with the pros. It's amazing and inspiring. Toward the end of the match, the entire fight seems to shift. It's been pretty even the whole time. Tagata dodges and attacks with incredible speed and timing. Amajiki transforms himself to counter as often as he can. Then, out of nowhere, Tagata releases a powerful punch. It's nothing like he's done the entire time. Amajiki tumbles backward and tries to catch himself, but it's too late. He's out of bounds. Tagata wins. The arm he delivered the winning move with starts to bruise from his hand up, but otherwise, he's fine. Izuku can't help his curiosity. That power.it doesn't seem to have any connection to his permeation. Mutations don't happen that late. He hadn't done a move like that last year or during the entirety of this year's festival until that last second. All Might arrives for the third and final time to give out the medals. Heido, Amajiki, and Tagata take them with pride, though Amajiki seems more nervous than anything. The sports festival comes to an end. There's no doubt it will be one to remember for years to come. Thursday is a rainy day. Izuku rides the cramped train, scrolling through the news on his phone. As expected by this point, he can still find the article on himself somewhere on the page. At least now that the entire festival is over, he doesn't take all the spotlight. He schemes through the other articles completely unaware of the man trying to get his attention. Young man. Excuse me, young man. Izuku turns over his shoulder. Yes? You're Midoriya from the hero course, right? A few other passengers tune in at this. Nice going at the festival. That last match of yours sure was something, huh? The man gives a thumbs up and smiles while other questions and comments come in from all directions. Some just stare. A few send some glares his way but say nothing. Izuku does his best to answer the kinder, less invasive questions and humbly accepts his compliments, even if some are a bit backhanded. By the time he reaches school, half his social stamina has been drained. Well, hopefully seeing his friends will get it back up. Speaking of his friends, Ida jogs past dressed in a rain poncho and boots. He urges Izuku to get inside quickly. The freckled boy follows behind as they make it into the school and to their lockers. He shakes off his umbrella as Ida removes his rain gear. He knows it's rude, but Izuku can't help but stare at his friend. He'd left the sports festival in a hurry and hadn't contacted anyone since then. As if sensing the concern, the other boy turns over his shoulder with a small smile. "You needn't worry about my brother. I apologize if he or I caused any undue concern." Izuku doesn't know what to say, and Ida simply turns back around. They finish their tasks in silence. If Ida takes a bit longer than normal to put away his poncho so that Izuku will leave first, the smaller teen doesn't say anything about it. When he arrives at the classroom, he finds that most of his peers had been caught in similar situations to his on the way to school. Ashido recounts the stares and questions she faced on her train ride, and Siro sighs about the grade schoolers who pityingly told him he made a good effort. The class gabs with each other until Aizawa arrives. To everyone's pleasure, his casts and bandages have been removed. Tsu voices the sentiment, and Izuku has to force himself not to stare at the scar just under the man's right eye. Aizawa scratches the bottom lid of his left and gets right to business. The old lady's treatment was excessive, but never mind that. Today we've got hero informatics class, and a special one at that. You'll be picking out your hero names. The class erupts with excitement, and Aizawa uses his quirk to quiet them down. But first, concerning the draft picks I mentioned the other day, it's based on who the pros think will be ready to join the hero workforce after another 2 or 3 years of experience. So, you could say that it's a way for them to show interest in your future. However, there's ample time for their interest to wane before you graduate. Any and all offers can be arbitrarily revoked. It happens quite often. So if we're picked now, that means there'll be higher hurdles in the years to come? Hagakure asks. Aizawa starts to write on the board. Yes. Now, here are the complete draft pick numbers. He points with the chalk once he finishes writing. Typically there's more of a spread, but our top 2 stole most of the spotlight. The class gapes at Todoroki and Kaken's numbers. They've got 4,123 and 3,556 offers respectively. Tokoyami, Ida, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, Kirishima, Uraraka, and Siro also gained decent offer amounts. However, those are the only names on the board. Izuku slumps a little. Mineta shakes his shoulder and gives an unsolicited, "Told you so." Izuku hums neutrally. Aizawa places the chalk back in its holder. With that settled, whether you received offers or not, you will all have a chance to work alongside the pros. It's true that you've already experienced more than most, but seeing the pros in action and taking part yourselves will still be worthwhile training. That's where our hero names come in. Sato adds. Uraraka nods. This is getting fun. Aizawa grumbles. They're only tentative, but you still want to pick something appropriate or else you'll know true hell. That's right. The name you pick now may very well be what the world calls you from now on. That's happened to plenty of pros out there. Midnight struts into the room. Right. True enough, Aizawa sighs, pulling out his sleeping bag. Midnight will be assessing the sensibility of the names you pick. Remember to really think about what kind of future you see for yourself. The name you choose will bring you closer to cementing that image. Names are capable of reflecting one's true character. Keep that in mind. Midnight hands out whiteboards and markers for them to present their names on, and 15 minutes to figure it out. Izuku stares at the board in front of him. For years he'd come up with names for himself. Of course, the first serious name he ever picked out was his own, but that had felt easy compared to this. He'd been so sure of himself the day he proclaimed to his mom that his real name was Izuku. She'd been delighted at it and made quick work at making it official. Even at age 3, he was sure he'd never be more confident about anything else. For the rest of his life, he'd be Midoriya Izuku. Now 12 years later, he wishes for that feeling again. He used to come up with tons of hero names. All Might Jr., Little Might, Mini Might. But that was back then. Back when the world was shaped like All Might and his mom. Back when the world had no idea who he was or what he could and couldn't do. He doesn't live in that world anymore. Now, he has to name himself again. This name might even be more important than the first. And all he has is 15 measly minutes. Maybe he's putting too much pressure on himself, but can you blame him? The time ticks by as he sits with a deep crease in his brows and a marker between his fingers. One by one, his classmates proudly announce their hero names, and Midnight either approves or asks for a revision. Izuku thinks, what kind of hero does he want to be? What image does he want to present to the world? As it is now, people already perceive him a certain way. For some, that image is of a quirkless kid who doesn't realize he's bitten off more than he can chew. For others, he's something of a miracle. But for a select few, he is a beacon of hope. It doesn't matter what he lacks, he's gone further than anyone could ever imagine. He's a sign for those who need it, who beg for it. Just like he once asked for. It doesn't matter if he's quirkless, a Deku. He's doing what the world told him he never could. He's doing what the world already told little Daichi he couldn't do, what millions couldn't do. Now he's screaming back at the world that they can do it. A light bulb goes off in his head. He gripped the marker. Ida goes up to present his hero name, simply making it Tenya. He seems unsure of himself at the podium but makes no other comments. Now it's Izuku's turn. He walks up to the podium feeling sure of himself, just like he had all those years ago. He glances at the whiteboard one last time before he flips it around. The class stares at it silently. Are you sure about this, Midoriya? Midnight questions. Izuku gives a single nod. Yeah. I always hated it, but then someone helped me see it in a new light. It took me by surprise, but it made me happy. So, that's why I chose this. This will be my hero name. Uraraka smiles at him. From now on, he will be the quirkless hero, Deku. The rest of the name decisions and revisions finish up soon after. Only Kaken remains undecided on a name. Aizawa takes over the class as he finishes explaining the internship process. Your internships start in a week. For this all-important decision, I'll be handing out personalized lists to those who were drafted. You may choose from among those who scouted you. For those of you who weren't drafted, the list I just passed out contains 40 agencies from all over the country willing to accept interns. You will choose one from that list. Each has a different specialty and region. Give your choice some real thought. You've got till this weekend to make your pick. The final class of the day ends and Izuku packs up his things. He wants to get home as early as possible to avoid another slew of questions and stares. Of course, he'll still have to deal with them, but he wants to sneak past the brunt of it. The 4 o'clock rush is brutal enough to get through without the extra attention. He slides open the door after saying his goodbyes. He doesn't get a foot out as All Might stands before him, bent at the waist. Young Midoriya, would you mind following me to the staff room? The two walk in a mutual silence to the room. Izuku doesn't know what was going on. Is he in trouble? He doesn't think so. If he is, All Might hasn't given any indication of it. Maybe it has to do with the sports festival? With all the commotion surrounding it, surrounding him, the school must be getting all sorts of emails and phone calls. He peeks at the time on his phone. It's already 3. Hopefully whatever meeting he's being led to won't take too long. They reach the staff room quickly and All Might lets him walk in first. Yamada, Aizawa, Cementos, and Midnight tap away on their computers. Izuku finally asks the question on his tongue, did I do something? The other teachers turn their attention to him. Yamada swivels around in his chair, nothing that's got you in trouble if that's what you're asking. Aizawa spins in his chair with less enthusiasm. You've got an offer. Really? Izuku raises his brows. All Might, now small, places a hand on his shoulder. Yep. It came in late, but you've got one. Aizawa gestures for him to come over with a tilt of his head. Izuku looks at the screen over the man's shoulder and his eyes almost pop out of his head. The wild, wild pussycats. They want me to intern for them? You sure sound surprised, Midnight chuckles. Izuku flusters and rubs the back of his neck. I guess I just didn't expect anyone to scout me. But I'm glad I've got an offer. Yamada shoots him a thumbs up. Well, you certainly put on a good show. Can't say I've ever seen a match quite like Todoroki and yourself. I think that's the most I've ever seen the little listener's mouth move. Yeah, he looks at the scars on his hand. It was a lot. He isn't aware of the soft smile that forms as he flexes his hand. He also misses the glance Yamada and Midnight share. Aizawa retrieves the request printout and hands it to his student. Another thing, he says, there's always a buzz after the sports festival. so it's not uncommon for you students to have some extra attention for a while. That being said, let us know if you're dealing with more hassle than necessary. The press has a bad habit of sticking their noses where it doesn't belong. We can pull some strings as far as our students' well-being goes. Izuku takes the paper, right? I haven't had to deal with anything too bad. Mostly just a lot of questions and stares. It's been weird seeing my face in the news though. Welcome to the world of heroes, kiddo. Midnight pats him on the shoulder as she passes by. Aizawa returns to his chair. Before I forget, the repairs on your costume are finished. Also, I think it'd do you some good to get a support item or two. Really? The homeroom teacher hums. We can start looking into it with the support department after school tomorrow if you want. Izuku nods vigorously and thanks him. Aizawa dismisses him and he says his goodbyes to the rest of his teachers as he makes his way out the door. There's no way he'll miss the 4 o'clock rush, but it's alright. His excitement over his offer and potential support items give him all the energy he needs for the ride home. Alright, what are you looking to get, kid? Majima, otherwise known as Power Loader, asks. Izuku holds his chin between his fingers as he stands next to Aizawa. What is he looking for? Well, for starters, it would be best to look back on all his battles thus far. The spots. Festival pops up first, obviously being the most recent. His fight against Shinso had been pretty evenly matched. He's used to hand-to-hand combat, but it might be good to get some things to help out with that. He already has basic safety gear, but he'll need more than some knee and elbow pads. His match against Todoroki is where his shortcomings were most exposed. Out of everything that limited him there, it was mobility and power. Thinking back even farther to USJ, that had also been his main limiters. That's a good start, Aizawa says. Izuku ceases his mumbling. Majima leads them to the back of the development studio and taps a button on the wall. If it's power you're looking for, then you should find something to your liking here. Like in 1A's room, panels extend from the wall revealing a multitude of support items within glass display cases. Majima gestures for him to take a look around and Izuku can't contain his wonder at the different items. Behind the three, the door to the studio slides open hastily. Majima-sensei. I just had the best idea for a new baby. Hatsum barges in. She pauses as she observes the others in the room before smiling even wider. Oh, it's you. Looking for some support items, HM? She races over and Majima has to hold her back from tackling Izuku. I've been thinking up concepts for you since the festival. You're probably looking for something that'll boost your physical capabilities, right? Well here, check these out. Hatsum breaks free from Majima's hold and grabs something from one of the cases that they can't see. She's back in front of Izuku in a flash with a pair of gloves attached to 2 metal devices. She passes them to him and he slipped them on. The gadgets looked like clunky bracelets and have some weight to them. Hatsum, what are these? These. She finishes adjusting the final one. Please call me May. And these are just something I've been working on as a side project of sorts. You did so well in the cavalry, I had to keep an eye on you, especially with how well you handled my babies back there. Then I found out you were Quirkless and I just knew you were the perfect opportunity for me to work on some new concepts. Hatsum, what have I said about using your peers as guinea pigs? Nima chides. She ignores her teacher and instead pulls Izuku over to her desk. The 2 men follow close behind. Mei grabs a notebook from her desk drawer and flips through it. Izuku marvels at the various sketches and the never-ending writings around them. She lands on the page with the gadgets he's wearing. I originally planned on making them into a communication baby, but after seeing you go against Todoroki, I had a new idea. She holds the device in her hands and taps on a button on the bottom. The wrist guards extend into full gauntlets and Izuku jumps at the sudden change. Majima takes a step forward as a precaution, but nothing else happens. With my power-boosting babies, you'll be able to punch up to 5 times harder with a few more adjustments. Izuku looks over her notes and beams. This is great, Now all I need is something for mobility. Aizawa speaks up. Do you have an idea of how you want to be able to maneuver? You did a lot of jumping around during your match with Todoroki, Majima states. You also relied on your speed quite a bit from what I saw. Izuku bites the inside of his cheek. He does rely on his speed and agility, perhaps more than his combat skills at times. He thinks back to the cavalry battle with Mei's boots and jetpack. As cool as the pack was, he doubts it's the right choice for him. He needs something quick, comfortable, and easy for him to handle. But what? He doesn't want to copy Aizawa's capture tape. Besides, he has to keep his hands free if he's going to have the gauntlets. Ida, Uraraka, and Tsu pop up in his mind. He gets an idea. Mei, do you think you could make something similar to your hover boots? Izuku can see the light bulb over her head. Of course. What do you need? He sits down on the empty stool next to her as she flips to a blank page in her notebook. Izuku takes out his own, to which the pink-haired girl exclaims excitedly. Aizawa and BGMI watch them silently. He explains his idea to Mei, using his friend's quirks for reference. The hover boots are a good starting point, but he needs something a little more compact. He shows her Ida's page and explains what he knows about engine. Mei states that it would be difficult for him to use realistic engines since he'll most likely need to be able to refill them and fast. They'd be too small to have a long-lasting fuel source. Not to mention the potential dangers. They'll need to figure out a workaround. They decide to move on to the other aspect, agility. Izuku flips to Tsu's page. Mei nods along silently as he talks about her natural jumping abilities. He then shows her Uraraka's page, specifically his notes on her hero costume. She'd explained her boots to him a while back and he'd written it down eagerly. Suddenly, the young inventor slams her hands on the table. The other three jump slightly. I got it. Pressurized air. She exclaims. Izuku tilts his head. Pressurized air? Mei's hand flies across her page. Think of it like the vascular system. She sketches another boot out. The heart pumps oxygenated blood through our veins and arteries. Now, imagine if we borrow the cushion and spring design from Uraraka's boots and rework it. We keep the shock absorption but use a polyurethane material full of dense gas. This will act as the heart, so to speak. She keeps sketching. We'll connect them to a tube system that opens up at the bottom of the boot. When you wind up for a jump, you'll push down on the cushion and the spring plungers at your heel. This will force out pressurized air as you launch up. It was a little difficult to keep up with, but Izuku understands the gist of the process for the most part. Mei moves on to the engines. We can use a similar system for your speed mechanics. We'll combine safety with mobility by adding another cushion to your knee pads. As you walk, your knee will push into the cushion, which will pump more air into a larger one. Imagine it like those blood pressure things that doctors use. Once it's full, you'll be able to use that air to run faster. Of course, I'll put in some features so you won't have to worry about it bursting or anything. I'll use some tech that'll sense the contractions of your muscles so you won't have to manually activate the airburst. It's the same type that's going in those gauntlets, she finished. Izuku has stars in his eyes as Mei grins proudly. Aizawa clears his throat from behind them. All right, if that's settled, then you two should get going. It's already 4:30. He turns to BGMI. How long do you think it'll take for everything to come back? The other teacher scratches at his chin, knowing Hatsum, at least a week. I understand the hero students have internships, correct? Aizawa nods and the two continue to talk as Izuku and Mei pack up their notebooks and put away the gauntlets. BGMI and Aizawa dismiss them and the two students bid their teachers farewell. Mei talks about the support items and some of her other babies as they walk to the station. Izuku nods along and gives his input here and there, but mostly just enjoys her company. For as crazy as he is about Hero's quirks, she is about inventing times 10. Mei puts her number in his phone on the train and the two sit in comfortable silence. She waves goodbye to him as she reaches her stop and Izuku waves back. It isn't until he gets home that he sees the picture she took and set for her contact image. He smiles, sure that he's just made another good friend. Soon enough, it's time to head off to their internships. Aizawa stands in front of his class at the station. You've all got your costumes, right? Wearing them in public is strictly prohibited for you kids, but don't go dropping them, he dotes. All 20 of his eager students clutch their costume cases. All right, all of you, be on your best behavior. You're representing UA. Now get going before you miss your trains. The class spreads out into smaller groups and pairings as they wait for their rides. Izuku turns around and watches as Ida retreats from them. Uraraka follows his line of sight. Ida. As soon as the sports festival ended, one of the major stories to take over had been about Ingenium's attack. The villain is still on the loose. He's already killed 17 heroes and permanently decommissioned another, the hero killer, Stain. That's what they call him. Ida hasn't said anything about it since that day in the locker room. The taller boy stops. Izuku opens his mouth and closes it again. He exhales. If it ever gets to be too much, just remember that you can talk to us. Okay? We're your friends. Uraraka's head bobs up and down as she nods vigorously. Ida turns to them. He wears the fakest smile they've seen on him, and Izuku knows something is terribly wrong. It could just be from the stress of it all, but it feels like there's something else. Izuku wants so badly to say more, but he can't think of anything. Ida walks off without another word. Eventually, the rest of the class goes their separate ways as they board their trains. A long ride later, Izuku finds himself in Nagano Prefecture. He grabs his costume and backpack and exits the train. From what he'd been told by Aizawa, one of the pussycats would be there to pick him up. He pays extra attention to the people around him as he walks through the station. You. Over here, Midoriya-kun. Izuku turns in the direction of the voice. A hand with a paw-like glove is raised above the crowd. The final few travelers pass by, revealing a woman in a yellow top and skirt. Her hair is a few shades lighter than his and her eyes are a soft yellow. She has pink whisker-like lines painted on her round cheeks and a matching circle around her right eye. Ragdoll. Izuku beams as he walks toward her. The woman meets him halfway. I'm so excited to meet you. He bows. I was so honored when I found out the pussycats wanted me to intern. She chuckles. I like your energy, kitten. We were impressed with you at the sports festival, especially after we learned you were Quirkless. You've got a feline fighting spirit for sure. She leads him to a white car decked out in all sorts of cat motifs. She pops open the trunk for him to place his luggage and makes her way to the driver's seat. Izuku hovers near the front passenger side, unsure if he should sit there. Ragdoll rolls down the window and tells him to pounce on in. After a few minutes of silent driving, the hero speaks. So, anything you're looking to learn with us in particular? Izuku watches the scenery through the window. Not really. That probably sounds irresponsible of me, but I'm alright with learning anything I can. No, that's not irresponsible at all. It's good to keep an open mind. You're only a first year, right? You've got some time before you really need to solidify what kind of hero you want to be. Besides, I'm sure you'll pick up multiple things from the four of us. We're a team, but we work well together because we know how to combine our individual strengths. When they arrive at the agency, the rest of the pussycats are standing outside. Almost as soon as Izuku grabs his things from the car, Pixie Bob is in front of him. There you are. Look at you, so young and eager. Eraserhead didn't tell us how cute you were in person. You'll fit right in. The blonde woman says. Tiger nods his way and Mandalay subtly distances her teammate from their new intern. The red-clad woman smiles. It's nice to formally meet you, Midoriya. We'll give you a tour of the agency. Izuku follows the team into the cat-themed building. He observes the decor as he listens to Mandalay and Ragdoll go over the different rooms and resources. Mandalay explains that they also own property in the Beast's Forest. There's a training camp, guest inn, and dormitories. There's also a dining hall and hot springs. Izuku's excitement only grows as they continue to lead him around. So, that's about it as far as the agency goes, Mandalay says. Her chestnut bob flutters as she looks at him over her shoulder. Now we can move on to the fun stuff. Ragdoll springs up from beside her. First thing we ought to do is figure out what you're really capable of. Yeah. Show us what else you've got. Pixie Bob adds. Tiger crosses his arms. You'll need to go plus ultra to keep up with us big cats. Why don't you get changed into your costume then meet us outside? Mandalay suggests. We'll walk to the training camp once you're ready. There are changing rooms just down the hall to your right. Izuku heads to the changing rooms. He gets dressed in his costume, taking a little extra time to observe the improvements. They aren't anything too extreme. His teal and black color scheme is the same on his jumpsuit. He still has his red belt and black elbow pads. The main differences are his gloves and knee pads. His gloves, previously a plain off-white, now have 2 blue stripes that run around the base. His black knee pads have extended, starting at his mid-thigh and ending at his ankles. They're snug around his lower legs and above his knee like sports braces. It's nice, but he still feels it needs something more. Stepping away from the mirror, he puts his backpack and case into the locker and leaves the changing room. As he rounds the corner at the end of the hall, something knocks into his legs. A young boy in a red hat looks up at him. Izuku immediately bends down to lend a hand. "Whoa, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you there." The boy gives him a quick once-over, brows furrowing under his horned cap. The brim casts a heavy shadow over his face as he looks back down at the floor. "Oh, you must be the dumb hero kid," he says. Izuku blinks. I'm sorry? I don't quite understand." I dash. The boy slaps Izuku's hand away and stands. "Just stay out of my way. I don't need some wannabe hero JRK bothering me all the time." The front door creaks open as Mandalay enters. She walks over to the two, her eyebrows slightly raised. "Oh, Kota, there you are. I guess you've met Midoriya, huh? He's the intern I talked to you about, remember? He'll be working with us for the week. Anyway, we're going to the training grounds now. You can stay in the inn while we work, okay?" Kota doesn't say anything else and instead walks past Mandalay with his hands in his pockets. The hero sighs. "I don't know what I'm going to do with that boy. Sorry to ask, but I guess that your son or something?" Izuku inquires. "Or something is about right. That's my cousin, Kota. I've been taking care of him for a few years now. He lost his parents a while back and I'm the only family he's got left." "Oh, I'm so sorry." "It's all right." Pixie Bob pokes her head in through the door. "Hey, you two coming or what? Daylight's wasting." The two regroup with the others and they stroll along a path leading to the training area. It takes around 15 minutes to get there, but it isn't bad. Once they reach the clearing, Izuku looks around in awe. The pussycats get into some sort of formation a short distance ahead of him. "Tada! Welcome to the Pussycats training camp," Ragdoll announces. They break their theatrics to get back to business. Kota wanders off into the inn. It's decided that Izuku will train with Tiger first to get a grasp on his physical abilities. The burly man has no issue pushing the teen as far as possible. Izuku swears his arms and legs are going to fall off by the end of the second hour. By then, it's already late in the afternoon. Tiger determines that they'll work on his flexibility during the week and heartily pats on the back as he leaves. A few minutes later, Pixie Bob comes over to test him on his agility. She uses her quirk, Earth Flow, to destabilize parts of the ground that Izuku has to maneuver through. He talks to her about the incoming support items that are meant to help him out. It's a mistake on his part considering that she amps up her quirk. She claims that he needs to train even harder so he can have enough skill without them. That way he'll be able to keep working even if something happens to his boots. Once they finished, Izuku is rightfully exhausted. Mandalay has him retrieve his things from the agency and return to the camp. The Pussycats offer him a dorm at the training grounds, which he accepts gratefully. He showers and changes before heading to the dining hall. "Oh, you're back. Perfect. We were just about to start on dinner," Ragdoll greets. Izuku walks over to the counter. "Is there anything I can help with?" She shakes her head and continues to chop the scallions. "Don't worry about it. You're an intern, sure, but you're also our guest. Plus, you worked hard today and had a long trip. For now, just make yourself at home. You're part of our litter for the week, after all. Mandalay will let you know when it's time to eat." Izuku thanks her and leaves the hall. He stops outside for a few minutes to take everything in. He's really training with the wild pussycats. And for a whole week. His phone buzzes in his pocket and lights up as he pulls it out. A few text notifications appear on the screen, the most recent being from his mom. He taps on it and unlocks his phone. From Mom. "Hi honey. Just checking in with you to tell you how proud I am. Miss you and don't get too hurt being my little hero. Red heart love you." He grins as he types his reply. The next message is from Uraraka. From Uraraka. Du. Gunhead is so cool. Oh, greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to? Oh, how's your internship going? Are the pussycats as cool in person as they are on TV? They text back and forth for a while until she has to go. Izuku taps on the last message. It's from Aizawa, the usual thumbs up. Izuku responds with one of his own. He doesn't expect to receive a response, but the three dots show up right away. From Aizawa-sensei. ZZZ. Under the cart integral. Aizawa-sensei sends emoticons. Wait, what does that even mean? Izuku can't sit with his bewilderment very long, however. The sound of a twig snapping catches his attention and he scans the clearing until he spots the source. Kota looks back at him like a deer in headlights before he glares and runs off into the forest. That doesn't seem right. It's getting late and the sun is already setting. Plus, he isn't on the path back to the agency. Does Mandalay know he's out there? For better or worse, Izuku decides to follow. He traverses along a crude path. The soles of his sneakers leave their design in the dirt behind him. Some overlap with those left by Kota. At some point, the trail steepens and narrows. The trees that lined it are replaced by a sturdy rock wall to his left and an increasingly large drop-off at his right. The path ends with another clearing in front of a cave. The cliff ahead of it offers a perfect view of the forest. The treetops welcome the sun as it lowers behind them. Kota sits with his legs crossed and a stick in his hand. He's drawing lines and squiggles in the dirt. Izuku approaches him cautiously. Kota-kun. The boy looks up at him. Why'd you follow me up here? This is my secret base. Go away. You're not welcome. Sorry. Izuku rubs his neck. I just thought I'd let you know that dinner's going to be ready soon. It's also getting late and I don't think it'd be a good idea to be alone in the forest at night. It looks like it'd be easy to get lost. I was worried. Yeah, well, I don't need someone like you bothering about me. All you guys do is worry about your stupid quirks and saving people, going beyond your limits or whatever. It's dumb and gross, flaunting your powers like that. All you heroes are the same. Kota throws his stick over the edge as he stands. Something clicks in Izuku's brain. Your parents, they were heroes, weren't they? Izuku cringes inwardly as soon as it leaves his mouth. He didn't mean to say it out loud, let alone have the boy hear it, but it's too late now. Kota goes rigid and ball up his fists. What's it to you? Did Mandalay tell you? No. Not exactly. Sorry. We were talking earlier and she told me she's been taking care of you for a while. And you don't seem to like heroes very much, so I figured. He doesn't have a clue who the boy's parents were exactly, but it isn't every day a hero gets killed on duty. Especially two at once. When it does happen, there's always a buzz following it. The most recent hero deaths he can recall have to do with the hero killer, but Mandalay said the incident with Kota's parents was a few years ago now. Taking a simple guess, the little boy can't have been older than 6 or 7. The farthest back he can recall any incident is from 3 years ago, a hero duo who'd been killed while protecting civilians. It was a terrible case of a poor matchup. Their quirks could do little against the brute strength they faced. That must have been it. I remember it now. Water hose. I'm so sorry you had to go through that, Kota. Shut up. You don't know anything about me. Besides, you're all crazy anyway. Running around and calling each other heroes and villains, killing each other like idiots. His lip quivers, talking about your quirks all the time just to show off. It's all stupid. So it isn't just heroes that. Kota has a problem with quirks too. He has a problem with hero society. If you're just gonna stand there, then get lost. You're right. That seems to snap Kota from his anger, if only a little. Huh. Izuku stares at the ground. You're right. It is pretty stupid. I was born without a quirk. It's super rare, but it happens. Still, I've always admired heroes. But in our society, someone without a quirk could never be a hero. I couldn't accept that, so I trained. Even as a little kid, not much older than you, I tried to breathe fire or pull things telekinetically. It never worked though. That's why I've had to work really hard to get here. But no matter how far I've come, there are still people who tell me I can't be a hero because I don't have a quirk. Everyone views quirks differently. That's fine. People like them for many reasons, but you make a good point too. Somewhere along the line, we started to use quirks as a way to measure worth. I think that's pretty stupid. Kota stares with wide eyes for a moment before his face twists again. I didn't ask for your story. You still want to be a hero, so you're an idiot. Maybe I am, Izuku continues. I always imagined what it'd be like to beat up the bad guys and save the day. I don't have to imagine it much anymore. I've faced real villains already. I almost lost. Actually, I kinda did. Then why dash? I understand things a little better now. See, I used to think about the world a certain way because I'd only seen a small portion of it. Just like you. Then I grew up and met all sorts of people. I'm still growing and meeting people like you. And I'm glad because I get to hear their stories and learn from them. They make me want to be a hero even more because I understand that there's more to it than fighting villains and being powerful. Your parents did too. That's why they did what they did. The ground below them darkens in the spots where Kota's tears are falling. Izuku steps closer to him and kneels. Kota doesn't move away, but he doesn't meet Izuku's eyes either. I can't imagine what it was like for you, Kota. You're not wrong for being angry. I used to be alone too. I know it's not the same, but you must have been upset when the world celebrated what your parents did even though it left you all alone. The kid wipes at his nose. They just left me, that it's not fair. And everyone said they did a good job. No one even cared about me. Izuku lets him cry it out for a while, acting as a silent and, hopefully, comforting presence. Has he been holding this in all these years? Did he ever tell Mandalay? He bites his cheek as images of himself and Todoroki flashed in his mind. Izuku never told his mom everything he'd gone through for fear of burdening her. Todoroki, as far as he can tell, never had anyone to talk to. Kota seems similar in that aspect. Mandalay is a pro-hero and Kota probably doesn't see her as a parental figure. Not quite. It makes sense that he'd be hesitant to talk to her. Izuku's heart sinks. Is actually he the first person the boy has ever talked to like this? Purely on instinct, he hugs Kota. The kid freezes and Izuku realizes he might have overstepped. At the back of his mind, he figures he already has, but he can at least do some damage control. Brushing the tangent aside, he loosens his hold enough to give Kota ample opportunity to remove himself. What the child does instead, however, surprised Izuku. Kota returns the hug as his sobs increase and the freckled boy holds him tighter. Twilight has set in by the time the kid calms down enough. Once he stops sobbing, he pulls away from the teen and sits. He stares at the trees as he tries to slow his breathing and wipes his face. Izuku stays with him. They don't say anything else to each other until Mandalay's voice echoes in their heads to inform them that dinner is just about ready. Izuku stands and dusts himself off before he offers a hand to Kota. The boy takes it and copies the teen in brushing the dirt from his clothes. They walk back to camp without breaking the silence. They don't mind, each needing some time to recuperate from such high emotions. Besides, Izuku knows Kota appreciates that he doesn't say anything about the boy holding his shirt as they walk. They make it back in one piece. Dinner with the Pussycats is nice. They tell Izuku about some of their best battles and answer his questions about their quirks. Kota finishes eating before everyone else and asks to be excused for the night. Mandalay lets him go, stating that he looks tired. Pixie Bob adds that they've all had a long day and Izuku would be lying if he didn't agree. The day's events sink further into his muscles and bones with each passing minute. He helps the heroes wash and put away the dishes despite their protests. Before he retires for the night, Ragdoll turns to him. Midoriya, taking a trip to Hosu in 2 days. There's some paperwork that has to be delivered in person. Sensitive information, you know? I was wondering if you'd like to come with me. You don't have to, of course. I just figured you might want to get out for a day. The mountains are nice, but sometimes a cat's got astray. She winks. Izuku smiles. Sure. He returns to his room and carries out his night routine before practically throwing himself on the bed. The next few days are bound to be interesting and he's eager for whatever's coming next. The second day of his internship flies by in a mix of training and real fieldwork. He wakes up at about 5:30 to Light knocking on his door. Mandalay lets him know there's breakfast waiting for him downstairs. He eats brushes his teeth, gets dressed, and meets the team outside. Tiger leads them through some stretches and easy exercises which Izuku appreciates. After that, Pixie Bob grabs him and does the same training exercise from the previous day. Ragdoll puts him through what's essentially an extreme game of hide-and-seek. His stealth and deductive skills are put to the test as he tries to find her in the vast forest. She knows where he is due to her quirk. When he finds her, or if he takes too long, she jumps out and engages in combat before they reset. Mandalay's training is mostly what he's already used to. She spars with him, stressing agility. Later in the afternoon, sometime after lunch, they get an emergency call. An older couple had gone for a hike in the mountain but got lost. To make matters worse, the husband has fallen after stepping on some loose gravel and has an injured hip. The team takes action right away. Pixie Bob starts typing up a report while Ragdoll's using search to pinpoint their location. Mandalay communicates with the couple via her quirk, telepath, that help is on the way. Izuku follows Tiger to the supply room and the two grab the necessary rescue equipment. They take a vehicle, an all-terrain truck, up the mountain. Pixie Bob stays behind to write the report and watch Coda. It also means there's enough room for Izuku to join the rescue. They all stay in contact with their headsets. An extra one has been lent to Izuku for the time being. Pixie Bob informs them that a medevac is on the way. Once they make it as far as they can go with the truck, they continue along the trail on foot. They find the couple soon enough and Mandalay performs whatever first aid she can before the medical personnel arrives. Ragdoll leads the old woman to the vehicle to console her and get a statement. It's just a simple recount of what had happened to them. Mandalay and Tiger continue to assist the old man and give Izuku the job of keeping in contact with Pixie Bob. The stationary hero tells Izuku that the medevac has to land in a nearby clearing. He relays the information to the rest of the team and they load the old man into the back of the truck with Tiger and Mandalay. The old woman sits in the back seat and Izuku hops up front with Ragdoll. Pixie Bob gives him the directions to the clearing which he shares with the green-haired woman. It's only 10 minutes out from their location and by the time they arrive the medevac is waiting for them. The medical personnel thank the Pussycats for their work and take over from there. When they get back to the agency, the four pros congratulate Izuku on his first successful hero mission. He smiles until his cheeks hurt. He spends hours texting his mom, Uraraka, and Aizawa about it after that. Later in the night, Tiger knocks on his door. He hands Izuku a metal case, similar to the one for his costume. It's from Yue. He opens it on the bed and a note falls out from Mei. She could have just sent him a text but he supposes it makes for a better presentation. Her handwriting is hardly legible between the smudges and coffee stains but he makes out most of it. According to the letter, she'd stayed up all weekend working on his gauntlets to make sure they get to him ASAP. If there are any issues, he's to give them back to her after his internship for repairs. He grins and tries them on. They've been redesigned slightly to match his costume. The gloves are the same off-white as his normal ones and the outer part of the gauntlets match with the same blue stripes. There are long black compression sleeves in the case as well. He picks up the booklet underneath where they rested in the case. It's an instruction manual. Air Force gauntlets, it reads. To engage the gauntlets, all he has to make a fist and give a quick jolt of his arm. The sensors on his hands would pick up the movement. He tries it out and sure enough, the device transforms within seconds. The inside is snug. As soon as it extends, a cushion-like material closes in around his wrist. Just like a blood pressure pump. It's surprisingly comfortable and a real contrast to the outside. The outermost piece, the one surrounding his wrist, has a few holes around the ridge. The other parts act as arm guards. It not just for looks, though. According to the manual, the entire thing absorbs kinetic energy and stores it to be released with his hits. The holes around the larger part allow pressurized air to increase his striking power as well as offer a bit of mobility. The cushioning inside holds the air that blasts out and, along with the compression sleeves, is meant to help with the recoil. He excitedly finishes reading through the booklet. Mei has truly gone all out. He has to try them. He retracts the gauntlets with the same method used to equip them. He sneaks through the building until he makes it outside and walks to the clearing. There wasn't anything he can hit but at the very least he can try out the air feature. He activates the devices again and strikes the empty air a few times just to get used to the extra weight. The manual said that in order to activate the air burst, he has to flex his hand open and clench it again to punch. It's super simple. The sensors are able to pick up the different gestures with ease. He does exactly as he read and punches the nothingness ahead of him. A burst of air rustles the trees a few meters ahead as it pushes through. The kickback is less than expected, especially with the sleeves, which is great for him. Once he gets used to it, it won't be nearly as noticeable. He tries the move a few more times before he goes back to his room and packs the weapons up. His cheeks still hurt from all the smiling. Just a few hours and a good night's sleep later comes his trip to Hosu with Ragdoll. He wakes up at 5 o'clock, has breakfast, gets ready for the day, and meets up with the others at the agency again. Mandalay telepathically told him to bring his costume cases and clothes. He and Ragdoll will be staying the night in the city. It's a long train ride to the greater Tokyo area from their mountainous region. Koda joins them and Mandalay for the drive to the station. Izuku sits in the back seat with him and makes light conversation. The small boy seems to be slowly coming around to Heroes, but he's still hesitant, so the teen finds other things to talk about. He tells Koda about his classmates and what they're like. It keeps the kid interested enough until he falls asleep. If he wasn't technically on duty, he would have tried to catch some extra ZS too. It's an hour-and-a-half drive to the station and their train departs at 7. It's going to be another long day. The train ride actually isn't too awful despite the length. Ragdoll tells stories of her days in school at Shiketsu with the other pussycats. Izuku has to hold back a laugh about 2 hours in when she fell asleep, drooling on herself. He reads up on the news and texts with his friends throughout the 3rd hour. By the 4th, he starts to get antsy and decides to bump his leg along to his music. Ragdoll wakes up during the last half hour and Izuku does his best to subtly notify her of the fact that she'd been drooling. "Alright, how about we grab some lunch before we hand over this paperwork?" she suggests as they walk out of the station. Izuku agrees and they traverse through the city. For a split second, he thinks he sees Ito walking amongst the crowd, but he can't be sure. He is doing his internship in the city, so it's not implausible. Either way, Izuku lingers on the thought of his friend. He'd been so different when they left for their internships. But even before that, the entire time after the festival, he'd been off. For as strict and lively as he is, he's been much quieter outside of class participation. He barely spoke during lunch. He didn't speak up as much when the class got rowdy. He went straight home after school. Izuku wanted to say something every time, but he didn't know what. There were times when he knew what to say, and it's something he's proud to be able to do. He'd done it with Todoroki and he'd done it with Koda. Yet when it came to Ito, one of his closest friends, he came up empty. Uraraka shares this sentiment. He has a feeling the rest of the class does too in some capacity. No one knows what to say. It's frustrating. Izuku can't stand being unable to help out. Ragdoll stops a few steps ahead of him, snapping him out of his thoughts. She tilts her head toward the door of a building beside them and walks in. He follows close behind. The restaurant is small and homey. It's clearly a family-run business. Ragdoll asks him what he wants, but he isn't in the mood for anything in particular. She eagerly accepts the task of ordering for him. They end up with the same meal, which the woman swears up and down is one of the best she's ever had. She visits the restaurant every time she comes to the little city. Izuku isn't disappointed once he tries it. They finish eating about 30 minutes later and Ragdoll kindly pays for them both. They set back out to complete their task. The office they're heading to isn't far from the restaurant and they're in and out in about 20 minutes. "So, what do we do now?" Izuku asks. They'd come all the way to the city for such a simple task. The rest of the team isn't with them and there isn't anything going on that they can assist with at the moment. Ragdoll stretches her arms out in front of her, cracking her knuckles. "Well, we could technically patrol. This isn't an area the pussycats act in, but we have helped out around here before. Usually, when I come by myself, I tend to go sightseeing. But I did bring you here for a reason besides paperwork." Izuku furrows his brows. "Really?" "Yep." She nods. "As long as you're with one of us, you can still do hero work with permission. You don't have a provisional license yet, so don't go running off without warning. Still, I figured you might get some more experience out here than in the mountains. I did say it's good to stray now and then. So, they patrol around the city for a while. They manage to help a few distraught civilians and assist a local hero with an armed robbery. Izuku handles the lighter work for that case, such as helping give the police report and taking care of uninjured civilians. Though, he does get a good hit on a petty thief who tries to run off with a woman's purse at one point. The time in between the hero work is spent following Ragdoll around as she eagerly shows him more of her favorite spots in the city. She lets him pick out some sweets from a candy shop and even stops to take pictures with a few fans. She makes Izuku join in on them too. They also make friends with a stray cat at one point. It's all pretty cool, he can't lie. At the end of the day, Ragdoll congratulates him again on his good work and they head off to a nearby train station. It's a little past 5 in the evening and their hotel is a short ride away. They board the train with the rest of the evening crowd. Most of them are used to heroes walking around, so they hardly made a fuss over the two. Izuku follows Ragdoll to their seats and pulls out his phone. He sends a text to Ida just to let him know he's in the area. He doesn't receive a reply despite his friend always responding within a few minutes. You really think there's going to be a lot going on? That voice was familiar. Izuku picks his head up and looked at the seat in front of him. Tufts of sunflower blonde hair are peeking over the top and he knows who it is right away. Tagata-senpai? What are you doing here? He says. The third year turns around as best he can as the train starts to move. He looks at Izuku through the space between the window and the seat. Hey, Midoriya. I could ask you the same thing. Ragdoll leans over toward him to see, oh, is this someone you go to UA with? Another voice comes from in front of her. What are you making a racket about? You kids have no consideration for social conventions these days. Izuku flusters at the old man's chiding, but Tagata continues, albeit a bit quieter. Oh yeah, the school let you first years do internships this year, right? That's awesome. I'm doing mine with Gran Torino. Gran Torino? Izuku racks his brain, but he can't say he's ever heard of him. I'm working with the Pussycats, he replies. Tagata sneakily phases a thumbs up through the seat. That's great. I'm glad you got scouted. You did well at the festival. It actually inspired me to do my best. Izuku opens his mouth to thank him, but a loud bang sounds from outside. The train lurches as it stops and the passengers are already growing antsy. Something is obviously wrong, but the way Ragdoll and Tagata go on the alert has him tensing up. 2 rows ahead of them, a hero blasts through the side of the train. The other passengers start to panic. To make matters worse, the creature the hero had been fighting follows after. The tall, lanky Nomu grabs at the hero as its beady eyes peer around the train. Screams and cries fill the inside of the transit and Gran Torino literally springs into action. Lemillion, get moving. Tagata follows his temporary mentor out of the train and Izuku stands to stare after them. What he sees outside is even worse. Numerous parts of the city appear to be under attack. A hand on his arm pulls him away from the hole and he turns to meet its owner. Ragdoll stares back at him, her wide, yellow eyes speaking to him in a silent conversation. Don't follow. They have a train full of civilians to take care of at the moment. Izuku bites his cheek. If Hosu is under attack and Ida is here, Ragdoll guides him to the aisle of the train. Immediately she starts to speak to the panicking civilians, urging them firmly but not without compassion to stay calm. The train starts moving again. Everyone will evacuate at the next stop, which is about 10 minutes away. She directs Izuku to assist any injured passengers and to keep them away from the damaged area. A few train attendants help as well. Once they arrive at the next stop, the two evacuate with the others. There's no way they'll catch up to Gran Torino or Tagata. They just have to help out wherever they can. What the hell was that thing? I've never seen anything like it, Ragdoll says. A Nomu, Izuku answers. That's what attacked my class at USJ. But this one looks different. The eyes and brain are the same but the body isn't. They keep running through the city until they make it back downtown. More and more civilians push against them as they reach the center of the commotion, all attempting to evacuate. Stay close to me, all right? Don't wander off without my permission, Ragdoll calls to him over the noise. Tenya. Izuku snaps to attention at the name and Ragdoll almost trips as she stops short next to him. Multiple Nomu are standing in the rubble of a building. Members of a hero team are scattered around. Many are wounded and some are still in the Nomu's clutches. Manuel looks around with urgency as he calls for Ida, who must have run off on his own. But that can't be right. Ida, of all people, running off like that? In the middle of an attack like this? Ida wouldn't just up and leave like that, especially not when he knew what they were up against. Hosa City is under attack and there's no way he'd. Hosa City is where the hero killer had attacked his brother. That must be why he wanted to intern here. Ida is looking for Stain. Ida wants to find him. Izuku's heart stops and sweat starts collecting above his brows. Midoriya, what's wrong? Ragdoll looks at him with clear concern, but he can't answer. His mind is racing. Ida is being reckless. Ida is going to get himself killed. He has to do something, has to stop him. Midori dash. Izuku runs. It's incredibly stupid and exactly what he'd been told not to do, but he can't stand by knowing his friend is in trouble. Ragdoll tries to follow, but the Nomu are still wreaking havoc. Izuku curses himself for not reading the signs in his friend for what they were. Ida is out for revenge and he'd done nothing to stop him. If only he'd reached out more, then maybe his friend would be safe with his mentor right now. His shoes slap against the pavement and his eyes check every alley he passes by. The multiple Nomu in the city has him making a connection, one that sends shivers down his spine. If the League of Villains is here, then there might be a chance that they're working with the hero killer. Just how much trouble is Ida in if he has found the villain? What does that mean for the rest of the heroes? What does that mean for him? You're still the criminal who hurt my brother. Ida's voice is unmistakable, though the desperation and anger in it is nothing like Izuku has heard from him before. He extends his gauntlets as he turns the corner and, taking inspiration from Kaken, launches himself into the alleyway with an airburst. He ricochets off the walls and punches the villain with all the strength he can muster. Midoriya. Izuku keeps his eyes on their opponent. I'm sorry I didn't see it sooner, Ida. But it's alright. I'm here to save you. But how did you find me? It was on the news. 60% of the hero killer's victims were found around blind corners in deserted areas. I've been scouring through all the alleys near the normal hero agency. It's not like you to run away from trouble like what's happening in the center of town. Ida doesn't say anything and instead makes a frustrated sound. Can you move? Izuku asks. You should head toward the main road and get some pros to come help us out. I'm sure Ragdoll's going to head our way once she gets done with the Nomu. I can't move. He cut me. That's likely his quirk, Ida answers. They mentioned something like that on the news, but there were no solid answers. So he needs to cut you to get it to work? He mumbles to himself. Something catches his eye just behind the villain. Another hero is slumped on the ground. Now things are more difficult. Izuku can't tell if the man is alive or not, but he knows there's no way he can get both him and Ida out. Speaking of, frustration seeps back into the other teen's voice. Midoriya, don't interfere. This has nothing to do with you. What are you dash? A friend shows up and says, I'm here to save you. A good line for sure, Stain says, but it's my duty to kill these two. And if we're forced to fight, then naturally the weaker of us will be culled. So now what? Izuku's knees tremble. This guy. His aura is purely terrifying. Idealistic criminals have a different sort of fire in their eyes. All Might had said that back at USJ. He was right. This villain has killed over a dozen heroes before. Izuku swears at himself internally. He'd been so focused on Ida that he'd forgotten just what he was walking into. He should have asked Ragdoll to come. She's probably using her quirk to find him, but there's no way she can just ignore the other chaos in the city. They need help and fast. As subtle as he can, he pulls his phone out of his pocket. He hopes he's tapping the right buttons. For the time being, he'll have to handle this alone. He has to drive off Stain all by himself. He sneaks his phone back into his pocket and clenches his shaking hands. He steadies his stance. No. I told you to run. This is none of your business. Ida calls out. It's too late for that. Their bed is made. It's time to lay in it. Ida, be quiet. What am I supposed to do when you keep saying sheet like that? It's kinda rude to say, but he's really stressed right now. He raises his arms, ready to defend. I've got a lot to say to you, but that'll have to come later. And you should know me well enough to know that I tend to meddle. Besides, giving help that's not wanted is what makes a true hero. It probably isn't the best time to be quoting All Might, but it's more to psych himself up than anything. So sue him if he needs a little extra confidence. He's a 15-year-old boy about to take on an S-tier villain by himself. Another burst of air leaves his gauntlet as he charges the villain. It'll be harder for the man to fight him with his katana so close. Ida calls out to warn Izuku about getting cut. Stain swings at him, but he dodges, sliding under the villain. He uses his gauntlets again to get above his opponent and strikes him blindly from above. Izuku lands the hit on the villain, harder than the first time. The gauntlets are working perfectly. He lands with a thud on all fours. He can't wait for the boots. They'd come in handy right about now. Just as he tries to stand, his body becomes heavy. What? How did he get cut? Was he grazed? He can't feel it if he is. Unless it isn't just cutting that causes paralysis but blood. That has to be it. Stain moves his blade away from his mouth. You lack a power of your own, but you managed to track my movements. You exploited my blind spot and planned to bring me down. You moved quickly. Izuku screams at his body internally. Stain is closing in with his blade dragging along beside him. He stops in front of Izuku. I remember you now. He places the side of his katana under Izuku's chin, forcing the teen to look up. You're that quirkless kid everyone's been yapping about. I'm impressed. The world's given you nothing, yet you still fight for it. So many fools out there are nothing but talk. But you're worth keeping alive. Unlike these others. He moves forward toward Ida and points his blade right at a wide blue eye. No, don't. Izuku screams. Suddenly, ice shoots into the alley. I was almost too late. Midoriya, you should send more specific directions next time. Stain grumbles, one after another tonight. Someone's time might be up soon. In these interruptions. Todoroki stands at the end of the alley, emitting flames from his left side. Todoroki-kun, you're using your fire, Izuku says. He stops his quirk to better assess the situation. Sorry it took so long. I couldn't figure out what you meant at first, just a group text with your location. But I realized you aren't the type to send a meaningless message like that. Stain pulls out a large knife and Todoroki shoots out a smoother path of ice. I realized it meant you needed help. So you don't have to worry anymore. The pros will be here soon. Izuku and Native slide toward the ice user on the makeshift ramp. Stain jumps up as it creeps closer to him. Todoroki sends some fire toward him once the others are out of the way. You're not taking any more lives today, hero killer, he says. Stain grasps his knife and hangs his tongue out. He's ready to strike again. Izuku has to warn Todoroki. Don't let him draw blood. As far as I can tell, he paralyzes his opponents by consuming their blood. That's how he got us, he says. That explains all the blades, then. So I've just got to keep my distance dash. A knife whizzes past the left side of the boy's head, grazing just under his scar. Stain races toward him, commending the boy's friendship. Todoroki prepares to strike but glances up to see the villain's katana descending upon him. He has no choice but to defend himself from it, which gives Stain the perfect opening to take blood. Fortunately, the teen is faster and forces the man away with his quirk. But Stain is also fast and incredibly smart. Every move he makes sets him up for multiple attacks. Todoroki defends himself from another attack and Ida can't take it anymore. Why? Both of you stop it. I inherited my brother's name. I have to do this. He's mine to dash. Inherited his name? That's weird, Todoroki cuts him off. He sends a large ice wall at Stain. 'Cause the ingenium I know never made faces like that. Guess your family's also got a dark side to it. Meanwhile, Izuku is begging his body to move as he lays helplessly on the ground. He manages to twitch his fingers. Ahead of him, Stain cuts through the ice and throws a few knives Todoroki's way. Izuku watches in horror as the two blades embed in the other boy's left arm. He has to move. You're not bad either, the villain says as he jumps up above the teen. Izuku launches himself upward and grabs the man. Midoriya! Todoroki calls out. Izuku ignores the tingling in his limbs as he clutches the villain. Somehow I can move again just fine. Stain elbows him in the back and escapes, sending Izuku tumbling below. That'll leave some marks. Todoroki warns him to get back before he sends more ice out. They all seem to pause for a moment to recuperate. He ingested our blood and paralyzed us, but somehow I broke free first. I can think of 3 possible explanations. Either the effect is weaker the more people he uses it on, or it's about how much blood he gets. Or its effect relies on blood type, Izuku theorizes. Native speaks up from where he lays. Blood type? I'm B. I'm T, Ida offers. It doesn't help them out much in terms of escaping, but it's at least a little useful. We need to hurry and get these two out of here. He's quick enough to react to my fire and ice, so I'm not seeing an opening. Until the pros get here, our best hope is to keep him at bay and defend ourselves, Todoroki says. Izuku agrees. You've got too much exposed blood. I'll draw his attention while you provide rear support. Pretty risky plan, but I guess it's all we've got. The two of us will protect them. Shudo isn't entirely sure of the plan, but it's better than nothing. Midoriya takes off toward the hero killer. Ida sighs frustratedly behind him and Shudo can't help but think about the class representative. He's been keeping an eye on him since the news about Ingenium came out. He's seen the resentment and anger that's been building up in the other teen. Shudo knows it well. He also knows now how much those grudges can cloud someone's vision, how it can take over all sensibility. The day he visited his mom in the hospital, he was shocked to see how quickly she turned around. After she apologized, she'd told him how all she wanted was for him to be happy. That's all that mattered to her. The sky cleared for him then. The clouds that always seemed to hang over his head dispersed, and it was like he was seeing the world for the first time in a while. That clarity had led him to in turn with his father. Not because he forgave him, he doubted that would ever happen, but because he wants to do things on his own terms now. He'll be a hero because he wants to, not because he was told to. That means he'd have to take initiative in finding what will best serve him in getting to his goal. Even if it means spending more time than he'd usually prefer with his old man. He sends out a stream of flames, careful to avoid getting Midoriya caught in the crossfire. Midoriya. It all seems so simple now. He hadn't been able to see it back then, but with those simple words, "It's your power, isn't it?" That simple thought pushed him forward. Up ahead, Stain rushes the shorter boy at incredible speed. He slices the green-haired teen in the leg with his blade. He goes down right away, and Shudo has to force himself not to run over. Stop it. I can't take it, Ida mumbles. Wispy flames break free from under Shudo's skin. If you want it to stop, then stand up. Stain licks his blade and runs toward them. He slices through the ice wall yet again. Never forget who you want to become. Decide what hero you want to be. Shudo finishes. The hero killer continues to advance on him. He's screwed. There was no way he can dodge at such a close range. Hasn't anyone ever told you? Relying too much on your quirk makes you sloppy, the villain says. His blade is at Shudo's shoulder in a blink of an eye. For the first time in a while, he feels true fear. This is different from USJ. They had their teachers with them then. His opponents had been easy to read. Even when things seemed to take a turn for the worse, All Might showed up and then the rest of his teachers too. There is no pro-hero with them now, not one that's able to help them. The sharp metal gleams with the light of his flames as it continues its trajectory toward his shoulder. He's going to lose his arm. A gust of wind rushes past and extinguishes his quirk. The blade never makes contact. Ida kicks the villain away with a reciprocal burst. Midoriya calls out to him and Shudo feels like he can breathe again. Stain's quirk isn't so great after all, at least not in such an uneven fight. Ida apologizes for getting them involved, but there's no time for that now. It's no use pretending. A person's true nature is not so easily changed, Stain criticizes. You're a fake who prioritized his own selfish desires. A cancer on this society warped by these false heroes. Someone needs to correct the system. Shudo's getting annoyed. So, you're some sort of fundamentalist? Get with the times. Ida, don't even think of listening to his so-called reasoning. No. I have no right to call myself a hero. Still, I won't let him break me. He clenches his fist, blood dripping from it, because if I break, then Ingenium is really dead. You're hopeless, Stain says. Enough of this. Shudo sends out a powerful blast from his left side. Native tries to convince them to leave without him. It's too late for that. Something has just changed in the villain. He's hellbent on killing Native and Ida. The reports had stated that it might be possible to scare him off, but he's doing anything but that. He's fired up and more serious than before. Even if it's clear that he prefers to avoid fighting against multiple opponents at once, he isn't going to back down so easily. He has too much tenacity for that, too much dedication for his cause. Todoroki, can you regulate temperatures? Ida asks suddenly. I'm not really used to my left, he admits. Why? Freeze my leg for me but avoid the exhaust pipes. Stain throws another knife toward him but Ida blocks it with his arm. He urges Shudo to hurry and he does as asked. The villain bounds toward them. Shudo readies more flames. Ida pulls the broken blade out of his arm with his teeth and stands. He charges up for another recipro burst and Shudo catches new movement from the corner of his eye. Midoriya bounces off the wall and up the ice ramp, propelled by the gauntlets on his arms. The two hit the hero killer at the same time. The villain seems to recover quickly but swipes sloppily at Ida, who dodges. Shudo has to strike while he has an opening. Keep him on the ropes. He calls out. He sends more flames and makes another ice ramp to catch his classmates when they jump out of the way. Stain stands for a moment more and Shudo urges his friends to prepare for another attack, but it's for nothing. The villain collapses. He's out cold, right? Midoriya asks after a tense moment. Shudo exhales. Let's get out to the main road. See any ropes or something we could use to tie him up? Midoriya turns to him. We should take his weapons too. He takes a step forward but falls to his knees. Shudo crouches down next to him. Sorry, the boy apologies. I guess that cut is a little worse than I thought. He hisses as he adjusts himself so his legs are in front of him. It's a bit difficult to see with the dim lighting of the alley and the black brace on his leg, but the cut is visible enough. Blood drips onto the ground underneath. Shudo looks back at a freckled face. Do you have any first aid supplies on you? Midoriya digs through one of the pouches on his belt and pulls out a roll of gauze and a rag. Shudo grabs two of the mini canisters from his own belt. He holds out his hand for Midoriya to give him the supplies. Sorry, this'll probably hurt, he warns. The other boy nods for him to go ahead and he presses on the cut. Midoriya flinches and squeezes his eyes shut. What about your arm? Shudo keeps pressing down on the wound. Don't worry about it. I think my fire helped out a bit. It hurts still, but I'll be fine for the time being. Ida and Native return with some rope and make quick work of tying up the unconscious villain beside them. Shudo removes the rag after Midoriya's leg stops bleeding. He pours the canister with water over the gash and then a disinfectant. The curly-haired boy bites his lip and tries not to move his leg as the liquid washes over it. Shudo wraps it in the gauze as best he can. He'll have to thank Fuyumi when he sees her. It was inevitable that he'd pick up some first aid knowledge watching her all these years. Native offers to carry Midoriya and Shudo takes Stain. Ida insists on taking the responsibility, but there's no way he can with the state his arms are in. Native apologizes for not being much help during the fight, but Midoriya tells him not to worry about it. It would have happened to anyone in a one-on-one fight against him, especially with his quirk. He's so strong. Even in a 3-on-1 fight, we just barely won because he screwed up, Shudo adds. He probably got so mad that he forgot about the effect wearing off on Midoriya. And with Ida's final recipro, he couldn't react in time to Midoriya's movements. A new voice calls out from across the street, Midoriya. The four look up. Ragdoll from the Wild Pussycats stares back at them. Izuku cringes inwardly as Ragdoll blinks at them for a second before she bounds over. The hero team from earlier follows along with Tagata and Gran Torino. He's going to get an earful. No doubt about it. I told you not to run off. What happened to you? She looks over the students before her eyes land on the tied-up villain. Is that? So, you found the hero killer? You three sure seem like a headache, Gran Torino says. The normal hero team surrounds them. We got a backup request from Endeavor but dash. Kids. They're badly hurt. Call an ambulance. Is that the hero killer? Native sets Izuku down and Tagata comes over to give him some support. Todoroki looks down the street. So he's not Endeavor's still fighting then? Oh yeah. Those Nomu siblings or whatever. Izuku recalls. Yes. Those of us whose quirks had no effect on them came to help you guys out, one of the team members says. She turns to Ragdoll. Luckily Ragdoll's quirk helped us pinpoint your location before we even got the directions from Endeavor. The pros continue fussing over the injured students. Ida steps closer to his classmates and bows deeply. Both of you were wounded because of me. I'm so terribly sorry. I was blinded by my own selfish reasoning. I lost sight of everything. Tears fall onto the pavement below and Izuku sighs quietly. No, I'm sorry too, he says. I knew you were upset but I didn't realize how much you were dealing with. I should have tried harder to reach out to you but I didn't know how. Either way, I'm your friend. I should have been there for you more. Todoroki's voice maintains its neutral tone once again but is softer still. Get it together. You're class president, right? Yes. Ida straightens. He struggles to wipe his face with his shoulder. Izuku looks down. His leg is throbbing and the adrenaline is starting to wear off. The fight felt so long but it wasn't longer than 5 or 10 minutes in actuality. At least it's over now. Or so they think until they notice a Nomu bounding toward them. Get down! Gran Torino shouts. In the blink of an eye, Izuku is staring down at the group of heroes and his classmates as the air rushes through his hair. Sharp talons dig into his sides and he's worried they'll break skin if the creature holds him any tighter. Gran Torino springs up after him but the Nomu is fast. But as quickly as the situation developed, it ends. The Nomu starts to fall rapidly and lets go of Izuku. The ground is getting closer and closer. He squeezes his eyes shut but the impact never comes. An arm is around his waist and when he looks up, he quickly wishes he hadn't. Stain holds him, crouching over the now defeated Nomu. Both this sham-filled society and the criminals who wield their power in the name of petty mischief are targets of my purge. All for the sake of a better society. The hero team chatters amongst themselves and prepares to attack but Endeavor's voice suddenly booms from across the street. Why are you all bunched up together? One of them should have headed your way. He scans over the group again, this time actually taking in their situation. Wait, is that? Izuku struggles to get away from the villain above him. Endeavor, Stain growls. A sick smile forms on his face. The number 2 hero charges, hero killer. Todoroki, wait. Gran Torino calls out. Izuku rolls away as soon as Stain's grasp leaves his arm. You fake, the villain spits venomously. The ragtag group freezes as the hero killer speaks. Just like when Izuku found Ida, the man gives off an aura full of malice and hate. It's petrifying. If I don't fix it, if someone isn't stained with blood, if I don't reclaim my hero status. He takes a step forward. Come. Just try me, you fakes. The only one allowed to kill me is All Might. A true hero. The group waits for him to attack but the terrifying villain is rooted to the spot. He doesn't even twitch. He's out cold, Endeavor says after a moment. Relief washes over them. They won't find out until later but it turns out that his ribs had been broken in the alleyway battle. The final course of action he took to save Izuku and the step forward caused him to puncture a lung. Still, at that moment, the crazed man was ready to take them all on. The police and medical personnel arrive soon after. The rest of the heroes, sans Ragdoll, join the cleanup efforts around the city. The 3 students are brought to the hospital for their injuries. They're admitted for the night considering it's already late when they arrive. Between a few minor healing quirks and ordinary medical treatments, the boys should be feeling better by morning. That's what the nurses say anyway. Ragdoll gives Izuku her number in case he needs anything before she leaves for the hotel. She'll return in the morning. He can't apologize enough to her, and she says they'd talk about it when she comes back. For now, she just wants him to focus on getting rest. Everything stills after she departs. A nurse comes in just before 10 o'clock to check in with them one last time. She turns the lights out as she leaves and bids them good night. The boys thank her and watch as the door slides shut. For a while, none of them say anything. Eventually, soft snores come from Ida's side of the room. The corners of Izuku's mouth turn up slightly. At least his friend is getting some rest. He deserves it after everything that's happened. Izuku lays in silence for what feels like another half hour. No matter how much he tosses and turns, sleep keeps evading him. Midoriya, are you awake? He sits up as Todoroki whispers to him, yeah, can't sleep. Todoroki is quiet for a moment before he whispers again, me either. Is everything okay? Just thinking about what happened. It's understandable. It isn't every day a bunch of first-year hero students go through something like that. It wasn't the same as USJ. There hadn't been any teachers to keep the bad guys away. It was just them. The more Izuku thinks about it, the more he realizes just how quickly things could have changed, how badly it could have ended. A shaky breath sneaks past his lips. It resonates in the silence and hangs between the two boys. The shuffling of fabric sounds next to him, then the rustling of the privacy curtain. Todoroki peeks through at him, unsure of what to do next. Izuku crosses his legs under his blanket, careful not to jostle his injury. It's a silent invitation for the other boy to sit. He pats the empty space for extra measure. Todoroki comes over and sits, albeit with some hesitance. The bed creaks a little as it takes on his weight. Thanks for coming, Izuku says. Todoroki blinks at him, face unchanging. You offered and I thought it might be rude to say no dash. Izuku chuckles softly, I mean earlier. Oh. Another beat of silence. I don't know what would have happened if you didn't show up that last second. So, thank you. You're pretty good at doing that. As I said, I figured you weren't the type to send a message like that for no reason. I don't just mean for tonight, by the way, Izuku continues. USJ too. You saved me back then as well. Thanks. Todoroki keeps his eyes on his lap. Those gauntlets are new, right? They seemed pretty handy. Izuku tilts his head at the sudden change in topics. Hatsum from the support department made them for me. She's working on some other items too. Cool. Yeah. Admittedly, the conversation is awkward. It's a strange situation. The two boys have been classmates for months now, yet the only other interactions they've had with each other had been during the sports festival. It's comical in a way. They know so much but also next to nothing about each other. Todoroki told Izuku what was essentially his life story, and Izuku had given him a very vague rundown of his. But as far as general knowledge of each other goes, there's nothing. They don't know each other's birthdays or favorite foods. There's been no talk of hobbies or what shared interests they might have. Not even favorite colors. Even so, a sturdy bond is forming between them, whether they're aware of it yet or not. This bond is being forged in something deeply rooted and unspoken. It's in their shared experiences. It's in the differences between them. It's in the little crevice between the parallel paths of their lives. And somewhere in the back of their minds, they know it'll only grow after tonight. But perhaps that's thinking too far ahead because, in this quiet moment, they're still just a few steps above strangers. Yet, when faced with a set of stairs, there's always an eager soul or two ready to race up them. Todoroki picks at the edge of the bandages on his arm. I visited my mother the day after the festival. Really? Izuku straightens. That's good, right? Yeah, it is. I thought she'd be upset to see me, but I was wrong. He stops fidgeting with the wrapping. I mean, she was upset at first, but not in the way I thought she'd be. She apologized. I forgave her, but it wasn't really necessary in the first place. I'm going to visit her more, I think. Izuku smiles, just barely visible in the moonlight. I'm glad, Todoroki-kun. Me too, he nods. Thank you. Why thank me? Todoroki turns to him. If it wasn't for you, what you said, I don't think I would have gone. So, thank you. Oh. Yeah. Another lull sets in and, while still awkward, Izuku feels more at ease. This is the first time he's spoken with Todoroki one-on-one since the festival. He's still the same quiet kid from before, but he has a different air about him now. The old Todoroki wouldn't have attempted any casual conversation with him. This is progress. The boy is coming around finally. A warmth fills Izuku's chest. He's happy for him. After everything he's gone through, he is carving out his own path. The freckled boy yawns and Todoroki takes that as his cue to get back to his own bed. Good night, Midoriya. He pads back over to the curtain. Good night, Todoroki-kun. The boy spares him one last glance before he disappears to the other side. Izuku falls asleep soon after. By the time he wakes up and pushes open his curtain, Ida is already sitting up in his bed. He's staring out the window with a blank expression, glasses still sitting on his bedside table. Izuku fidgets with his gown. Morning, Ida. Good morning, Midoriya. Did you sleep well? He turns to the other boy. Izuku nods and Ida gives a small smile. The blue-haired boy grabs his glasses and sets them on his face. Izuku sends one back and then hobbles to the bathroom. The nurse had been kind enough to give them extra toothbrushes. He takes one of the two wrapped ones, a green one. A blue one rests in an empty cup on the side of the sink. He brushes his teeth and tries to tame his coarse curls before he walks back out. Todoroki has woken up and is scrolling through his phone. Izuku sits back down on his bed. Good morning, Todoroki-kun. Were you able to get to sleep? He greets. The taller boy nods. Thanks. Two nurses come in to check them over and replace their bandages. A doctor shows up a little after that to use her quirk on them. She leaves them alone once more. You know, looking back on it now, what we did was pretty incredible, Izuku says. Yeah, Todoroki agrees. The freckled boy continues, and after that last-ditch effort, I'd say it's a miracle we're alive. Then with my leg, I think that's when I realized that if he wanted to kill me, he easily could have. He definitely let us live. Todoroki looks at his wrapped arm and then turns to Ida. But even with him coming at you with all that bloodlust, you still stood up to him. Impressive. I came to save you but ended up needing your help. Sorry. Ida shakes his head. Not at all. It's not like that. I dash. The door slides open. Ragdoll, Manuel, and a dog-headed man in a suit glance over them. Oh, you're all awake, Ragdoll says. Izuku sits up right away. Ragdoll? Good morning. Ida greets his mentor as well and walks closer to the three adults. Todoroki stands as well. Ragdoll ruffles Izuku's hair. We've got some things to talk with you about. All of you. This is Tsuragami Kenji, the Hosu City Police Chief, Manuel introduces. The man steps farther into the room. Please, stay seated, woof. So, you're the UA students who put a stop to the hero killer. The three teens stare at him. As for the villain, he's currently receiving treatment for his burns, broken bones, and a number of other injuries, woof. He pauses before he continues. At the dawn of this extraordinary era, the police moved to prioritize leadership and maintain the status quo. So, they decided not to use quirks as weapons. The profession of hero rose as one that would fill that void. Authorizing of such might, of these powers that could so easily kill, was criticized at first. But it ultimately garnered public support. All because your predecessors acted morally and complied with the laws. Izuku has a feeling this is not a simple questioning. Those who inflicted harm without XPLCT instruction from the police and the powers that be, even if they were to face someone like the hero killer, represent a stunning breach of law, woof. You three, as well as your pro-hero mentors Endeavor, Manuel, and Ragdoll must be dealt with strictly and impartially. Izuku's heart sinks. He knows what the man is saying. They've broken the law. They have to face punishment. As much as he understands it, he can't help but be a bit frustrated. Sure, he shouldn't have run off in search of danger. Neither should Ida have. That being said, what would have happened if they ran into Stain regardless? Were they just supposed to lay down and die? What kind of logic is that? Admittedly, he isn't completely versed in hero and quirk law. He knows the fundamentals. Don't use your quirk in public, not like he had to worry about that. Don't impersonate a hero. Don't interfere with a hero in action, and so on. These are simple things, even if he doesn't quite understand the strictness of the first one that well. But to ask them not to act in the face of danger, not just as heroes in training but as human beings? Are they really wrong for defending themselves and each other? Izuku bites his tongue. It isn't like he can argue with the chief of police. Todoroki, on the other hand, has no problem doing so. Hold on a minute. If Ida hadn't acted, then Native would have been killed. And if Midoriya hadn't shown up, both of them would be dead. Nobody even knew the hero killer was in town. The boy stepped closer with each point he raised. Should we have let people die in the name of your law? His voice is steadily raising and Izuku rushes to hold him back. As much as he agrees, it won't do any good to get themselves into more trouble. Everything turned out just fine, so forget about the law this time. Isn't it a hero's job to save people? The police chief doesn't flinch. Clearly you have much to learn. Some education you're getting from UA and Endeavor, woof. Todoroki digs his nails into his palms. You and mutt. Ida urges him to calm down as Izuku clutches the boy's shirt. Hang on a second, hear him out. Ragdoll defuses. The man wipes at his snout. Yes. All of that is what I'm obligated to tell you as the police. The real question is whether or not to deal with this matter publicly. If we let your story out, you'll all be lauded by the public. However, you won't be able to avoid punishment. But if we keep all this nasty business to ourselves, the hero killer's burns will support the story that Endeavor was the key operative. He'll receive the accolades, woof. Fortunately, the number of eyewitnesses was small enough that we can hush up this whole matter before it causes problems. In that case, your decisive action and achievements will remain unknown to the public. Another thing. While what I said still holds in terms of using your quirks without a license, I understand that you he looks at Izuku, are in an interesting position. Given your situation, you cannot be held liable by the same terms, woof. That being said, you are not exempt from consequence. You acted outside of your mentor's instruction, which can reflect onto her as being negligent of her duties. Likewise, you still actively engaged in combat with a villain. You present a very special case and one that I admittedly have to look at closer, woof. But to be quite frank, I'd prefer not having to do so. So that's it then? A cover-up? Izuku loosens his grip on Todoroki's shirt, trusting that he's calmed down enough. So, what do you say? Tsuragami gives them a thumbs up and sticks out his tongue in a very dog-like manner. I'm an understanding man. So when it comes to a group of promising young people, I'd rather not have to pursue charges over this admittedly massive indiscretion, woof. Manuel places his hands on his hips and ducks his head. Either way, our negligence is to blame. We have to take responsibility. I'm so very sorry, Ida bows. The pro lightly chops him on the head. Yeah, you caused big trouble for your mentor, so don't do it again. Despite the scolding, Manuel has a small smile on his face. The boys bow to Chief Tsuragami as they accept his offer and thank him. The world is an unfair place. You'll receive none of the commendations that you might have otherwise. But, at least as someone invested in keeping the peace, the man bows to them. I can thank you. The police chief leaves soon after, as do the pros. Manuel has to finish working on some files based on the previous night's events, and Ragdoll is going to continue assisting the cleanup effort and talk to the other pussycats. The three teens have the room to themselves once more. None of them know what to say after that, still processing it themselves. Izuku's phone buzzes on the bedside table. Uraraka's picture pops up on the screen. He excuses himself to the hallway to take it. She starts speaking as soon as he answers, not bothering to greet him formally. Deku, are you okay? I heard about everything on the news, and after you told me about your trip, I couldn't help but worry. You too. I've been thinking about him all morning. Have you heard from him? She speaks so fast he hardly understands anything besides his and Ida's names. Still, he gets the gist of it. Okay. I ran into him last night while everything was going on. We got a little banged up, but everything's fine now. Oh, Todoroki ran into us too. Uraraka sighs, as long as you guys are okay. I just figured, since I knew you and Ida were there. Then I got super worried when you sent out nothing but an address. Yeah, sorry about that. I thought there was some trouble, but it ended up being nothing. He rubs the back of his neck. That's when Todoroki showed up. But everything is fine now. Sorry to worry you. You said you guys got hurt though? Oh, it's just with the Nomu and everything that there was a lot going on at once, you know? But anyway, it's fine now, so yeah. Okay, well, take it easy for now. I'll hear about the rest later. Someone says something to her that he can't quite hear, to which she moves away from her phone to respond. She rushes out the rest of the conversation. See you at school, then. Sorry all that bad stuff happened. Bye. A click sounds through the speaker as she hangs up. Izuku blinks at his reflection on the dark screen. He hates lying to his friends, but there isn't anything he can do about it. It's a necessary evil in his situation. He grabs his crutch and hobbles back into the room. Ida and Todoroki are sitting on their beds again. Ida, he says, I just got off the phone with you, Rarika dash. Midoriya. Todoroki cuts him off. Ida just received his diagnosis. Said teen's head is tilted low. I may have permanent damage to my left hand. Both my arms were badly injured, but my left got the worst of it. He severed something called the brachial plexus nerve. They said I might regain most of the feeling and use of my hand and fingers if I receive a nerve transplant. Silence fills the room once more in a pregnant pause. Once again, Izuku is struggling to come up with something to say to his friend. Either way, Ida opens his mouth again. When I found the hero killer, my mind went blank. I should have told Manuel before doing anything else. His gaze hardens. And that criminal, I may hate him, but he wasn't wrong. So, until I succeed in becoming a true hero, my left hand will serve as a reminder. Let that right hand of yours serve as a reminder. Ida. Izuku holds out his right hand, clenches it into a fist. I know what you mean. So, let's get stronger together. Ida meets his eyes and nods curtly, which Izuku parrots. Todoroki bows his head across from them. I'm sorry. Izuku is taken aback. Ichim? For what? Todoroki stares at his hand. Whenever I'm involved, it feels like people's hands get messed up or something. I think it's a curse. A snort bursts from the curly-haired boy after a brief moment. Even Ida is caught off guard by the statement. I didn't know you had a sense of humor, Todoroki-gun. Izuku says between fits of laughter. The poor boy looks between them. No, really, I'm serious. I'm like the hand crusher or something. Bright laughter continues to fill the room like sunlight. It doesn't matter if their heroic act goes uncredited. They know what they had done and they had done it together. And that was more than enough. What the heck were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself killed. Pixie Bob chops him on the head a few more times as the other pussycats and Koda stand around him. He, Todoroki, and Ida had been released from the hospital earlier that morning. The three had bid each other farewell until they returned to school and set off with their mentors. He and Ragdoll caught the next available train back to the city closest to the agency and had finally arrived in the mid-afternoon. The other pussycats had pounced on him as soon as the door clicked shut to the cat-themed building. Pixie Bob had been especially eager to scold him. All right, Ryuko, I think he got all the chiding he needed back in Hosu, Mandalay says. Midoriya, how's your leg feeling? He rubs the back of his neck. Pretty good. The doctor said I have to let it finish healing on its own, but it's not bad now. It might leave a scar, but I'm all right otherwise. That's good, she sighs. I can't say there's much else for you to do here considering everything that's happened. We haven't gotten any missions all day, and based on the last 2 days, well, forgive us if we're a little hesitant to let you back on the field. Izuku bows. I understand. I'm really sorry for damaging the trust you put in me. Tiger steps over to him and uncrosses his arms. You're young and you've got a lot of eyes on you now. While not an excuse, we can understand your situation. Take this as a valuable learning experience. A large hand ruffles Izuku's hair. Tell you what, Ragdoll begins, why don't you help out around the agency, and if a call comes in, you handle the stationary work? Izuku agrees to the terms and settles into the office. As somewhat expected, no calls come in for the group to handle. He spends most of the time organizing files or having Mandalay explain the different forms. She figures it will be good for him to get a head start on understanding the boring parts of heroics. He can't argue with that and makes an effort to pay attention to her explanations. Kota hovers around him the majority of the time but doesn't really make any conversation. It is amusing and sweet. Even if he doesn't express it outwardly, Izuku knows the boy has warmed up to him. Children tend to have a funny way of showing those sorts of sentiments. Hey, since you're a hero or whatever, aren't you supposed to have a special name? The boy asks suddenly once Mandalay has left. Izuku swivels in his chair. Oh, I actually picked one out before I came here. The boy doesn't look up from the small table he's sitting at. So what is it, then? Deku, he smiles to himself. Kota simply hums in response and goes back to drawing. When he finishes, he rushes out of the room with the paper close to his chest. He sends a glance at the teenager then back at his paper. Izuku doesn't see it, too focused on his task. The younger boy leaves the room silently. The night passes by without issue and with the sunrise comes Izuku's departure. All four of the pussycats and Kota see him off at the station. They wish him luck in his studies and he thanks them for everything. He apologizes once again for the trouble he caused in Hosu, but Ragdoll insists it's water under the bridge. As long as he learns from it, then there's no bad blood between them. Izuku bows to them just before he boards the train. He's lucky, he thinks. The pussycats have every right to be angry with him, to refuse any future interactions, but they're understanding and forgiving. All the pros have been, as well as the police chief. Yes, he is lucky and more importantly, he is grateful for the opportunities they've given. It's back to school the next day, which inevitably means it will be full of excitement. His peers stand around the classroom as they ask questions about each other's internships and talk about their own. Kirishima and Siro's laughter rings out from the front of the room. Kaken's hair is flat on his head, an unusual sight given his usual style. It seems Best Jeanist had put great effort into rounding him out. It doesn't quite hold, though. Not with the way the teen roars at the teasing and how quickly his hair pops out of the flattened look. The girls chat amongst themselves as they take turns explaining the different missions and work they did throughout the week. Uraraka even shows off some of the moves she learned with Gunhead. Kaminari mentions how different she seems, to which Mineta mutters something about such ferocity being a commonly hidden trait within women. Whatever happened to him during his internship with MT Lady must have sparked such a strange idea within him. Izuku hopes he's learned something from it for everyone's sake. If you want to talk about the most transformative, traumatic experience, that'd probably be U3. Kaminari says as he twists in his chair. Oh yeah, the hero killer, right? Siro jumps in. Momo places a hand on her cheek. I was so worried when I heard about it. I'm just glad you're all still alive. Endeavor came and saved you, right? Sato chimes in. That's our number 2 for you. Todoroki looks down at his desk. Right? We were saved. Izuku casts a worried glance at him. Todoroki had been the only one to speak his mind back at the hospital, and given what he'd shared about his father, this has to be difficult for him. I heard on the news that they think the hero killer's connected to the League of Villains. I can't help but think what might have happened if a scary guy like that showed up to USJ, Adru says. Hold on, Kaminari interjects. Sure, he's scary, but did you watch that video, Adru? You can really see his tenacity. I mean, it's kinda cool, don't you think? Ah, Kaminari. Izuku warns. The other boy becomes sheepish. Oh, Ida. Sorry. To be fair, Izuku doesn't exactly disagree with the statement. Stain had been firm in his convictions in a way similar to All Might or even himself. He knew what he believed in and he was ready to stand up for it. That sort of attitude was admirable. If only he wasn't so extreme in the way he put it to practice. Likewise, it's hard to disagree with his ideals of what a true hero should be. Ever since the sports festival, there's been this nagging in the back of Izuku's mind. After hearing Shinso and Todoroki's stories, he can't help but take a closer look at their society. He's known that it is heavily flawed since the age of 4. Life is not fair. That isn't a new idea in the slightest. Still, it does not mean there aren't systems in place that actively put others at a disadvantage. Quirks present new ways for people to fall between the cracks. It offers new systems and practices that create more hardship than necessary in life. While Stain may have been incorrect in the way he went about fixing those issues, he wasn't wrong in his base ideas. Of course, Izuku can't voice this out loud, at least not to Ida. But it still bugged him enough last night to write it down in another notebook. It's the type of complex problem that pulls at his natural curiosity and pleases his analytical brain. Besides, he figured it was bound to come up sooner or later given his unprecedented presence in heroics. The inner workings of hero society, of the world in the era of quirks, have always dictated a large part of his life, for better or worse. If his very existence exposes the flaws in those systems, then why not seek ways to fix them? Of course, he isn't fully planning on changing the world, but isn't it a hero's duty to meddle in the name of helping others? If he can make it a little closer to the kind of place he needed it to be growing up, then that's exactly what he'll do. No, it's fine. He's certainly a man of conviction, so I get that some people think he's cool. But his convictions have led him to conclude that society requires a purge. No matter what one's motives are, that's just wrong. Ida gives a hearty chop with his right arm. So that no others like myself emerge and suffer my fate, I will correct my course and walk the path of a true hero. It's impressive how fast he changes his demeanor. He urges everyone to get to their seats, to which they comply. Aizawa enters just before the bell and handles the typical homeroom duties. The first class of the day goes by without incident, and soon enough it's time for basic hero training. The students grab their costumes and head to the locker rooms just as they've done every time before. They follow All Might out to a new training ground. It's been a while, boys and girls. How is everyone? Some of the class murmurs amongst themselves about the rather lackluster start to the class. Even the best of the best run out of shiny shticks, they suppose. All Might continues regardless. As an immediate follow-up to your internships, today's activity is a playful one. A rescue training race. Ida's hand shoots up. Shouldn't rescue training be conducted at USJ? That place is for disaster rescues in particular. But what did I say? That's right, a race, the pro clarifies. This is Field Gamma. It's a dense spread of factories that wind together to create an intricate network of maze-like alleys. You'll split into 4 teams of 5, with each team going one at a time. It's a race to see who can reach and rescue me first. He points to Kaken. Naturally, keep the property damage to a minimum. Stop pointing at me, the boy grumbles. The first team to go consists of Izuku, Ida, Ashido, Siro, and Audrey. The group gets into their starting positions. All right, boys, may the best student win. Ashido says. Frankly, Izuku is a bit intimidated by his group members. For the most part, they are the mobility experts of the class, save for a few others. He isn't sure if he'll be able to keep up. Not on his own, at least. But he has a secret weapon now. Granted, it isn't a real secret, but simply something his peers haven't seen yet, aside from Ida and Todoroki. His gauntlets are key in his completion of the exercise. His fight with Stain had given him enough experience with the things to get through this. That, and some borrowed moves from a certain blonde-haired hothead, of course. The cue to begin rings out and the other 4 teams rush. Off in a flash. While they're teamed up, it's only for the sake of organization. This is a race. Someone is going to win and the others will lose. Izuku refuses to come in last. He takes off in a dead sprint to gain some momentum before he jumps and blasts at the ground behind him. He approaches Siro quickly and, with another blast, passes right by him. Admittedly, this sort of aerial maneuvering is harder than it looks. Kaken certainly makes it look easy, but Izuku can't let up now. The mobility training he'd done with Pixie Bob was all the more helpful with the gauntlets. Like a pinball, he bounces around the metal structures of Field Gamma, increasing his momentum with each blast and leap. His classmates exclaim as he passed by. Ashido even cheers him on. Unfortunately, with such quick-paced movements, one misstep was all it took to derail him. The sole of his sneaker squeaks as it slips across the smooth metal pipe he attempts to land on. He definitely needs to consider his landings a bit more. The ground is approaching rapidly. He has to act fast if he doesn't want to end up in last place. If he angles a blast just right and at the perfect time, then he can probably grab a hold of the pipe. Then he'll just have to figure out a way on top of it. Easier said than done, but it's worth a shot. right? Though try as he might, he simply doesn't have the time or the refined skill to pull it off. Instead, he does his best to minimize his fall with an airburst aimed right at the ground. He lands sloppily but otherwise unharmed. Above him, Zero whizzes past. Damn it. Oh well, he couldn't give up now. The endpoint is a few meters ahead. He sprints once again and restarts his previous method. Once he reaches the large factory silo, he leaps one final time. Thankfully, he's high enough to skip a majority of the ladder's rungs. As carefully as he can, lest he slips again, he grabs onto the closest rung available. He climbs the rest of the way up as quickly as possible. When he reaches the top, All Might is standing tall amongst his peers. Zero, Ida, and Ishido are waiting patiently with him. Ajra climbs over the safety rail just as Izuku stands from the ladder. They join the lineup with the others. Alright, though Zero may have taken first place, you all figured out new and better ways to use your quirks and resources since the beginning of school. Congratulations! Keep up the good work as you prepare for your final exams. Finals are soon. The year seems to be flying by. At this rate, they'll be second years before they know it. And to think just a year ago he'd been training with Aizawa in a small gym at the edge of his neighborhood. He's snapped out of his nostalgia by All Might's quiet voice. You were quite impressive. I barely recognized you. The pro flashes him a thumbs up as he walks away. Come see me after class. I'd like to discuss something with you concerning One for All. Izuku blinks. One for All? What about it? Has he finally found a successor, and, if so, what does he need him for? Surely he won't offer it to him again, so there has to be something else. He supposes he won't know until the time comes. Izuku follows his group to the viewing area. The rest of the races go by with equally quick pacing. Everyone has grown so much during their short internships, and Izuku is genuinely impressed by his peers. They're dismissed soon after the last team finishes and returns to the locker rooms. The boys continue to discuss the exercise, but Izuku's mind wanders back to what All Might said. He keeps coming to the conclusion that it must have something to do with a successor. He'd asked the man about it at the sports festival but received a non-answer. Back then, Izuku chalked it up to him having an idea but no solid decision. Check it out. I just made the discovery of the century over here. Mineta suddenly calls out. Of course, this catches all their attention. Izuku peeks his head around the corner at the commotion. Mineta continues to call out, his excitement increasing, look at this hole. Our predecessors must have worked really hard to make it. And next door is the Holy Grail, the girls' locker room. Mineta, Ida warns, stop that. Peeking is a major offense. The smaller boy doesn't have a care in the world. Yeah, well, Mineta Jr.'s ready to go on the offense. Just think, all the girls in their full glory just through the wall. The other boys are having none of it. Dude, that's so not cool. Come on, man, I'm all for flirting but you're taking it too far. Mineta, cease this behavior at once. Still, he insists, don't tell me you guys aren't interested. Besides, it's not like I made it. And I know you guys think about the girls too. We don't even have to tell them. Kirishima sighs, you're going too far, man. And you understand that not telling them is worse, right? Like, seriously, that's messed up. Don't act like I'm the only one that feels this way. Mineta whines, I know you've all thought about it at least once. Like, Midoriya. He's always in the corner by himself where we can't see. How do we know he hasn't found another hole that he's keeping to himself? Okay, that's enough. The silent disgust and discomfort building up inside him is going to boil over if this doesn't end soon. Izuku had noticed his classmates' odd behavior back at the USJ, but, given the situation, there was no time to really reflect on it. Now, it's right in plain sight and it's getting way out of hand fast. Hey man, don't try to project your creepy thoughts onto us. If Midoriya wants to change alone, then that's fine. He's probably just more comfortable that way, Zero says. Mineta won't have it? No way. He's hiding something for sure. What kinds of goods are you hoarding over there? And Mineta, I really just prefer to have some privacy when I change, he admits. No way, not buying it. Before anyone can stop him, Mineta rushes over to where Izuku is. Ida tries to block him but the grimy boy is small enough to slip right past him. Mineta blinks up at him once he rounds the corner. For just a brief, hopeful moment, Izuku hopes the other boy will mind his own diamond business and finish changing without another word. But life always has other plans in mind, it seemed. Huh. What the heck are you wearing a sports bra for? The locker room goes dead silent for a tense moment. Then, perhaps louder than before, it erupts. Mineta! Dude, what the hell? Stop peeping on Midoriya. Come on man, leave him alone. Mineta, I will have to report this behavior to Aizawa-sensei. The boy, whose list of friends and acquaintances is rapidly dwindling, steps forward. An accusatory finger points Izuku's way. You've been lying to us this whole time? What gives? Don't tell me you were going to keep this a secret. Izuku doesn't know what to do. He hasn't dealt with this in a while. Not since his first year of middle school. Tape shoots out from around the corner and sticks to Mineta's back. He disappears in a blur as Siro pulls him away with an apology to Izuku. He must have taped the other's mouth shut because not another peep comes out of the little creep's mouth. The boys finish changing in almost complete silence. Ida takes Mineta out of the locker rooms right after he gets himself ready. Izuku packs up his costume and walks out into the open area. He hates how he actively avoids looking at anyone. He hasn't felt like such an outsider since his days at Aldra. He sighs as a hand lands gently on his shoulder. Sorry you had to deal with that. I don't understand what got into him, Kirishima says. Izuku dares to look around the room. The other boys are watching him with bated breath but no one seems upset with him. He looks at Kirishima, right? I'm sorry too. For what? Kaminari's brows crease. It catches Izuku off guard. Do they not understand or is it not a problem? I guess. He rubs his neck. I just thought you'd be upset or uncomfortable. I mean, you heard what he said. I'm sorry I didn't tell you guys sooner, but I'm trans. I swear I was gonna tell you eventually, but dash. You don't owe us anything, man. Kirishima insists. Seriously, there's no need to apologize. That's entirely your business, but when you did tell us, it should have been on your own terms. We're sorry Mineta took that from you. The redhead retracts his hand and the others voice their agreement. Tears prick at Izuku's eyes. He really has the best classmates. He rubs at his eyes and wills the water away. Thanks, guys. If he or anyone else gives you a problem for it in the future, let us know. We've got your back. Sato adds. They all depart the locker room soon after. Some of the guys who finished earlier are standing around the hall. The girls file out of their room too and rush over to them. Deku, we heard everything that happened. Are you okay? Uraraka asks. If you need me to beat that twerp up, let me know, Ashido growls. Jairu, Sue, and Hakigure nod furiously next to her and Yaoyorozu offers to help him out if he ever needs anything. Kaken straightens up from where he's leaning on the wall. What the hell are you extras going on about? Did something happen? Todoroki says at the same time. The rest of the class goes quiet, waiting for Izuku's response. He turns to the ash blonde, Mineta found out. He was trying to peep on the girls through a hole in the wall and somehow ended up seeing me without my shirt. Surprise flickers on his childhood friend's face but disappears just as fast. Teeth, figures the little freak would pull something like that. Todoroki's expression doesn't change. I don't understand. It's a changing room. Of course you'd be getting changed. He's trans dumps. Oh. Izuku chuckles, which surprises most of the class. Any tension that remains around them dissipates with each laugh that comes from him and soon enough they're all smiling again. Well, everyone aside from Kaken and Todoroki, but that's nothing new. Ida returns to them and insists they get to the classroom before the bell. They walk through the halls in a group, chatting and joking with each other. It can't be helped that Izuku forgets about his meeting with All Might. By the time he does remember it, an entire PRD has passed by. He rushes to the familiar break room as soon as the lunch bell sounds. All Might sits on the couch with his head low. Even stranger is Tagada's presence. Ah, Midoriya. I figured you must have gotten caught up with something earlier. Please, take a seat. Izuku steps over to the stool across from the two. All Might looks so serious. The freckled boy fidgets with his fingers as he sits. You've both been through a lot lately, All Might starts, and I'm sorry I wasn't there to help. Yeah, something is definitely up. That's okay, you really don't have to apologize. I'm just curious why you wanted to speak to me about. He glances at Tagada. The two blondes catch on quickly. The third year speaks first. It's all right. I know about One for All. I've chosen Tagada to be my successor. That's one of the things I wanted to speak with you about. Of course. That makes sense. Izuku suddenly recalls Tagada's last match at the sports festival. That must have been what that power was. No wonder it seemed so familiar. Tagada weaves his fingers together, but he smiles. Do you remember what we talked about that first time on the beach? Our training. Izuku nods. This is what I was preparing for. I didn't know it at the time. Sir Night Eye, who I do my work study with, had me do it. Sir Night Eye? Izuku turns to All Might. He's your former sidekick, right? So you already knew who to give it to then. If that was the case, why dodge his question during the sports festival? Tagada must have had One for All by then, so why avoid it? Not quite. I hadn't decided to pass it on to young Tagada until the first day of the school year. You see, Night Eye and I, we weren't in communication with each other before then. After you declined One for All, I decided to continue my original course of action. I observed the entrance exam hoping to find another contender. While there were a few students who caught my eye, I couldn't be sure of them until classes started. All Might explains. This isn't making any sense. A crease forms between Izuku's brows. So why the sudden change? If you weren't talking to Sir Night Eye, and you hadn't even considered Tagada-senpai by then, how did you end up making the final decision in such a short time frame? I approached All Might during lunch. Sir suggested it. Of course, I didn't know about One for All yet. All I knew was that Sir needed to speak with him, and his best chance at doing so was through me. Luckily it worked. All Might nods. We talked on the phone for a while, and by the time we finished, we both agreed it was the best option. I admit I may have been misguided in seeking such a young successor. I thought it would be better that way, as whoever I chose would have more time to adjust to the quirk and create less confusion around its sudden appearance in them. However, Mirai made a good point in regards to my own limits. You already know I'm on borrowed time. That's why you acted as you did during the USJ attack, correct? Izuku nods again, and All Might continues. What remains within me now are the embers of One for All. Shigaraki wasn't wrong when he claimed I was slowing down. My strength is diminishing. That being said, it's important for me to explain how this power came to be. Okay, but why call for me? I don't mean to seem disinterested or rude, but isn't this something only you and Tagada-senpai should discuss? Izuku asks. Yeah, Tagada adds. Not that I'm upset that Midoriya knows, but I can't say I understand either. All Might leans back. While I stress the importance of keeping this power secret, I'd be a hypocrite to ask you to bear it alone. I had a trusted few in my inner circle during my earlier years. Gran Torino and Sir Night Eye were the firsts. Then, a friend I met during my time in the United States, and later Detective Tsukachi. He turns to Tagada. I asked you to keep this between us and Mirai, but that's unrealistic. Of course, we still need to remain tight-lipped about it, but you deserve to have a few trusted confidants. Ones who you choose. Though that doesn't explain why I requested your presence today, young Midoriya, he turns to the first year. You already know of my secret, and you've done well to keep it under wraps. I've told you before that you remind me of myself. That's true. However, you also remind me a great deal of Sir Night Eye as well as my former master. Izuku's eyes widen at the confession. He isn't sure if it's meant as a compliment or a simple comparison, but to be considered by the pro in such high esteem that he doesn't know what to say to that. The pause doesn't seem to bother All Might, who's fine with carrying the majority of the conversation. That's what he brought them in for anyways. That's why I think it'd be best for you to keep in communication. I have faith that you'll both fare better if you can rely on each other to carry this heavy secret. He leans forward, resting his elbows on his lap. His eyes, almost glowing, peer into Izuku's. Now, as for the true reason I called you both here, I want to tell you how One for All came to be. He starts with the basics, what they already know. One for All is a unique quirk that allows it to be passed on from user to user. As the man explains further, it can only be transferred willingly. It cannot be taken by force. It has to be passed on through the current user's DNA, be it blood, hair, or anything else that meets the criteria. The real discussion, however, is its origin. Who did it start with? How did they discover this ability, and most importantly, what was so important that they refused to take it with them to the grave? You see, One for All was derived from a different quirk altogether, All for One. A quirk that lets its users steal other quirks as well as grant them to others. This was back at the advent of the exceptional, back when society had yet to adapt to the changes quirks brought. Back then, the norms of what it meant to be human suddenly collapsed. Laws became meaningless, societal progress halted, it was catastrophic. Without the advent of the extraordinary, humanity would be enjoying interstellar travel right now, Izuku quotes. Someone said that once, but I forget who. All Might nods. Yes, and in that age of confusion and disorder, one man took the initiative and brought everyone together. You may have heard about this. He would steal quirks from others and, with his overwhelming power, spread the influence of his organization. He was responsible for manipulating many into committing wicked acts, which was his intent. Soon enough, he had taken over Japan. A true lord of evil. Izuku has seen rumors and stories of such a man. He used to scour the internet for stories from the past, from the world before quirks. A world where everyone was once like him had filled his 11-year-old mind with wonder. He sped through all the books he could find on it, but they are becoming increasingly harder to come across these days. Once he'd gone through all the ones he could find, he turned to the internet. It was possible to find old photos that had survived through the best servers as the decades passed. Even some old articles or scans of old news and research papers on life back then. All his deep diving was bound to bring up speculations and rumors the closer he got to the emergence of quirks. He didn't pay them much mind, but the story All Might is telling had been one that came up quite a few times. I've heard a little about it online, but I've never seen it in textbooks or anything, he says. Well, the textbooks don't tell you what the Yakuza are up to either, do they? When a person has power, they instinctively seek a way to use it. Tagata leans forward. So, how does this connect to One for All? I mentioned that All for One had the ability to grant quirks as well. With that ability, he could instill trust in others, or at least get them to submit. However, this load was far too much to bear for those who received it. Many would end up something akin to puppets, unable to do so much as speak. Just like those Nomu. The two boys pale at that. All Might keeps going. On the other hand, there was a case where his granting of a quirk resulted in a mutation. A blending. The man had a younger brother, small and fragile but with a great sense of justice. The deeds of his big brother pained him, so he opposed him. The elder brother retaliated by giving him a power stalker by force. It's unknown whether it was out of kindness or to force his brother to submit. However, it turned out he hadn't been quirkless from the start. Though neither he nor anyone else knew it, he possessed a quirk that allowed him to pass it on to others. And so the power stalker and transmission quirks were fused. That's how One for All came to be. Izuku and Tagata are speechless. Even in their superpowered world, these sorts of stories are still considered that of fiction. To learn of such a powerful being of such heinous acts, and being part of the few who know about it, what is there to say? Hold on, I still don't quite understand how it happened, but why tell us this now? Tagata asks. Yeah, Izuku chimes in. You said this story is from the beginning of the quirk era. Why tell us now of all times? Not that it doesn't sound important, but you seemed so serious about it all. All Might's brows raise. We're talking about someone who steals quirks. He could acquire any kind, such as ones to stop the aging process, which he did. This made him a near-immortal symbol of evil. Given the man's undefeatable strength and the state of society at that time, his defeated younger brother decided to pass on the mission to future generations. Though it was but a shadow of what it is today, the power grew and grew. All in hopes that one day it could stop the older brother. And it was my generation that finally brought the villain down. At least, that's what we thought. It would appear that he somehow survived and now he's on the move again as the brains behind the League of Villains. One for All is a power that's inherited for the sole purpose of beating All for One. This means that one day, he turns to Tagata, you will fight against this evil, perhaps. Silence. They should be used to it at this point considering how the whole conversation has gone thus far. True evil like that, can it even be stopped? If All Might couldn't take him down, then how could Tagata? How could anyone? Izuku grips the dark fabric of his uniform pants. He dares to glance at the upperclassman across from him. His brows are forming a deep crease between them and his blue eyes remain on the coffee table. Information overload. That's the best way Izuku can describe it. An entire legacy held within one quirk. No, and two. Just how many lives has this power passed through? How many have been lost to its counterpart? Alright, if that's what I have to do, then I'll do my best. The older boy says. His face returns to its normal states, which is a small smile. Tagata-senpai. The sunflower blonde stares at All Might. No matter what it takes, I'll step up to the challenge. As long as you're both by my side, then I can do anything. I'll do my best too. Izuku leans forward, whatever it takes. All Might makes a noise and the boys turn to him. He leans on his lap, a hand covering his mouth. All Might. Izuku mutters. The pro glances between them as if snapping out of his thoughts. Thanks, both of you. He lets them go, noting that they have 30 minutes left of lunch. The two boys thank him and leave together. The quiet of the halls gives them ample chance to reflect on all the information they've been hounded with. What do you think? Tagata asks suddenly. Izuku blinks up at him. I'm not sure. I guess it's just hard to believe that there's someone out there who's been running things from the shadows for so long. It's honestly kinda scary. If this guy, All for One, couldn't even be stopped by All Might, then what else can we do? They both stop completely. The sun shines through the large windows and reflects off the resin-covered floors. The beams illuminate Tagata. His eyes shine brilliant and blue and his hair seems just a little more golden. He smiles, bright and comforting. Familiar. He places his hands on his sides. Save as many people as possible. If we can do that, then I'm sure we'll find a way to take down All for One. We'll just do the best we can for now. Tagata continues to walk ahead and Izuku follows close behind. He understands now. Sir Night Eye made a good choice and All Might an even better one for following through with it. Izuku will forever be honored that he was considered first for the job, but he isn't jealous in the slightest. Tagata has large shoes to fill. His shoulders, though sturdy, now bear an inconceivable weight. Then again, Izuku does too, doesn't he? Yes, that's it. He gets it now, why All Might called for him. It isn't just about keeping the secret safe. It's more than that. He's making up for his past mistakes. He's looking out for them both, looking out for their futures. For Tagata, his successor, he is trying to save him from the same fate. He is trying to keep that weight from crushing him. Of course, by no means does Tagata give off the impression that he can't handle it. It's simply that he shouldn't have to handle it alone. He shouldn't have to make the same mistakes as his predecessor if there are easy ways to avoid them. To learn from them. For Izuku, whose very existence has become an act of defiance, he is trying to save him from a similar weight. From now on, the world has its eyes on him. Supporters and enemies alike will keep tabs. All Might knows that burden well. Izuku's success can change the world in all sorts of ways. There are people who need him to do so in hopes that they can one day do the same. Likewise, there are people praying for him to crash and burn. They will not accept him so easily, not if it so much as questions their own success. All Might is going to make sure their futures are brighter than his ever was. Lunch passes by in a breeze and just as quickly, classes continue. The overhead lights buzz as Aizawa flips through his lesson plan at the podium. Alright, summer vacation is closing in. Of course, it would be completely irrational for you to take a whole month off. The class holds their breath. You'll be doing a summer training camp in the woods. I freaking knew it. Nice. Kaminari shouts. The students speculate what activities they'll get up to at the camp. Aizawa flashes his quirk to settle them down. However, whoever doesn't pass the final exam is in for summer school hell right here. Kirishima, ever the hype man, shakes a fist in the air. Do your best, guys. Izuku is equally excited about the camp. Knowing Aizawa, there's a pretty decent chance that everyone will be going to it regardless. They'll probably take remedial courses there, but it won't make sense to leave some students behind if they're already struggling. Either way, he'll have to make sure he passes. By the time the next week rolls around, students are cramming in full swing. Sticky notes, flashcards, highlighters, notebooks, you name it. The whole school is preparing for finals, which are just a few days away. Some certainly feel more prepared than others. Yaoyorozu sits quietly in her seat. Being at the top of their class academically, no one has to question why. Kaminari, on the other hand, is in full freak-out mode. At the bottom of the class, it's also no surprise why. Some of their other classmates express concern as well. You know, if it's academic help you need, I could lend a hand, Yaoyorozu offers. A good chunk of the class flocks to her asking if she's willing to help them out too. While the sudden onslaught could easily be overwhelming, she takes it in stride. In fact, she seems honored at her classmates' requests. Izuku smiles. At the sight, the bell rings and the students file out of the classroom in their usual groups and pairs. Izuku follows his friends down the halls. The day after they returned to school from internships, he found himself in front of Todoroki's desk. After what happened in Hosu and their talk in the hospital, he figured it was time to reach out again. Todoroki had done as much that night and it had to mean something. Izuku offered the other teen to sit with him, Ida, Uraraka, Tsu, and Hagakure at lunch. To his surprise, or maybe both of theirs, Todoroki accepted. Thus, their lunch table had officially been filled. The academic test will draw from what we've already learned in class, so that's manageable. It's the practical I'm worried about since we don't know what it will be, Izuku says once they finish blessing their meals. Ida turns to him. I can't imagine it will consist of anything particularly unusual. How manageable do you think the academic part will really be? Uraraka asks. Hagakure lifts her bowl. I think it's just a comprehensive test of everything from the semester. That's all Aizawa-sensei has told us anyway, Tsu states. Uraraka hums. There was the battle training, rescue training, and basic training, right? Izuku starts to respond, but something knocks him in the back of the head. His hand flies up to rub at it as it throbs. Ah, sorry. My tray just couldn't get around that big head of yours. Hey! Hagakure says, you're Monoma from Class B, right? How dare you? I heard you three ran into the hero killer. I guess the sports festival wasn't enough. You just keep getting attention with one stunt after another, huh, Class A? But now it's looking like that attention isn't all it's cracked up to be. It's starting to get dangerous, right? The 6 other students just stare as he continues. Pretty scary. I'm just worried that one of these days we're going to get caught up in your antics. Scary stuff dash. Monoma's ranting is stopped by a red-headed girl as she whacks the blonde atop the head with her free hand. Shinso wanders up next to them and sighs. The girl speaks. Sorry about him, class. His heart's just not well. Ida twists his body toward her. Kendo, Shinso. We overheard you guys saying you weren't sure about the practical, Shinso says. Kendo grabs the back of Monoma's shirt before she leans closer to the group. Between you and me, I hear it'll be a battle against robots like the entrance exam. Izuku, Shinso, and Hagakure sigh at this. How'd you find that out? Uraraka inquires. It's a little unfair, but I asked an older student I know. Izuku holds his chin. That's not unfair at all. Preliminary intel gathering is just one aspect of the exam. It makes perfect sense to ask a second or third year. Why didn't I think of that? Kendo blinks at his rapid muttering as Monoma hisses from below her. Kendo, you fool. We finally had an intel advantage against them. This was our chance to show up the detestable Class A. They're not detestable, she argues. She flashes them an apologetic smile before she drags her classmate away. Shinso watches after them before he turns back toward Izuku. The robots SCK, but at least we know how to handle them this time. Good luck, he says before he departs as well. Once they arrive back in the classroom, Uraraka shares the news with a few of the others as everyone filters in. Kaminari and Ishido are, as expected, ecstatic at the news. Izuku peeks at his phone. Mei finished his boots and they're ready for him to pick up when he leaves. He sends her a quick reply and checks another notification from Tagata. It's just one message, but it stops all other thoughts in Izuku's mind. All the older teen said was for Izuku to call him Mirio. It isn't an odd request technically. They are friends after all. But this is more than that. It holds more weight. This is a declaration. From now on, they're a team and they respect each other beyond formality. Izuku smiles at his phone and types out for the other to do the same. He responds with surprising speed and wishes the underclassman good luck on his final. Izuku thanks him and wishes him luck as well. After everything All Might had told him and Mirio that he has to give everything he has if they're really going to go up against All for one someday. Kaken tieskis at his classmates' antics, humans or robots, I'll blast 'em all. What's the big deal, morons? Who are you calling moron? Kaminari cries out. Shut it. You're the moron who can't even figure out how to dial back your own quirk. He turns to Izuku. Don't think I didn't notice your new trick during the race. Stop sing me off with all these stunts. Kaminari and Uraraka murmur to each other as Kaken continues. I'm not looking for some hollow victory like at the sports festival. When it comes to our term grades, like it or not, I'm gonna crush you into dust. He points right in Izuku's face. I'll open the gulf so wide between us it'll kill you dead. You two half and half. He stomps out of the room without another word. Izuku exhales. Kirishima scratches at the back of his ear. Haven't seen Bakugo that serious in a while. Is it unease or sheer hatred? Tokoyami mutters. Whatever it is, Izuku prays it won't be too terrible to deal with. Regardless, he's going to do his best on the final and no one will stop him. The written and practical exams had been split up over 2 days. The academic portion had been held after lunch on Monday. While the wording had been tricky on some questions and the written responses having to meet strict criteria, it had gone by as expected. On Tuesday is the practical. Izuku stands amongst his classmates, now decked out with his boots. They look inconspicuous with his leg braces, the boot just being a part surrounding his shoes. It's a little extra weight, but he'll get used to it soon enough. Mei said it was the most compact she could get them with a little conceptual reworking, which was fine. He'd gotten permission from Aizawa to use the school's training grounds on Sunday to get used to them. Mei even tagged along to make sure things went smoothly. He went through all the features, including some of the extra ones Mei added. It was ridiculously fun just to bound around in the forest with the burst and hover features. He got to understand Ida a little better as he ran around the open space. And he still got to use his gauntlets with them. Suffice to say, he felt pretty good about his gear. Back in the present, all the teachers of the first-year hero course are standing before their students. Aizawa takes a small step forward as he begins speaking. It is, of course, possible to fail this exam. If you want to attend the summer training camp, then don't mess this up. Knowing you all, you probably asked around and you might think you have a vague idea of how this'll go. Well, that isn't great. Izuku bites his cheek. He should have known better than to underestimate his teachers like that. Kaminari and Ishido, perhaps providing their own omen for how they'll fare on the exam, remain as oblivious as ever. They cheer with confidence about facing the robots again. Principal Nizu pops out of Aizawa's scarf. Not quite. Various circumstances have demanded a revision to the exam format. The class mutters in their surprise. As such, you students will be pairing up and fighting one of your teachers here, you see. The principal continues. Your pairings and assigned teachers have already been decided. Your battle moves, your grades, your friendships with one another, all these factors and more were considered. So, without further ado, Aizawa pulls his capture tape away from his face. First, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu against me. Second dash. Midoriya and Bakugo, your opponent will be me. You'll have to work together to win, so come at me you two. All Might says as he steps into the lineup. What? Izuku can't hear the rest of the pairings. The ringing in his ears is far too loud for that. It has to be a mistake, right? They can't be paired up again, especially not after the battle trial. But why are they paired up? He can feel Kaken's eyes on him. There's no way this will work out. They're going to fail. They're going to fail. They're going to... Aizawa is speaking again. He has to listen, has to focus. 10 stages have been prepared and all teams will begin simultaneously. The test guidelines will be explained by your respective opponents. None of the areas are outside of the school grounds, but let's not waste any more time. Get going. The walk to their bus is blurry at best. The ride, on the other hand, he's all too aware of. Each bump, every silent second that passes, every breath has him on edge. Kaken is sitting all the way in the back and Izuku is staying as far away as possible. All Might has to know something is wrong. He has to. After the battle trial, there's no way he doesn't. Eventually, they make it to their exam grounds. The same false city they've seen twice before greets them. Now, this is where we'll fight, All Might says. It's more to break the unbearable silence than anything. Fight. Izuku wills his voice to come out as steady as possible. You can't really expect us to beat you. No matter what we do, that'd be impossible. He knows it's the anxiety talking. It always gets a hold of him at the worst times. He hates it. All Might wags a finger, pessimistic and impatient. I see. Allow me to fully explain. The time limit is 30 minutes. In that time, you must either capture me with these dash, he pulls out a set of H&D CFFS, or one of you needs to escape the stage. It may sound simple, but this test is meant to simulate true battle as closely as possible. I'm to play the role of a villain, so you should think of me as such. As I stated, you may find that fleeing is the wiser option. It will not be easy though. Either way, your decision-making will be tested. Images of that night in Hosu flash in his mind. Izuku had wanted to grab Ida and run back then. He would have if the situation allowed it. If emotions hadn't been so high, it would have been the first thing he did. He takes a breath. He has to keep his head on straight. He can't let all of Aizawa's lessons on rationality and logic go to waste. Impulsiveness only gets him so far. Also, if you are planning on running, it's not the only option. All Might reveals a bracelet of sorts. That's why I had the support course make these. Ultra compressed weights. This handicap weighs me down with a whole 50% of my body weight. It's a tried and true method of slowing movement and draining stamina. Hatsum May won the design competition that was held for them. I'm quite impressed. These are heavier than I expected. That little tidbit of information puts Izuku at ease, if only slightly. May is practically a genius and everything she's made for him works perfectly so far. If those weights are designed to slow All Might down of all people, then they're sure to do so. Kaken huffs, trying to bring the fight down to our level? That's insulting. We'll see, All Might says. The three make their way into the exam grounds and get into their starting positions. As soon as the signal comes, they'll be in perhaps their hardest fight thus far. Izuku gulps and clenches his fists. Bakugo adjusts his gauntlets and Izuku prepares to engage his own. Recovery Girl's voice sounds over the speakers. Is everyone in position? Let's begin the final exam for you first years. Ready? Kaken takes a step forward. Izuku begs his hands to stop shaking. Go! Go! As soon as the word comes, Kaken stomps forward. Izuku fully expected him to take off, but for whatever reason, that isn't the case. He follows behind, unsure of how to proceed. They need a plan. This is an assessment of teamwork and cooperation on top of their strategic and combat skills. After about 3 minutes of nothing but footsteps, Kaken finally speaks. Stop following me. It's just, we need a plan. I really think we're better off avoiding a battle, no matter what. The ash blonde keeps walking. Obviously beating him down is the best plan. We'll let him toy with us until the very end. Then we'll let him have it while he's exhausted. That makes Izuku stop. Kaken honestly thinks it will be that simple? No, there's no way. He's an amazing tactician. It's obvious from the way he fights. He isn't an idiot. Being third in the class is proof enough of that. No, he wouldn't come up with a plan like that if he didn't already know something was up. Does he know All Might is getting weaker? Had it been that obvious at USJ? Izuku jogs to catch up to him, Hey, this is All Might we're talking about. Even with that handicap, there's no way you can beat him, Kakin. His body meets the asphalt as he lands. Kakin's shadow looms over him. Stop talking. You think you're all that? It's pissing me off. The ringing is coming back. His fingers are starting to tingle. If we want to pass this test, then you've got to listen to me, Kakin. Breathe. 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 You think I need your Quirkless but to pass? Forget it. Please. I just want to get through this. Would you stop yelling at me? Why can't we ever just have a normal conversation? Dust and debris rush past and Izuku tumbles back. Who cares about keeping this city intact? All Might emerges from the smoke. Think of this as just a test and you'll have a bad time. I'm a villain, heroes. So give me your best shot. Izuku hurries to pick himself up. We can't fight him head-on, so just run. You're not the boss of me. Kakin doesn't move. Just as All Might gets close to him, he sets off a blinding explosion. It works for a second, but the pro recovers quickly and grabs the boy by the face. Kakin, seemingly unperturbed by this, aims his arm right at the man. Explosion after explosion goes off, but All Might never lets go. He pushes his student's arm away before slamming him to the ground. A barrage like that hurts, but only a little. Now then, he turns toward Izuku. There's also you, Midoriya. Are you going to leave your teammate and make a run for it? The hero killer pops up in his mind once again. He activates his boots, immediately jumping out of the way of All Might's rush. Unfortunately, Kakin is already heading right for him. They collide in midair. Izuku's head is buzzing. So much is happening at once. Between All Might's attacks, Kakin's everything, and the pressure to pass the exam, it's all too much. His hands haven't stopped shaking. The anxiety is starting to shift to frustration. You'll never win facing him head-on. He calls out to his teammate. The other boy still won't listen. Shut up. I'll win. That's what heroes do. Fine, sure. Izuku places a hand on his shoulder, but fighting here isn't gonna work. The other teen shrugs him off. Get your mitts off of me. A large shadow casts upon them, forcing them to look up. All Might dives toward them, a detached guard rail in his hands. Look here. I've got a present for Mr. Let's Run. Izuku is back on the ground again as the rail traps him in place. Just as quickly as that happens, All Might sends Kakin flying with a devastating punch to the gut. Kakin! Memories flash behind his eyes. Days spent watching their idols' battles on TV feel like they're from another lifetime entirely. It's a 4-on-1. No way he can win, right? But watch this. Dodge punch then feint. See, he won. No matter how bad it looks, he always wins in the end. Where had those days gone? How did things change so drastically between them? Izuku struggles out of the rail and stands. He walks as quietly as possible over to the other two. But it's not a matter of power for you. Zip it, All Might. If you're saying I gotta rely on his help, then I'd rather lose. Izuku stops trembling. All Might winds up for another hit. Is that so? Well, as long as you have no regrets. Kakin recoils from the hit, but All Might hasn't moved an inch. You'd rather lose? That doesn't sound like you. Izuku grabs him by the shirt and races to a hidden alley. Let go of me, a minute. Pipe down. Izuku drops him and leans against the wall. Here's the deal. Whether we try to run from All Might or fight him, I honestly can't think of a single solid plan. But why not try using me? I don't want to hear you say it's fine if we lose. Aren't you the one who never throws in the towel till he wins? Kakin wipes off his mouth. So what, you've got a backbone now? All this training sheet go to your head or something? Why did he think this would go any other way? Would you knock it off? Or what? The blonde growls. You gonna hit me again? You only landed that punch 'cause it caught me off guard. You just forget that I've always been the one to beat your butt? Kakin dash. No, seriously. You get some fancy support items and go on your internship and you think you're better than me or something. Stop. I don't give a shit how big and bold you think you are. You're not any better than you were back at Alderdash. The freckled boy fully turns to him. I said stop. The other has the decency to look surprised for a moment before he glowers at him. Izuku's at his wit's end. I don't care. I don't care if you're better than me. I don't care if you have a powerful quirk or if you're going to be the #1 hero or whatever. I'm so sick and tired of you treating me like I'm nothing. I'm only here because I worked to get here. I never ever gave up on my dream, even when you and everyone else told me to. I'm not going to. His fingers weave into his hair. I don't get why you hate me so much. I really don't. It can't just be because I'm quirkless. It can't. He sighs and drops his hands from his head. He can't lose it now. They're running out of time. He just has to get through the exam. He looks back up at his teammate. All Might's going to pass by here soon. I'm sure of it. When he does, we should be ready to strike and run. The blonde stares at him for a moment more before he clicks his tongue. Fine. He grumbles and pauses for a moment to think. I'm only gonna explain this once, you DMN nerd. I know from my previous barrage that half-butted attacks aren't gonna phase him. If we're gonna strike, it's gotta be full power and at point-blank range. While he's recovering from that, we'll put some distance between us. That's the only way. He removes one of his gauntlets. Here. When I tell you, pull the pin and blast him. Izuku nods and removes his own device. He places it in one of his belt pouches and puts on the large grenade. They wait at the end of the alley in silence. As expected, All Might passes by not long after. It's time to strike. Kakin jumps out behind him and sets off another barrage of explosions. Deku! Izuku, who got into position while All Might was distracted, pulls the pin of the large gauntlet. The blast is just as large as it was during the first battle training. The curly-haired boy is glad he isn't on the receiving end this time. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean he'll walk away unharmed. The kickback is awful and the way his shoulder pops only makes it worse. How the hell does Kakin handle that? Run, dipshit. They dash away. The exit is getting closer and closer. Come on, just a little farther. We're almost at the gate. If just one of us makes it through, we'll pass. Izuku says. The ash blonde glances around at the destroyed buildings. He's not messing around. Well, it doesn't look like he's in pursuit. Maybe that really knocked him out. You're right. He's not gonna go down from that alone. If he comes at us again, he'll get a taste of my gauntlet this time. Izuku hopes there won't be a next time. As long as they pass through the gate, they'll be golden. They'll pass the final exam. They should know by now that it just won't be that easy. All Might catches them a few meters from the exit. Let's see it then. Kakin aims at the pro, but the man is faster. He crushes the gauntlet in his hand as quickly as it comes up. Izuku exclaims at the sudden development. And this isn't even my top speed, given these weights. Now die, hero scum. But they're still doing that. He grabs Izuku by the arm and kicks Kakin down, holding him under his foot. Beautifully done, boys. You finally came together to fight against the enemy. But for you two, that was merely a prerequisite for this exam. Get it? Then what could they do? I've got about 15 minutes left. How should I go about tying down you little scamps? Recovery Girl's voice comes through the speakers again. This is an announcement. The first team to pass is Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. All Might hums, now that's a surprise. Aizawa got beat? He must have gotten careless. Anyway, shall I bury you two next? Izuku struggles in his grip. That's some face you've got, kid. All Might tosses him away, hoping to hit me with your strongest attack and escape through the gate. That's the plan you came up with, yes? But now that the dust has settled, it's over. Cram it, Kakin chokes out. A giant explosion shoots up into the sky. A hand, though smaller this time, grips Izuku's arm once more. I'm gonna blow you away, his teammate says. Hate to admit it, but this is our only shot at winning. The heat bites at his skin through his suit as he's launched forward. Izuku aims his gauntlet behind him. All Might is airborne with a few seconds till he lands. This is his chance to secure their victory. But just as he goes to propel himself with another airburst, a brutal fist slams into his back. All the air in his lungs dissipates and each bounce on the hard asphalt further delays its return. When Izuku finally skids to a stop, Kakin is right in front of All Might. Go, Deku! He shouts. One final explosion lights up the area. His finishing move from the sports festival. It's a one-and-done deal. The blonde boy won't be able to do anything else after without risking serious injury. Get out of here. I can hold him off better than you can with your shitty punches and half-butted improvisations. So go make yourself useful, you shitty nerd. He's trying to get up. The air hasn't quite come back to him yet and his back is screaming at him to stay still, but he can't. There's still time. He can make it if he uses his boots and remaining gauntlet. He has to. He stumbles a little as he stands, but it's enough to get him up and going. There's no way All Might will ignore his attempt at escape, which is why it doesn't surprise Izuku in the slightest when the man drops down from above him. What does surprise him is how swiftly Kaken blocks him, taking the entire force of the attack. Sweet dreams, young Bakugo. That sort of self-destructive attack is just a little too traumatic for your sensei to watch. Izuku dares to look back as he runs. Kaken, ever the resilient warrior, grabs All Might's arm as it holds him down. He's saying something, but it's unclear as Izuku continues to head for the exit. The conversation doesn't last long though, because All Might is in front of him just a second later. He's so close. There's no way he's going to lose. He winds up his arm. All the jostling around and the hits he's taken means there's plenty of power stored up in his gauntlet. Even so, he'll have to put everything he has into this last swing. He'll win this. Out of my way, All Might. The punch is ferocious. The pro coughs as he stumbles to the ground. Izuku wastes no time as he bounds toward his unconscious partner and then back out the gate. They pass the final exam. Recovery Girl gives All Might another harsh scolding in the medical station/observation room. Kaken will be unconscious for some time and she plans on moving them to beds at the school with Yaoyorozu and Todoroki. As much as Izuku knows he needs it, there's no way he'll get any rest. His body still aches and his head hurts from all the explosions. But he doesn't want to sit in a quiet room. He needs distractions. During the second half of the exam, things had moved so fast that adrenaline and the need to pass had taken over. However, the anxiety that had been building up since they got their team assignments is returning with a vengeance. If he doesn't find something else to focus on soon, a full breakdown is going to come. Luckily, the various screens on the wall ahead of him provide the perfect escape. He asks the old woman if he can watch the rest of his classmates finish their exams. She agrees, albeit reluctantly. So, he starts observing and analyzing. Tsu and Tokoyami's fight against ectoplasm is impressive. While incredibly strong, Tokoyami struggles against their math teacher's overwhelming amount of clones. But Tsu makes up for his weaknesses with her level-headedness. Even as the battle gets more intense, she provides integral emotional support. That same attitude is what got them through the attack at USJ. Even when the giant clone appears, she secures the win with her quick rationality. Having swallowed the HNDCFFS they'd been given at the start, she's able to regurgitate them and hand them off to Dark Shadow. The sentient quirk then manages to secure them onto ectoplasm while Tsu and Tokoyami are trapped. They pass with time to spare. Ashido and Kaminari aren't so lucky. Principal Nizu is an incredibly smart creature. Being a special case of an animal gaining a quirk, he'd been treated less than kindly by curious minds in the past. That's what Recovery Girl says anyway. It seems he releases some of that pent-up resentment at times like these, toying with his students like, for lack of a better term, lab rats. Izuku genuinely feels for his classmates as he watches them struggle. Nizu's quirk, high spec, gives him above-human intelligence. Izuku's sure even Yaoyorozu and Ito would have faltered against him. Considering Ashido and Kaminari's class rankings, the matchup is almost cruel. They don't make it to the exit or Nizu. Koda and Jairu are an interesting pair against Yamada. Izuku isn't sure he's heard Koda speak the entire semester. While not necessarily a problem for the day-to-day, communication is key for this exam. Of course, it isn't like he can really say much himself. The exam had been less than perfect in that regard. In most regards, actually, getting back on track, the quiet boy's quirk allows him to speak with animals and order them around. With the way Yamada is scaring everything away with his quirk, it won't be easy. Jairu's also having trouble with the English teacher. Her hearing is already incredibly good without actively using her quirk. At some point, Yamada yells so loud it makes her ears bleed. That seems to whip Koda into shape though. Whatever qualms he had earlier with using his quirk vanish as he calls upon an army of insects to swarm Yamada. It's pretty obvious that it's one of the pro's weaknesses. With his defeat, the two students pass. So many of his classmates are doing well. It makes him proud, not only of them but of the school in general. There's no giving up at UA and the others are staying true to that. Even those who don't pass are determined to do their best to make up for their shortcomings. By the time the exams end, 16 of the 20 students of 1A have passed. While not a perfect outcome, it isn't the worst. Izuku feels for those who failed but ultimately believes they'd benefit from remedial classes, even if Aizawa plans on making them excruciating. With the exams over, Recovery Girl insists he gets back to the school. He does as directed, but he can no longer ignore the conflicted feelings that have built within him. While he isn't on the brink of panic anymore, the thoughts rushing through his mind are just as overwhelming as before. Why had he and Kaken been paired up? What about Izuku made the other teens so upset that he'd rather fail the final exam than work with him? It can't just be his quirklessness. There's no way it's only that. Why had he said what he did in that alleyway? Why did Kaken start working with him after it? What does this mean going forward? You should speak to Aizawa-san. This type of behavior cannot continue from him. It's not healthy, Midoriya. For either of you. He should have. If Aizawa knew the full extent, then maybe this whole thing could have been avoided. He trusts Aizawa, after all. Maybe that's why he doesn't want to. His whole life, his teachers have worked against him as much as his bullies. They did everything they could to preserve Kaken's future. He's naturally gifted and there was no way they'd let that go to waste over some quirkless kid. No matter how much he knows Aizawa cares, no matter how much he trusts him, there will always be that fear. If he does tell the man, will he believe it? Will he be able to do anything at this point if he does? Will he want to? The logical answer is yes, of course he will, but his brain already associates doing so with getting a bad outcome. Years of being treated as less than by everyone have seriously affected Izuku's psyche, whether he knows the full extent of it or not. It isn't so simple for him to just throw that past away and assume things are better now. Speaking of the past and going back to Kaken himself, Izuku just can't figure out where it all went wrong. The day he'd told his former best friend what the doctor had told him, it wasn't nearly as bad as one might expect. In fact, it was almost like nothing changed. They'd had a playdate the day after. Both his mom and his aunt Mitsuki had figured it would cheer him up. When Kaken asked if he was going to get a quirk or not, Izuku had told him the truth. The blonde boy stared at him in silence for a moment with wide red eyes before they went back to playing. Then, after the weekend had ended, things took a complete teasing him in class and at recess turned to shoves and punches within weeks. As the years passed, it only got worse. More kids joined in and Kaken, once someone Izuku considered his brother, became a stranger. What happened between their last day as best friends and that day at school? Mitsuki and Masaru never seemed to share their son's attitude toward him. They'd even called to congratulate him when he got accepted to UA. Besides, Izuku is used to people hating him for his difference and he knows what it looks like. No matter how many insults and punches people threw at him, he knew they forgot about him the moment he was out of sight. Kaken, on the other hand, never seems to, which means his issue with him has to go deeper. But his headache is getting worse. These thoughts swim in his mind on an endless loop and he's so tired. The worst part of it all is that, no matter how poorly the ash blonde treats him, Izuku always comes to his defense. He knows Recovery Girl is right. This isn't healthy. He has to stop pretending it is. He has to stop clinging to old memories and the hope that maybe, just maybe, this is all some misunderstanding. That maybe his old friend will wake up and realize how badly he's treated him. That things will magically go back to the way they were. But it's too late for that. Even if it does happen, the damage is done. Kaken mentioned widening the gulf between them, but he already has. Just not the way he thought. The buzzing in his head stops. Izuku stares at the door to Recovery Girl's office. He knows he had to make a choice. A gloved hand hovers over the handle. He tries to ignore the way his heart drops. For so long he's allowed so much. The The door rumbles lightly as it slides open. He makes his choice. Of the 20 members of Class 1A, there are an unlucky few who didn't pass their final exam. Kaminari, Ashido, Sato, and Kirishima lament the inevitable summer school hellscape that awaits them. Izuku tries his best to alleviate some of their grief by suggesting a possible twist. He knows their homeroom teacher is too fond of them to let some of his students fall behind. Even if they are going to go over their shortcomings in remedial classes, to miss such an ample opportunity to improve their abilities would be foolish. Such harsh consequences have to be another logical ruse. Unfortunately for Izuku, or rather his eyes, his classmates aren't so easily convinced. Shiro chimes in, stating how he isn't sure if he passed considering the situation surrounding his team's completion of the exam. He'd been knocked out by midnight early on. He only made it out because of Mineta's performance. However, as soon as class starts, Aizawa confirms Izuku's theory. He also confirms Shiro's failure to the teens' disappointment. Either way, they're all going to attend the training camp. Aizawa also explains how the pairings were decided. The teachers had come together to determine which students would work together and their opponent, based on their areas of need. It was smart, but it also meant that Izuku had purposefully been partnered with Kaken. He really needs to talk to Aizawa. Ida questions their teacher's lies, concerned about the trust between him and the students. Aizawa counters this by explaining that it wasn't entirely a lie. The 5 students that failed will still receive supplemental lessons on top of the training. They'll have to work harder than everyone else. He passes out booklets listing things to bring with them to the camp, what to expect, and the rules before he finishes up the usual homeroom duties. Class 1A is going to summer training camp. The rest of their classes seem to drag on. Of course, time always seems to slow when you're anticipating something. But, despite the agony of such mundane activities, the school day comes to an end as always. An entire week of training camp. Ida flips through the booklet. Izuku looks over the page as he shrugs on his backpack. The packing list is huge. I don't even have a bathing suit. There's a ton of stuff I've gotta buy, Kaminari says. Hagakure claps her hands together, at least that's what it sounds like. Oh, I know. We're off tomorrow, so why don't we all go shopping together as a class? Most of the class voices their approval of the idea. Todoroki passes by with his bag over his shoulder. Are you gonna come, Todoroki-kun? Izuku asks. The other boy adjusts his strap. I can't. I visit my mom on my days off. That's understandable. Still, Izuku feels a little disappointed at the lack of his friend's participation. Oh well, it can't be helped. He's still glad Todoroki is finally doing better. The class chats some more as they filter out of the school and head home. Izuku can't wait for tomorrow. The Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall is by far the largest in the prefecture, hosting some 200 stores varying from high-end retailers to novelty shops. Basically, the students of 1A will find everything they need and then some. The group stands in the main plaza where they met up just minutes before. Some passing shoppers call out to them, recognizing them from the sports festival. They fluster at the attention. One girl, who appears to be around middle school age, comes up to Izuku and thanks him for working so hard at the festival. Her sister is Quirkless and she thinks it's really nice to see someone fighting for people like her. Kirishima ruffles his hair after the girl leaves and Ashido pats him on the back. Alright, I need to find a large duffel bag, Jiru says. Yaoyorozu offers to go with her and soon enough the entire class has split into small groups and pairs to shop. That leaves Izuku and Uraraka. He asks her what she's looking for and states his own shopping needs. The bright-spirited girl says she needs bug spray, which seems like a good idea. Before Izuku can suggest going with her, she runs off all red-faced. So it's just him then. Well, at least he doesn't have to wait around for anyone. Then again, the whole point of the trip, aside from shopping, is to hang out with each other. He'll just have to hope someone else gets done early and he can link up with them. Oh cool, you're from Udare? Can I get your autograph? Another person recognized him? Well, it is a big mall with tons of people, he figures. But before he can turn around to greet them, an arm rests over his shoulder. You're that Quirkless kid from the sports festival, right? Okay, kinda awkward personal space-wise. Then, During that craziness in Hosu, you ran into the hero killer. You sure are something else. That makes Izuku freeze. Why, you sure know a lot about me. Man, I can't believe it. To think we'd meet again here. Can't help but think it's fate. Again? A hand wraps around his throat, save for one hovering finger. Or maybe it's destiny. For you, the last time we met was in that attack at USJ. Izuku strains to meet Shigaraki's eyes. Let's chat, Midoriya Izuku. His hand tightens on the boy's neck. Easy now. You're gonna act like we're a couple of old pals. No making a scene on. So calm down and breathe naturally. I just want to talk. That's all. Try anything funny and, well, at the second all 5 of my fingers touch your neck, you'll start crumbling from the skin inward. You'll be dust in under a minute. Izuku tries to school his breathing. In a crowd like this? If you do, the heroes will show up and catch you. No doubt. But take a look at them. He points to the crowd. It's not crazy to imagine that someone could commit an atrocity at any given moment. So why do they still smile and mingle like this? Laws and rules are built on their individual morality. They're convinced that no one would ever do that. They've become too comfortable with the idea that the heroes will save them. They've become complacent bystanders. In the time it'd take to catch me, I could take out 20, no 30 of them. Fine. You said you wanted to talk. Izuku segues, talk about what? Shigaraki chuckles, smart move. We might as well sit for this. The villain guides him over to a sitting area close by. No one pays them any mind. Izuku hates to admit it, but Shigaraki has a point. No one even questions whether something is wrong. I pretty much hate everyone and everything, the man starts. But right now, what really grinds my gears is the hero killer. The hero killer? But weren't they working together? I never really agreed to that, even if society seems to think so. Izuku shuts his mouth as Shigaraki continues. And that's my problem. Everyone's got their eye on the DMN hero killer. The attack on you, the Nomu I unleashed in Hosu, it's all been overshadowed by him. No one's noticing me. He can grandstand all he wants, but in the end, he's just destroying the things he hates. So what makes us different, Midoriya? What makes you different? What does make them different? They're both villains. They both hate heroes. They both act radically to achieve their goals. Their goals. Stain had given his reasoning. He was sick of false heroes. He wanted to fix hero society by eliminating the so-called fakes, leaving only the true heroes. While his purge wasn't the way to go about it, Izuku can still acknowledge the nobility of his cause. But Shigaraki? He's given no rhyme or reason for what he's done. As far as he knows, it's all been for fun. I think, well, I can't accept what you do and I don't understand it. With the hero killer, while I can't accept what he's done, I can understand him. For both me and him, it all started.